A Light in the Dark, The Ashbrooks, Book 5, written by Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Prologue, Winter 1861. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tugging his ragged jacket closer, Lucas Ashbrook spat out every blistering epitaph he'd ever learned. The fouler, the better. Despite being thousands of miles from his parents' doorstep, Lucas smiled to himself as he imagined his mother hearing each wretched word, her prim expression twisting into one of horror and disgust as she fluttered and fretted over her poor lost soul of a son. Never mind that it was her and father's fault that he'd become the very thing she detested. Lucas huddled in the alleyway, snuggling into the layers of clothes he had acquired over the past few months. No doubt his friends had discovered the missing garments by now, but they deserved it for cutting him loose the moment his presence became a financial inconvenience to them. Good riddance to the lot. Whispers echoed from behind the stack of abandoned crates, and Lucas straightened, his ears turning toward it. Hidden from view, he couldn't see who had invaded his sanctuary. Sounds of the passing crowds echoed along the bricks and pavers, making it difficult to discern the subject of the conversation, though it was clear that the voices belonged to children, though not street urchins. Their inflections lacked the hard edge found amongst that lot. Rising to his feet, Lucas flexed his toes. Thankfully, the prickles and aching had subsided, though they were stiff and uncooperative. He'd been sitting here too long. With slow movements, he crept toward the intruders. As Lucas peered from his hiding place, he spied a glint of silver clutched in one boy's hand. The lad's expression brightened as he babbled about the dollar he'd earned whilst doing some odd jobs for an overly generous neighbour. "I can't wait to give it to Ma. Sally needs new shoes." "But that could buy you enough candy for a year," replied the other boy in a tone that conveyed the utter importance of that statement. Lucas lurched from his hiding place, and his hand struck like a snake, taking hold of the boy's fist and prying back his fingers. The lad shouted and kicked at his attacker's shins, whilst the second boy landed a few blows to Lucas's hips and thighs, but a well-placed elbow sent the latter sprawling as Lucas yanked the silver dollar free of the former's grip. "No point in wasting such precious funds," he said, shoving the boy away. "That's mine!" shouted the lad as he sprung to his feet once more. But even as the two moved to stand against him, Lucas saw the fear clouding their eyes. Drawing himself up to his full height, he towered over the pair. "It's mine now," he said in a low tone as his fingers tightened around the coin. Lucas nodded toward the alley entrance. "Leave." Though the first looked ready to attack, the second shuffled away as he gingerly touched the red mark blossoming on his cheek. Tucking the dollar into his pocket, Lucas narrowed his eyes. The lad tried to match the hard expression, but as he stood there, small and alone, the fury seeped from him. Then, shoulders sagging, the boy turned on his heels and followed his friend. Lucas smiled to himself, patting the pocket with its newly acquired riches. The money would have been wasted on the lad. Clearly it didn't matter much to him, else he would have fought harder to keep it. Heaven knew Lucas needed it. $1 would get him quite a few drinks, something to warm him. Shivers burrowed into his bones, and Lucas ducked behind the crates and squeezed himself into a ball, but it did no good. The devil take this blasted place. For all that the summer had been sweltering, the winter was proving equally chilling, allowing no relief. A cough seized his lungs, and Lucas fought through it as he scowled at the bright sky above him. Curse America with its false claims of opportunity and prosperity. Curse his former friends for abandoning him after his last penny was spent. Curse the silly landlords and shopkeepers who refused to extend more credit. Curse everyone and everything, for Lucas couldn't think of any person, place, or thing that had done him any good. Especially those false and conniving people who dared to call themselves his family. Conrad loved playing the favourite son. His brother flitted about, feigning sainthood, all while wheedling his way into their parents' good graces. And they didn't see the truth for what it was. What sort of person steals his brother's birthright? Lucas was the eldest, and Newland Mills ought to be his. Yet Conrad hadn't hesitated to pour his poison into their parents' ears and convince them he was the better choice. But what did he expect from Ambrose and Mary Ashbrook? Their parents were fools of the highest order, believing in Conrad's righteousness as if he wasn't as flawed and tainted as the rest of humanity. Everyone draped themselves in piety on Sundays, and then stole, lied, and cheated when it suited them. Snowflakes fluttered from the heavens, and Lucas stared up at the tiny flecks of white that stood out against the soot-covered bricks surrounding him. Nestled between two buildings, there wasn't any sunlight to be had, even if the skies were clear, yet the bits of fluff that floated down bestowed a brightness on the world that was all their own. So light and delicate, they seemed to hover above the filthy earth, not deigning to touch it. Lucas stared at the layer slowly covering his arms, and couldn't bring himself to disturb their pristine perfection. What was he doing here? Rising to his feet and shifting his jacket, Lucas tucked his scarf around his head and hunched into the lapels as he hobbled out of the alleyway and onto the pavement, or sidewalk as the Americans preferred to call it. These ridiculous people had invented all new words as though the King's English wasn't good enough for them. The simpletons. Were they walking sideways, or along the sides of the building? No. Lucas stepped clear of the alley and glanced about the street, ignoring the hordes moving from their work to their homes. For all that someone in the crowd might be easily separated from their money, the dollar in his pocket ensured he would have drinks aplenty tonight, and Our Lady of Compassion wasn't far from here. The nuns had taken vows of chastity, but they were quick to serve him extra helpings of soup and bread if he gave them a smouldering smile with a hint of bedevilment. Wading into the thick of things, he pointed his feet towards the church, but Lucas's gaze scoured the faces out of habit. It was foolish not to seize an opportunity if it presented itself. One never knew when one's path would cross with some tender-hearted ninny whose purse could be licensed. His foot caught on a paver, and Lucas managed to catch himself, but only just. His silly legs seemed determined to disobey, but he forced them forward. Straightening, he shifted his jacket once more, as the newspapers stuffed in his shirt had been pulled askew. Where was he going? The answer was on the tip of his tongue, yet Lucas couldn't say for certain. The snow fell faster, drawing his gaze upward. Thank goodness for little miracles. People's generosity always increased when the weather was poor, and cloudy skies meant warmer nights. If he were forced to sleep outside, it wouldn't be so bad. Lucas had even stopped shivering. Tugging his scarf free, he let it hang loose as he opened his jacket. He turned down the nearest alley and leaned up against the wall. It was actually quite pleasant outside. Sliding down the bricks, he settled onto the ground once more, resting his head against his knees. Snowflakes layered atop him, forming a downy blanket as the people on the pavement shuffled along their way, forming a blur of noises and colours that faded from sight. Lifting his head, Lucas blinked to clear his vision, but darkness enveloped him. The flickering of the gas lamps along the street proved his eyes weren't to blame, but between one fluttering heartbeat and the next, the sun had somehow set. Shifting in place, he tugged at his jacket, pulling it off his shoulders as he stretched out along the ground. A nap was all he required before he set off once more. Hands grabbed at him, one or a dozen people, he couldn't say, and Lucas jerked from their touch, though his arms were like overcooked noodles, hanging limp at his side. Voices swirled around him, sweeping through his thoughts without making any impression. The world blinked in and out of existence, flashing around him in nonsensical snippets, and Lucas couldn't tell if this were real or a dream, as he didn't know if his eyes were open or shut. Heat swept over him, and his lungs burned as though flames licked at his skin. Pain seized his feet and fingers, slicing through them until his very bones screamed. The ground beneath him was no longer hard and unyielding. It softened at his touch until he was sinking into it like quicksand. Son? Lucas hardly knew his own name, yet he recognized that sound. The voice, so familiar, slipped through the dark, settling into his chest and burning like coal. The timbre was soothing and rich, bringing with it memories of the man whose very presence had chased away the ghosts and ghouls lurking under his bed. "Father?" murmured Lucas, but his tongue stuck to his mouth, as though every last drop of moisture had evaporated. A waterfall splashed across his face, filling his mouth until he choked, and Lucas thrashed, pushing at the hands that held him under the water as his lungs filled, but they wouldn't release him. Cracking one eye open, Lucas smiled at the sight of his father hovering at the edge of his bed, with Mother at his side, their hands entwined as they stared down at him. Heart pounding, Lucas leaned toward them, but great black bands twisted around him, holding him fast to the mattress. "Father!" he croaked, arching his back, but he couldn't rise from his bed. Movement drew his gaze to the figures behind his parents. There stood his siblings, their expressions vacant and disinterested, except for Conrad, who glared down at his brother. He held Ruby close, shielding his wife from the thrashing figure on the bed, and when he opened his mouth to speak, fire poured from the fellow's lips. Flames licked the edges of his clothes, crawling up his trousers and sleeves, but try as he might, he couldn't extinguish the fire as it consumed his flesh. Lucas screamed, but the sound that emerged wasn't his voice. Words from the past reformed in the present, recalling everything he'd ever said to them as the figures acted out the memories like puppets on a stage. Ruby's anguish, Conrad's anger, Father's disappointment, Mother's tears. With each repeated performance, the shadows drew closer, swallowing the figures until they were veiled in black, their features and limbs distending and twisting until he couldn't say where one began and the other ended. The bulbous, writhing monster crept toward him, its many hands clawing at Lucas's legs as its malformed teeth bit into his toes. He screamed and kicked, but pain ripped through his feet as darkness covered his eyes like tar. Then there was nothing. Not the barest hint of a whisper, no spark of light, not even a phantom touch against his skin, just unending black. Only his heartbeat broke through the numbness, but his pulse slowed as each breath shortened, and his strength leached from his limbs as he bobbed along in the nothingness, carried about by its every whim. Clarity settled in his mind, chasing away the fever dreams and leaving him unable to deny the reality staring him in the face. He was dying, or perhaps he was already gone. Lucas looked about for any sign of what was happening or what was to come, but only the vast void stared back at him. Time twisted, stretching the seconds into years and the minutes into millennia, which were as unceasing and relentless as the vacuum surrounding him. Surely there was something more to the afterlife, something else to feel or see or do. But Lucas was trapped in the emptiness, with only his thoughts to disrupt the silence, and they wrapped around him like a noose as he stared into the unending abyss. Chapter 1. 1 year later, Greater Edgerton, Lancashire. Pardon? The question was silly, yet Hazel Potts couldn't help but ask it. When one's world turned on its head, there was no other response, even when one heard the words clearly. 37 years of experience had taught her that life wasn't some topsy-turvy thing. Though it may place a few boulders in one's way, it did not shove one onto an entirely new path in such an instantaneous and unforeseen fashion. No, time plodded along, constant and unchanging, one day blending into the next. Mr. Peter Vogel named you his heir, said Mr. Biller, sifting through the papers. His home and a small sum was left to his brother, Mr. David Vogel, but the majority of his fortune he left in your keeping. Hazel's voice died, for she hadn't the foggiest notion of how to continue that sentence. Her thoughts whirled about in a chaotic frenzy, like children stuffed full of sweets on Christmas Day, determined to test every bit of patience their parents possessed. That is impossible. He never said a word about it. Mr. Biller peered over his glasses, his grey-dappled brows lifting as he smiled. I've known the old fool since he came to our town nearly a decade ago, and he spoke often about your visits. I can tell you unequivocally that he valued your friendship greatly. As did I, but £50,000? Hazel could hardly speak the words. Her eyes widened as she considered it, and for all that her heart fluttered with anticipation at the thought, her insides wriggled and twisted at the responsibility attached to it. I am a bookseller's daughter. I know nothing about investments and finances, and haven't the slightest notion of how to manage such things. Surely his brother is better suited. No, Miss Potts, said Mr. Biller with a gimlet eye. Mr. Vogel warned me you would balk, and I was instructed to tell you that if you refuse the inheritance, I will disperse the entirety of it to various charitable organisations, and not 1 cent more will go to the Vogels. Raising her brows, Hazel replied, And if I give it to them myself? They are his family. But Mr. Biller's lips quirked in a half-smile, and he tugged a small envelope from the papers and handed it to her. Breaking the seal, she found a single line written in Mr. Vogel's hand. Stop being pig-headed, Miss Potts. Take the money. Hazel heard the words as though spoken from his very lips, and though her heart panged at the thought that she would never hear his sharp wit again, she couldn't help but smile at his foresight. No doubt he is laughing at me this very minute, she murmured with a huff. No doubt about it, Miss Potts. Mr. Biller smiled, though it held a touch of the sorrow that had coloured her tone. Whatever your objections, the gentleman knew his mind, and he was clear in his desires. Though the family did not take the news well, I ensured the will is ironclad. The money is yours. Mr. Vogel wanted you to have it. Hazel's throat tightened, and her eyes prickled, blurring her vision. The parlour door swung open, and she brushed her hands across her cheeks as grandmother toddled inside. My dear, what is going on? She asked, glancing between the pair as Mr. Biller rose to greet her. Then the lady's eyes lit. Entertaining a beau, are we? Mr. Biller gave a strangled chuckle before covering it with a cough, and Hazel's cheeks burned. Not only was the gentleman married and here in a professional capacity, but, like his employer, his age was more suited for the role of grandfather. Not at all, said Hazel, refusing to look at the gentleman in question. He is Mr. Vogel's solicitor. A shame, sighed grandmother as she shuffled over and settled onto the sofa. Might we have a moment, please? We are just concluding our business. Don't mind me, my girl, said grandmother, reaching for her knitting bag on the side table. I just wish to get some work done before Ginny's birthday next week. That girl is growing like a weed. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Your grandfather wishes to speak to you in his study. He requires something, but it has entirely slipped my mind what it is. I'm certain Maggie can manage it. No, he asked for you. Hazel held back a sigh. I will be with him in a moment. But Mr. Biller waved that off and began packing his satchel. Though there is still much to discuss, I think it would be best if we leave that for after you've acclimated to the news. If you have any questions, please visit me at my office. I'm not there much of the time, as I've handed the reins of my business over to men who are younger and sprightlier than myself, and I assure you they are quite capable of managing your concerns. He pulled a final letter from his satchel and pressed it into Hazel's hands. "Mr. Vogel asked that I give this to you as well, and unless there is anything else you require, I will be on my way." Holding the letter firmly in her hands, Hazel considered the words resting on the tip of her tongue. To speak them might be too greedy, yet she couldn't help but ask. "Are all of Mr. Vogel's possessions going to his family?" Mr. Biller's brows rose. "Is there something you desire?" Hazel drew in a breath and forced out the words. "He has given me so much, and I hate to ask for anything more. But I was hoping I might be granted the miniature of him and his wife. It was painted shortly after their wedding, and he always kept it in his breast pocket." "I know the piece, and I know it was not mentioned when the family was discussing the heirlooms," said Mr. Biller. "I cannot promise they will wish to part with it, but I can inquire." "Please do not make it sound like a demand." "Have no fear, Miss Potts," he said with a smile. "I will manage it with utmost delicacy. I fear it may take some negotiation for them to relinquish anything, as the news of the inheritance was quite a shock, but I will see what I can manage." Though his nephew was quite irate, his brother was more sanguine about the matter and might be amenable to your request. "Thank you, Mr. Biller," she said with a curtsy as the fellow bowed and went on his way. Holding fast to her letter, Hazel turned to follow him out the door. "Are you leaving?" asked Grandmother as she glanced up from her knitting. "I will return shortly, but I was hoping you would keep me company. Your grandfather is in a mood. He has been peevish ever since your father sent over the wrong books." "I need a moment." "Why are you always abandoning me?" Grandmother's voice took on that all-too-familiar plaintive tone, her brows twisting together whilst she gazed at Hazel as though her granddaughter had struck her. "I spent the morning reading to you." "Yes, but you are always so quick to leave my side." Hazel rubbed at her forehead, though it produced no answers. There was no helping matters. "I will return in a moment, Grandmother," she said, quickly hurrying away before the lady worked herself into a dither. Clutching the letter, she snuck past Grandfather's study and hurried into her bedchamber. With the door shut tight against intruders, Hazel reclined upon the bed. It took a fair amount of shifting before all the petticoats lay in a comfortable position, but once there, she broke the seal and opened Mr. Vogel's letter, which was dated nearly a year before. "Dearest Miss Potts, I have no doubt Mr. Biller's announcement was a surprise to you, just as I have no doubt you gave him quite a bit of trouble before accepting it. But I beg you to feel not a shred of guilt. My brother's family has money enough, and I can think of no one more fitting for such a windfall as you. When you arrived on my doorstep 7 years ago with my order of books from your father's shop, I never imagined I would discover such a kindred spirit. You have blessed my life in so many ways, and I will go to my grave joyful in the knowledge that I can bless yours in one final way. I fully expect you will give a significant portion of it away to worthy causes, but there is a reason I did not simply give the money directly to charities. Live, my dear Miss Potts. Life may not have turned out the way you'd hoped, but that is true of everyone. Take this money and build yourself something of which you can be proud. You've spent hours at my side, entertaining me with stories of the things you wish you could do, and now you have the means to make them a reality. Be happy, my dearest friend. With sincerest wishes, P. Vogel." Hazel could hardly see the final words, for her vision blurred until they were illegible. Wiping her cheeks, she revelled in the words, which rang out in his voice as clear as if he had spoken them. Oh, that dear, dear man. Tears overwhelmed her for a moment, and Hazel cursed herself for not having a handkerchief on hand. Heart-thrumming, she sucked in a deep breath as she finally allowed herself to truly imagine what this inheritance meant for her. A spinster's life was a tenuous one. Blessed though she was with a family to support her, the unmarried daughter of a tradesman had few funds to forge the life she wanted. Yet now she could have a home of her own and travel beyond the boundaries of her birthplace, perhaps purchase a gown or two. In truth, her dreams weren't terribly grand, but the freedom to choose her path was worth far more than rubies or gold, though to do so required some of both. And this wonderful gentleman had given that to her. Everything would be different. "Thank you, Mr. Vogel," she whispered as she clutched the letter close. Chapter 2. 5 months later. "Where are you going, my dear?" asked Grandmother, reaching a shaking hand toward Hazel. Pausing as she passed the armchair, Hazel crouched beside the lady. "I am going to the shop to fetch Grandfather's newspaper." "The Morning Post," corrected the gentleman in question as he frowned at his book. "I know, Grandfather." Standing, Hazel tucked the blanket around Grandmother and settled the lady's knitting on the sofa beside her. "Not the Guardian. I don't want that liberal claptrap," he added. "If I'm going to read anything of value, I need something more trustworthy." "I know." Sweeping through the sitting room, Hazel glanced about to ensure the pair had everything they required. Grandmother's knitting and sewing were close at hand. Grandfather had a book to read. Tea was laid out for them if they desired refreshment. The bell for the maid was at the ready. "And if they do not have the Morning Post, the Illustrated will suffice," he continued, "though I suppose the Mercury would do in a pinch." "I know, Grandfather." Hazel managed to keep the sigh from her tone, though it was a near thing. Despite having given the same instruction every time she undertook this errand over the past 8 years, Grandfather insisted on repeating himself, lest Hazel forget. It was doubly difficult to hold fast to her patience when Grandmother asked, "But why must you leave us?" "Grandfather requires the newspaper." "The Morning Post," the gentleman corrected with a frown. Hazel paused and allowed herself a count of 3 before continuing. "I must fetch the Morning Post for Grandfather and a few books I ordered from the shop. Do you require anything?" Grandmother set aside her knitting needles and shifted as though to rise. "I will come with you." Shaking her head, Hazel settled the lady into her seat once more. "You haven't the strength. I will be gone a short time, and Maggie can fetch you anything you require while I am gone." Grandfather sank deeper into his armchair and muttered under his breath, though he refrained from expressly disparaging the maid, which was something of a blessing, so Hazel chose to ignore it. Holding a silent prayer in her heart, she hoped Grandmother would accept her explanation and return to her knitting without further complaint. Just a few minutes to herself out of this house would be a blessing. "But Maggie doesn't do as fine a job as you," said Grandmother, giving voice to her husband's mumblings. Rubbing her forehead, Hazel tried to hold on to her smile. She truly did. But how many times must one make the same argument before one's patience was allowed to snap? The Bible suggested it was 70 times 7, and having lived with her grandparents for some 8 years now, Hazel was certain she had exceeded that number. "I have taught Maggie well," said Hazel, ignoring the fact that the girl was quite intelligent enough to care for 2 people without requiring any additional instruction. "She will manage everything." "We do not need a nursemaid," said Grandfather from behind his book. "Maggie isn't a nursemaid. She's a maid," replied Hazel, fully ignoring the falseness of his statement. Anyone who required so much assistance to climb the stairs ought not to complain so mightily. "You would abandon me? Leave me all alone?" asked Grandmother with wide, pleading eyes. The expression sank deep into Hazel's heart, making her feel as though she were a cad and a bounder for even considering it, even though the lady enjoyed trotting that guilt out daily. Drawing in a deep breath and holding fast to every warm feeling she had for her grandparents and family, Hazel softened her voice and crouched beside the lady. "I've spent the entire day with you, and I will be gone only a short while. Besides, it looks like rain, and I don't want to risk you getting a chill. I hired a carriage to take us on a drive tomorrow, and I would so hate for you to miss it." "Can't you send Maggie to fetch the things?" asked Grandmother, reaching out to grasp Hazel's hand. The skin was so delicately soft, as though the lady hadn't done even the slightest of labours in her life, though Hazel knew that to be untrue. Time and age had robbed it of its elasticity, leaving it velvety smooth. She met that pleading gaze as the recrimination in Grandmother's tone and expression pricked at her heart. But heaven help her, Hazel Potts was leaving this house one way or another. The walls squeezed her, and the air felt heavy, as though she felt every dust mote. She needed to breathe fresh air and to stretch her legs, and most importantly, she needed time to herself when she wasn't being asked to fetch or entertain. "I will be gone half an hour," said Hazel. "That is hardly any time at all." "But you know what happened the last time you abandoned us," said Grandmother. Hazel drew in a sharp breath, her muscles tightening as the lady's well-placed blow landed true. She wanted to believe that Grandmother's comment was innocently meant, but the accusation was trotted out with far too much frequency. She yearned to remind the lady that nothing untoward would have happened had the pair asked for assistance from Maggie rather than attempting to navigate the stairs alone, but Hazel knew it would do no good, so she focused on the part she could repudiate. "I didn't abandon you then, and I am not abandoning you now. I shan't be gone long." Despite her best efforts, it took another 10 minutes before Hazel extricated herself from Grandmother's pleas and Grandfather's complaints. But once bundled up, she stepped through the front door and grinned at the grim sky. Although it was June, the weather pretended it was March. Clouds painted the sky in a wall of grey, washing over the world and leaching it of any colour. Yet Hazel felt as though the sun was shining, and sweet summer breezes guided her along the way. Passing the adjacent shop, she glanced through the window, and upon finding her uncle and cousin alone, she raised a hand as she passed. Neither gentleman cared for such happy greetings when customers were about, as it was unbecoming of an undertaker. But she got no further than 3 steps beyond the shop before the door opened and Uncle John poked his head out. "Where are you off to, Hazel?" Drawing in a deep breath, she forced a smile and turned to face him. "To Father's bookshop to fetch Grandfather his newspaper." Despite her response being quite obvious, as Hazel rarely left the house for any other reason, the gentleman frowned. Straightening his jacket and the ever-present funereal band on his arm, as was befitting of one in his profession, he asked, "Who is watching them while you are absent?" "The maid." "But you know your Aunt Rebecca prefers that they not be left alone with servants." The first thought that entered Hazel's mind was to inquire when Aunt Rebecca wished to come sit with her parents, if she was so determined they not be left alone. The second was that there were grandchildren aplenty who could also fulfill that role, not solely herself. The third that followed on its heels was so uncharitable that she refused to acknowledge it, even in the privacy of her own head. For goodness sake! Maggie was granted time away from her position, but Hazel Potts was required to keep vigil day and night. Clinging to her patience, Hazel replied, "If you or Cecil have time to spare, I'm certain Grandfather would love to see you. He was grumbling this morning about modern embalming practices, and I'm certain he would love to hear your thoughts on the matter." Perhaps it was unkind to poke the gentleman, but Hazel had heard the pair argue enough over the new notions of preserving the deceased that she knew precisely how Uncle John would respond. "I fear we are too busy at present," he replied. Inching backward, Hazel scooted farther down the road. "Yes, well, I promised them I wouldn't be gone long, so I must be on my way. "But, good afternoon, Uncle," she called, waving at him from over her shoulder as she breathed in the brisk air. It was far too sodden and cold for the summer, but it was invigorating all the same. She fairly skipped along the street, turning her efforts to dodge the muck left by the horses into a game. Weaving through the traffic, Hazel took a longer route to her family's bookshop. Yet even with the circuitous journey, her destination appeared far too quickly. The sign hanging above the door announced Potts Bookshop to the passer-by, and although the image hadn't been altered in decades, the paint was as vivid as ever, as Father insisted it remained in pristine condition. Passing by the window, she spied the clerk at the counter with her nephew at his side. Hazel raised a hand in greeting before sweeping through the door. "I see you are busy at work, Julian," she said with a smile as the lad straightened with determination, as though that might add more inches to his height. "Miss Temple is ill, so there's no school today," he said. "And I'm certain Mr. Smith is quite eager for the assistance," she replied, glancing at the clerk, though he wasn't looking at her to see. Julian nodded. "And what do you require today, Miss Potts?" The little gentleman asked it with such decorum that Hazel fought not to laugh, though it was a near thing when he fastidiously tugged at his waistcoat, exactly as his father and grandfather did when managing the shop. "As it happens, I am here for your great-grandfather's newspaper, and I require more ink and paper as well." Pausing, she hurried to add, "Oh, and I would like to see if my order of Woman in White has arrived." The shopkeeper facade dropped away as Julian's eyes widened. Mum said it was topping. "And what would she say about such slang?" asked Hazel with brows raised high. Julian winced, but as he amended his statement, the excitement returned. "Mother said it was jolly good fun, very eerie, and she fairly gasped when—" Hazel's hands rose to her ears. "Stop!" That drew another grimace from her nephew, and when he quieted, she lowered her hands and chucked him under the chin. "What is the first rule of being a bookseller?" she asked. "Don't lend customers books," he replied with a cheeky grin. "And?" Julian sighed. "Don't spoil the story." Hazel winked at him and nodded toward the back room, and Julian hurried off with all the gracefulness of a 12-year-old boy who had more arms and legs than he knew what to do with. Turning a smile to Mr. Smith, she asked, "And how are you this afternoon? Has it been very busy?" "We've had a few customers," he mumbled. Still, the fellow didn't look in her direction. Hazel's shoulders stiffened as she examined the man who had worked for her family for some years, and it was easy enough to do so, for Mr. Smith would not glance up from his ledger. Pursing her lips, she drew in a breath and turned her attention away from the fellow, forcing her expression to soften once more as she examined the bookshelves. With careful touches, she ran her hands over the spines of the books ready to be purchased and taken home. Custom bindings were becoming rarer these days, but she spied a few volumes that still bore the clear signs of having been bound in-house, for they displayed the iconic Potts's blue linen covers. Hazel couldn't help but pull one particularly lovely volume from the shelf. She didn't know the author or title, but the cover was such a lovely shade of red, the perfect richness to match the shining gold of the markings, and the garden illustration on the title page was divine. Slipping it back onto the shelf, her attention was caught by a familiar name. Hazel grinned and pulled the volume free, her hands instinctively flipping through the pages, though with the paper still uncut, there was little satisfaction to be had in the movement. Framley Parsonage wasn't her favourite of Trollope's works, but the story tied into 3 others she'd already purchased, loose though the connection may have been, and Dr. Thorne was so utterly divine that she couldn't bear to think of not having all 4. She might not have enjoyed the serialization as much as the others, but it might be improved in novel format. Some stories were far more enjoyable when one could read them all together, rather than in bits and pieces weekly or monthly. And cutting the pages was such satisfying work. Her mind filled with patterns that would match the other novels in the series, planning out the little nicks and slices that would leave a design on the page's edge for all to see. Yet to spend money on something she wasn't certain to adore. Hazel paused and straightened, staring at the book. Why not purchase it? With printing processes improving each year, the prices weren't as extravagant, and it wasn't as though she couldn't afford to indulge if they were. She had spent so little of her inheritance that adding a book to her purchase was of little concern, even if it was frivolous. "Absolutely shocking, I tell you." The sharp whisper, though quiet, carried over the distant din of the street echoing through the front windows. "From what I hear, she was well paid for her services, far better than most wives receive from their husbands," replied the second lady. "Such men always treat their bits of muslin with far more care," said the first with a scoff. "But to give her such a sum, it is indecent." And now it was Hazel's turn to scoff. Though they spoke as though they wished no one to overhear, it was clear this performance was for her benefit. "But I cannot comprehend why a man of his means would resort to a woman like her," said the other. "Even without the scars, her looks aren't remarkable enough to turn heads." The lady spoke of those marks as though they were akin to the plague, and Hazel straightened, her chin lifting as though to put those oh-so-offending blemishes along her neck on display. It wasn't as though childhood accidents were catching. "A dried-up spinster! What was he thinking?" said the first with a sneer in her tone. As Mr. Vogel had been thinking only of friendship, Hazel's appearance had mattered little. Rolling her eyes heavenward, she turned away and didn't bother to spy on the gossip-mongers. It never did any good, and their words meant nothing to her. Let them believe what they will. Those closest to her knew the truth and didn't allow the lies and rumours to frighten them away. However, a pang echoed in her heart as she returned to the counter and found the ever-present Mr. Smith conspicuously absent and unable to wait upon the scandalous Miss Hazel Potts. Chapter 3. "Good afternoon, Arnold," said Hazel, giving her brother as much of a smile as she could muster as she set the book on the counter before him. "Ignore them," he whispered. "They're simply jealous of your good fortune." "They do not bother me," she replied with as much truth as she was willing to admit, for they didn't, mostly. "Your copy of Travels in Switzerland arrived early," said Arnold, placing it and Mr. Collins's books on the counter, and though Hazel was pleased to have it sooner, she couldn't help but feel the slightest bit disappointed that it wouldn't offer her another escape from her grandparents' home in a few days, when she would inevitably be desperate for a moment to herself. "Do you have a basket I can borrow?" she asked with a sigh. "My thoughts were all a jumble when I left, and I fear I left mine at home. Grandmother and grandfather were in fine form today." Before she had finished speaking, Julian scurried away to fetch one from an obliging cupboard. "Mother was hoping you'd come for a visit tomorrow," said Arnold as he leaned against the counter. "Yes, she sent a note over, but it is very difficult for me to leave grandfather and grandmother," replied Hazel with a sigh. "They both take such umbrage against any absence that I spend considerable time before and after smoothing their ruffled feathers. I cannot even retreat to my bedchamber without grandmother taking it as a personal slight." "If you require some assistance, perhaps Sybil can sit with them," said Arnold, but he clipped his sentence short with a wince as he reconsidered that ludicrous proposal. They both knew his wife was quite willing to aid here and there, but not enough to be of use to Hazel. There was a reason the entire family had insisted she was best suited to live with them. They all had so very much to accomplish in the day, after all, with their professions, homes, and families to tend to. Hazel the spinster had nothing better to fill her time. Drawing in a sharp breath, she forced her attention away from such poisonous thoughts. "Or Ginny might be of assistance," he added. "She would adore keeping her grandparents company." "Your daughter is hardly 10 years of age, Arnold. While we all would greatly enjoy it if she visited, being a caretaker is too much to ask of Ginny." Slanting a look at her brother, a question wriggled past Hazel's good sense. "Has Mother broached the subject of nurses?" Arnold's brows rose. "Is she supposed to have done so?" Hazel forced a smile. "I suggested that it might be time for proper care. As the eldest daughter, Aunt Rebecca ought to be the one to manage it, but she refuses to see reason, and we cannot go on as we have. Grandmother and grandfather insist on remaining in their own home, but they cannot navigate it alone and require far more assistance than I can give on my own. Nursing is a true profession now, and not one for the drunken layabout nursemaids of the past. They have proper medical training and skills I do not possess." "Could you not go to nursing school? They do like having you in their home after all." Then to himself Arnold added, "But I suppose that is impossible. What will we do whilst you were gone? No, that wouldn't do at all." There were moments when one was given hard proof of just how alike one's family was, for those very words had been spoken not only by Aunt Rebecca but by Mother as well. For all that Arnold bore Father's name, his maternal Kenwood blood was strong, leading him to ask and answer the very same question. Hazel let the topic fall by the wayside. There was no point in dragging Arnold into the battle, for his opinions were too entrenched to allow him to side with her. Grandfather and grandmother refused to acknowledge that their bodies were failing, and the family would do nothing to upset their matriarch and patriarch, regardless of how impossible their demands were or how much they cost Hazel. "Oh, and I regret to tell you that we haven't a single copy of the Morning Post," said Arnold with a sympathetic wince. Hazel held back a sigh. "Grandfather is going to ring a peal over my head." Her brother held up his hands. "I know, and I fear it is my fault. I always set a copy aside whenever we receive a shipment, but Mr. Smith was a bit too eager and sold them all." "And you haven't a single issue of the Illustrated either," she guessed with a self-deprecating smile. "But I have plenty of the Mercury, which should suit Grandfather." "I suppose that will have to do. Will you please put everything on my account?" "Of course," he replied, and when Julian returned, Arnold quickly wrapped her purchases in brown paper, bundled them into the basket, and sent her on her way with a bus on her cheek. The skies were gloomier than when Hazel had first stepped onto the pavement this afternoon, and she studied the wall of grey above her. Though no grizzled soothsayer with achy joints, she knew those clouds promised rain, and she plucked a handkerchief from her pocket and tucked it over the purchases. It wouldn't do much, but an added layer of protection against stray drops wouldn't go amiss. Clutching her basket, Hazel glanced about the street. The people and animals moved about their day without giving her a second glance as she considered her options. For all that she said she wouldn't be long, she couldn't bring herself to return so swiftly to her grandparents' home. There was little awaiting her there, except the ever-constant demands of her mother's parents. Hazel drew in a deep breath and prayed for patience, for strength, for anything that might allow her to face yet another day under their roof. 8 years since she'd come to live with them, and heaven help her, she didn't know if she could manage another year of shouldering their complaints and feeling like a villain every time she required a moment to herself. Yet she knew her fantasies of escape were for naught. Her feet would inevitably draw her back to their doorstep. But it needn't be this very moment. Turning away from the path she ought to take, Hazel chose a rambling route that was in the general direction of her uncle's shop and number 12 Friargate. Others moved with purpose, striding down the street with important destinations and tight timetables. But Hazel allowed her feet to meander as they pleased. Though she had little interest in the passing shops, she paused at the windows, examining the displays. With money aplenty, There was no reason Hazel couldn't venture into the haberdashery and purchase every bit and bauble there, but she required nothing, so she continued on her way. The butcher, greengrocers and food vendors weren't as diverting, though she found herself lingering at the cheesemonger's window. And then Hazel paused outside the bootmaker's shop before gazing longingly at the fetching bonnet in the milliner's window, though she knew she hadn't a single gown to go with it. A raindrop splashed against her nose and she glanced upward, which allowed another to catch her in the eye. Wiping them away as she glanced about for shelter, Hazel spied Pickman's tea shop and ducked inside. For all that she had passed the place many times before, she'd never stepped foot inside. Being a spinster, Hazel was no stranger to doing things alone, but despite having wished to frequent this place many times, eating out by oneself seemed far too disconcerting. Better to simply enjoy a cup at home. Yet Maggie didn't possess the skills to bake such delectable pastries. And the confectionaries. Hazel fairly drooled on the display along the side table. Spices filled the air from the various cakes and tea blends, mixing until there was no single scent one could identify. It was simply l'eau de deliciousness. Glancing about the shop, she couldn't decide if it was table or counter service, for there seemed to be a mixture of both. Hazel didn't have much experience with dining out, but she knew that some establishments required one to seat oneself, whilst others insisted the server make the choice. The rest of the customers seemed to understand the unspoken rules, yet Hazel couldn't puzzle it out. Glancing about, she tried to decipher the order of things, but without a sign or indication of what she ought to do, she turned on her heel to brave the elements. Childish or not, the only purpose of gracing this shop was for a bit of enjoyment, and fretting about whether she was irritating servers or upsetting other patrons hardly fulfilled that requirement. "Madam," called a fellow from behind the counter, drawing her attention to him. Standing there with an expectant look, he asked, "May I be of service?" Hazel refused to allow her discomposure to show. She was ordering tea at a shop, not attempting to summit a mountain. Surely it wasn't that difficult to manage. "I would like to order some refreshments," she said, which earned her a raise of his brows. It may be an obvious response, but it was true nonetheless. Thankfully, the man was good at his job, for he subtly guided her through the process, and in quick succession she selected far more goodies than was good for any one person to eat. The rain was coming down in sheets outside, so she might need to wait here for some time after all. One ought not to starve. And she couldn't overlook the rhubarb and custard tart, or the slice of iced orange cake, or the Victoria sandwich, which was delectable when made correctly, and far too crumbly and dry when done poorly. Then the fruit cake was so very tempting. Being unable to choose, she simply ordered the lot, along with a pot of drinking chocolate. They had plenty of tea, coffee and tisanes at home. Several more customers trickled in behind her, and Hazel was quite pleased with her good fortune. Having arrived before the crowd, she was free to choose a seat as she pleased, and the one in the corner called to her. Being up against the window, it afforded a view, and with it tucked slightly behind the door, she was mostly out of sight of the other patrons. Hazel settled into her seat and placed her basket on the chair beside her. In short order, she freed one of her new acquisitions from its brown paper packaging, and the shopkeeper's assistant delivered the heaping tray of food. It hadn't seemed like so very much when she'd ordered the various bits and bobs, but she supposed this afternoon tea might simply become her dinner as well. Flipping to the first page of her book, Hazel delved into Mr. Collins' world, sampling it as readily as the sweets, whilst her hand absently rubbed her collarbone, her fingers brushing the scars there. Though they covered the majority of her neck and chest, there was something about that particular pattern there that drew her touch again and again whenever she lost herself in thought. "Why, Miss Potts, how good to see you." Hazel's gaze jerked from her novel as her hand dropped from her neck, and she stared at the lady standing just to the side of her table, though it took a moment before her lagging thoughts recognised what was being said. "Mrs. Davy," she replied with a dip of her head. Glancing beyond the lady, she spied two more, neither of whom she knew. "It is good to see you, Miss Potts." It took a moment for Mrs. Davy to realise she'd already said that precise thing, and a flash of pink coloured her cheeks. "I see you have sought shelter here as well." "Yes." For all that the single-word response wasn't very welcoming, Hazel couldn't think what more to say to the lady. Her book called to her, and she longed to brush away the conversation, but Mrs. Davy remained there, ignoring her companion's fidgeting. The pair glanced at Hazel for only a moment before their eyes darted away as though burned. "Come now, we'd best find a seat," said one of the others. The tone was significant, and it was easy enough to comprehend the undertone that added, "anywhere but here." But Mrs. Davy waved them away. "There are perfectly good seats here." In fact, if Hazel were to move her basket, there were 3 perfectly serviceable chairs, but Mrs. Davy's companions looked as delighted at the prospect as they would visiting a leper colony. "You know we cannot," said one. "To be seen with her. The shame of it," added the second. Although their intentions were hardly kind, Hazel couldn't help but applaud their forthright natures. These were not the whispers or backhanded comments that so many employed. If these ladies were going to despise Miss Hazel Potts, at least they were honest in their feelings. "Do as you please, but I wish to sit with Miss Potts," said Mrs. Davy. The strength of her statement set Hazel's heart burning, that odd warmth spilling through her as tangibly as though the sun blazed through the window pane, and though her book still called to her, she quite happily pushed it aside. In the aftermath of Mr. Vogel's will, 2 camps had emerged. The first was the whisperers and gossip-mongers, who knew something untoward must have happened for the gentleman to give an unimportant spinster such a large sum of money. Though far larger and more obvious in their attentions, their backbiting and judgment couldn't outweigh the strength of the second camp. Smaller though they may be, those who believed in Hazel's integrity were stalwart. Despite hardly knowing the lady before Mr. Vogel's will came to light, Mrs. Davy was boldly staking her claim amongst those people, and for all that she might wish to read and enjoy her treats, Hazel wasn't about to turn away an ally. Chapter 4. Taking the seat, Mrs. Davy waved to the shopkeeper's assistant and placed an order as Hazel ripped a bit of the brown paper packaging free and tucked it into the book to mark her place before settling it into the basket. By the time Hazel cleared a place for her companion, Mrs. Davy had finished with her instructions, and the lady didn't even comment on the friends who had disappeared to the far side of the shop, or Hazel's mountain of sweets. Taking a deep drink of her chocolate, Hazel scoured her thoughts for something to say. Though they lived in the same parish, their social circles had never overlapped. 5 months ago, their conversation had been that of the shopkeeper's daughter and a customer, and now they sat together as equals. Hazel's status as a member of the gentry may be new, and the gossip surrounding her inheritance may have cast a pall over her status, but she was wealthy, and in the end, money mattered more than anything else. "I was pleased to see you at church on Sunday," said Mrs. Davy. Hazel's brows knitted together. "I come every week. I have my whole life." "Oh, yes," she said, taking a sip of her teacup. "I only meant that I'm pleased to see you continue to attend despite all the unpleasantness." With a huff, Hazel set down her cup, and in a fit of honesty she asked, "Do you mean the overt hostility from the congregation, or Mr. Upton's blistering sermons about virtue?" Mrs. Davy's lips curved into a subtle smile. "There does seem to be a bit of a theme of late." "I'm almost afraid they will burn me at the stake for my godless ways," mumbled Hazel. Leaning forward, the other lady said in a conspiratorial whisper. "I must say, I am inspired by some of the more creative interpretations that have arisen during the various readings and sermons. It is amazing how many references they can find about such things in the Bible, yet every single Sunday they seem to overlook, 'He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone.'" Hazel grinned. "That they do." Mrs. Davy shook her head and took a dainty sip of tea. "I do not understand why so many choose badgering and belittling. Neither inspires a true change of heart. If we drive those we deem unworthy from our ranks, how else are they to repent? The only way to help them is to embrace them as one of our own." "True," replied Hazel, though she couldn't help the touch of caution in her tone, for though she agreed with the sentiment, worry wriggled into her heart and picked at the lady's subtext. "The Bible often speaks of the joy that comes from helping lost souls after all. The Pharisees were chastised for ostracizing the fallen, and some of the greatest parables were given to combat such narrow-minded thinking. The lost sheep, the lost coin, and the prodigal son all speak of the joy to be found in helping souls who have strayed." Straightening, Mrs. Davy gave a brittle laugh. "I apologize. I do not mean to draw such attention to your troubles, but I find pretense does little good." Though Hazel couldn't disagree with that, she couldn't help but wish Mrs. Davy employed it on occasion, for the more the lady spoke, the more Hazel suspected her black-and-white delineation between her supporters and critics had been incorrect. "We ought to feel compassion for the lost sheep and rejoice that it has returned to the fold," the lady continued. "The entire reason we have the church is to help us overcome the weakness of the flesh, and are we not all sinners? To judge you is to judge ourselves. Who are we to condemn when only you and Mr. Vogel know the full truth?" "The weather has been quite wretched of late," blurted Hazel, but it did not deter Mrs. Davy in the slightest. She continued to expound on forgiveness and sin, and Hazel turned her attention to her cakes. For all that the iced slice claimed to be orange, she hardly tasted the citrus, and it needed more icing. Pushing it aside, Hazel focused on the other sweets and let Mrs. Davy ramble. As much as the implications sat like a pile of bricks in her heart, an ally was an ally. However flawed her understanding of the situation, Mrs. Davy offered up kindness freely, and, as the lady kept mentioning, forgiveness was important after all. Though Mrs. Davy believed herself to be forgiving Hazel of misconduct, it was the other way round, in fact. "It is not as though this would be the first time an innocent lady was corrupted by a mature man," said Mrs. Davy. "Pardon?" Hazel asked with raised brows. The lady's smile tightened and she amended, "I simply mean that a woman such as yourself doesn't have much experience with worldly men. I have seen it before and will see it again. An innocent lured down dark paths by someone betraying their trust." Hazel's teacup hit the saucer with a loud clink. "Mr. Vogel did nothing of the sort." "There is no need to be missish. I understand this is an odd conversation, but with so many rumours cropping up, I merely wished for you to know you have a friend in me." "And I had a friend in Mr. Vogel," replied Hazel. "I do not know what lies Mr. and Mrs. Eustace Vogel have been saying, but his uncle was a gentleman to the core, and nothing about our relationship was inappropriate. We became friends after I began delivering his books on behalf of my family's shop. I will never comprehend why he was so generous to me, but the situation was entirely innocent." In truth, their relationship was so utterly platonic that Mr. Vogel hadn't anticipated such a reaction to his will. Then again, there had only been a few questions and a heaping portion of surprise and confusion about her good fortune until his wretched family had stirred the pot. "Of course," said Mrs. Davy, but with so little conviction that Hazel knew to argue further would be a lost cause. Rising from her seat, Hazel said, "It looks as though the rain has let up and I must return home. My grandparents are expecting me." Surely another quarter of an hour. No, thank you. Clinging to her remaining scraps of kindness and understanding, Hazel forced herself to speak gently. Showing kindness to friends was an easy thing, so it was no sign of character to give goodwill after receiving it, and stubborn and blind though she may be, Mrs. Davy meant no harm, and the support was a welcome thing, even if her reason behind it was excessively annoying. Far too many of her treats remained on their plates, but the thought of wasting the funds was far less irritating than listening to the lady besmirch Mr. Vogel, so Hazel abandoned them and her sanctuary. Taking what she could, she snatched her basket, bobbed a farewell, and hurried out of the tea shop before the lady could detain her further. Little droplets fell from the sky here and there, but thankfully the rain had eased enough that her bundle was protected. However, no amount of precipitation could have forced her back into the tea shop. How could people believe such maliciousness? They doubted Hazel's morals, yet never once questioned the source of these rumours. Certainly, the bizarre nature of the inheritance was bound to spark curiosity, but with the Vogels stirring the embers, the gossip continued to burn through Greater Edgerton. But could she fault them? Hazel hardly believed her good fortune, nor could she comprehend why Mr. Vogel had chosen to bestow such a gift on her. For all that she had read his letter again and again, the words refused to sink past her disbelief. Head lowered, Hazel ploughed through the crowds, her feet pointed determinedly toward her grandparents' home. There was no reason to delay the inevitable. They needed her, and she couldn't dither about the street forever, even if she wished to. And that was when she noticed a child standing on the street corner, silent tears rolling down his cheeks as he scoured the passing crowds. Trapped in uncertainty, Hazel searched for any sign that someone knew the boy or was attempting to assist him. But no one paid the lad any mind as he stood there, silently weeping. Chin trembling, a sob shook the lad, and Hazel's feet decided for her, drawing her to his side before she could think the better of her action. "Is something the matter?" she asked. He rubbed rough cuffs against his cheeks and tried to hide the signs, but he was still too young to possess enough self-control to keep his tears hidden. Stooping enough to meet his eyes, Hazel gave him a warm smile. "Do you require some assistance?" she asked. He nodded. "I can't. He's missing. I can't. Hazel set her basket on the ground and quickly took the lad into her arms. Stranger or not, it was the only suitable thing to do when a child was so distraught that he couldn't get out 3 words in a row. His lungs heaved, and he clung to her for several long moments before his breath slowed enough for speech. Murmuring little sweetnesses, Hazel freed a handkerchief and began to clean his cheeks. "Now, what is the matter?" "I can't find Brooks. He... And then the lad devolved into tears once more. Hazel reached into the basket and offered him a biscuit from the tea shop, which he gobbled speedily as though he expected her to snatch it back from him. "What is your name?" she asked. "Milo," he managed between bites. Odd name that, though Hazel refrained from commenting. "And you can't find Brooks?" The boy nodded, and though a sob broke his words, he managed, "We got separated, and I don't know where he is. I can't find him. Milo's tears gathered once more, and Hazel held him close while her mind churned. With those complete sentences, his accent was now evident. Canadian or American, though she couldn't imagine what had brought him so far from home, or how she would locate this Brooks. Upon closer inspection, the lad looked to be around 8 or 9 years of age, and Hazel wondered if his odd name might be of Greek or Italian origin, as his skin boasted a natural tan, though his dark curly hair showed signs of being bleached in the sun, so perhaps his olive skin had been helped along by staying out of doors all day long. "Is Brooks your brother, or a friend?" she asked. "My father's friend. He takes care of me," he replied, looking this way and that, his features pulled into such a mask of pleading as though his little heart could will the fellow to appear. "And where did you get separated?" Simple question though it may have been, Milo's hazel eyes snapped to hers when she asked, his brows knotting as tears began to shine in his eyes again. "I don't know." Hazel drew him into her arms once more, rocking him as she glanced about, though it did little good, as she couldn't tell this Brooks apart from any Tom, Dick or Harry that passed. "Do you know where your home is? Your family?" she began, but Milo pulled back, scrubbing his sleeves across his cheeks. "They're dead. I only have Brooks." And this time Hazel's eyes glistened, threatening tears as well, for the plaintiveness in those words was like a great iceberg floating in the ocean, showing only the tiniest tip of the pain lurking beneath the surface. "Have no fear, Milo. We will set things to right," she said, though Hazel regretted the words the moment she spoke them, for no one could promise such a thing. "Now, let's see if we can find your Brooks." Chapter 5. Play acting wasn't Hazel's forte. Even as a child, when Arnold wanted her to play the damsel in distress to his valiant knight, she hadn't known how to manage such a thing. And when Amy had wished to dress up for tea parties, with their dolls playing the part of their guests, Hazel had disliked giving life to all the different toys. Not that her imagination stagnated at such a prospect, but her creativity manifested in a different manner than that of her siblings. Thankfully, by the time Nina, Walter and Sally had come along, there were enough years between them that the youngest Potts thought Hazel's oddity a result of her age. Unfortunately, it left her entirely unprepared to pretend all was well whilst Milo played on the floor of the morning room. Concealing her feelings was one thing. Her grandparents had spent years helping her to hone that ability, but it was another to manifest a sense of calm she didn't feel, and every anxious expression set Milo sniffling again. Grandmother and grandfather hardly required her to be happy as she fetched their things, helped them up the stairs, and otherwise saw to their every whim and need. Their voices echoed from the adjacent parlour, and Hazel tried to seize hold of her equanimity, but it was entirely too difficult to do when fretting. It took most of her self-control to keep from pacing the floor, let alone smile as Milo held up one of the toy horses. "This is a Clydesdale," he said. "Is it?" she asked. Milo nodded and lifted another. "And an Arabian, but I don't see any Mustangs or Appaloosas, and I don't know what this is." Holding yet another, he turned his gaze to her, as though hoping she would supply the answer, though Hazel knew nothing about such things. When she purchased them to entertain her nephews and nieces when they visited, she hadn't considered whether they were modelled after actual breeds. "I'm afraid I do not know what it is, and I cannot say I've heard of an Appaloosa. It might be an American breed," she replied. "Do you like horses?" Forcing a smile whilst relaxing her hands, Hazel reminded herself that there was nothing more to do. The local constabulary had been notified, so they need only wait. And hope. Fussing would do no good. Yet Greater Edgerton had just been integrated into the Lancashire Constabulary, shifting the organisation significantly enough that oversights and mistakes were bound to happen. And then there was the second station. The constable she'd spoken to assured her they would send word there as well, in case Brooks chose to visit one over the other. But what if they didn't? Then there was the issue of the man himself. The little she gleaned from Milo made it clear the fellow wasn't a relative of any sort. He'd brought the child from America to England, which presupposed that he was invested in keeping Milo, but he wouldn't be the first guardian to abandon his charge. Had their separation been an accident? A knock on the front door had her straightening, and Milo rose to his feet in anticipation, his gaze fixed on the morning room doorway. Hazel's breath stilled, and she prayed the man had finally appeared, but her shoulders fell as she recognized the postman's voice echoing from down the corridor. The front door closed once more, and Maggie took the post to another part of the house, yet Milo stood there, waiting. "And how did you learn so much about horses?" asked Hazel, drawing the lad's attention. "Dad taught me. I helped in the livery stable when school was out." Though Milo hadn't revealed much about his family, Hazel guessed the loss was a new one, and she struggled to know what to do as tears gathered in the lad's eyes whilst they fixed on the doorway, willing there more Brooks to appear. Shifting from her seat, Hazel tucked her petticoats and lowered herself to the ground before snatching up the plate and offering him another biscuit, and Milo stuffed it into his mouth with all the delicacy and manners one expected of an 8-year-old boy. "These are yummy cookies," he said. Such an odd word, but understanding the context, Hazel didn't feel the need to correct the boy, though she did prod him to take smaller bites. Should the worst happen and Mr. Brooks not appear, Mr. Vogel's money could provide for them both, and adopting a stray would hardly do more damage to her reputation. No doubt some would think her silly for it, but having visited foundling hospitals and orphanages, Hazel couldn't bring herself to send Milo there. Not that she desired to take on another responsibility. Her grandparents already demanded too much of her. Perhaps she might find him a good home with parents who would treat him as their own. Of course, all of these thoughts were far too hasty when the lad had only been in her care for a few hours, but Hazel couldn't keep her mind from leaping straight to the worst scenarios. She could do nothing more to ensure Milo was reunited with Brooks, leaving her mind free to fret when it was far too early to consider such things. Hazel reached over to the nearby armchair and snatched up a box, grasping at something to distract the both of them. "Do you like puzzles?" Milo straightened and then leaned forward to see what she held. "I don't know." "I have nieces and nephews who adore them, so I purchased one for when they visit," she said, lifting the lid and dumping the contents onto the rug. Sorting through the pieces, she found 2 that fit together and showed Milo. "Once you have them all together, it makes a picture." In a trice, he abandoned the horses, though they remained close at hand, and slowly a menagerie took shape with brightly coloured tigers and peacocks nestled between hulking bears and elephants. Milo pointed to the solitary horse amongst the creatures, but when he looked closer, he frowned. "I don't know what that's supposed to be." "I fear whoever designed the image didn't have your eye for detail, Milo," she said, fixing together the pieces to make an equally generic dog. "As it is an entirely new breed, what would you call it?" Milo glanced at her and his brows rose. "A Costerdale?" Quickly, she formulated other odd possibilities, weighing which was more likely to draw a grin. "Or a Moster." When that only earned her a puzzled look, she added, "A blend of Milo Costa, since you are the one naming it." A faint smile caused the edges of his lips to twitch. "Or I could name it after you, a Hazel or a Hotz." "The Hotz likes to trot," she replied. Milo wrinkled his nose, but his smile stretched. "A thorough Potts." The jests were weak, but as he continued to suggest twisted versions of their names, Hazel was quite willing to delve into the ridiculousness. "An Potts looser," she replied, and Milo guffawed, falling over and scattering some of the puzzle pieces. "Milo Stang," he countered, "or a Lipotsan." As she'd exhausted the limits of the breed names she knew, Hazel tossed out other possibilities, none of which were terribly creative, but with each addition, Milo laughed and replied in kind. Then the doorbell rang. They froze, turning their attention to the visitor, and when Maggie opened the door, Hazel straightened at the unfamiliar voice. "Brooks!" Milo leapt from his position on the ground and darted for the door, but before he made it to the corridor, a man appeared, bending down to scoop the boy into his arms. Milo was large enough that it wasn't an easy feat, though Mr. Brooks made it appear so as he held him fast. "I turned around and you were gone. Where did you go?" he whispered. But before Milo could respond, the fellow spilled out apologies, all while clinging to the boy. But for all that Mr. Brooks was clearly alarmed, it was nothing compared to the tears Milo shed into the man's shoulder. Hazel's chest warmed as she watched the exchange, though she did shift uncomfortably at witnessing the intimate moment, and because her feet were beginning to go numb beneath her. Forcing herself up, she brushed off her skirts and focused on picking up the puzzle pieces to give the pair some privacy, though she couldn't miss the murmured exchanges. "Never do that again, Milo," he whispered. "I was so scared." "Me too, until Miss Potts found me," replied Milo. That drew Mr. Brooks's attention to her, and Hazel paused and straightened as his light blue eyes fixed on her as though only just realizing she was there. And, good heavens, she couldn't help but stare back at him, for the fellow was uncomfortably handsome. Hazel didn't consider herself a besotted fool. Gentlemen had stoked her fancy before, but it had been some years since she'd given much consideration to any man. Yet she found herself disconcertingly aware of Mr. Brooks. Though she preferred a closer crop, his long locks were appealing. With his hat in his hand, the dark waves hung over his ears with enough curl to frame his face without being riotous. The fellow looked to be nearing 40, with a few flecks of grey at his temples showing his age, but that only enhanced his natural appeal. And his eyes. Goodness, they were light enough to be striking on their own, but with his dark colouring, they stood out like shining crystals. For all that a gentleman in his finery was appealing in many ways, Hazel knew right there and then that nothing compared to a labourer's clothes. With dirt smudged along his cheeks and brow, which had the added benefit of enhancing the brightness of his eyes. "Miss Potts?" he asked, and Hazel forced herself to stop gaping. Chapter 6. "I gather you are Mr. Brooks," said Hazel. Lowering Milo to the ground, he extended his hand. "Words cannot express my gratitude, Miss Potts. I owe you so very much for your kindness. I feared—" Mr. Brooks paused, his voice straining before he gathered himself. "You are a godsend." "I am happy to be of service, Mr. Brooks," she replied with utter sincerity. "I cannot say how relieved I am to see you. I feared you might never discover where he'd gotten to." With one hand wrapped around Milo, he gripped his hat in the other. "I wish there was some way to repay you." "Think nothing of it," she said, raising her hands to forestall any further argument. "I am so very pleased to see you two reunited." Giving her a bow, Mr. Brooks turned toward the door, but Milo tugged on his hand. "Can I stay and finish my puzzle?" "We needn't take up any more of Miss Potts' time." "Please?" he asked, using the inflection that children in every culture and century have employed to petition their caregivers, dragging the vowels out to untenable lengths. Mr. Brooks glanced at Hazel, and she held up her hands once more. "It is no burden if you wish to remain," she said. Milo hurried over to the puzzle and pointed out the few missing bits. "There isn't much left." Pinching his nose, Mr. Brooks sighed. "Very well, but hurry. We have somewhere to be, and it cannot be put off much longer." Without seeming to hear anything but the capitulation, Milo grabbed the box and the few pieces she had gathered as the adults stood there, staring at each other. "Please sit," she said, motioning to the sofa. "You are very kind, madam, but I do not wish to ruin your furniture," he said with a dip of the head. Mr. Brooks stood there in the doorway, gripping his hat in his hands as he shifted from foot to foot, and Hazel couldn't help but wonder at the odd fellow. The guardian of an orphaned American, yet clearly Mr. Brooks was not only from England, but he boasted a good pedigree. Despite his worn clothes and hands, which implied he was a low-born labourer, His manners and accent did not belong to that class. A gentleman fallen on hard times, perhaps? But the thought seemed ridiculous, as the gentry were more willing to spend themselves into debtor's prison than earn their bread with their own hands. "Might I offer you some refreshment?" she asked, but he shook his head. "I do not wish to be more of a burden," he replied, his gaze never drifting from Milo, as though afraid the boy might disappear again. Striding to the corridor, Hazel called for Maggie to bring a sheet and more food, and when she returned, Mr. Brooks's stunning gaze met hers. "There is no reason for us to stand about like this," she said with a blush. "Assisting in your reunion has been a blessing, not a burden, and you ought to rest a moment after the fright you've suffered." Maggie appeared a moment later, and they laid the sheet over the furniture to ease Mr. Brooks's worries, though he reluctantly took the offered seat only after Hazel settled herself onto the sofa. The maid hurried away, and Milo filled the silence that followed, demanding the attention of both adults as he pieced each creature together. A moment later, the maid arrived with a tray of biscuits and tea, setting it out for the pair to enjoy, though Mr. Brooks took only a few bites. "You are new to the area?" she asked, but the fellow's attention was so fixed on the boy that Hazel had to ask the question twice before he heard her. "Just arrived today." For all that Hazel longed to pry, it wasn't her business to ask about the odd pairing or the reason behind their journey from America, but her thoughts buzzed with questions. Instead, she focused on far more concerning things, the mightiest of which made her stomach sink. "Are you looking for work? If so, I fear you've chosen a poor time to come to Lancashire," she said with a frown. Mr. Brooks's attention finally turned from Milo as he looked at her. "What do you mean?" "The cotton famine." When that elicited no response, she continued, "With the war in America, cotton isn't being shipped here to be processed, and our economy is dependent on the mills. They say the war will end soon, but in the meantime, most mills have had to cut wages and positions to weather the storm. I fear there is an abundance of labourers and not much work to be done." Those hypnotic eyes of his fell away as he feigned interest in Milo's latest animal offering, his brows and the tightness of his jaw testifying that his thoughts were far from the lad. "Do you know of Newland Mills?" asked Mr. Brooks. "I cannot claim to know much about the individual businesses, but I can say they haven't closed their doors. The Ashbrooks are very capable of weathering the trouble." Some of the strain eased from his expression, though a majority remained, creasing his forehead and tightening his muscles. As Mr. Brooks's attention was fixed on Milo, he didn't notice Hazel's brow furrowing as she studied him. "I cannot say whether or not Newland Mill is hiring," she added, "but the family who own it are known to be kind and generous masters." Her assurances fell on deaf ears, and Hazel wished she'd kept her questions to herself. Curiosity killed the cat, after all. Yet she worried about the odd pair. Silly though that may be, having now inserted herself into their lives, she wondered what was to happen to Milo and his dutiful guardian. "Hazel?" called Grandmother from down the corridor. As much as Hazel wished to ignore the summons, the tone in that call was very telling, and it would only make matters worse if she did so. "Coming, Grandmother," called Hazel, but it didn't reassure the lady, and the sound of footsteps followed, bringing Grandmother into the morning room. "Oh, here you are. I do not know where my knitting went," she said, her hands clenched before her. "It is in the parlour, on the sofa." "But it isn't." Milo and Mr. Brooks glanced at the two, and Hazel forced her face not to heat. "I will be there in a moment, Grandmother." "But Hazel, it is missing. The maid has stolen it." No, it had simply fallen on the floor or been covered by a cushion, as was always the case, but Grandmother was beyond reasoning. Until the implements were placed into her hands, she would be at odds. "Just a moment, please. I have guests," began Hazel, but Mr. Brooks rose to his feet and beckoned for Milo. "Come, we must be out of their way," he said, reaching down to put the pieces into the box. "But I'm almost done," said Milo with a frown, snatching one from Mr. Brooks's hand and fitting it into place. Grandmother grabbed Hazel by the hands and tugged on her. "Please, you must help me find it this very moment. I am certain the maid has stolen it. She has wicked eyes." "But I want to stay," said Milo. Hazel couldn't hear what Mr. Brooks said to allay the boy's growing agitation, for she had to manage her grandmother's. "No one has stolen your needles and yarn, and Maggie is a dear." Drawing nearer to the lady, Hazel took her by the arm and led her back into the corridor. In a low voice, she added, "I will meet you in the parlour in just a moment. I need to see my guests out, and then I will read to you while you knit. I found another novel I think you might enjoy." "But I require your assistance now," replied Grandmother. "It is well past the time for us to take our leave," said Mr. Brooks, scooping up the last of the puzzle and setting the box on the sofa. Milo stood silently at his side with a frown, but the lad gave no more objections. Placing a hand around his shoulders, Mr. Brooks led him around the ladies. "Please, Mr. Brooks." Hazel grabbed him by the arm, stopping him in place, but she released it as quickly as she touched it, and her silly cheeks decided to flush with heat, undoubtedly turning a garish shade of red. "Please call again if you require assistance. I do not have many connections, but both my father's and mother's families own businesses, and I'm certain I can find you employment if the worst happens. Heavens, we could do with a manservant here as well, if need be." The fellow straightened and held out his hand once more, a faint smile in his gaze, and when she didn't think her face could burn any hotter, he bowed low over her hand. "You are too kind, Miss Potts. Thank you for everything you've done." With that, he turned and led Milo to the front door, sweeping out of it before Hazel could think what to say or do. No, she stood there like a ninny, fawning over a labourer who was too handsome for her good. Grandmother teetered, drawing her attention, and Hazel took her by the arm to steady her. "Now, let's see if we can find your knitting." Chapter 7. Despite knowing he was holding Milo's hand too tightly, Lucas Ashbrook couldn't force his fingers to loosen as they stepped across Miss Potts' threshold and into the passing crowds. He had only taken his attention from Milo for a moment, and the boy had gotten himself lost in the thick of things. Lucas wasn't risking it again. A silent prayer filled his heart, giving gratitude for Miss Potts and her intervention. The town had doubled in size in the past decade, and it was far too large to find a single lost boy. How easily Milo could have gone missing forever, or fallen into the hands of unscrupulous people. Having been one of those not long ago, Lucas knew too well the sorts of evil things that might have happened to the lad, and his heart shuddered, sending out icy waves of dread as he considered just how close he'd come to failing Milo and his parents. "I wanted to finish the puzzle, Brooks," grumbled Milo, his shoulders lowering as though that injustice was the greatest of sufferings. "We had already taken up too much of Miss Potts's time," replied Lucas, the words coming without thought, for his mind was far too focused on their destination to explain the whole of his reasoning. Allowing himself to procrastinate a few minutes longer had been a welcome diversion, but they hadn't travelled some 3,000 miles to sit in a parlour putting together puzzles. Lucas's pulse pounded as his feet dragged him along the pavement. Though the town had altered greatly, the path home remained the same, and for all that it had taken a month to arrive at this moment, these last few steps were proving the most difficult of the journey. And then there it was, the front door he knew so well. 8.5 years ago, he'd left his home and country, vowing never to return. Convinced he was the victim of his siblings' machinations and his parents' blindness, Lucas had wished to see every last stone toppled from the building, yet now he couldn't help but feel a swell of peace at seeing the place so unaltered, even if that sentiment was quickly doused by worries about what he'd find inside. In his younger years, Lucas hadn't feared his parents. A few tears and promises to do better, and they easily forgave any sins he'd committed. The pattern had been so familiar that he never doubted the reception he would receive. But their final words played in his mind, and his stomach twisted and tightened as Lucas prayed that this long journey hadn't been in vain. Surely they would welcome him home, for Milo's sake if nothing else. Lucas couldn't breathe. The air caught in his lungs as his hand refused to knock. His eyes burned a hole in the wood, willing it to open of its own accord, even while he considered any alternative to crossing that threshold. Head lowering, he stared at his feet, his jaw clenching until his teeth ached. The small hand tightened around his, drawing his gaze to the lad at his side. Despite Milo's face showing signs that Miss Potts had attempted to clean him up, dirt stained his cheeks, and the hat Lucas had procured for the boy hung low, the wide crown far too large for his head, though it did an admirable job of keeping the thin child dry. From beneath the rim, his hazel eyes asked the question the lad's lips wouldn't. They had travelled well over 3,000 miles, only to stand on his parents' doorstep. Forcing in a breath, Lucas focused on the child. For all that he refused to gamble any more, this voyage had been a mighty one, and to surrender now would be foolhardy at best. It was time to see whether or not it was a risk worth taking. Lucas tugged the bell pull. With clouds choking the sky, it was impossible to tell the hour, though it was late enough in the day that they might be dressing for dinner. Or it might be early enough that Mother and Father were seated together in the parlour whilst she read aloud and he tinkered with his beloved machinery, cleaning out the gears and cogs before carefully replacing them. The door swung open and a maid frowned at the pair. "Deliveries are to be brought round to the back." Lucas placed a hand out to catch the door before she closed it just as quickly. "I am not a servant or tradesman, miss. I'm here to see Mr. and Mrs. Ashbrook." Her brows rose as her gaze travelled the length of his muddy and sodden form. Lucas hadn't been presentable when it started the journey, and spending 2.5 weeks shovelling coal into a steamer's furnace, followed by 9 days of walking across the rain-drenched landscape, hadn't improved matters. The pair of them looked to be precisely what they were, beggars. "If you wish for work, inquire at the mill," she said, attempting to swing the door shut once more, but Lucas refused to budge. "I must speak with your master and mistress." And hopefully the latter would appear first, though Lucas would gladly accept either. "And your name, sir?" asked the maid. Such a simple question, yet the words lodged in his throat, and he found himself unable to give them voice. Would his parents be embarrassed if others knew their son was in such a sorry state? And what right did he have to claim the connection after how much pain he'd caused? Milo fidgeted and tugged on Lucas's hand, those young eyes looking as though the boy was ready to flee. Placing an arm around the lad's shoulders, Lucas steeled himself to speak. "Jane, what is going on? Who is at the door?" The lady of the house swept in behind the maid, though her steps weren't as strong as they'd been the last time Lucas had seen her. Time had caught up with Mary Ashbrook, yet the lady still looked as regal as he recalled her. Her pale grey eyes widened as she stood there, staring at him. "Hello, Mother," murmured Lucas. Taking his hat from his head, he held it in one hand as his gaze fell to the ground. The silence that followed those 2 words felt like a lead cloak settling over his shoulders, and Lucas braced himself for the fury that was about to unleash upon him. Mother let out a strangled noise, and then her arms enfolded him. Lucas's gaze was drawn upward, though he couldn't see her as she clung to his dirty self, and all he could do was stare down the corridor as her tears and jagged breaths echoed in his ears. Again, he could hardly speak, but for a new reason. As much as he tried to fight it, Lucas's vision blurred as he revelled in the feel of his mother's embrace. How many times had she held him thusly? Yet so often he had dismissed the warmth and solace found there. "I am sorry, Mother," he whispered, but that only caused her to weep harder. "Oh, my dear boy," she murmured in return. She leaned back, her bright gaze sweeping over him, her brows furrowing, and he knew all too well what a wretched sight he made. "Come in." But her breath jerked, breaking her words. "Your father—" Milo snatched his hand and tugged him forward, though Lucas stayed firmly on the doorstep. At his side, Milo coughed, and the boy wiped his nose on his forearm. Mother's gaze fell to the child, her eyes widening. "And who is this?" she asked, crouching down to look at Milo, who leaned closer to Lucas, stepping slightly behind him. "He's the son of a friend." Lucas drew a hand around the boy's shoulder, holding him close. "And now he's my ward, Milo Costa." Mother's gaze jerked to his, her brows shooting upward. "Oh!" But footsteps behind her drew their attention as father appeared in the corridor, staring at Lucas with the same wide-eyed silence as Mother had. Lucas's free hand clenched the brim of his hat, wrinkling it beyond salvation, and his insides writhed and squirmed as his gaze fell away. Gathering the last of his reserves, he called forth the speech he had cobbled together when they'd started this journey. The words had followed him across the Atlantic and the English countryside, and Lucas knew them by heart. "When last we spoke, you offered to help me find lodging and a position," said Lucas, forcing the words out. "I threw that assistance back in your face, but might I—" His voice cracked, and he drew in a sharp breath, holding it firm until he could force out the rest of the words. "Might I hope that the offer still stands, or is it too late for me?" Mother straightened, her gaze shifting between her husband and son, and still father remained silent. Lucas felt the gentleman's gaze burning into him. "Do you truly desire our assistance, not just a handout?" asked father, his tone so quiet and monotone that Lucas couldn't discern the gentleman's feelings behind the question, and he didn't dare raise his gaze to see the expression that accompanied it. "More than anything, father, I would gladly do any honest work." "You would?" The question was even quieter than before, and Lucas's head hung low. "I am sorry for what I said before. I am sorry for my stubborn pride. I am sorry for having been such a poor excuse for a son, but I do hope I am not past redemption." But Lucas couldn't speak another word, for father was there, holding him just as firmly as mother had. And for the first time since leaving America's shores, Lucas could breathe. Chapter 8. The carriage swayed gently, and the rhythmic clop of the horses' hooves echoed off the cobblestones and the buildings, which loomed high on either side of the street. Despite the gas lamps casting light across the storefronts, the world was leached of colour, leaving the painted shutters and signs shrouded in shades of grey and black. Perspective was an odd thing. The last time he had graced the streets of Greater Edgerton, traipsing about on foot had seemed ridiculous. Unless it was a quick jaunt, there was no reason not to put the horse and gig to work. Now he found it difficult to sit whilst carried about. It wasn't as though the Breadmores' home was so very far from Oak Hall. Granted, the Lucas of the past would have thought it a mighty distance, but now it felt like naught but a hop, skip and a jump away, hardly requiring such extravagance. But now his parents were of an age where jaunts, whether long or short, were best done in a carriage. Lucas's eyes adjusted to the flickering lights coming through the window as he studied the people opposite him. Nearly 9 years since he'd seen them last, and just as that time had wrought a mighty change in him, it showed its handiwork on their visages. Wrinkles marked their faces, and Grey's relentless march across their heads had finally succeeded in wiping away their original brown hues. Lucas's knee bounced as he turned his gaze to the darkened street passing by the window. "All will be well, "And you will have a splendid time," said Mother, reaching forward to place a stilling hand on his leg. "The Breadmores' midsummer party is the grandest event of the summertime. You've hardly ventured out of the house in the past fortnight except to work, and it will do you good to go out into society." Lucas tried to smile, but it was difficult when his insides were pretending they were acrobats. "It isn't proper for a labourer to mix with society." "We will find you a better position," said Father with a frown. "You are a talented man with a fine education. You needn't take such lowly employment." "I will keep searching, but with the economy struggling, many talented and educated men are looking for positions," murmured Lucas. "It is a miracle Newland Mills can keep me on as it is, and I cannot sit around waiting for something better whilst I have two hands able to do the work. I do not want to live off your charity." It was enough that they'd convinced him to remain at Oak Hall at present for Milo's sake. The thought of taking anything more made Lucas's chest grow unbearably tight. "But you are an Ashbrook," replied Father. Lucas sighed. "We have discussed this at length, so there is no need to revisit the subject once more. Conrad doesn't wish to see me, and I will not force my presence on him. With him in the office and me in the mill, we can effectively ignore each other. Besides, I spent the last year and a half making my living with my hands. The work doesn't bother me." Since the subject was broached, there was no reason not to add, "I've contacted those gentlemen you suggested about positions. I don't know when I will receive replies, but I am hopeful one of them will have something. There may not be any employment to be found here, but surely there is something in London, Manchester, or Liverpool." That was met by silence, and Lucas's heart twisted in his chest as he saw his mother reach for Father's hand. "Nothing will ever be solved if you flee again," said Father. And Lucas didn't know how to respond to that. Despite the truth behind the sentiment, the statement itself was far from accurate. 8 years ago, Lucas had left his home, presumably forever, but it hadn't been fleeing. If Conrad hadn't offered such a substantial bribe, Lucas would never have left these shores so decisively, and the cycle of destruction would have continued. Even if Mother and Father's resolve had finally proven stronger than Lucas's talent for twisting them about, he would have hounded his brother and the rest of the family, driving them mad with his demands, bleeding his family dry like the leech he was. However, Mother and Father wouldn't welcome the knowledge that one of their sons had plotted against the other, even if it had been necessary, and Lucas would keep that secret to his dying day. His stomach writhed, and Lucas brushed the feeling aside. There was no use wallowing in guilt for having gone back on his promise to Conrad. Even his brother would agree that the vow Lucas gave to Milo's mother on her deathbed trumped the one keeping him from home, something he would tell Conrad if his brother ever acknowledged him. Milo needed a proper home, clothes and food, and even the best wages he'd earned in America couldn't provide all that for both him and the boy. "Lucas!" Father's voice cut through his thoughts and dragged him back to the conversation at hand. "True, fleeing will not help matters," replied Lucas. "However, do you believe there is anything I can do to solve the trouble I heaped upon our family all those years ago?" "You underestimate us," said Mother with a frown. "Conrad and Ruby are reasonable and compassionate people. I truly believe that with time, they will come to believe your remorse." "I destroyed her life, Mother." Though Lucas tried to soften his tone, the bitterness he felt towards his previous wretched self bled into each syllable, and he couldn't help the bite. "I tricked her. I lied to her. I faked a wedding and ruined her, and all to win a wager. A pair of bored and unscrupulous men made her the object of their torment and thought nothing of sacrificing her reputation, morals, and heart on the altar of their boredom and vanity." Forcing himself to acknowledge the whole of his sins, he added, "I could have abandoned her at the inn the moment our false wedding night concluded and the wager was won, but even that wasn't good enough for me. I remained at her side for weeks, pretending to be a doting husband because it amused me. I painted grand pictures of the life we'd have together, all while silently laughing at the silly lady who dared to trust me, knowing that each day we spent together made it more and more likely that she would be left with a child to care for. Lucas's ribs constricted, squeezing his heart until it was liable to burst. I used her without a second thought, abandoned her, and then had the gall to believe myself the victim when the consequences landed on my head and I was required to make things right by her. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the window. As if marrying me would have made anything right. I would have only secured her a place in a living hell. Silence met that statement, and Lucas could see that future all too clearly. Far too many women married wretched husbands, leaving them laden with children and forced to face the world, whilst bound to a man who only made every day more difficult. Lucas drew in a sharp breath and added, "But then, a creature so selfish and amoral as me wouldn't dare sacrifice even a shred of his comfort to save the lady he'd so cruelly used and the child he had sired. No, I abandoned her a second time, leaving my kind and honourable brother forced to marry her in my stead." Throat tightening, Lucas struggled through the pain surging through his veins, but rather than bat it away, he welcomed it deeper into his heart and soul, weaving those feelings into his very core. That past was a part of him and always would be. Though others assured him the guilt would fade, Lucas revelled in the beautiful agony that served as a reminder of the mistakes he refused to repeat. When he calmed enough to speak, he continued, "I am grateful they found happiness together. It is more than I could have ever offered her. But I cannot think of what I did to Ruby without revulsion and disgust. How much worse is it for her? How do you think I can ever earn their forgiveness?" "You underestimate them, son," said Mother, her tone gentle but firm. "In truth, I think they are mostly concerned about us all falling into old habits, which you can disabuse them of in time. And," turning to Father, she held fast to him, and he continued the narrative. "And they are concerned about Alexander." "Who?" asked Lucas. Though the moment the question slipped past his lips, he knew the answer. There was only one person whom Conrad and Ruby would fret about most, and though he'd never heard the lad's name before, Lucas knew it was their eldest son. Father cleared his throat. "They are worried you will say something to him or others." Lucas held up a staying hand. "I have no interest in interfering with their son, and I do mean their son. I am not his father in any way that matters. I regret many things in my life, but I do not regret relinquishing that title to Conrad. He is and always will be more deserving of it, and I have no interest in intruding." "Give them time and they will come to see how you've changed," said Mother. "But not if you avoid them at every turn." "And how do you know I've changed?" he asked with a sigh and a furrowed brow. "I know that I truly wish to be good, but is it any wonder they are suspicious when you open your arms to me without any evidence? Conrad knows how easily I manipulated you in the past, and from his perspective, this is no different." In truth, Lucas rather thought Conrad and Ruby were sensible for doubting him. For all that life could alter greatly in a short amount of time, the change wrought within him was startling even to himself. At times, he felt as though he truly had died that night in the alleyway, and the man who had arisen from his sickbed was a stranger, someone foreign and new. "This is entirely different," said Mother, "and nothing you can say will convince me otherwise. I know we were quick to believe you before, but we were never ignorant of who you were. We were simply hopeful that our forgiveness and love would produce a different outcome." His brows rose at that, but before he could think what to say to that revelation, Mother continued, "You were very good at supplying tears when it suited you, and going about in sackcloth and ashes as though you were the worst of sinners. The man who appeared on our doorstep a fortnight ago wasn't playing to an audience. The Lucas of 8 years ago would never have refused an office position in favour of menial labour to spare his brother the pain of working together. And even if you had accepted that lower position as part of your act, you would never have lasted 1 week, let alone 2, added Father. Mother nodded. And you've rejected every kindness we've offered, never accepting anything more than what was needed for fear you might regress. That reveals far more than you realise, dearest. Chest tightening, Lucas turned his blurry gaze to the window and forced his lungs to release the breath he'd been holding. Before, his tears had always arrived on cue, but now they came without bidding and refused to leave until they were good and ready. Huffing at himself, Lucas tried to seize hold of his heart once more, but it thrummed painfully in his chest as he considered these 2 good people before him. They deserved to know. Chapter 9. I have wanted... Lucas's voice broke, and he drew in another breath, forcing himself to steady once more. There is something I've wished to tell you for some time, but I didn't wish it. I thought that perhaps... Shaking his head, he simply moved forward. The last thing I said to you before I left was that, if I died, it would be your fault, and I would go to my grave cursing you. Lucas's gaze fell away from them, and he scratched at his cheek. I want you to know that I was wrong on both counts. All of my troubles were of my own making, all of them. I was too proud and selfish to recognize your goodness. The others remained silent, which was for the best, as he couldn't think how to phrase the next bit. Hints of it had arisen in previous conversations, but despite the danger being well and truly over, Lucas knew his mother would feel it as though it was still happening. Yet they deserved to know. I nearly died, he whispered. Milo's father found me in an alleyway nearly frozen through. I don't know what possessed him to do so, but he brought me home and nursed me back to health, though they didn't believe I would survive. Pausing, Lucas drew in a sharp breath. People describe hell as fire and brimstone, burning for all eternity. But in truth, it is silence and isolation. Being trapped forever with only your wretched self for company, and the memory of all the cruel things you did, replaying again and again without ceasing. Seeing all your guilt laid bare, and knowing the world was a better place without you in it. Lucas's throat tightened, and he tried to find the words to describe the anguish of his soul at that moment. I was surrounded by darkness as eternity stretched before me. Those little sparks of conscience I had snuffed out in my youth grew stronger, forcing me to realize how useless I was, how much pain I had caused. An echo of those feelings surged in his heart, sending a shiver across his skin. I thought I had died and was consigned to hell, forced to spend an eternity fully aware yet entirely alone. I stared into that empty void stretching before me and realized I was a waste of a person who would rather steal a coin from a poor child than earn it himself. Lucas's voice trembled, and he pulled those thoughts to a halt, turning back to the point he was trying to make. I had been blessed with such wonderful parents, and I threw all your kindness and generosity in your face. I didn't deserve you. Mother sniffled and shifted forward, moving carefully to his side of the carriage to wrap her arms around him. Oh, my darling. Lucas sank into the embrace, revelling in it as he never would have before. But then, he hadn't understood how finite life was. We are proud of you, added Father. With a huff, Lucas pulled away to face the gentleman. When I am so blind that it took facing my demise for me to recognize my folly. Many people have those moments of clarity, but the true test of character is what you do afterward, said Father. It is easy to alter oneself when one is faced with such strong and immediate motivation, but here you are, over a year later, still doing your best to be a good man and a worthy guardian to little Milo. He is such a sweet boy, said Mother, leaning back into the seat beside her son. He is like his parents, replied Lucas. They are some of the best people I have ever known. They were. Despite having stood as witness to their last moments on this earth, Lucas found himself struggling to believe Matteo and Holly were gone. 2 months ago, they'd been healthy and happy. And the children. Having lived on the streets, Lucas had thought his senses deadened to the aroma of filth and muck, but mixed with the scent of death, it churned even the hardest of stomachs. The smell filtered through his memory, permeating his nostrils as the images skittered through his thoughts. Little Emmett crying in his bassinet as the sickness stole away his life. Inez and Joy cuddled together in their bed, trying to stave off the misery that had infected their bodies. Their parents' fevered and frenzied minds failing them as they fought through their dying breaths. Lucas wrenched himself from those thoughts. Scrubbing at his face, he wiped at his eyes and shifted in his seat. Mother's hand rested on his knee once more, and he allowed that touch to anchor him into the here and now. Thank you for everything. Clearing his throat, Lucas added, But I would ask that you do not press the issue of Conrad and me. At present, I must focus on getting myself and Milo established. I came here for his sake, and while I wish to restore my relationship with my siblings in time, forcing me into Conrad's path will only make matters worse. Mother sighed and tucked her arm through his. I suppose you are right, Lucas. I fear I cannot help but hope for the fracture to heal, but one cannot hurry it along. No matter how much you wish to, added Father with a hint of a smile. That is fine talk from you, Sirrah, she replied with a mock scowl. You've been just as eager. Weren't you just speaking about having him work in the office alongside Conrad? The pair teased back and forth, and Lucas slipped into the strangely familiar yet foreign feel of it. Such banter was commonplace with Ambrose and Mary Ashbrook, yet he hadn't appreciated just how magical that simple exchange was. The easy chatter flowing between them that spoke of two hearts fully knitted together. The cityscape shifted around them, and Lucas longed for bed. After a hard day's work and that heavy conversation, he was spent in every way possible, and though he was certain neither of them would fault him for begging off, they asked so little of him that he couldn't speak the words. They wanted him at the party, so he would go. Leaden Court was on the far side of town, sitting on the outskirts yet still within the town proper, and when they alighted from the carriage, Lucas felt as though he was staring up at a grand palace, despite knowing it was far from the nicest home in Greater Edgerton. No vast grounds stretched around it, as was usual of such a palatial building, but the house still managed a stately air, rising high above them and stretching out to fill much of the street front before them. Straightening his jacket, Lucas gazed up at the edifice and shifted in place. His feet ached, which was a dire sign indeed, for the pain was only going to get worse, but there was nothing to be done about it. Come, Lucas, said Mother, slipping her arms through his and Father's and tugging them up the front steps. Tonight will be diverting, I promise. I fear my definition of diverting has changed, replied Lucas. I should hope so, replied Father, but that doesn't mean it's going to be tedious. Having arrived by carriage, Lucas and his parents moved through the foyer and past the many people who were now relieving themselves of their walking shoes in favour of their dancing slippers. Making quick work of the receiving line, they followed the trickle of people to the first floor, and Lucas shifted his grip on his mother's arm to help her up the stairs. The drawing-room hosted the ball proper, whilst the parlour and sitting rooms offered various games, and the dining-room showcased a veritable banquet, filling the corridors with mouth-watering scents. And it wasn't even the dinner proper, but a vast selection of nibbles and drinks for the guests to enjoy, lest they waste away before the appointed hour. The whole affair was as opulent as he recalled these parties to be, yet Lucas couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the lavishness. A single gown here could have fed and housed the Costa family for months. But those thoughts scattered when he spied Conrad and his wife, talking and laughing with a few of their friends. Despite having glimpsed the pair before tonight, Lucas had done his utmost to avoid them, yet there they stood, and he couldn't help noticing the changes wrought in the pair over the years. Ruby straightened Conrad's cravat, her hands brushing the lapels as she smiled, which transformed her naturally stern features until they shone with the sort of beauty that only maturity could attain. Conrad murmured something to her, eliciting a laugh, and then she settled into his side as he threaded her hand through his arm. 9.5 years ago, the pair had only just begun exploring the affection taking root in the marriage that had been forced upon them through Lucas's selfishness. But now their hearts were woven together into a unified whole, a partnership in every way, and it made Lucas's heart lighter to see it. Then Conrad's eyes found him, and all that brightness vanished like a candle caught in a draught. Expression falling, the fellow stared at him, and Lucas stepped away from Mother's hold whilst fighting to keep his posture straight. His eyes darted away from his brother, but before he could stop them, they caught Ruby's, and he found himself trapped in her dark gaze. When he had known her, Ruby Jeffries had been such a timid little thing, a ghost of a woman who did as her parents told her. But the lady standing before him was a force unto herself. Her stalwart nature, which had required Lucas to take such drastic measures to win his wager, was in the forefront now, making her seem strong and unshakable, regal and unbending. Forcing his eyes from hers, he shifted in place. "I am going to wander for a bit." And with that, Lucas fled from his family and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 10. Being a tradesman's daughter was an odd state, neither fish nor fowl, so to speak, for Hazel did not belong amongst the lower orders, and though she had lived adjacent to the upper crust, she spent her days serving them, or eavesdropping on them, as ladies often spent their time in the bookshop gossiping about the latest goings-on in society. Hazel had often tried to imagine the grand parties and dances, but having never ventured into such elevated company, she hadn't been able to visualize the scant details she'd scavenged from the overheard conversations. And never in her wildest imaginings had she expected to warrant an invitation to such lush gatherings, especially not for the grandest social event of the summer. Money was such an abstract idea, and despite possessing it now, Hazel still felt like a shopkeeper's daughter, and thus not important enough to warrant such a distinction. At least she looked as though she belonged amongst Greater Edgerton's high society. The layers of organdy that gave the skirt shape were so thin that it felt as though she were hardly wearing anything at all. The gown looked ethereal and insubstantial, and though she usually eschewed caged crinolines, it suited the style and enhanced the impression that the gown simply floated around her. The tiny flowers embroidered throughout had cost a pretty penny, but she adored the detail. It softened the stark white, giving the gown a faint purple hue that was as delicate as the fabric. Goodness, Hazel adored it. If only her hair held even the slightest curl. This gown demanded a coiffure of ringlets, all light and bouncing, but Hazel's locks were as amenable as a governess with a well-used cane. No matter how she tried to win them over, they refused to bend. But Maggie had done her best, sweeping the dark tresses up into a crown of braids. Not as fashionable as curls, to be certain, but Hazel was pleased with the effect. All in all, Hazel felt in fine form, and she tried her hardest not to gape at Leaden Court's expansive rooms. She'd seen illustrations of London and Bath, and though empirically she knew this must pale in comparison, it seemed just as grand. The parquet flooring at her feet must have cost a mint, the herringbone pattern stretching the expanse of the drawing-room. And the fireplace! Good heavens! It was the largest she'd ever seen, with marble framing it, and expansive mirrors stretching from the mantelpiece to the ceiling. How they had delivered it to Greater Egerton without breaking the panes was a mystery, but it and the mirror opposite reflected the space, making it feel even more grand and glorious. To say nothing of the candles. The summer sun may be setting later in the evening, but there was no need to rely on natural lighting with the conflagration burning in the chandelier and sconces. And there she was, gaping like a fish again. Straightening, Hazel forced her expression to slacken once more. Though not ashamed of her past, there was no need to call attention to her middle-class manners. Despite having received various invitations of late, it still astonished her to wade into the thick of such opulence. Standing along the edge of the gathering, she watched the others canter about to the gallopade and tried to blend into the wallpaper. Her eyes scoured the crowd, examining all the particulars Fern would question her about when they met next, and Hazel wished she had a pencil and paper handy to take notes, for her friend was bound to demand more details than she could remember. "Miss Potts, there you are," said Mrs. Bredmore. For all that their hosts had welcomed her as readily as any of the other guests, Hazel still expected to discover some mistake had been made. Clearly, they were not counted amongst the believers when it came to the rumours concerning Mr. Vogel, but being eagerly greeted by a lady of Mrs. Bredmore's standing was more than Hazel could ever have imagined receiving. The lady stopped before her with a broad grin and motioned out. "I do not know with whom you are acquainted, but it would be my honour to introduce you around if you wish." Hazel's brows rose, and she managed to nod without looking like too much of a fool. "That would be delightful, Mrs. Bredmore. I know some by reputation, and I have met many in passing, but I cannot claim a friendship with anyone here." That was all the invitation the lady required, for Mrs. Bredmore immediately took Hazel by the arm and drew her into the thick of things. Names flew by with such rapidity that Hazel forgot them the moment they were spoken, and faces swirled like the dancers in the drawing-room until she felt dizzy. Drinks were fetched, refilling as quickly as she emptied them, and conversation buzzed in her ears as Mrs. Bredmore paraded her about all and sundry. But despite the warmth of their welcome and the fineness of her gown, Hazel felt as out of place as ever. They discussed people she didn't know and troubles she couldn't comprehend, as the nuances of society that plagued the elite of Greater Egerton were as foreign to Hazel as Greek. For all that they tried to insert her into the conversation, she felt like the shop girl she was, a middle-class nobody wrapped in an upper-class package. "Oh dear, you look a little faint," said the lady with a wince. "I fear I have overwhelmed you." Hazel shook her head, then amended the movement with a smile. "A little, but you have been so generous with your time and attention. I am more grateful than overwhelmed." "Think nothing of it," she said. "When I married Mr. Bredmore and settled in Greater Egerton, it was the first time I had ever left home, and finding my way in a new social circle was far more difficult than I had anticipated. I am certain you feel the same with your recent windfall." Mrs. Bredmore didn't trip over the word, speaking it as though it was inconsequential. No matter whether people thought her merely blessed or a trollop, no one referenced the inheritance without some hesitation, and Hazel longed to embrace the lady for her easy acceptance. "My dear," said Mr. Bredmore, sweeping forward with a smile for his wife and guest. "And Miss Potts, may I say again that you are a vision? Positively lovely." Snapping open her fan, Hazel tried to calm the flush in her cheeks, though she couldn't decide if the colour was from pleasure or embarrassment. In truth, it was a touch of both, for though she appreciated the attention, especially when heaped atop his wife's kindness, it only added to the feeling of being out of place. Hazel Potts was not the sort to earn such glowing praise. "You are too kind, Mr. Bredmore," she replied. "Never." Then, motioning forward, he nodded toward the guest at his left. "I have a gentleman here who is quite anxious to make your acquaintance. Miss Potts, might I introduce Mr. John Micklethwaite?" "I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Potts," said the gentleman in question as he straightened. Hazel's brows rose at once. They couldn't help themselves when faced with the Bredmores' clear attempt at matchmaking. Even in the middle classes, hostesses took perverse pleasure in forming romantic connections at their parties, yet their attentions had never turned in Hazel's direction. Granted, the last time she attended a party, she was naught but a poor plain spinster. Now she was a rich plain spinster. Quite the difference indeed. Yet despite the frisson of excitement that ran down her spine, the thought of wading into another conversation was too much to bear at present. "And I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Micklethwaite," replied Hazel. "But I must beg your forgiveness." "Is something the matter?" asked Mrs. Bredmore. "Not at all. I just require some air," she replied. And before the others could offer to accompany her, Hazel slipped away from the group and into the corridor. Mr. Micklethwaite's voice sounded behind her, but the music, thumping steps, and laughter were loud enough that she pretended she hadn't heard. Just a moment to herself, that was all. A little quiet. Solitude. Following the hallway, she wove between the other guests, slipping past them with as much grace as one could manage with a caged crinoline stretching one's skirts outward. For all that the invention allowed one to move more easily without the added weight of the layers upon layers of petticoats, every bump and jostle sent the thing swinging in a manner that threatened to overturn the pedestals stationed along the wall, each of which displayed fragile vases and delicate sculptures. Someone else, no doubt one of the myriad of people she had just met, attempted to stop her, but Hazel gave the lady a vague smile and a nod without slowing her journey. Turning a corner, she found a stretch of corridor that was far emptier than the others, as it led farther and farther away from the heart of the party. Was there nowhere to sit in solitude? The gardens would provide that amply, but Hazel hadn't the foggiest notion where they were. Though she spied quite a few seats scattered along the edges of rooms and corridors, they were in too visible a position, and she would be interrupted in a trice. Pausing at a set of red velvet curtains, Hazel recalled the oriel windows adorning the exterior of Leaden Court. Not bothering to question the impulse, she slipped behind the fabric shield and dropped onto the window seat, and directly onto someone's lap. Chapter 11. A gentleman yelped, jerking beneath Hazel, and she shot upward, only to find her feet tangling with his. Gravity and momentum conspired against her, throwing her off balance, but his hand caught her before she collapsed in the corridor. Hazel jerked from his grasp, her cheeks blazing, and she battered at the fabric to force the curtains aside. But the cruel things were determined to add to her misery by wrapping around her ridiculous skirts, tangling her even as she fought to free herself without yanking the drapes from the wall. "Good heavens, I do apologize, sir. I didn't mean to. I hadn't realized," she stammered and stuttered. "Miss Potts?" And gone was any chance for anonymity. Heat engulfed her, threatening to combust the curtains. Despite knowing it was futile, Hazel clung to them for a moment, wondering if perhaps she mightn't still flee without the fellow realizing it was her. The thought was foolhardy, but she entertained the notion all the same. Wincing, she turned to face the gentleman. With the curtains pulled closed at her back, Hazel had only the moonlight coming through the window and the slivers of candlelight peeking around the edges of the fabric to see by. But the fellow's eyes seemed to shine in the black, bringing to mind the only man she knew with such a startling feature. "Mr. Brooks?" Hazel asked in return, staring at him as thoroughly as he stared at her, and she was certain her brow was as wrinkled as his. Rising to his feet, the gentleman straightened his jacket. "The name is Ashbrook, in fact. Milo's family took to calling me Brooks." "Ah," she said, shifting in place. Inching backward into the curtains, Hazel nodded. "I do apologize for intruding. I was hoping for a bit of peace and quiet." Mr. Ashbrook stepped to the side and nodded at the seat. "No, please. If you are wishing for an escape, you must join me." "You want me to sit on your lap?" she asked with a brittle laugh. A heavy silence stretched before he finally said, "There is room enough for us both to sit side by side." Oh, how her cheeks burned, bright enough to illuminate the alcove. Hazel turned to look down the corridor and only succeeded in getting a face full of curtains. "I hate to press the issue, but I chose this as my hiding place and we are rather conspicuous at present," he said, and they were. Though the curtains provided a solid wall of fabric that blocked anyone seated from view, standing was another matter altogether, to say nothing of the fact that her skirts stuck out into the corridor. "Oh dear," she said, gathering them close. Stepping in, Hazel took the proffered seat, but still the hoops caused the skirts to jut outward. "May I?" he asked, though he was moving before she answered. Shifting the curtains and tugging on the hem of her gown, Mr. Ashbrook stuffed it down. Thankfully, Hazel had selected a very flexible cane hoop, and it bent with the effort, allowing the curtains to hang down unimpeded. And she was doubly thankful that she managed to keep a hold on her tongue, despite the anxious desire to laugh at having a gentleman manhandling her skirts. Only then did Mr. Ashbrook take the seat beside her. The distant strains of music and laughter broke the silence, but Hazel didn't know what to say to the fellow. Thankfully, there was space enough that they weren't squashed together, but she wasn't certain that sharing a hiding place with a handsome gentleman was any better than wading back into the fray, though the thought of speaking to a crowd of strangers was exhausting enough to keep her rooted to the spot. Thankfully, Mr. Ashbrook seemed content to sit there in silence. With the clear skies outside and the moon full tonight, there was enough light for Hazel's gaze to adjust to the darkness. Despite knowing it was the same Mr. Brooks who had graced her home a fortnight ago, it took several more heartbeats before she reconciled the gentleman beside her with the labourer who had arrived on her doorstep. Gone were the worn clothes and smears of dirt, exchanged for a finely cut jacket and pristine satin cravat. Hazel had idolized his scruffy appearance, but she could say with utter sincerity that evening wear suited him just as well. And that was the precise moment Hazel's addled wits drew a connection she ought to have seen sooner. "Ashbrook? As in the Newland Mills Ashbrooks?" she asked, turning her eyes to stare at the fellow. The gentleman shifted in his seat and scratched at his jaw. "Yes. My brother took over for our father a few years back." "And made you a labourer?" The question blurted out, and Hazel winced at herself. Shaking her head, she added, "Please ignore my foolish question. I fear my mouth likes to run away with itself when I am discomposed, and being both at a grand party, the likes of which I have never experienced before, and tucked away in a hiding place with a terribly handsome man, I find I am nothing but discombobulated at present." "Terribly handsome?" he asked. Hazel's eyes widened, and she stared at the shroud of velvet for a long moment before rising to her feet. "I do beg your pardon, Mr. Ashbrook, but I fear I have an urgent appointment that has slipped my mind." "You do?" "Yes, there is a train I must hurl myself in front of," she said, bobbing a curtsy. "Please excuse me." But Mr. Ashbrook stopped her with a hand at her elbow. "No need to leave, Miss Potts. Being told I'm terribly handsome isn't a hardship. If you stay, I might even allow you to describe how striking you find my eyes." Hazel paused and turned to look at him. "Are you teasing me?" "I would never jest about my handsomeness," he replied, though the delivery was dry enough that she almost believed him to be speaking in earnest. The pair remained in that position for several moments, before Hazel decided to return to her seat. "And I do not blame you for your curiosity," said Mr. Ashbrook as he tucked her skirts aside once more. "When an heir is overlooked in favour of a younger son, it is bound to raise all sorts of questions. I'm surprised more people haven't commented on it." In truth, she hadn't known anything about inheritances or who was the expected master of Newland Mills, but Hazel had said quite enough already. "And I fear I must correct your assumption," said Mr. Ashbrook with a frown. "My brother did not make me a labourer. My parents chose the right son to be the heir, and I am grateful they found me a position, given the current economy. Do not think poorly of my family. My situation is my own doing." In a low voice that she was certain he did not intend for her to hear, he murmured, "And my just reward." It didn't take a bloodhound to sniff out that there was a history there, and far more to the story than that succinct recitation. At the very least, his tone was steeped in so much regret, and given the context in which Hazel met the fellow, she couldn't help but guess that Mr. Ashbrook had fallen far in this world. "How is Newland Mills?" she asked. "Since we parted, I have often wondered if I was mistaken about its situation." "Thankfully not," replied Mr. Ashbrook. Then, sneaking a look at her, he added with a furrowed brow, "Do you believe in miracles?" "Of course. I have seen too many in my own life to say otherwise, though most are so small that others often dismiss them as mere good fortune." Mr. Ashbrook nodded. "Of late, I am starting to see more of those tiny little moments of inexplicable beauty in the world. But the point of my question is that Newland Mills was blessed 8.5 years ago when it burned to the ground." Hazel's brows shot upward. "I don't think most consider such a thing miraculous." "Perhaps not, for I know many people's livelihoods and homes were destroyed in the blaze that devastated the town. However, many of the wiser mill owners used the opportunity to rebuild their businesses to modern standards, which allowed for better production. The even wiser ones recognized the importance of diversifying so they can process more than American cotton." "That was wise indeed," she said, "but I didn't know there were other varieties." Mr. Ashbrook's head bobbled back and forth as though considering that. "Not a great many, and they require different machinery to process the fibres. My brother expanded operations to include Egyptian cotton. The mill is operating at only half capacity without the American variety on hand, but—" "At least it is operating," supplied Hazel. "Precisely." Mr. Ashbrook crossed his arms. "No fire, no expansion." "No expansion and Newland Mills might be bankrupt," she added. "Miracle indeed." Mr. Ashbrook nodded, and silence descended once more as Hazel's thoughts drifted through her life, looking at all the twists and turns and the many blessings in disguise that came from seemingly terrible circumstances. When her family had insisted she live with her grandparents, Hazel hadn't been able to see it as anything but a slight, for who wished to take on the role of unpaid nursemaid? Yet that change had given her more freedom in those early days, when her grandparents could be left to their own devices more often. No longer was she subject to her mother's schedule or required to ask permission to go about on her own. Assisting with the bookshop's deliveries had been merely a way to fill her time in those days, and that led to her meeting Mr. Vogel, who became not only a great friend, but a great benefactor to her. "Would you please keep my position at the mill to yourself?" said Mr. Ashbrook with a frown. "In all honesty, I didn't correct you about my name because I hadn't expected our paths to cross again." "Ah, you didn't anticipate that a lady living with her grandparents in a tiny house in the middle of the shops would grace the magnificent Breadmoor's Ball during one of the grandest parties of the year? That is shocking," said Hazel with a mock gasp. "It seems we were hiding far more exalted lives beneath the tarnished exterior," he said with a faint hint of a smile that made her grin all the more. But his expression sobered as he added, I am not ashamed of my situation, but I wish to keep it quiet for my family's sake. I would hate to stir up speculation. Even the labourers only know me as Brooks. I do not know who I would tell, but I give you my word not to reveal your secret, replied Hazel. I know all too well how wretched gossip can be, and how readily society makes sport of our lives. As you have only newly returned to Greater Edgerton, you mightn't have heard, but you are sharing an alcove with a tainted woman. Hazel spoke the words with a prim tone, and despite the genuine pain that lay beneath the jesting, the flippancy of the statement lightened her spirits, especially when Mr. Ashbrook looked at her with such utter disbelief. Now I think you're the one teasing me. Do you even think me terribly handsome, or has this all been a jest to you? He asked with a hint of humour in his voice. Brows raised, Hazel gave an equally prim scoff. Then you haven't heard of the bookseller's daughter, who inherited a massive fortune from the disgustingly rich Peter Vogel? Is that so? He asked, matching her tone with the same affronted shock so many employed. No doubt there was something afoot between the pair. Oh, it is quite shocking indeed, she replied, flicking her fan in a playful tap, before holding it up as though shielding their conversation. Hazel whispered, sotto voce, It is simply impossible that an honourable gentleman would seek the company of a plain spinster, to say nothing of giving her such a vast fortune. Surely something untoward happened. She claims they were friends, but can anyone believe such poppycock? Mr. Ashbrook gave a halting laugh and shook his head, responding in his usual cadence. So you are painted a fallen woman? There was a quality to his statement that had Hazel straightening. Barely hoping it was true, she managed to ask, Then you do not believe it? Chapter 12. Are you saying it is true? Asked Mr. Ashbrook, though with a tone that spoke of disbelief. Not in the slightest, but you sound so very sure of it. Having once been one of society's darlings, I am quite familiar with what they say and have developed a nose for the truth, he replied with a shrug. Rumours often reveal more about the people spreading them, and in this case, I would say the gossips are jealous of you. Hazel frowned, considering how Arnold had said something so similar before. Of the inheritance. Mr. Ashbrook gave that a considering nod before waving it away. Surely some are seething with envy at your windfall, and no doubt those flames are fanned by whoever believes they ought to have inherited Mr. Vogel's money instead of you. However, I meant they are jealous of your circumventing the rules. When she only stared at him in return, Mr. Ashbrook added, Society is naught but a game of jockeying for better position and status, and one must adhere to expectations or be cast out. They are jealous that you, madam, were rewarded for flouting convention by spending time alone with Mr. Vogel. In their eyes, you cheated and now rank higher than them. Seeing upstarts attempt to do so and fail is thrilling for them, but seeing one succeed is pure misery. Hazel gave a vague, neutral sound that neither accepted nor denied the assertion. His perspective was unique and would quite easily explain many of the angry looks turned in her direction. You said you were once society's darling. Do you no longer occupy that envious position? She asked with a smile, for she couldn't imagine anyone from such an exalted family and blessed with such fine features could earn society's ire. Did you suffer a great fall from grace, like my own? I did, except unlike yours, mine happened far from public scrutiny. And it was earned. The natural rhythm of the conversation demanded that she tease him into another grin, but Hazel paused and considered that statement. Mr. Ashbrook gave a good show of speaking light enough that she might be able to dismiss the confession, but if experience had given him a talent for detecting truth amid society's lies, Hazel Potts's life had given her the ability to sense silent suffering. Though she knew of the Ashbrook family, it was only in vague terms, as their circles did not overlap. Despite her tendency to eavesdrop in the bookshop, she couldn't recall any particulars about their eldest son, and Hazel wished she knew more so she might know precisely what to say to ease the pain burdening his heart. "But isn't that the beauty of redemption?" she asked. "None of us is perfect, so our best is all we can do. We make mistakes and try again." Mr. Ashbrook huffed and turned his gaze away. "You sound like my parents when they welcomed home the prodigal son." "Oh, well then you are in good company, sir," said Hazel with a self-deprecating smile. "Just the other day, I was equated to the lost sheep. It seems we are a parabolic pair." Another faint smile, and Mr. Ashbrook slanted a look at her. "Is that so?" Hazel nodded. "Most definitely." Clearing his throat, the gentleman relaxed into the window seat. Despite the discomfort of the stone and the bits of crinoline digging into her backside, she found it all too easy to cozy up beside him. "I suppose I ought to apologize," he said, looking at her from the corner of his eye. "I believe I expressed my thanks for your help with Milo, but I cannot say with any certainty that I did." "You did?" "But not enough, I know that much." Sighing, Mr. Ashbrook scratched his jaw. "He was right beside me, and then the next minute he disappeared. Being new to town, Milo didn't have the slightest notion of where to go or what to do, and I might never have found him." Mr. Ashbrook's voice was so bleak, steeped in all the darkness such a moment was bound to conjure. As much as Hazel's own heart shuddered at the remembrance, she knew it paled in comparison to his, and she knew what little good it did to dwell on the what-ifs. "You are doing your best, Mr. Ashbrook," said Hazel. "I haven't the slightest notion of how to raise a child." "Then you are on the same footing as most parents, except they grow into their responsibilities," she replied. "Babes require little beyond food, sleep, and clothing, and as they develop and those needs grow more varied, the parents adapt and learn step by step. From what Milo said, I hazard to guess that your guardianship began a short while ago." Mr. Ashbrook stiffened and turned wide eyes at her. "He spoke of his parents?" "Not much," she admitted with a vague wave of the hand. "Just that they had passed, and from the little he said, I assumed it was recent." 2 months, and it wasn't just his parents, but his 3 siblings as well. Cholera snatched them all away in a matter of hours. It was a miracle Milo survived." Mr. Ashbrook flexed his hands against his thighs, his gaze turned to those fingers. "His mother lasted the longest. Poor Holly knew he'd be all alone when she passed, and she begged me to take care of him." Hazel let his sentence hang there for a moment before she added, "So you did what you could and brought him home?" His gaze darted to hers with a question tugging at his brows. "It isn't hard to guess your motives for returning to England, Mr. Ashbrook, given a little context," she replied, "and that only confirms my suspicions that you are doing your best to care for the boy. Accidents happen, you know." And before Mr. Ashbrook could mount an argument, which he clearly was going to do, Hazel turned her face and lifted her chin to the moonlight to display the burns along her neck. "My mother warned me again and again not to go downstairs when the maid was working on the laundry, but when I was Milo's age, I ignored all her good advice and rules and sprinted down the stairs because my brother was about to catch me during a game of It, which we weren't supposed to be playing indoors, I might add." Hazel ran a hand down the skin, finding the part beneath her jaw that was so determined to drive her mad with its itching. "I ran right into the maid-of-all-work's domain and collided with her as she was carrying a tub of lye. As I wasn't looking where I was running, it missed my eyes and face, but I was burned all down my neck and chest. I spent weeks recovering, and my mother was beside herself with guilt, but in the end it was my fault. Adults cannot protect children from every danger. With a chuff of laughter, she added in a wry tone, I spent my childhood being called Witch Hazel, but that is a story for another day. Mr. Ashbrook watched her with a considering gaze, and Hazel shifted in her seat, fidgeting with her skirt layers. She knew that expression all too well, and though it was a bit foolish to share such things with a relative stranger, she didn't regret giving him a bit of context with which to judge his actions and behaviours, but she wasn't about to be pitied. Now, Mr. Ashbrook, I have heard of many strange and unique souvenirs brought back from travels abroad, but I must say yours is quite innovative, said Hazel, and when he gave her a puzzled look, she added, You go to America and bring back an American. Quite unique. His brows fell and drew together as he stared at her, and Hazel's face flushed red once more, though thankfully it was not visible in the shadowed alcove. I apologize again, Mr. Ashbrook. From the moment I stepped across the threshold of Leaden Court, I have been quite anxious, which makes my wayward tongue run away with itself, she said, rubbing at her forehead. I have never attended a party like this before. But you have ventured into public, have you not? He asked with an arched brow. Hazel gaped at that. Are you twitting me again, Mr. Ashbrook? Be careful, or I might just believe you possess a sense of humour beneath that frowning face. But it is a terribly handsome face. Straightening her spine, Hazel replied primly, I mentioned that description once, but you are the one fixated upon it, and after luring me into this alcove, I can tell you are up to no good, sir. Me? Replied Mr. Ashbrook in a tone that matched hers, with more than a fair share of humour woven in. I was minding my own business when the scandalous Miss Potts invaded my alcove, threw herself into my lap, and called me terribly handsome. I fear for my virtue. Hazel couldn't help but laugh, for Mr. Ashbrook did such a good impression of the tittering matrons who whispered behind their fans about her. However, there was an element of truth that sobered her. Oh, she murmured. What is the matter? I ought to have thought of it sooner, but I was far too eager for an escape to think about what others would make of this if we were discovered. I may be well beyond the age when people hold me to the same rigid standards as the marriageable young ladies, but with the rumours circulating about my inheritance... There was no need to finish the statement, for it was clear how terrible the consequences would be, and the laughter faded from Mr. Ashbrook's expression. I ought to leave. I wouldn't wish to risk stirring up speculation for either of our sakes, she said, though she couldn't bring herself to emerge from this lovely moment and return to the whirl of the party. Miss Potts. Mr. Ashbrook cleared his throat and shifted in his seat before hazarding to ask, May I join you? Hazel's brows rose at that. Do you wish to? But before he could answer, she hurried to add, Of course you do, else you wouldn't ask such a thing. I apologize. I am simply discombobulated. A hint of a smile returned as he glanced at her. And overwrought by my handsomeness? And again it is you who mentions it, Mr. Ashbrook, she said with a shake of her head. I was going to ask how a gentleman of your status made it to such a venerable age without marrying, but it is clear that you haven't room in your heart for another great love affair. You are too enamoured with yourself. Hazel grinned as he laughed at that, before rising to her feet and offering her hand to him. If you wish, Mr. Ashbrook, I would be honoured if you escorted me back to the ball. Chapter 13. Mills were known to be loud. The very ground thrummed from the vibrations of the machines, worming their way into one's bones, lingering long after the workday was over. Yet for all their gentility and refinement, Greater Edgerton's high society was doing its very best to outdo that cacophony. The musicians tried to carry the tune throughout the room, whilst the dancers' feet stomped along in time, adding to the noise. The others stood about, laughing and jabbering, raising their voices to be heard, which only made the musicians try all the more to match it, all blending in a swirling eddy of sound. Though Lucas felt like an entirely new man, one aspect of his personality hadn't changed, and as he stood in the middle of it, he was loath to admit that his parents had been correct. Tonight was enjoyable. Of course, they hadn't anticipated Miss Hazel Potts' influence any more than Lucas had, but it didn't alter the fact that she made the evening a splendid affair. Standing there with Miss Potts at his side, Lucas smiled and chatted, enjoying the Breadmore's offerings far more than when he'd arrived. The lady spoke with the same animated awkwardness she'd demonstrated in the alcove, and even when the others looked a bit askance at her discombobulation, Lucas couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps even more so because of their confusion. Something about her reminded him of Matteo. Not anything obvious, of course, for the two could not be more dissimilar, him being a poor male immigrant from Naples, and her being a wealthy lady from England. But she had an air of good-natured self-deprecation and joie de vivre that wormed its way into Lucas's heart, bringing with it the memories of his time in the Costas' home. Despite having gone most of his life without such a friend, the last 2 months had been unbearable, and Lucas basked in the familiarity of it, like a cat sunning itself. "And I found the sweet in my shoe," said Miss Potts with a broad grin, which made Lucas's expression brighten, not so much because of the story as because of her excitement to share it. In truth, the laughter around them was far greater than warranted, and he watched the others closely as they fawned over her. Miss Potts was certainly amusing, but mostly because of her wayward tongue, as she had called it. His gaze drifted from her and caught sight of Ruby standing by the wall just beyond. Lucas couldn't say whether or not Conrad was at her side, for he couldn't look away from her piercing gaze. She held it without blinking, her expression as unreadable as those dark eyes. Leaning closer, Miss Potts whispered, "Is something the matter?" Lucas's brows rose at that, and the genuine concern flashing in her gaze, and he shook his head. Much of the world was at odds because of his actions, but there was nothing to be done about it. He had kept his distance from his brother's family, or as much of it as he could grant them whilst living in such close proximity, and patience required that he continue to do so. "As I live and breathe!" The voice cut through the din around them, shocking Lucas's eyes wide open before Douglas Mooney threw an arm around his shoulder, giving him a shake. "Lucas Ashbrook, I heard you had returned, but didn't dare believe it. Did you finally grow bored of America?" asked Mooney. The familiarity of this pose, the sound of his friend's voice, and the manner in which Mooney blustered into the conversation brought back a wave of memories. "Hamstall said it was true, but I wouldn't believe it until I saw it for myself," he added, the scent of wine and brandy heavy on his breath. "When did you arrive?" The others in the group all watched the fellow, their brows in varying states of elevation, and heat swept over Lucas as he tried to gently shrug off Mooney's arm. "A fortnight." "Say it isn't so," said Mooney with a dramatic gape of the mouth. 2 whole weeks, and you haven't paid a call? I am deeply offended." "I was occupied," said Lucas, glancing at the others, though his gaze lingered on Miss Potts. Mooney huffed and forced him away from the circle, casting a vague wave of farewell to the others. Glancing over his shoulder, Lucas tried to think of a way to extricate himself, but Mooney's hold was too great to do so without causing a stir. "Hamstall is here," said Mooney, glancing about the crowd. "He will be beside himself when he discovers the rumours are true." "You've only just arrived?" asked Lucas. "The missus needed me." Digging in his heels, he forced Mooney to stop. "You were married?" The fellow dropped his arm from around Lucas's shoulder and laughed. "We are nearing 40, old man. I'm more surprised you haven't secured yourself a pretty young thing with a fat dowry." Then, considering that, Mooney gave him a gimlet eye. You aren't married, are you? No. Mooney nodded. Thought so. No doubt you'll find yourself a bride now that you've returned home. I'm here to see to my family responsibilities, not to add to them, said Lucas with a shake of his head. Wise man, he replied, nudging Lucas toward the card room. I was so enamoured with my wife that I snatched her up before I realised the mistake of marrying a lady so much younger than myself. It's been 6 years, and I've got almost 6 children to show for it, with no hope of it slowing any time soon. Lucas's eyes bulged. You have children? Shocking, isn't it? He replied with a laugh. They are dears, but I will be happy when the older ones are of an age to go off to school. The house is always an estate, and my wife seems to forever be in a delicate one herself. Ashbrook, Mooney, was all the warning they received before Hampstall erupted into view with mighty handshakes and smacks on their backs. Lucas felt as though his arm was going to be pulled from its socket, but it was impossible not to smile when Hampstall had all the energy of a lapdog when the postman arrived. We were just speaking of marriage, said Mooney. Good heavens, you were? Asked Hampstall with a chuff. Are you trying to get Ashbrook married off so we can force him to remain in Greater Edgerton? That is a thought, replied the other with a laugh. What do you think, Ashbrook? Ready to shackle yourself? I noticed you chatting up Miss Potts. Hampstall's eyes widened. You dog! Only just arrived home and already staking a claim? Not at all, said Lucas with a narrowed look. The gentleman held up his hands in placation. So you say, but I would seize the opportunity, Ashbrook. If I weren't already occupied with my missus, I wouldn't mind taking a crack at her. Pardon? Snapped Lucas. Ah, you haven't heard? Asked Mooney with a grin. Yes, we've both succumbed to matrimony, and Hampstall just welcomed his first. A son, added the father with a beaming grin. You should have been here. We drank the town dry in celebration. Congratulations, replied Lucas in a flat tone. But I was referring to Miss Potts. She's a friend, nothing more. Hampstall gave him a knowing grin that made Lucas scowl. Certainly, Ashbrook, a friend. From what I hear, she's quite friendly. Certainly gave old Mr. Vogel a reason to smile, added Mooney with a laugh. Do not speak of her that way, said Lucas, holding up a warning finger. Mooney frowned. We meant nothing by it. You meant plenty. I didn't think you would be so sensitive, Ashbrook, said Hampstall. It was a jest, that is all. Not an amusing one, replied Lucas without bothering to soften his tone. Then, with a quick bow, he added, It is good to see you again. You must play a few rounds with us, interjected Mooney with a pleading smile. We apologise for offending you and besmirching Miss Potts, but I've missed you, my friend. Please, do not leave so soon. Hampstall looked equally penitent, and Lucas refrained from glancing at Miss Potts. Keeping her company was far more appealing, but after their snickering, he couldn't use her as an excuse. I do not gamble any longer, said Lucas. It's a waste of funds. Mooney stared, silently blinking at that pronouncement, and Hampstall openly gaped. But despite their apparent surprise, the pair shook it away quickly. Penny stakes, promised Hampstall. When Lucas didn't immediately accept, Mooney rushed to add, We needn't use them for anything but keeping score. I've already beggared the gentlemen enough tonight. Best to give them a reprieve. Echoes of the past filled his thoughts, warning him it was a poor choice, though not like so many gentlemen who lost their wits when drinking spirits or holding a hand of cards. Lucas knew too well that the road to hell was taken in small steps, not leaps and bounds. It was only one evening, but many a man was ruined by such justification. Placing himself back in old familiar situations was a danger, and many a poor choice was made when one's wits were addled by alcohol. Yet the pair looked so eager to speak to him. Though not the finest calibre of gentlemen, Mooney and Hampstill were the most innocuous of his former friends. When they weren't acting the fools, they were amiable companions, to say nothing of the fact that they were fine players, and though his life was infinitely more appealing and fulfilling now than before, Lucas couldn't deny that he missed cards. Matteo had been abysmal, and Lucas didn't trust himself in the sorts of places where one found such entertainments, and as they said, penny stakes were little more than a way of tracking the winning hands.
"Come on, Ashbrook," said Hampstill. "Do not make us beg."
Mooney affected a simpering look that couldn't help but make one laugh, and Lucas shook his head with the faintest of smiles.
"Only if you promise not to ask me to wager more. May we be flogged and left for dead if we do so," said Mooney, holding a hand over his heart. "Nothing more than penny stakes, I give you my word."
And with that, Lucas allowed himself to be led from the ballroom. Some part of him wished to remain at Miss Potts's side, but he could only put off dancing for so long before it was remarked upon, and though he was certain his feet recalled the steps, he wasn't sure he could muster the required nimbleness.
"Tell us about America," said Hampstill. "I've thought of visiting, but with the wife and brat about, I suppose it is no longer a possibility, so I'll have to content myself with your stories."
Lucas turned his gaze toward his friend, and rather than Hampstill's pronounced nose, his eyes fell to Conrad, standing with a circle of gentlemen just beyond. Despite the conversation buzzing about his brother, the fellow's attention was fixed on Lucas, his eyes burning as though he were judge, jury, and executioner, seeing this small circumstantial act as proof that Lucas was worthy of condemnation. A conversation with his friends, was that deserving of such scorn? For all that Lucas knew his brother had reason to despise him, a spark of irritation flared in his heart, bringing a frown to his lips. It was better than the scowl he longed to give Conrad in return, but still, Lucas forced his expression to temper. His feet burned, and Lucas was grateful for a chair as they approached the card tables. Wriggling his toes, he tried to alleviate the itching, but there was nothing to be done about it. Forcing himself to breathe deeply, Lucas clung to the knowledge that his brother had every reason to doubt him, even with innocuous things, but it was so very exhausting to have every action scrutinized.
"Ashbrook," called Mooney, smacking him on the forearm. "Your mind is miles from here." "Tell us what you've been up to," added Hampstill.
Forcing his thoughts to the conversation at hand, Lucas accepted the cards as they were dealt. Thankfully, he had had ample time to formulate answers to such questions, and although the last year was the only one he valued, Lucas focused on the parts of the narrative that would be of interest to them. In the beginning, his life had been exactly as it had in England, a blur of self-indulgence and idleness, which people had the gall to claim was living one's life to the fullest extent, but was only a meaningless string of nothing. For all that America was a different country altogether, with foreign customs and culture, the parties and festivities were strikingly similar. Spirits and food were taken to excess until one was filled to untenable levels, and despite the supposed enjoyment to be found in those revelries, one paid dearly for the indulgences in equal measure. Oh yes, that was living, wasn't it? Shifting between stupor and sickness, with a few hours of sobriety in which one could complain about the abject boredom of quiet living, despite not fully understanding the beauty in simple things. But Hampstill and Mooney seemed intrigued by his descriptions of American society and were quite distracted, if the number of tricks he took were any indication. Their piles of pennies dwindled as his grew, and soon they were regaling him with tales of the years he'd missed as the minutes sped by. Chapter 14.
"Your wives must be saints,"
said Lucas, and that drew guffaws from the gentlemen as they dealt up yet another hand.
"And don't we know it?" replied Mooney. "Why her father accepted my petition remains a mystery, but the deed is done, and there is no undoing it now." "Just watch. You'll be shackled before you know it," added Hampstill, glancing up from his cards. "Mothers cannot bear to have unmarried children, and you are the last one standing, are you not?" "The youngest is still unwed, but he's halfway across the country and well out of Mrs. Ashbrook's reach," said Mooney with a laugh. "Nathaniel is an architect," said Lucas, "and doing very well for himself, in fact, but he's young enough that it may be some years before he settles down. However, my mother has no such plans for me. She's simply happy to have me home again." "Give it time," said Hampstill. "I would still be a bachelor if not for my mother's machinations." "And the fact that your Betsy came with a sizable dowry," replied Mooney. "Certainly didn't hurt matters," said Hampstill with a laugh before he threw back a drink. Dropping his final card, Lucas smiled to himself as the others groaned and jeered. His hand moved without thinking, seizing hold of a glass on the table and tossing it in his mouth. The movement was so familiar and habitual that he didn't realize he'd done so until the liquid seared his tongue. Holding it there for several long moments, Lucas didn't know what to do with the mouthful. The burning grew untenable, and he forced himself to swallow rather than spit it out, and the fiery liquid traced a path down his throat as the other two clapped. "Down the hatch, Ashbrook," laughed Hampstill. Lucas jerked to his feet, and the chair fell backward. His cheeks burned as redly as his esophagus, and he fumbled to straighten the seat as he murmured his apologies. "Don't go," said Mooney, rising as well. "It's just getting good," added Hampstill, though his words slurred a touch on the end. "My thanks, but I have an appointment in the morning, and I have already stayed later than planned," he said with a curt bow. "It is good to see you again, but I must leave." "If you must," said Mooney with a sigh, his hand flicking the cards, but Lucas was already moving to the door. The din grew around him, the buzz of voices punctuated by the clink of dishware and thump of the dancers in the next room. Rubbing at his head, Lucas wove through the crowd, forcing himself not to grimace at the taste on his tongue. Not a drop for nearly a year and a half, yet he'd taken to it as naturally as before. The flavour rested on his taste buds like old friends reunited. Gambling and drinking, back to old habits once more. Spying his parents in the crowd, Lucas strode to them. "It is growing late, and I must return home." "I can call the carriage," said Mother, but he shook his head. "I will walk." "It is too far," she replied, and despite the foulness of his mood, Lucas couldn't help but give a faint smile at that. "I walked from Hampshire to Lancashire a fortnight ago. I'm certain I can manage Greater Edgerton without trouble." With a little bow, he added, "Please stay and enjoy yourselves." And, not waiting for a reply, he turned away and strode out of the ballroom. Lucas gave vague nods at people who called to him, but refused to meet their gazes as he drove onward through the crowd, not willing to let anything or anyone stop his retreat. It was an unconscious movement, a nothing sort of thing, hardly worth noting. Lucas focused on his route, not slowing until he arrived at the foyer. Other guests, both coming and going, retrieved or divested their things. As he had not bothered with a coat, he considered abandoning his hat to the Breadmore's care, but Lucas was in no position to act frivolously. It was bad enough that his good sense had slipped tonight. There was no need to compound the sin. Shifting from foot to foot, he studiously ignored the others. With dance shoes being flimsier than what was required for the out-of-doors, the ladies were changing from one pair to the other, and the ghost of his former self remained at his elbow, reminding him of how often he'd used the opportunity to peek at the ladies' legs and ankles. Some were quite willing to put them on display, but the ladies like Ruby, who did their utmost to maintain their modesty, had been far more entertaining to watch as their propriety caused their cheeks to pinken at the intrusion. The memory of it set his stomach churning, and Lucas silently begged the footman to move faster. He needed to leave. Sharp whispers carried through the foyer, drawing his attention, and Lucas's heartbeat quickened when he spied Miss Potts standing before the gentleman. The knowledge that she was close pulled at Lucas, drawing him in with the promise of compassion and companionship. Not that he deserved either, but that made it all the more alluring. Miss Potts and the gentleman whispered back and forth, and Lucas forced himself to remain where he was. Best to be on his way. If the footman ever returned with his hat, that was. "You've caused my family enough pain and anguish, yet it isn't enough for you, is it?" said the gentleman, in a voice that demanded attention, and Lucas straightened. Despite the gentleman's vicious tone, Miss Potts straightened and met his gaze without wavering. Her response was too quiet to catch, but the strength of her posture matched the gentleman's tone. Instinct had Lucas's feet pointing toward his friend, his attention fixed on the conversation, searching for any sign that assistance was warranted. "How dare you?" spat the gentleman. "Securing my uncle's fortune wasn't enough. Still, you demand more?" Another quiet response in return, and Miss Potts stepped away with her dancing slippers clutched in her hands. "I assure you my father and I aren't so easily taken in by a whore," he hissed. Heat surged in Lucas's veins as that word ripped through the foyer. Dignity was difficult to maintain with tears running down one's cheeks. Thankfully, matters had not grown that dire, but Hazel struggled to keep them from forming as Mr. Eustace Vogel stood before her, his features pulled into an angry sneer. Knowing there was an audience to this humiliation made it all the more difficult to keep hold of her self-control. Hazel longed for a stiffer spine, for the ability to allow poisoned words to slip past her without making a mark. Years of practice made it easier than it had been when the other children dubbed her Witch Hazel, but she was far from being immune to such barbs. She clung to her evening slippers, wrinkling the silk as the beading dug into her palms. The anger was understandable. Hazel could only imagine how jarring it must have been to discover that a fortune one had anticipated was given to another. But it wasn't as though the Vogels were paupers. Mr. Eustace was the heir to his father's fortune, which, though not as grand as his uncle's, was no meagre thing. "The audacity!" he hissed. "You've caused my family enough pain and anguish, yet it isn't enough for you, is it?" "I do not know what you think has occurred, sir, but I give you my word that I didn't ask for the miniature out of malice. I was hoping for a memento of your uncle." "And his fortune is insufficient?" he scoffed, his sneer growing more pronounced as his gaze swept over her. In a low voice he scoffed, "Or do you put such a high price on yourself? Was it not enough for the services you rendered him?" Hazel straightened, frowning in return. "Nothing untoward happened between us, and you know it." "Just because my father is silly enough to trust Uncle doesn't make it true. Why else would the old man give so much money to a plain, unmarriageable creature rather than his flesh and blood?" The answer was easy enough to supply, for Hazel had heard her friend speak often of the sad state of his spoiled nephew. As much as it still surprised her that she had been chosen to receive the inheritance, it didn't surprise her that Mr. Eustace Vogel had been passed over, and the evidence of his uncle's good judgment was on full display before her. "So, am I alluring enough to trick your uncle into giving me his money, or so plain and undesirable that he did so out of pity? Which is it, Mr. Vogel?" Not bothering to wait for a response, not that she expected one, Hazel hurried to add, "I apologize if my request offended your sensibilities, but I might remind you that the petition is between myself and your father. You have nothing whatsoever to do with it, so I do not know why you are pestering me with it." "How dare you?" he said, his voice rising once more. "Securing my uncle's fortune wasn't enough. Still, you demand more."
"I didn't demand anything, Mr. Vogel," said Hazel. "I only asked my solicitor to inquire whether or not the miniature was available. If no one claims it, then I hope your father will allow me that small remembrance—"
"I assure you my father and I aren't so easily taken in by a whore."
Despite having been called the equivalent by so many people in various manners over the past few months, hearing that hard word spat at her caused Hazel's lungs to hitch and her eyes to widen. Not that she cared one jot for Mr. Eustace Vogel's opinion, but hearing anyone call her such a horrible name in such a blunt manner was shocking. But before she could think what to say or do, Mr. Ashbrook inserted himself between them, his face turned to Mr. Vogel. "You'd best leave, now." Though he was turned away from her and spoke low enough that Hazel struggled to hear him, Mr. Ashbrook's words were firm and unyielding, as solid as the wall he presented between them. Mr. Vogel's brows rose, his surprise slackening his features.
"Do you know whom you are defending?"
"What I know is that an ill-mannered lout is accosting a lady," replied Mr. Ashbrook. "Now leave, quietly, else more than your dignity will be damaged tonight." Chin jutting out as though ready and daring to push back, Mr. Vogel stared Mr. Ashbrook down. Hazel couldn't see what the fellow found there, but hardly a heartbeat later, Mr. Vogel stepped back and turned away, fleeing down the corridor and disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 15. Hazel's gaze drifted from Mr. Vogel's retreating form and spied the guests in the foyer watching her with the unrestrained glee of gossip-mongers stumbling upon a feast, and though a flash of heat pinkened her cheeks, Hazel brushed it aside. At this juncture, there was little more damage to be done to her reputation, and shredding the last bit was well worth it to have her newfound friend defend her in such a manner. The footman appeared at Mr. Ashbrook's elbow, offering the gentleman his hat, and he took it and turned around to face her, his brows twisting together as he studied her. Gathering the last of her strength together, she tried to appear as though nothing were amiss. Mr. Eustace Vogel's opinion meant nothing after all. Yet that wretched word echoed in her thoughts, threatening to fight past her control and unleash the dreaded tears. Casting her gaze away from him, she straightened her cloak. Reaching into his pocket, Mr. Ashbrook retrieved a handkerchief and offered it to her. Her brows rose at the sight, and it was only then that she realized a few stray droplets had escaped her notice. "Forgive me," she mumbled, taking it and wiping them quickly away. "I am acting the fool. It was such a lovely evening before the Vogels arrived, and I have allowed him to poison it." When she was done, Mr. Ashbrook reached for the handkerchief, but Hazel waved him away. "Allow me to clean it first," she said, but that was dismissed in turn. "It's hardly a spot. Not worth cleaning. Milo does far more damage on a daily basis," he said before nodding toward the door. "Would you care for some air, Miss Potts?" "I fear I am done for the evening, but thank you for your assistance, Mr. Ashbrook." "Then may I escort you home?" Hazel's eyes jerked up to meet his gaze, and she stood there blinking whilst attempting to comprehend his very simple question. Living in the heart of town meant she had little need for a gig of her own. The taxes and cost of upkeep were more than she wished to spend for such luxury, especially when a hired cab suited perfectly for just such occasions. And though she had taken advantage of the clear evening skies to walk to Leaden Court, Hazel had fully intended to hail one home. However, taking a cab with a gentleman was improper, and there were enough marks against her character for Hazel to cast aside caution. Thus, driving meant parting ways with Mr. Ashbrook, and staring into his piercing eyes, she couldn't bring herself to admit her plans. But her feet ached, begging her to take the quicker route home. "Miss Potts?" he asked, his brows raised. Blinking, Hazel straightened. "I apologize, Mr. Ashbrook, but my wits are lagging at present. That would be lovely. Despite her toes' protests and the ugliness just heaped upon her, she couldn't help but smile as Mr. Ashbrook led her to the front door and out into the night. Thankfully, it wasn't raining. Hazel doubted her dress would survive the walk and inclement weather. However, as the heat of the ballroom faded from her skin, she had to pull her cloak tight around her. Hoop skirts may be lighter, but her legs felt the lack of petticoats as her dress funneled all the air up under. Mr. Ashbrook reached for her, and Hazel took hold of his arm. The gentleman's brows rose, and he glanced at her with another of his faint smiles. Despite having shown himself capable of much grander displays, the gentleman seemed determined to cling to muted expressions. Tugging his arm free of hers, he shifted and snatched the satin satchel that held her dancing slippers. "I was offering to carry your dancing slippers." And though his expression remained fairly stoic, Mr. Ashbrook's tone sparked with laughter. "Of course you were," she mumbled, turning her gaze heavenward as though a bolt from the blue would strike her and relieve her of this misery. "And I suppose you are the sort to insist a lady sit on a cold stone seat rather than allow her the warm lap she chose." "I am a heartless creature, but I suppose if you are so desperate to clutch my arm, I will allow it." Hazel couldn't help but chuckle at the dry delivery, and when Mr. Ashbrook offered his arm up in earnest, she took it readily. But her mirth faded quickly as she considered the ugliness of what had just occurred. "Now I fear it is my turn to admit that I haven't thanked you properly," she said with a frown. "When the Vogels arrived, I knew I'd best leave, but I hadn't anticipated him hounding me in such a manner." "That was not hounding, Miss Potts. It was accosting, pure and simple," he said in a hard tone. Then, turning his gaze to her, he asked, "Has he done so before?" Hazel shook her head. "Whispers and rumours only." "There is no only when it comes to such things. They hurt greatly and often cause more damage than fists. Bruises and broken bones heal quicker after all." Clouds now dampened the light from the moon and stars, but lamps hanging from the houses and shops dotted the edge of the route like will-o'-the-wisps. Shadows masked the town, but as her eyes adjusted, there was something inherently beautiful in the shades of black, as though casting a spell over the world and altering it into something new. The sounds of the party faded, and silence surrounded them. Though the upper classes and their servants were occupied with the ball, the bulk of the town was fast asleep, and for once, not a sound permeated Greater Edgerton. "Why did you defend me?" she asked. "Why wouldn't I?" "For the same reasons no one else bothered to interject. It is not as though everyone who overheard the exchange believes me to be a harlot, Mr. Ashbrook. Plenty of friends and family are content with demonstrating passive support, watching silently as the rector demonizes me in his sermons, and others snub me, only giving whispered words of comfort after the fact." Once they'd begun, the words flowed out of her, bringing with them a churning unease that she hadn't realized lived inside her. "Then they are fair-weather friends and not worth your time," he replied. "At least enemies are honest in their feelings. As your friend, I couldn't stand idly by and do nothing." "We are friends?" asked Hazel, not bothering to temper her smile. Mr. Ashbrook slanted her an arched brow. "Do you think I allow just anyone to lure me into an alcove and sit on my lap?" "If I recall correctly, sir, you were quite adamant that I desist from doing the latter. Your shriek shook the rafters." "I didn't shriek," he said, the teasing fading from his tone to be replaced with genuine surprise. Freeing her arm, Hazel jerked away from him, waving her arms and flailing about like a kitchen maid being set upon by a mouse. Then she uttered a high squeal, though not loud enough to carry to the houses, and paused, giving him a knowing look. "That was exactly how it appeared to me, Mr. Ashbrook." "I think we must agree to disagree, madam," he replied, though the laughter was back in his tone. Mr. Ashbrook offered his arm again,
but Hazel remained where she was, her hands clutching the edges of her cloak and pulling them tight around her. "Why do you believe me? For all that you claim to have a nose for the truth, even people who have known me my whole life have condemned me as a mercenary seductress. You hardly know anything about me." "You know hardly a thing about me, yet you said with utter conviction that I am doing my best for Milo," he retorted. "What makes you so certain of that?" "What I know speaks highly of you," replied Hazel. "I saw your reunion, Mr. Ashbrook. You care deeply for Milo, and I cannot imagine that you are doing anything but your best for him." "And what I've seen speaks highly of you." "Throwing myself onto your lap is a sign of good character, is it?" But Mr. Ashbrook didn't laugh. His brows furrowed, and he studied her. "I know people of bad character. I was one not long ago, and you, Miss Potts, are not one of them." Hazel could hardly think of what to say to such an admission. Despite many others knowing her for longer and arguably better than Mr. Ashbrook, he spoke the statement with such certainty, as though to consider any other answer was utterly inconceivable. He was little more than a stranger, and surely his opinion ought not to mean so very much. But once more, Hazel's heart burned at the authority with which he said those words, as though daring her to disagree with him. Then, with that dry tone of his, Mr. Ashbrook said, "I've never met a mercenary person who would bother to help a labourer's lost child or deign to care for their aged grandparents if they had the means to be independent." Hazel's cheeks pinked, but she gave a half-hearted laugh. "I do not live with my grandparents because I wish to, or because it makes them happy, but out of a sense of obligation. They refuse to leave their home and do not want a nurse, and my family will not go against their wishes. And assisting a single child is hardly a sign of any kindness on my part. He was crying on the street. I couldn't ignore him." "Yet many did." "There are many needy children in the world, yet I do so little," she replied with a frown. "At times, I think of all the money Mr. Vogel gave me, and I wonder if I should just give the whole of it away to charities. But I cannot bring myself to let it all go. I hope to have a house of my own and travel beyond Greater Edgerton some day. But is that truly more important than helping the poor and needy?" Mr. Ashbrook offered his arm and nodded at her to continue on their way, and once they were, he said, "You have stumbled upon one of the great conundrums of wealth. To give it all away would only land you in the same situation you're attempting to help others out of. But how much is too much? However, I stand by my previous statement. The fact that your conscience is asking those questions proves my point." Then, slanting her a look with that hesitant smile brightening his eyes, he added, "You are determined to infer goodness from my actions, so you cannot argue with me when I do the same. You are not a mercenary person, Miss Potts." Chapter 16. Hazel allowed those words to settle deep into her heart, burning like the lamps that lit their way home. For all that she had imagined herself a good and honourable person, belief in herself was difficult to maintain when so many stood against her. It was simple to dismiss those who did not know her, but so many who ought to know better had turned their backs on her. Yet Mr. Ashbrook, who had spoken to her only twice, believed in her honesty and integrity. The buildings drew closer to the road as the edge of town faded into the shops and commerce that made up the heart of Greater Edgerton. A few people stirred here and there, but it still felt as though it was just the two of them as she led them toward her home. "Where do you wish to travel to?" asked Mr. Ashbrook, and when she slanted him a questioning look, he added, "For all that you are a wealthy woman now, you seem to spend little on yourself. You've only mentioned wishing for a home of your own and to travel, so I find myself curious as to what corners of the world you long to see." "Anywhere. I have only left Greater Edgerton once in my life, and I would like to see more of the world." "Then why don't you?"
Hazel sighed, the sound coming from deep inside her. I attempted to visit the great and distant land of London once, shortly after Mr. Vogel passed. I was determined and forceful with my family, insisting that they visit my grandparents often during the few days I would be gone, and I hired extra servants for them. I do not know why grandfather's pride will accept assistance from me and no one else, but he broke his leg attempting to climb the stairs alone, and I was called home to see to the injury. The familiar turn of her stomach brought with it the memory of the abject disappointment and anger that had greeted her when she'd arrived at her grandparents' front door. Never mind that it was grandfather's doing that led him to be injured. Hazel had borne the blame. Since then, I can hardly step out of the house without them growing fretful. The only way I was able to come tonight was that my grandparents decided to retire early, and they are none the wiser that only the maid is at their beck and call, though if they awake and discover the deception, they shan't be pleased. Mr. Ashbrook gave a vague noise, something that she wouldn't have been able to hear if not for the vast silence surrounding them. It was a mixture of understanding and disbelief. "What is it?" she asked. "Do you have no family nearby that might assist you? Perhaps a cousin who could join you in their home?" Hazel cleared her throat and attempted a neutral tone. "My mother and one of my aunts live in town, and between the pair they have many children. But my aunt's husband inherited grandfather's business, and their family is occupied with it, whilst the other side of my family finds their time consumed by my father's bookshop. Many of my siblings and cousins have left Greater Egerton, or cannot spare the time away from their growing families to aid me." Mr. Ashbrook scoffed and turned a look of utter disbelief in her direction. "So you, being the spinster of the family, were deemed not important enough to live a life of your own, and were given to the grandparents to act as their servant." "I wouldn't put it so baldly," she muttered. "And why not? In truth, it is worse than that, for a nurse or servant is properly compensated for their efforts and allowed time away from their duties." But Hazel had no response, for Mr. Ashbrook's words were not so very different from ones she had thought many a time. They were her grandparents, not merely the head of the family, the people who had played with her when she was young. Perhaps not grandfather as much as grandmother, but he'd always held sweets in his pockets for the little ones to pilfer. Hazel couldn't eat a peppermint drop without thinking of the gentleman. Yet with each passing year, she struggled to remember those happy times as she drifted further from the role of granddaughter. And despite ignoring those feelings the best she could, Hazel couldn't stop her face from flushing and her stomach churning as she realized that in those dark recesses of her heart, she was sick to death of being in their home. "I apologize," said Mr. Ashbrook. "I didn't mean to upset you. But I find the situation quite confusing. Even if all of your family members refuse to take up the mantle, why not hire them a nurse? If they cannot afford it, surely you can." Hazel huffed. "If only it were that easy. Grandfather disdains nurses and refuses to accept that he requires one. For all that I am playing the part, our informal arrangement allows him to pretend he is independent." "By sacrificing your independence." "Again, Mr. Ashbrook, I wouldn't put it so baldly. But the fact is that the family refuses to go against his wishes. They will not force the issue, no matter how much my grandparents require it. The family is content for me to continue as I have." The gentleman paused, turning to face her. Though many of the lamps on this section of road were trimmed for the night, the street light still burned, glowing above them. "I do not wish to seem impertinent, Miss Potts, but listening to you, I cannot help but think that your kind nature is getting the better of you. If your grandparents refuse to accept professional help in some desperate attempt to pretend age is not getting the better of them, then that is their choice. They could move to a home that is better suited for their situation, or hire caregivers to assist them. They refuse because they know you will do their bidding."
"They are my family," said Hazel. "I cannot abandon them." Mr. Ashbrook shook his head. "You wouldn't be abandoning them. You would be assisting them, just not in the manner they desire. If they choose to reject it, you needn't cater to their whims." "But surely it is my duty—" "You needn't do it solely on their terms. They are sacrificing your life and happiness for their pride. There is no reason they ought to expect you to surrender everything with no compromise on their part." Pausing, Mr. Ashbrook took in a deep breath and scratched at his jaw, his gaze searching the street as though it might hold the answers he sought. "Miss Potts, believe me when I say that enabling poor choices is not a kindness. I've heard people say there is no wrong way to love, but the truth is that sometimes the best love one can give another is to allow them to fail. Some lessons are only learned through pain and struggles, and shielding our loved ones too often is more about protecting ourselves from their suffering. We cannot bear it, so we give in. But it comes at the expense of the other's growth. That sort of love only harms." For all that her heart shuddered against the thought, Hazel couldn't refute the logic in the statement. "I suppose I didn't see it like that. Few do." Mr. Ashbrook's gaze held hers, the light from the street lamp catching the blue of his eyes. "Promise me that you will consider it at the very least. If you continue as you have, it will alter nothing. They will require professional assistance eventually, and the longer you remain at their beck and call, the longer it will take for them to admit it." His brow puckered, and his eyes fell away from hers in a manner that had her heart twisting in her chest. "What is the matter?" she asked. Mr. Ashbrook flashed her an apologetic smile and shook his head. "Ignore me, it is nothing." But Hazel felt the lie deep in her bones. It took a few leaps in logic to wonder if it had to do with his self-proclaimed status as the prodigal son. Mr. Ashbrook had tossed it out as though it meant little, but the shadow in his eyes spoke of a heartbreak that couldn't be so easily dismissed. And as much as she wished to ask him about it, for once, her good sense got the better of her. If he wished to speak of it, he would, and she wouldn't press the issue. However, the possibility that he was speaking from personal experience gave his words weight, enough so that she couldn't brush them aside. "I apologize for lecturing," he said with a wince. "I certainly didn't mean to delve into such tender subjects, but I fear this one is close to my heart." "I understand, Mr. Ashbrook. I have blurted out enough awkward things tonight that you would have to do far more to match me." Mr. Ashbrook gave her another of his half-smiles, as though wishing to give some greater expression, yet unwilling to let himself feel it. "I like your candour, Miss Potts. It reminds me of Milo's father, who was my dearest friend." Turning, she led him down the street, but when her foot wobbled on an uneven paver, she took hold of his arm once more, or at least that was the excuse she gave as she did so. "What was he like?" she asked. Mr. Ashbrook's hesitant smile grew. Matteo Costa didn't know the meaning of silence, forever jabbering about everything and nothing, and speaking every thought that crossed his mind. He was from Naples and immigrated to America for a fresh start, then found himself one of the kindest and strongest ladies I've ever met and pursued his stubborn sweetheart until Holly finally agreed to marry him. He came with hardly a penny to his name and quickly built himself a good life and a new beginning. "Did you go to America for the same reason, wishing for a fresh start?" The gentleman's steps faltered and his expression shuttered. "No, but I found one all the same." "At least you recognized the opportunity for what it was and seized it. Not everyone does." Yet his demeanour remained distant, and as they strode along, she longed for something to say that might lift his mood. "I understand Mr. Costa worked with horses," she said, turning back to the previous subject, and when Mr. Ashbrook sent her a questioning glance, she added, "Milo mentioned it." Mr. Ashbrook jerked to a halt, his brows rising. He did?
Not extensively, no. But Milo was eager to identify all the breeds of my toy horses. He's a sweet boy.
That he is, replied the gentleman. Clearing his throat, he added, Matteo oversaw a livery stable. After we met, he got me a position there. I was little more than a stable boy and spent most of my days mucking out stalls.
And from your tone, it is clear you loved it, she added with a smile.
Mr. Ashbrook nodded and moved them down the road once more. He and I discussed the possibility of moving west and opening breeding stables.
I've heard stories of the untamed American frontier. It sounds fascinating.
And there's land aplenty for anyone determined enough to make a go of it, he added. Working in the city, we'd never be able to open a place of our own. A sharp breeze cut through her cloak, and Hazel pulled it tighter whilst snuggling closer to her companion, who didn't notice the liberty she was taking. But he was so very warm that she couldn't resist it as they strode along, discussing that wild and foreign land.
Chapter 17. Golden sunshine spilled through the windows, brightening the sitting room with an otherworldly light, making every shade and hue of the rug and furnishings more vibrant, as though they thrummed with a life of their own. Of course, it was a fleeting moment, for the sun rarely deigned to make an appearance this summer, but Hazel was determined to enjoy it. Keeping her lips locked tight, Hazel struggled to keep her yawn from growing, but the more she forced it into submission, the more it struggled against her. And attempting to hide it was entirely useless, for the strain pulled at the rest of her features. Fern held her teacup before her with a prim arch of her brow as she watched her friends battle. "I thought you left the Breadmores early," she said with narrowed eyes. Giving in to the urge, Hazel let the yawn loose, covering it with her hand before she gave her friend a chagrined smile. "I did. However, the walk home took far longer than anticipated." Fern lifted the cup to her lips, allowing her knowing gaze to speak for her. Maggie had provided quite a fine spread, and reaching for a parmesan and asparagus tart, Hazel bit into it, regretting the choice almost immediately. Despite the strong cheese, the custard-like filling and boiled asparagus were leached of any flavour, though it simply may have been overpowered by the crayfish sandwich that lingered on her tongue. Abandoning the tart, Hazel turned her attention to the other savouries, though the fruit sconlets beckoned to her, to say nothing of the gooseberry tart. "I'm sorry the Vogels ruined the night for you," said Fern. Clearing her mouth with a sip of tea, Hazel shook her head. "That wretched moment aside, the rest of the evening was delightful. I think the tide might be turning for me. The Breadmores were exceptionally welcoming, and though there were a few snubs here and there, people are beginning to recognise the Vogels' lies for what they are." Fern's brows rose. "You believe so?" Hazel considered that. "I wish you could have witnessed my triumph. I was terrified to attend alone, but Mrs. Breadmore took me under her wing, guiding me through the entire evening. If one of the most prominent families in town accepts me, then surely more are coming round to the truth." Yet her friend's expression remained puzzled, her dark brows unable to hide the concern etched there. "What is it?" asked Hazel. "Nothing." Forcing a smile, Fern turned to the offerings. "The Indian ham sandwich is delicious. May I have the recipe?" "I can ask Maggie for it," replied Hazel. "But do not think to distract me. What is the matter?" Setting down her saucer and teacup, her friend gave a vague wave of her hand. "I know you, Fern Richards," added Hazel in a firm tone. "Out with it." Straightening, the lady shifted in her seat, folding her hands in her lap. "I hear quite a lot of the rumours and gossip, far more than you likely do, and though I am happy you found favour with the Breadmores, I do not think it indicative of general opinion. What has happened?" Fern picked at her skirts, freeing them of invisible lint as the pink in her cheeks deepened,
and Hazel's heart squeezed at the sight.
"Bert and I were uninvited to a card party," she whispered.
With a sigh, she met Hazel's gaze and hurried to add,
"I didn't care one jot about attending, so it doesn't matter to me in the slightest. We know you are innocent, and if others cannot accept that, then I do not wish to associate with them."
Horror and gratitude, two very different emotions, and at present they battled within Hazel, making her insides clench and her heart stir, filling her with such beauty and ugliness all at the same time. Being judged and scorned was difficult enough to bear, but knowing her friends were suffering by association was unbearable.
"I am so very sorry, Fern."
But she waved it away.
"You needn't apologize, Hazel. It isn't your doing. It is those horrid Vogels who are causing such a fuss. And people are so stupidly blind to believe anything that...
Fern's brow scrunched as she thought through her words.
"I do not know what to call him, for there are no suitable words for that scoundrel."
Shaking her head, Fern scoffed.
"You see? Scoundrel just doesn't have the proper bite."
Hazel's shoulders drooped as the anger seeped from her and the sweetness of her friend's loyalty won out, making her heart burn. "You are too good to me."
"The same could be said of you, Miss Hazel Potts."
Taking up her teacup once more, Fern lifted it and asked with an arch brow,
"Now, tell me more about this Mr. Ashbrook."
"Not until you tell me whether or not our friendship is causing you trouble." Fern drew in a breath, her gaze falling away as she considered it.
"The children are mostly unaware, though I had to have a difficult conversation with Louisa about why people are saying cruel things about Auntie Hazel."
Then she hurried to add,
"I was hosting a few ladies, and she overheard some of them gossiping, and believe you me, the ones who did are not welcome in my home again."
"But you needn't suffer. You've done nothing wrong.
Neither have you. And I will not be swayed by a handful of spiteful shrews. I will not. It isn't right."
Fern tossed those words out like a challenge, and despite the flutter of warmth that swept through her at that show of loyalty, Hazel's heart chilled at the determined edge to her friend's tone. Waving it all away, Fern shook her head.
"I only told you this to warn you. I thought so many of those people were my friends, but clearly they are not. That is all."
"Fern,
no more distractions. Tell me about Mr. Ashbrook. Out with it," she replied with a challenging raise of her brow.
Gaping, Hazel shook her head.
"There is nothing to tell."
And just at that moment, another yawn seized control. Fern sipped from her cup with a knowing glint in her gaze.
"Ah, yes, nothing at all,"
she said, setting it down once more.
"Only that you have mentioned the gentleman a dozen times since I arrived, and I have a sneaking suspicion that he may be the reason your journey home kept you up until the wee hours of the morning."
Hazel scoffed and turned her attention to the tea service, snatching up a sconlet and slathering it in a heaping portion of jam and clotted cream. Even the best scones were little more than a vehicle for that sweet and rich goodness, and she turned all her attention to her treat. But when she reached for another, Fern snatched the tray away.
"Between obligations to my home and family, it is lucky if we meet above once a month," said Fern with a frown. "If you think for one moment I will allow you to tantalize me with this mysterious Mr. Ashbrook and then hedge the subject, you are sorely mistaken."
But Hazel merely snatched the other plate, pulling the sandwiches out of Fern's reach.
"It seems we are at an impasse,"
murmured her friend. With a sigh, Hazel returned them and motioned for Fern to do the same. To be honest, it was a wonderful evening, and mostly because of him, even if I made an absolute fool of myself. And with that, she launched into a retelling of the evening, not sparing a single detail, except those she promised Mr. Ashbrook not to share. The uncomfortable and embarrassing, the wonderful and uplifting, the irritating and infuriating.
Being free to share all of oneself was the benefit of having a bosom friend, and Fern had witnessed enough of Hazel's successes and failures to imagine precisely how the evening had unfolded, even if the lady gasped and blushed when Hazel told her about the indelicate manner in which they'd crossed paths at the party. "It took us ages to make our way home," said Hazel with a sigh worthy of the evening. "I kept worrying that I was stealing away too much of his time, but when we arrived on my doorstep, he lingered there for another 3/4 of an hour." Shoulders slumping, Hazel turned bleak eyes to Fern. "I like him. I truly do. He is so very reserved, but when he allows himself to smile and laugh, he is witty and charming, and so very thoughtful." "You speak as though he is beyond your reach," replied Fern, frowning. Hazel matched that with a raise of her brows. "He is far too handsome for my peace of mind, and unlikely to look favourably upon an old, wrinkled spinster." Fern narrowed her gaze. "You know how I feel when you say such things." "Denying the truth doesn't make it any less truthful," she murmured. But when her friend stared at her, Hazel sighed and straightened. "What I look like has no bearing on my worth, but you cannot deny that most people believe it does. I doubt he will ever consider me more than a friend." She couldn't help but feel a frisson skitter down her spine and settle happily in her stomach as she considered how often he had called her that. Despite knowing each other for such a short time, she was not the only one who felt the kinship that had blossomed so readily. "You are pretty, Hazel." "Yet you and my family are the only ones who have ever called me that." "Just because others are blind doesn't mean you are plain." "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder," replied Hazel. "If the vast majority do not behold me in such a light, then surely I cannot hide my head in the sand and pretend otherwise." "Yet things have shifted for you, Hazel. Whether or not you wish to acknowledge it, your inheritance makes you quite marriageable." Hazel laughed. "So I am to buy his affection?" "Stop being obtuse," said Fern with a narrowed look. "If you are going to discount your appeal because of surface attractions, then it is only right that you consider this new one, which is bound to even the score." Picking up her saucer, Hazel picked at the asparagus tart. "You may have a point, but with the scandal attached to my name, he is very aware of such things and doesn't wish to bring public scrutiny to his family. As you have pointed out, even being my friend is a liability, and to hope for anything more is foolish." Before her friend could argue that point, Hazel hurried to add, "And I am quite happy to count him as a friend." That earned her a long scrutiny as Fern fiddled with her teacup. "I will say that it is nice to have another ally in my quest to lure you from your grandparents' home." Despite hoping that the subject was concluded, Hazel knew the conversational shift was merely a reprieve, but one that she was grateful for nonetheless. "You do not understand," she replied. "True. Neither I nor Mr. Ashbrook understand why you remain there when you have the power to do whatever you wish. Your mother's family may have no sons to step into the role of patriarch, but your grandfather named his son-in-law his heir. Surely, if your uncle accepts the benefits of that position, he ought to shoulder the responsibility as well and look after his wife's parents." "I cannot argue with that, though my aunt and uncle do not agree." Fern frowned. "But why must their burden fall to you?" Hazel shifted in her seat and smoothed her skirts. "Yes, Mr. Ashbrook was quite eloquent on the subject last night, and I admit that I feel I may have been too dismissive of the idea in the past." "I see," replied Fern with a stifled laugh. "I lecture you on the subject for hours on end, but you refuse to listen until the terribly handsome Mr. Ashbrook says the same." "Yes, well, I don't fancy you one bit. And if I recall correctly, you refused to believe yellow suited your complexion until a certain Mr. Bert Richards complimented you." Taking a sip from her teacup,
The lady's expression was the picture of prim nonchalance.
"I haven't the foggiest notion what you are referring to."
Hazel scoffed and then shifted in her seat. "If you must know, Mr. Ashbrook was persuasive enough that I began an official list of the things I would like to do." Fern straightened and beamed.
"Is that so?"
Rising from the sofa, she moved to the writing desk on the far side of the sitting room. Opening the bottom drawer, Hazel dug beneath the pile of books and papers to free the sheet. Glancing over the list, which was far too short to be considered much of anything, she displayed it enough for Fern to see it existed without revealing her secret thoughts. "It is only preliminary at present," said Hazel, setting the paper on the sofa beside her, face down, of course. "And I haven't the slightest idea what to do with it, as I do not know how to secure lodgings or plan a proper voyage, but I am considering it."
"That is splendid! I couldn't be happier."
The sitting-room door opened, and Grandfather shuffled in, his brows pulled low as his feet struggled to carry him along.
"You're supposed to use your cane," said Hazel, hurrying to his side.
"Canes are for old men," he grumbled. Fern caught her gaze and widened her eyes a bit, and Hazel couldn't help but echo the sentiment. There were few in town older than him, so she wasn't certain what his definition of old was. "Pride won't keep you from hurting yourself again," said Hazel as she took his arm. "Don't get smart with me, young lady. We allow you to live under our roof, and I will not tolerate disrespect. Now, help me find my newspaper."
"It hasn't arrived yet, Grandfather. I fear I slept late and haven't had the time to fetch it."
"But you have the time to sit around eating cakes and gossiping?" asked Grandfather. "It is bad enough that you snuck away last night when you know how much your grandmother relies on you, and you've now left her to herself for most of the day as well." Fern crossed her arms, glaring at the old man's back, and Hazel gave her a pleading look, begging her not to add oil to the fire. "Are you certain there isn't an old paper sitting about? It is better than nothing," Grandfather mumbled as he cast a look about the room. Hazel's gaze fell to her list, and her heart sank as he drew closer to where it rested on the sofa. Shooting a wide-eyed look at Fern, her dear friend quickly snatched it up and hid it in her pocket with a wink. The clock in the hallway chimed a happy tune, and Fern stiffened.
"Good heavens, how did it grow so late?"
Grandfather settled onto the sofa and helped himself to the cakes and sandwiches, and Hazel drew in a deep breath, refusing to let her shoulders slump. Fern's responsibilities were elsewhere, and to carve out any time with her friend was a blessing, so Hazel couldn't bring herself to display any disappointment as Fern gathered her things. Doing so would only bruise her friend's feelings, which would make the moment all the worse. They moved into the corridor, and Fern leaned close to buss her cheek, using the opportunity to secret the list into Hazel's hand.
"Promise me you won't allow fear to keep you from following Mr. Ashbrook's advice."
"I cannot promise anything," murmured Hazel. "Only that I will look into the possibilities, that is all."
"That is better than you were doing, so I suppose I will have to be satisfied with that."
And taking her bonnet and gloves from Maggie, Fern waved farewell and slipped out the front door. Sagging to the side, Hazel stared up at the ceiling, her head leaning against the wall. The paper was stiff in her hand, and when she glanced down at the list, she couldn't help but bite down on her lip as she considered it. What did she know about letting a house or planning a voyage? Her venture into London had been a misery. Disastrous train rides and poor lodgings had littered the few days she'd stolen away for herself. And if one couldn't manage a jaunt to London, how could one expect to visit the continent or more distant shores? Heaven knew her family wouldn't assist her in such foolhardy endeavours. Hazel felt like crumpling the sheet, but she forced herself to keep a clear head and tuck it in her pocket. She had Mr. Biller, after all. He seemed keen to assist her, and a solicitor was precisely the sort of person one needed to secure lodgings. But he had already done so much for her.
A gentleman of his age ought to be enjoying a life of leisure, not helping an ignorant spinster find a small cottage. That was hardly befitting his expertise. It felt as though she was stuck in molasses. Even when she freed one arm, the sticky mess clung to her, keeping the rest of her trapped. Meanwhile, she sank deeper and deeper into the brown abyss. The doorbell clanged, jerking Hazel upright as she shook free of her thoughts. "I have it, Maggie," she called as she lifted the door handle, to find Milo Costa standing alone on the doorstep. "Can I play with your puzzle?" he asked with a grin. Chapter 18. Like the machinery in the mill, Lucas moved back and forth in a steady rhythm. Working alongside each other, they moved in pairs, hoisting the bales of cotton from the carts to the dollies, where other labourers hauled them inside. The sounds of the machinery rang through the courtyard with the constant screech of the cotton processors and mules as they wove the fibre into strands, and the rhythmic thunk of the weavers as they churned out yard upon yard of material. Even with only half the mill working, noise filled the air and the very ground at their feet vibrated, and Lucas's thoughts filled with prayers of gratitude for Conrad's foresight to expand their processing capability. His jaw popped as another yawn seized control of him, and Tommy sent him another smirk. "Late night, old man?" he asked as they tossed another bale. "Brooks!" The pair flung the next bale before Lucas turned to find the foreman striding toward them. Snatching his cap off his head, Lucas wiped his brow and replaced it. Mr. Johnson shoved a note at him with a frown. "This arrived from your lad's school," he said with a frown. "Don't think that you can get letters sent back and forth. You're here to work, Brooks." "Yes, sir," he replied, not bothering to correct the assumption about Milo's parentage, for it mattered little. Stepping to the side and allowing Michael to take over for him, Lucas unfolded the paper to find a note from Miss Oliver. His gaze scanned the lines that said little, yet set his pulse racing. Milo had run off. The world around him spun, and Lucas tried to piece together a course of action, but the image of the boy wandering the streets had him crushing the note in his hand. Though Lucas had shown Milo the way to Newland Mills and Oak Hall, the boy was only 8, and apt to end up in River Dennick or beneath a cartwheel. Drawing in a breath, Lucas forced himself to remember that Milo had been raised in a city far larger than Greater Egerton, and he certainly knew how to handle himself in busy streets. Mr. Johnson had already wandered off, so Lucas turned on his heel and scurried across the courtyard, his pulse thrumming in time with the weaving machines as he strode into the one part of the mill he'd sworn never to enter. Pulling his cap from his head, he cast a glance about the office. The room was long, with books lining the shelves on either side. Mr. Fields still occupied the desk on the far end, opposite Conrad's private office, and when Lucas stopped in front of the mill manager, the fellow cast a raised brow at the interruption. "I apologise, but I have an emergency, and I must see to it immediately," said Lucas, keeping his voice as low as he could, while still carrying over the sound of the machinery. "Asking to bend the rules, are we?" Lucas's throat clamped shut, and he turned to see Conrad standing in the doorway between his and Mr. Fields' office. Despite all the changes of the past year and a half, some instincts stubbornly clung to him, and Lucas's hackles rose the moment he caught his younger brother's judgmental sneer. Tamping it, he forced himself to let go of old habits. Worrying the edge of his cap, Lucas shifted in place. "My ward has gone missing." Conrad's brows rose and he straightened. "Do you know where he went?" Everything in his brother altered in a heartbeat, and Lucas couldn't help but stare for a moment before shaking his head. "No, but I should have guessed that he would run off. Today was his first day at school and he didn't want to go, but he needs an education, and I do not want him under mother's foot all the time." Lucas frowned, staring out the office windows that looked out on the courtyard. Turning to Mr. Fields, Conrad said,
Send word to Oakhall to watch for the boy. I'll write to Vincent and see if our brother can spare a few hours to search. We ought to visit the constabulary, and between them and the three of us, we'll canvass the town quickly enough. I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing down by the river." Every word was clear and logical, yet Lucas couldn't help but stare at his brother as Conrad scribbled out a note. The fellow glanced up from his work with a frown. "Just because I do not trust you and pray you will leave town before you inevitably break mother and father's hearts again, doesn't mean I wish an innocent child to go missing," Conrad said in a monotone, "even if he's only a pawn to make you appear more sympathetic." Lucas's jaw tightened and his hands clenched his cap, but he wouldn't allow the anger to settle into his heart. Hadn't he just lectured their parents about patience and the time required to heal this breach? Assuming it could be. A fortnight wasn't long enough to do any good on that score, and Conrad's assumptions were entirely understandable. The Lucas Ashbrook of the past would have thought nothing of using a child to further his interests, so he couldn't blame his brother for thinking it. Conrad was setting aside his feelings to help, and that was a blessing Lucas eagerly accepted. "Do you know where Milo might have gone?" asked his brother. Rubbing at his forehead, Lucas began to pace. "The river is a good guess, and anywhere there are horses. Liveries or stables would easily lure him in." Popping on his jacket and hat, Conrad snatched up the letters he and Mr. Fields had written and strode to the courtyard with his brother on his heels. With curt words, Conrad outlined their search, and though Lucas, as both the older brother and the guardian of the missing child, ought to be the one leading the charge, he couldn't help but admire how Conrad embraced the role of leader. From their youngest years, his younger brother had been born to step into the role of master. Though Lucas hadn't always appreciated that skill, and a few embers of resentment still smouldered over the loss of his birthright, he couldn't help but admire it now. Stepping through the courtyard entrance, they peered around the street. "You there?" called Conrad, drawing over a couple of boys. With quick instructions, and tossing them a coin apiece, he handed over the letters and sent them on their way. "I think you'd be better off searching the river while I speak to the constabulary, as you don't know where they are." "I visited them the last time Milo went missing," said Lucas with a sigh, his chest constricting. "I do not know what he was thinking of, sneaking away like this. I warned him how dangerous it is." Lucas let out a hard breath and scrubbed at his head. Staring down the street, he searched each small face, hoping the lad would appear. "We'll find him," said Conrad. "Thank you." His brother nodded, hardly acknowledging the words, but Lucas grabbed Conrad by the arm and drew his attention. "I mean it, Conrad. Thank you for helping me." With a furrowed brow, the fellow nodded and turned away. "You go to the constabulary, then. Mr. Ashbrook?" "Yes," they both answered, turning toward a young woman standing to the side. Her face looked vaguely familiar, though Lucas couldn't say where he'd seen her before. Holding up a letter, she bobbed. "A message from Miss Potts, sir." The moment her name came to the maid's lips, Lucas knew what it would say, but he tore it open and read the lines that allowed his lungs to expand once more. "Milo came for a visit. I have him in hand and will watch over him as long as you require. Do not fret. H. Potts." Pinching his nose, Lucas sighed. "He's with a friend." "Then he is safe and sound?" asked Conrad. "Completely." Then, turning to the maid, he thanked her and bade her farewell. "I'd best send word to Mother and Vincent immediately." Turning, Conrad moved back into the courtyard, and Lucas followed, but his brother stopped. "If you need to fetch the boy, feel free to do so." Lucas paused at the threshold and considered that. But what would he do with Milo? They couldn't allow him to roam about. The machinery was far too dangerous, and the lad was too easily distracted. And though Milo was of an age to work, they'd come to Lancashire to avoid that life. He was a child and ought to be allowed his childhood.
Yet he couldn't trust Milo to remain at school, and Lucas needed to work. "Miss Potts has offered to watch him for the day," he said, though his stomach soured a touch at imposing on the lady. "I can retrieve him later. There is still work to be done." With raised brows, Conrad stared at his brother, and it was easy enough for Lucas to see that his response had been a surprise, just as it was easy for him to identify the irritation that constricted his chest at Conrad's reaction. Again, Lucas reminded himself that it was natural, and there was no reason to dwell on it. The pair separated, each to see to their tasks, but Lucas felt Conrad's attention on him as he worked. No longer content with simply ignoring him, the millmaster hovered at his office window, his gaze following his elder brother as he hauled around the cotton bales. Working at the mill was dull, but there was a rhythm to it that reminded Lucas of mucking out stalls at Matteo's side, and the repetitive movement left his mind free to wander, though his thoughts remained fixed on his brother and the hope that perhaps it was a sign that Conrad's heart was softening. Chapter 19. When the final hour came to a close, the labourers spilled out into the streets, gathering in small clusters as they began planning their evenings, most of which involved spending their meagre earnings away at the pub. Lucas straightened his back, earning him several good cracks, but no matter how he flexed his feet, there was no relieving the pain. Each uneven cobblestone dug into his soles, sending sparks of pain up his legs, but he focused on maintaining his forward momentum and ignored how much his toes burned. Thankfully, Miss Potts's home was not far from the path to Oak Hall, for Lucas's mind filled with thoughts of the dinner awaiting him. A quiet evening with his feet propped up was precisely what he needed, and early to bed, of course. His limbs felt like lead weights, though a smile tugged at his lips whenever he recalled the reason for his exhaustion. Good intentions were useless things if one did not hold firm to them, but his determination to leave the Breadmores early had weakened the moment he'd met Miss Potts. And for all that he had almost returned home at a reasonable hour, Lucas hadn't been able to deposit her on her doorstep and walk away. In his 39 years of life, Lucas Ashbrook had claimed many people as friends, but until he'd met Matteo Costa, he hadn't known what the title truly meant. Not a companion who thinks you're diverting for a moment before flitting on to some other entertainment, but a listening ear, free with a word of support and advice. Someone unafraid to speak the truth, even unpleasant ones, when required. People were quick to feign acceptance and admiration whilst snickering behind their friends' back, or to let them wander blindly into trouble without warning. Even in the short duration of their acquaintance, Matteo had been the truest sort of friend, and his absence had left a hole in Lucas's heart, one that Miss Potts was quickly filling. And despite the inadvisable amount of time he'd spent in her company last night, the price was well worth it. Lucas felt pulled apart at the seams, yet he couldn't help but smile when he arrived in Miss Potts's parlour, even though he longed to box the boy's ears for the worry he'd caused. "Look what Miss Potts and I did," said Milo, dragging his guardian to the rug, where the puzzle had been put together in all its glory. And the last of Lucas's frustrations washed away at the sight of the lad's unrestrained glee, which was reminiscent of the carefree child Milo had been. Forcing himself to focus on his duties as the boy's guardian, Lucas frowned. "What are you doing here?" "Miss Potts said I could play with her." "You are supposed to be in school," said Lucas. Miss Potts shifted in her seat, but he ignored her, keeping all his attention on Milo. Rocking on his heels, the boy shrugged. "Do you have any idea how frightened I was?" asked Lucas. "To say nothing of your teacher, who was beside herself when she discovered you missing. If Miss Potts hadn't warned us where you'd gotten yourself to, I would still be out there combing the town with a search party looking for you." That earned him no response, and Lucas crouched down beside him. "We discussed this. You know how dangerous it is to wander off."
But I didn't wander off. I went to Miss Potts's, said Milo with a frown. I remembered she lived by the undertaker's shop and asked around until I found it.
Miss Potts gave a faint but distinctly amused chuff at that, and Lucas glanced at her from the corner of his eye, though she was the picture of stoic support. You need to attend school, Milo. Your mother wanted you to continue your education, and I will make certain you do. Frowning, Milo dropped to the ground, focusing on his toys once more, but Lucas drew him up by the arm. There wasn't an ounce of concern or regret in the boy's expression, and heat sparked inside Lucas's heart as he stared into that apathy. How am I supposed to trust you? You cannot go sneaking off like that. What if something were to happen to you? The words were as effective as spitting on a fire, yet Lucas didn't know what to say or do. He wasn't a father. He didn't know the slightest thing about children.
I hate school, said Milo, jutting out his chin.
School is important.
I'm not going back there, he replied, his voice rising.
Yet what could Lucas say to that? Threaten the boy? Punish him? For goodness sake, he knew how torturous classes were, so who was he to demand Milo to suffer through them? If that wasn't the pot calling the kettle black, he didn't know what was. Crouched before him, Lucas scoured his thoughts for some way to get the boy to understand. I know you do not want to, Milo, but sometimes we must do things we don't want to do.
They talk strange.
Lucas's brows rose at that. They speak just like I do, and Miss Potts and my parents and many other people you've met, yet it hasn't bothered you. Milo crossed his arms.
I don't like them, and I don't want to go to their stupid school.
It is only the first day. What could they have done to make you so angry? Asked Lucas. But the boy turned away, setting his back firmly on his guardian. Lucas's feet cried out at the position he forced them into, so he straightened and stared down at Milo, who picked up the toy horses and galloped them about the rug. What to do? Despite the many upheavals of the past 2 months, Milo had never talked back before. Even leaving Philadelphia hadn't caused him to bat an eye, yet now the lad was close to throwing a fit, and Lucas hadn't the slightest notion of what to do. Choose a different school? There were plenty in the area, though few he could afford on his salary. Those that taught the poor rarely strayed beyond the basics, focusing on that which the children needed to know for life in service or the factories, and the costers had worked to ensure their children received better. Mother and father had offered to assist with the expense, but they were doing far too much already, and there was no guarantee that this new school would be any different. They would talk strange, too. Milo, you must attend school, began Lucas, but the boy slammed the toy down, scowling up at him and crossing his arms.
Will not.
Lucas ran a hand through his hair, dislodging several bits of cotton that had escaped his notice, and he considered what to do or say. Having been a willful child, he was quite aware of the variety of punishments at his disposal, though none seemed the proper course. A throat cleared just behind him, and Lucas turned to see Miss Potts standing at his elbow. She nodded to the far side of the room, and he followed the prompting. I do hate to interject, and you have every right to ignore me completely, as is your right as Milo's guardian, and you know him better than I. What is it, Miss Potts? He asked, hoping she would arrive at the point, for his legs couldn't stand another moment of her beating about the bush. Might he stay with me during the day? She asked. I am not as well trained as his teacher, but I can tutor him. That is very kind of you to offer, but I would hate to impose. It is not an imposition if I offer it up freely, she replied with a crooked smile. Lucas nodded, conceding the fact. But you already have so much to occupy your time at present, and I refuse to be another on the list who commandeers your attention. Miss Potts chuffed. Ah,
So you are going to decide for me what is a good use of my time and what isn't, are you?" Pausing, Lucas replied in a dry tone, "I shan't win this argument, will I?" "It is best if you accept that now, Mr. Ashbrook." And despite the exhaustion and pain pulling at his body, Lucas couldn't help but smile. However, it didn't alter facts. "I do appreciate your willingness, but his mother was very determined that her children have a proper education." "Ah, so it isn't my time that is the issue, but my skills," replied Miss Potts with a cheeky grin. Waving away her jest, her expression sobered, and she added in a low voice, "We spent some time reading together, and I believe Milo hates school because he is embarrassed as he struggles with his letters and cannot keep up with the other students. He will do better with a private tutor who can work with him until he is comfortable." Straightening, Lucas turned his gaze to the boy, studying him as though that might show him the troubles Miss Potts mentioned. How had he not seen it? But then, his parents had been the ones to manage his education before. Lucas didn't know whether or not Matteo and Holly had known of Milo's difficulties, but he knew better than most how trying it could be to keep up with those whose letters came easily. "This isn't a reflection on him, Mr. Ashbrook. He is an intelligent child," she said, gripping Lucas's forearm. "He simply struggles to keep the words straight in his head. My younger brother had a similar issue, even worse than Milo's, but our mother tutored him privately for many years and helped him to sort it out. Now you wouldn't know he ever struggled." She spoke with such determination that Lucas's lips turned into a faint smile. "You needn't worry that I will judge the boy for it, and if you are willing and capable of helping him, I would be eternally grateful." Miss Potts smiled, her whole face lighting up as though he had granted her some grand favour and not the other way around. But Lucas couldn't help prodding her one more time. "Are you certain it won't be a burden? What with your grandparents and family demands?" "To be honest, I would like to do something of my own free will for once," she replied with a bitter huff. Turning his gaze to the boy, Lucas watched as Milo cantered the horses across the rug, his expression as bright and happy as anything he'd witnessed since his family's passing. That alone was reason enough to accept. "My parents are quite willing to watch over him, so do not hesitate to tell me if there is any reason you are unavailable," said Lucas. Miss Potts nodded. "Of course." "And you will tell me if it grows tedious and you do not wish to continue?" he asked. "I promise," she replied. "Somehow I find that difficult to believe," he murmured. "Believe what you will, but there is no reason not to give this a try." Lucas nodded, for there was no other answer to give. "Thank you, Miss Potts." "You are welcome, Mr. Ashbrook." Then, nodding toward the sofa, she said, "Now, sit." And that was when he noticed the sheet laid down on the sofa and the tea service arrayed. It called to him, begging him to accept. Yet Lucas knew his mother was expecting them before long. "The only payment I ask is that you keep me company for a little bit before you return home," she said, motioning for him to sit again. "I spend the vast majority of my days alone with my grandparents, and I would welcome the conversation." Lucas chuckled and eased down onto the cushions. "I suppose I have no choice then, madam, but only if you help me sort out some way to keep Milo from getting lost again." "I wasn't lost," said the boy in question. "I went from the school to Miss Potts's." But ignoring him, the lady readied a cup of tea and treats. "Do as the farmers do and mark him. Then people will know to whom he belongs." "Like a brand?" asked Lucas, with a tone as though he was considering it, to which Milo gaped. Miss Potts's brows rose at that. "More like a collar. Or you could swipe him with paint, like the sheep farmers, or write your name and direction on his forearm whenever he leaves the house." "You could tattoo it like those sailors on the boat," said Milo, with far more interest and glee than he ought. You say no to a brand, but yes to a tattoo? Asked Lucas before taking a sip. Pain pulsed in his feet in time with his heartbeat, and his joints felt ready to break apart. But he couldn't help but smile as the trio discussed the possibilities. Chapter 20. The humid air enveloped Lucas like a shroud, and he swiped his arm across his damp forehead. With a grunt, he sawed at the bale's bindings, though his knife had grown dull over the past few hours. Finally, the thick ropes yielded, and the burlap cracked open, unleashing a flurry of fluff. Dust motes danced in the weak lamplight, swirling like miniature stars in the dark and silent mill, and the earthy scent of raw cotton mingled with the miasma of oil radiating from the hibernating machinery. Snatching out a few obvious twigs and leaves, Lucas tossed them into a pile of debris. Tomorrow, others would properly clean the cotton of any impurities before sending it on for processing, but there was no reason he couldn't help it along. With great effort, he shifted the next bale and loosened the tightly packed fibres, readying it alongside the others to be processed. 2.5 years ago, the last of Conrad's bribe had run out, and the friends he'd made in America quickly followed suit, leaving him alone in a foreign land without a penny to his name. Considering the situation now, Lucas was astonished he had survived a full year before crossing paths with the Costers. Granted, his methods made him shudder whenever he recalled that time, and with such monotonous work, his mind did little else but consider the past and future. 1.5 years ago, Matteo had plucked him from that alley, and the Costers had nursed the dying fool back to life with great effort and a miracle or two. Like the cotton at his feet, Lucas's heart had been cleaned, combed, spun, and woven into something entirely new. Still the same fibres, but transformed beyond recognition. However, Lucas knew that wasn't the end of his journey. Bolts of fabric were more useful than the raw cotton, but only when they were fashioned into clothes, linens, and the like. Yet Lucas did not know what was next in his personal evolution. 6 weeks at home, yet still he was slogging cotton bales. Though he enjoyed earning his bread and the simple satisfaction of working with his hands, this wasn't challenging labour. Worse still, there was no future in it. After Matteo's passing, Lucas had found it impossible to remain in Philadelphia. A groom's wages were too little to make do for the pair of them, and the funds the Costers had left behind hadn't lasted long. Lucas had little experience and no connections in America to expect better employment, and relocating to Greater Edgerton had seemed the best solution, yet his finances were hardly improved. It wasn't as though Lucas expected instantaneous fiscal success, especially as he was nearing 40 and had done little with his life. Even with his family support and a university education, Lucas didn't possess the experience or qualifications to be appealing to employers, which the many gentlemen he'd written to had kindly, but firmly, brought to his attention. Though Lancashire bore the brunt of the cotton famine, when one major industry stumbled, the entire country felt the impact, leaving them with more labourers than positions. Even the stables and liveries weren't hiring at present, with trains quickly becoming the preferred mode of transportation. Coaching inns up and down the countryside found the demand for their horses waning, and though locals still required the beasts, the market was saturated, driving down the prices to ridiculous levels. There was no future there. His dream of opening a livery had died alongside Matteo. Focusing on the task before him, Lucas pulled apart another bale, and a strange lightness flickered in his chest. Few people in the world had the luxury of loving the work that put food in their bellies and a roof over their heads, and though he couldn't say that he longed to spend his days doing this, there was a pleasure in a job well done, in feeling the calluses on his hands, the peace in his heart from completing an honest day's work. No, Lucas Ashbrook didn't require a position he adored. He simply needed to provide for Milo. With the machinery shut down for the day,
The distant sound of the church bell snapped Lucas from his thoughts. Hands on his hips, he considered the work. Not as much as he had hoped to finish, but more than enough. Slipping the knife into its sheath, he tucked it into his pocket. No doubt Oak Hall's kitchen had a sharpening stone he could borrow, and he could take care of it tonight, whilst in the comfort of his home. Whistling a vague tune, Lucas dusted the cotton from his clothes. Despite his best efforts, there was little he could do to clean himself enough for Miss Potts's sitting room. Thankfully, the issue never gave her any pause, so he did enough to keep himself from dragging cotton through her grandparents' house and strode into the mule room. Despite the exhaustion pulling at his limbs, Lucas's steps were light as he crossed into the courtyard. Knowing he would soon be in Miss Potts's sitting room was enough to invigorate him once more. After only a month, this evening ritual had become a necessary part of his day. Laughter drew Lucas's gaze to the office window, and he spied his brother, which wasn't unusual. Conrad often remained there long after the day was done, but he was not alone tonight. Ruby perched on the edge of the desk, her attention fixed on her husband, with a smile so bright that it lit the courtyard as she rocked the babe in her arms. It was some 10 years ago that his path had crossed with Ruby Jeffries, and he had made the wretched wager that irrevocably altered the course of both their lives. One couldn't ruin such a stalwart creature without a good deal of effort, and despite the lies and trickery tainting their acquaintance, those weeks and months of worming his way into her affection had taught Lucas much about the lady, and content was not a word he would use to describe her. Yet it was impossible to deny the evidence of his own eyes. Ruby's hand absently rose to Conrad's cheek, gently caressing it as the pair talked. A little moment, compared to the grand seductions he had used to win her favour. Yet Ruby's eyes blazed with unadulterated joy, and Lucas sent out a silent prayer of gratitude that she and Conrad had found love. Giggles and pounding feet moved back and forth through the main office as little ones ran from their father's desk to Mr. Field's. If the mill manager was still there, Lucas could just imagine the stern look he'd give the children before slipping them sweets from the cash he kept in the back of his drawer. Seeing the familiar scene transported him back to his early days, when their home had been next door in Newland Place, before his parents had purchased Oak Hall and moved the family across town. Mother had often brought them over to visit father, even enjoying the odd picnic on the floor of the office as he worked the long hours required of a mill owner. With the door to the offices open, Lucas heard Ruby call out to her family, "Swarm him, children!" And the herd descended into Conrad's office, tearing about like little laughing demons. "Let's get him home before he objects. The work will keep until tomorrow," she added with a laugh. Lucas forced his feet to move, crossing the courtyard before they caught him spying. Pulling his cap low, he ducked away from the windows and reached the gate just as a little body came tearing out of the office and careened into Lucas's backside. The boy ricocheted and fell to the ground, and instinct had Lucas turning to help the lad up. The child's gaze met his, and a bolt of lightning struck his heart, burning through his chest as he stared into the mirror image of his own eyes. The same brightness and blue. Lucas wasn't certain where the colour had come from, as his father's were brown and his mother's grey, but it was a striking shade, and though the boy boasted the Ashbrook brown hair, it curled at the edges like Lucas's. Except for the sharp line of his nose, which was clearly inherited from his mother, this boy was a miniature of Lucas Ashbrook. "Apologies, sir. I didn't know anyone was about," said the child. "Alexander," whispered Lucas. The boy's brows furrowed, his head canting to the side. "Do I know you?" Lucas hadn't meant to say even that, but the name came to his lips before he could think better of it. This was his son, yet he was a stranger. A nephew who didn't recognize his uncle. Pulling his cap lower, as though that might hide the truth stamped on their faces, Lucas shook his head.
Turning away, he reached for the courtyard gate. "Alexander, come here!" shouted Conrad. Wincing, Lucas stared at the exit, just out of reach. But then he cast a look over his shoulder. He couldn't help it. There stood his brother, his cheeks flushed red as his wife clung to his arm, her own complexion ashy and pale as she gaped at Lucas, looking liable to faint if he spoke a single word. "Why?" asked the boy, but his father brooked no refusal, giving the command a second time. Not wishing to cause any more trouble, Lucas slipped through the gate and hurried down the street, blindly weaving through the passers-by and carts as he took the familiar path to Miss Potts's. That was his son. Shaking his head to himself, Lucas forced himself to reconsider that, for he had told his parents the truth all those weeks ago. Conrad Ashbrook was Alexander's father in every way that mattered, and Lucas had no interest in usurping that role. Thinking of the boy as a son was treading on dangerous ground. Yet the sight of his double haunted his every step. Lucas's gaze focused off on the distance, his heart constricting as that domestic scene played out again and again. How many times had he seen the Costas in a similar situation? Despite having grown up with parents who epitomized a love match, Lucas hadn't appreciated those little signs of affection and domestic bliss. But then, he hadn't appreciated anything in his life until he'd been stripped of everything. Seeing the family at Newland Mills was a peek into a world that could have been his if he hadn't destroyed any chance of that. Not that he and Ruby would have been happy together, for he'd been in no fit state to be a good husband. Nor would he ever have been a good master. The Lucas he'd been brought nothing but misery to everyone around him. Conrad deserved that life, yet Lucas's chest ached at the thought that his opportunity had passed. A squandered possibility. Why had it taken such a terrible and terrifying moment to make him realize there was a better way to live? Why had he only been able to see the truth when wrapped in unending darkness? Why had it taken losing everything before he'd recognized the vast blessings in his life? A fog settled in Lucas's thoughts, blinding him to the world around him. Thankfully, his feet knew the path, and they led him along until he stood before Miss Potts's door. Nodding at Maggie as she welcomed him in, Lucas moved to the sitting room as he took his cap from his head. Milo was seated in his usual place, but with new toys gathered around him. Some logical part of Lucas's muddled thoughts recognized that Miss Potts must have purchased them, and though he knew he ought to take umbrage with her wasting money on him and his kin, he didn't have it in him to broach the subject. "Mr. Ashbrook, are you unwell?" asked the lady, her expression a picture of concern, and though that made a little of the fog clear, Lucas couldn't shake himself free of it entirely. "I apologize for being so late, but there was still work to be done." "You know there is no need to apologize," she said with a frown. "By now, I know better than to expect you at the same time each day, no matter when the workday ends. But you look as though you've seen a ghost." Lucas shifted the cap in his hands. That was precisely what he'd seen. The ghost of what might have been had he been a better man. But his thoughts were so discombobulated that he couldn't bring himself to speak of it to anyone, even Miss Potts. "It has been a trying day, and I fear we cannot linger this evening." Then, turning to Milo, he added, "Clean up the toys. Hurry now, we'd best be on our way." The lad frowned, his thoughts clearly readying an argument, but Lucas cut it short with a simple but strong, "Now." Miss Potts stood at his side, her hands clenched together, and though Lucas wished to assure her that all was well, that required more mental fortitude than he possessed at present. Forcing his head to clear enough for basic decency, Lucas took a breath. "I apologize if I am being curt, Miss Potts. It has been a trying day, and I simply wish to be home." "Of course," she said with a nod, before crouching down beside the boy to help him clear the toys. As much as Lucas wished to help them along,
His legs refused to crouch after so much work, so he focused on keeping his impatience in check. It took longer than he liked for Milo to complete that simple task, and by the time they were headed toward Oak Hall, the lad was working on a mighty pout. Soon, though not soon enough, they arrived home, and Milo hurried into the parlour and threw himself onto the sofa beside Mother, who set aside the book she'd been reading aloud. Father's brows rose as he glanced between the newcomers, but he turned his attention back to tinkering on the clock he'd disassembled. My, but that is quite the greeting," she said as Milo crossed his arms and scowled at Lucas. "Brooks made us leave early, Mrs. Mary," grumbled the boy. "Is that so?" she asked, giving her son a raised brow, but Lucas shrugged it away. Turning to the stairs, he wanted nothing more than to change into clean clothes and lie down for a few minutes. She waved him off with a wink and nodded toward Milo, and as much as Lucas knew the boy was his responsibility, he couldn't turn away the silent offer to watch over the lad. "And what did you do with Miss Potts today?" asked Mother as she settled an arm around Milo. And with that, the boy launched into a description of the lessons they'd completed and games they'd played, and as exhausted as he was, Lucas lingered in the hallway, out of sight as Milo shared the details of his day with great animation. Brows lowering, he couldn't help but notice how much the boy smiled and laughed around others, while reserving sullenness and arguments for his guardian. But examining those failings was one trouble too many today, and Lucas forced his feet up the stairs. The front door swung open and slammed against the wall, and before he could turn to see what was happening, Conrad was there at the bottom of the staircase. His voice boomed through the house, shaking the very rafters as he glared at his brother. "What do you think you're doing, Lucas?" Chapter 21. "What is the matter?" asked Father as the pair appeared in the doorway, with Mother holding Milo close. "How dare you!" shouted Conrad, jabbing a finger at his brother as his cheeks grew redder. The muscles in his body strained as he spat. "You didn't want them. That was your choice." "I know," said Lucas, holding up his hands. "Why don't we visit the nursery?" asked Mother, taking Milo by the hand and leading him around her battling sons before hurrying him away. The distraction was all Father needed to insert himself between the two, and he gave his sons a stern look. "What is going on here, Conrad?" Jabbing a finger at Lucas, he didn't seem to hear his father. "He is my son, mine. I was there when he came into this world, and I've watched over him every day since." "I know," said Lucas. "I have no interest in meddling with that." Conrad scoffed. "So, you were skulking around the mill after hours for your own pleasure, is that it?" There was still work to be done. That drew an even louder huff from his brother. "Oh, yes, you stayed late to do unpaid work. That is entirely believable, Lucas." "Stop that this instant," shouted Father. With firm hands, he pushed against his boys, putting distance between the pair, though Lucas couldn't say when they'd drawn so near to one another. Conrad did as told, his gaze burning into his brother's, and it was like staring into a wall of fire. It was fury, pure and bright, the likes of which Lucas had never thought to see from even-tempered Conrad. "What has happened?" asked Father, his eyes turning between his sons. "I was with my family, and Lucas took it into his head to lurk outside my office and introduce himself to Alexander." "That is not what happened," said Lucas with a huff, dropping to sit on the stairs as his legs creaked in protest. "I was finishing some work that needed doing, and when I left, your son ran into me. I know you have reason to be anxious, but I have been home for 6 weeks now without having made any effort to interfere with your life. Surely that has earned me a modicum of understanding." "Do not tell me what you have earned," said Conrad, jabbing another finger at him, though Father continued to push his younger son back. Lowering his voice, he glared at Lucas.
I am the one who dried Ruby's tears and helped her through the misery you heaped on her. I am the one who has taken care of the family when all you did was cause them trouble. I am the one who worked countless hours, desperately struggling to keep Newland Mills from closing, never knowing if this year might be its last. I am. You think 6 weeks of good behaviour has earned you anything? Now, hold on, Conrad, said Father, his brows pulling low. But that only drew his son's anger. No, Father, I have seen this too many times to remain silent when you are gleefully returning to old habits. The last time he was here, he nearly destroyed my wife, and you sat there silently allowing it. Now we have a good life together, and I won't allow him or anyone to jeopardize her or my children. And it is entirely understandable that you are wary, replied Father in a calm tone. You have every right to be, but this is different, son. Lucas is different. He has changed. Conrad let out a sharp and growly groan as he turned away. Do not give me those sermons on forgiveness again, Father. I am heartily sick of the words and could recite them by memory after all the times I've heard them over the years. We are speaking of Lucas. This time is no different. He appears on your doorstep with crocodile tears, begging for forgiveness, whilst promising never to do it again. But the moment that goodness grows inconvenient, he casts it off. I know all this, Conrad, said Father in a hard tone. You are not the only one who suffered at his hand, but I swear to you that he is altered. He's taken the lowliest position at the mill, working long hours for minimal pay. He refuses our assistance beyond meeting his most basic needs. He is manipulating you, shouted Conrad. I do not know to what end, but I have seen this play out too many times to believe it's true. Never again. Stone flowed through Lucas's veins, filling him until he was naught but a statue on the stairs, whilst his brother and father argued. For all that Conrad insisted he hadn't changed, this moment proved he had. Lucas's dark heart had revelled in this sort of chaos, doubly so when his sainted brother was at odds with their father, but now his chest ached, the pain throbbing through him with every heartbeat. Sitting there, he saw all too clearly the fear driving his brother, and heaven help him, Lucas couldn't disagree with the fellow. A single whisper about Alexander's parentage, and both the child and Ruby would be stained forevermore, and though he had never breathed a word of it to anyone, no amount of assurances would calm Conrad's fears. Holding that secret over his brother was just the sort of thing Lucas would have done before. I keep him at the mill to please you, but I do not want Lucas anywhere near Ruby or the children. They've suffered enough because of him, and I will not allow it to happen again, said Conrad with a cold look at his brother. Turning on his heel, the fellow strode away, not sparing a backward glance as he swept through the door, slamming it behind him. Father's breath seeped from him, and he sagged against the banister. I suppose that was bound to happen. Give him time. All thoughts of exhaustion vanished, and Lucas shot to his feet with a scoff. For goodness sake, Father, how many times are you going to repeat that lie? I have tormented our family my whole life, and Conrad has every reason to hate me. I would not fault him if he never forgave me, and why should he? Once more, I returned home for selfish reasons, and he is paying the price. You are providing for Milo. That isn't selfish at all, said Father with a frown. But Lucas met the man's gaze, his own as cold and lifeless as the heart in his chest. I may not have anticipated such problems, but I knew my being here would cause pain, and I came anyway. Son, please. Father reached for his arm, but Lucas pulled away, going out the same way Conrad left, though he closed the door with more care. Standing on the doorstep, he looked up only to ascertain the direction his brother had gone and turned his feet in the opposite path. Raindrops sprinkled from the sky, and though Lucas had only his sack coat on, he was undeterred. He needed air. He needed to breathe. He needed to erase his life.
Flipping up the lapels, Lucas burrowed into the layer of cotton, though it did nothing to stave off the chill as the water seeped into his clothes. After this arduous day, his body cried out at the additional abuse, demanding he stop, but his feet continued to move, ignoring the pain pulsing through him with each step. His heart hurt more than his body ever could. As much as the Lucas of the past had done everything to avoid the consequences of his actions, the Lucas of the present longed to take them in. By consuming his family's heartache, perhaps he might find peace. Yet how could he think to deserve such a thing? After causing so much misery, it was only fair that he be made to suffer for the rest of his days. Perhaps then his debt would be paid. Lucas passed through the heart of the town, his gaze boring holes into the ground as he tried to outpace his thoughts. But they kept time with him, growing in number as memories flooded his mind. A jagged paver stabbed into his foot, and surrendering to the weakness of the flesh, Lucas hobbled to an obliging set of steps in front of a shop. They were hardly tall enough to be considered a seat, but they provided a little separation between himself and the muck of the street. Dropping onto it with a sigh, Lucas propped his elbows on his knees. A thin layer of rain coated the stone and soaked into his trousers, and with the sun fully set by now, the cold seeped into his skin, bringing with it the memory of that winter in Philadelphia when the ice had become a very part of his bones. He ought to return home. But where was that? Oak Hall was the place he'd lived the longest, but his presence there was forcing a rift in his family as, once more, his parents were sheltering their wayward son at the expense of their dutiful one. Why had his life been spared? His worthless soul had been pulled back from the brink whilst Matteo, Holly, and all those innocent little ones had perished. Where was the sense in that? Where was the purpose?
Ashbrook!
Lucas jerked upright, coming to his feet in an ungainly fashion whilst brushing off his trousers.
"It is you," said Hamstel with more than a hint of astonishment. "Good heavens, man, you look wretched. What are you wearing?"
Straightening his sack coat, Lucas refused to answer, for he couldn't think of anything to say, and as Hamstel had clearly spent some of the evening enjoying himself already, the fellow was too inebriated to notice.
"I was just headed to the Silent Woman," he said, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder. "It is the best way to end a trying day, and you look as though you could use a pint or two."
"My thanks, but I should return home," said Lucas, stepping away, but his friend drew up beside him, throwing an arm around his shoulders.
"Come now."
For all the joviality just a moment ago, Hamstel's voice was far more serious than Lucas had thought him capable of.
"You do look like you could use a drink."
"I shouldn't. For more reasons than one, foremost of which was the fact that he couldn't afford it. Too many struggling families watched their patriarch drink a quarter of his earnings away every day, and Lucas knew too well how quickly one's funds depleted when one indulged in spirits.
"What's the matter with a pint after a long day?" asked Hamstel. "It's not as though you were a poor drunk or ever imbibed that much, from what I recall. Good at holding your liquor. So, what does it matter if you have a single drink with a friend? I could use the company."
A roaring fire to thaw his bones, the comforting feel of a pint in his hand. One couldn't bring troubles past a pub's threshold, for there were no thoughts of the past or the future allowed within those walls. His spirit felt as tattered and worn as the rags on a beggar's back, and nothing muted the voices in one's head as thoroughly as spirits. Surely a drink wouldn't ruin him.
"Please, Ashbrook," said Hamstel with a frown. "Don't make me beg."
Chapter 22. Only the sound of turning pages broke the silence in Hazel's bedchamber. The words swam before her, blurring into grey shapes against the stark white paper, and sleep gnawed at the edges of her consciousness as a drowsy fog crept in from the corners of her vision.
But the very idea of surrender ignited a spark of rebellion within her, and she stubbornly held it at bay. Sleep was a thief, stealing away precious slices of existence. For all that many viewed it favourably, falling and remaining asleep was too much work to be enjoyable. It never came as easily as so many claimed. And tonight, Hazel had declared war against the tyrant. She gripped the book tighter, its worn spine a familiar comfort against her palm, a shield against the encroaching darkness. The novel promised adventure with whispers of exotic lands and daring escapades tucked between its creased pages. But the plot lay flat on the page, an uninspired tapestry, failing to spark her imagination. Even the words, once shimmering portals to fantastical worlds, now seemed dull and muted, mere shadows of the stories they once held. Yet she read on, clinging to the flickering glow of the bedside candle like a drowning swimmer to a flimsy log. The book became her shield, the words her whispered battle cry. Sleep might be inevitable, but tonight she'd make it fight for every stolen moment of precious solitude. Something skittered across the glass in her window, but the single candle didn't provide enough light to the blackness beyond. Ignoring it, Hazel tried once more to delve into the world presented before her, but it truly was a wretched story, employing the same characters and plot devices she'd read in a dozen other books, without a hint of originality to breathe life into the stale narrative. Another sound echoed from the glass, and Hazel stared at the window. With the fire banked for the evening, the air had enough of a chill to make the prospect of throwing back the covers unbearable. But her curiosity was piqued, demanding she investigate. It was nothing. She knew it was nothing. Merely some branches scratching the windows, or detritus carried about on the wind. But when it happened a third time, Hazel cursed herself and threw back the bedclothes. Stepping into her slippers and drawing on her dressing gown in one fluid motion, she hurried to the window. Hazel pulled back the curtain and stared into the inky darkness to find a figure standing below, shrouded in shadow. Flicking open the catch, she opened the window just as the stranger launched another handful of pebbles. Gravel struck her face, and she jerked back with a gasp. "Apologies," called the figure. "Mr. Ashbrook," she whispered. The fellow gave no answer, and Hazel stared at him as he listed far to one side, then collapsed onto the ground. Throwing closed the window, she hurried out her bedchamber and slipped down the stairs, scurrying through the house and to the back door. Though some of the adjacent buildings boasted tiny patches of green that served as kitchen gardens, hers opened up to cobblestones and an alleyway, and Mr. Ashbrook lay sprawled across it. "Found you, Miss Potts. I saw a light burning in your window. Hoped it was you." "Mr. Ashbrook, what is the matter?" she asked, crouching beside him. The fellow groaned, and though the slightest bit of light filtered through the press of buildings, it wasn't enough for her to see what injury had laid him flat. But as she drew closer, Hazel caught the stench of spirits permeating his breath and clothes. "Apologies, madam," he mumbled. "I can't return home like this. Didn't know where else to go." The last of Hazel's good sense flew straight out of her head at the sight of him collapsed on the ground. No doubt, Fern would think her mad, for her reputation could not survive another blow, yet there was no question as to what Hazel would do. "Come, Mr. Ashbrook, you are too heavy for me to lift alone, so you must help me," she said, reaching down to pull on his arm. The prod was enough to get him to move, and Mr. Ashbrook rose to his feet, though he leaned heavily on her for balance. "I thought about sleeping behind the pub, but I cannot bear the cold any more," he mumbled. "I don't want to be cold again. Not ever." "It is a miserable night," she said, guiding him along. Thankfully, Mr. Ashbrook maintained his momentum, so Hazel simply kept him balanced.
Moving to the stairs, she was grateful he was steady enough to manage them with little help, and that her grandparents were heavy sleepers. With Maggie in the basement, there was little chance of the maid-of-all-work hearing him if she hadn't already, and even if she discovered him in the morning, Hazel trusted the girl to be discreet. Or she hoped so, at any rate. "I hate the feeling," he whispered, "like I'll never be warm again." Hazel's brows rose at that. "You sound as though you've picked up a touch of the American accent when you're in your cups, Mr. Ashbrook." "Do I?" he asked, stumbling to the side. "Not terribly, but your consonants are slipping." Nudging him to the right, Hazel pulled open the door to the guest room, which was sandwiched between hers and her grandparents. It was far from ideal, but then it wasn't ideal to have an inebriated friend appear at her back door in the middle of the night. "Thank you, Miss Potts," he said as she guided him to the bed. Hurrying to her bedchamber, Hazel fetched the candle and used it to light the lamp waiting there. With both burning bright, she turned to find Mr. Ashbrook spread across the mattress, his jacket cast to the side. For all that the situation was odd in so many fashions, and in many more ways than she could consider at this very moment, the thing that struck her the most was seeing the fellow in his shirt sleeves. Having several brothers, she'd seen them run about the house in a similar state of disarray whenever Mamma's back was turned, yet it was nothing compared to seeing a man, even an intoxicated one, in such a state of undress, especially as his damp shirt did little to hide the broad expanse of his chest, and no bookseller's son could ever have the build of a labourer. Clearing her throat, Hazel forced her attention away from that sight and hurried to help him with his shoes. His feet were soaked through, and she needed to get them off before Mr. Ashbrook caught his death. Hazel pulled them free, and before she could consider the odd shape of his socks, she peeled away the sodden wool. Hazel froze, her hands flying to her mouth as she stared at the misshaped mass of flesh. Several toes were missing, and the few remaining ones were scarred and missing portions. Not a single one remained unscathed. Her eyes moved from his feet and found Mr. Ashbrook watching her with far more clarity than he had displayed a moment ago. Forcing her throat to work, Hazel rose from the foot of the bed and moved to the dresser where some of her grandfather's cast-offs were stored. Thankfully, Grandmother insisted on hoarding such things away, and Hazel dug through the garments to find a dry pair of socks, and with gentle movements, she covered his feet once more. "I have more clothes if you require them," she said, "but I shan't help you into those. My charity has its limits." But Mr. Ashbrook simply watched her. "Aren't you going to ask about my feet?" "It is your story to tell when you wish to share it." His brows rose at that, though his gaze and words remained blurry and slurred. "That doesn't sound like you, Miss Potts. You've blurted out plenty of other questions that most wouldn't dare to voice, always quick to say what is on your mind." But before she could answer, he gave her a wry but droopy smile. "Or are you not flustered enough now that you've seen how ugly I am?" "It would take more than a few missing toes to mar your terribly handsome features," she replied in a dry tone. But taking a deep breath, she added, "I may speak my mind too much. I love that about you." Hazel's brows rose at the casual manner in which he used such a potent word. But even if she were to dismiss his choice in verbs and replace it with one his compromised wits would have chosen in a sober state, it didn't negate the strength of his compliment. Even Fern, who loved her as much as anyone, found her behaviour discomforting at times, and loved her despite it, not because of it. Forcing herself to move, Hazel pulled the bedclothes over him, though with the man spread across them, it was more of a swaddle. "Regardless, Mr. Ashbrook, even I know there are some things one ought not to ask, especially when it is clearly attached to a painful memory." "My life before that injury was far more painful," he whispered. "I nearly lost more than my toes that night, yet it was the best thing to ever happen to me. A miracle." Leaning over him, she tugged at the neckerchief at his throat. The knot was already loosened, and Hazel jerked the fabric free. Mr. Ashbrook's hand snatched hers and held her fast when she tried to move away. "You are so kind to me, Miss Potts," he whispered. "Far kinder than I deserve." Shifting so she sat on the edge of the mattress, Hazel drew her other hand around and encircled his. "I could say the same, Mr. Ashbrook. Few ever paid me any mind when I was just the spinster daughter of the local bookseller, yet you have always treated me kindly." Hazel's thoughts leapt to her writing desk, which boasted several more beautifully written invitations to soirees and gatherings, and though she wouldn't dismiss that good fortune, she couldn't help but notice that not one of them had ever paid a call. Her inheritance may have purchased some attention, but it wasn't the same as true connection. With a self-deprecating smile, she added, "Beyond Fern, I think you may be the only true friend I've ever had." But Mr. Ashbrook's brows furrowed, his expression crumpling, as tears sparkled in the flickering lamplight. "If you knew the truth of my past, you would despise me," he whispered, his tone as bleak and dark as the moors in winter-time. Even without knowing the context of his feelings, Hazel's heart broke, for there was so much despair there that she couldn't stop her tears from gathering. "Forgive me, Mr. Ashbrook," she said, affecting a prim tone, "but you are once more deciding how I feel. It is a nasty habit of yours." Chapter 23. The gentleman stilled, staring at her with pleading eyes, though Hazel didn't know if it was for absolution or more affirmations, and her heart twisted at the sight of his agony. Opening her very soul, she pled for guidance to help this broken man. His grip shifted, drawing her fingers between his, and Hazel's gaze fell to their joined hands. "I have been a selfish creature and committed every evil in this world short of murder," he whispered. "I lied and cheated. I used women and cast them aside without a second thought. Even stealing from children wasn't beneath me." Mr. Ashbrook paused, and Hazel prodded, "But then you changed." A huff followed that statement, and he turned apathetic eyes toward her. "When I had nothing, Milo's family found me and took me in, nursed me back from the brink of death without asking for anything in return. Matteo became my greatest friend. He showed me the joy of laying down one's life for others, in giving kindness freely and without expectation. He and his wife epitomized selfless love." "And you have done the same for their son." But Mr. Ashbrook's gaze hardened, silencing that statement. "Matteo and I were working in the livery when he grew ill. I helped him home, and by the time we arrived, cholera had already swept through the family. Matteo fell unconscious shortly after we arrived, and he never woke again. Holly was barely able to move, but she and I nursed the children as they died, one by one, until only Milo remained." Hazel's vision blurred as she imagined the sight. Cholera was a nasty business, and like most, she'd seen the way it ravaged families and towns. "In the end, I was alone at Holly's bedside, and she knew she would not see the next morning." Mr. Ashbrook's eyes drifted back to the ceiling as his expression crumpled. "She wasn't afraid for herself. Holly had such incredible strength. But they had no family to care for Milo, and she was terrified that he would be left alone in the world. With tears in her eyes, she begged me to watch over him, to take him as my own." Silence fell as Mr. Ashbrook gathered himself once more, and when he spoke, His tone was as lifeless as those friends he had lost. I agreed immediately. I couldn't deny her. They'd given me so much, and I loved their children. Yet when the sun rose the next day, I wanted to leave him, walk away and ignore my vow. Mr. Ashbrook released her hand, his fingers drifting to her throat. Despite the damage done to her skin, Hazel felt the whisper of a touch as he ran a finger down her neck, sweeping a caress along her collarbone. She didn't dare to move or even breathe, lest she draw his attention to the action. It is far too cruel that you, who are so good and pure of spirit, are forced to bear such marks for all to see. But I, who has lived his life so poorly, can hide those physical manifestations of his mistakes. His throat bobbed as he turned his bleak gaze to the ceiling above him. Even when I thought myself changed, that selfish creature was still inside me, quick to shirk my duty and abandon a child I loved when it was too daunting. The words dragged out of him as though done under duress, whilst he described the various wrongs and missteps he had committed of late, culminating in the argument with his brother that evening. Mr. Ashbrook didn't elaborate wholly on the history between the two of them, but having seen other families struggle with wayward children, Hazel could well imagine the resentment that had festered amongst his siblings. Halting and slow, his words faded into the flickering shadows, and Mr. Ashbrook lay there as though awaiting some great judgment. And that broke the spell his touch wove, for Hazel stared at him with raised brows. "Is that all?" she asked. The question came out sharper than she had intended, but she couldn't help it. Mr. Ashbrook's brows rose, his hand falling away. "You think you are the only one with a shameful past, sir? Pure of spirit is not how I would describe myself." Mr. Ashbrook shifted in the bed, trying to give her his back, but Hazel snatched his hand in her grip and stopped him. "Do not dismiss me, sir," she said with a frown. "You know the Hazel Potts before you, but I have demons of my own. Had you met me when you were last in Greater Edgerton, you wouldn't have recognized me, for I was cruel and vindictive, even to those who did not deserve it." Drawing in a breath, Hazel pushed it out through her nose, trying to find the beginning of her narrative. "I told you of the nickname the children gave me, but I didn't tell you just how cruel they were to me. Whilst some of it was due to my scars, the truth is that some are born with a personality that draws in others with little effort." Then, with a pointed tone, Hazel squeezed his hand. "People like you. And though you enjoy my odd ways, I fear most find me off-putting and irritating, especially when I was a child. I wasn't well liked before the accident, but when I recovered and returned to my life, those scars became a physical manifestation of my unlikability." Mr. Ashbrook frowned, looking as though he would argue, but she hurried to add, "You had your time to speak, and it is my turn now." The gentleman closed his mouth as bidden, though Hazel saw the arguments mounting in his gaze, and she couldn't help but smile and cling tighter to his hand. "As much as I wish I had been stronger, I learned to meet cruelty with cruelty. While some think an eye-for-an-eye existence is not only justified, but the proper way to live, the trouble is that it only breeds more resentment and pain, and soon it wasn't enough to simply return barbs. I started lashing out at everyone, good and bad, protecting myself before they could inevitably hurt me." "That is understandable," he murmured. "Yes, but that doesn't negate the viciousness I meted out on others," she replied. "And many of them were entirely undeserving of my treatment, but I couldn't see friend from foe. Whatever pain was heaped on my head, I returned it tenfold to anyone who crossed my path." Drawing in a breath, Hazel shook her head. I couldn't see what I had become until I was in my early 20s. It was winter, and I had been invited to a skating party, though only because they wished my siblings to attend. Despite knowing it was likely to be a miserable experience, I couldn't help myself. I was convinced that this outing would be different. Hazel gave him a wry smile tinged with sadness. And it wasn't. I was ignored by the vast majority, but there was a group that particularly enjoyed tormenting me, and they were in fine form that day. I cannot recall what happened precisely, but they were mocking me in the same manner they always did, and I couldn't stand it any longer. Attacking them never did any good, so I chose an easier target to hurt. Despite knowing there was nothing to drink there, Hazel cast her eyes to the nightstand. She so desperately needed something to wet her parched mouth, but she forced her throat to swallow and forged ahead. Poor Sally Butler was a sweet girl and a talented musician who played a good many instruments. Though she never reached out to me in friendship, she never caused me any harm either. Never spoke a word to me, really. I sped across the lake and rammed into her as hard as I could, slamming her to the ice. Hazel lost herself in the memory, recalling the moment she had decided to do that very thing, knowing that injury was a likely outcome for the girl and caring not one jot. "Is that all?" asked Mr. Ashbrook. And though the flippancy of the question pricked at her heart, she couldn't blame him, as he had borrowed it from her. Sally broke her arm upon impact, but when she fell, another collided with her, slashing her other hand with a skate. The damage was severe and made it impossible for her to play her beloved instruments again. It wasn't enough that I caused her great physical agony during the weeks of recovery. I stole away the thing that she loved most in this world. Cold swept over her, seeping into her bones. I stood there, watching her bleed upon the ice and snow, sobbing as she clutched her arm, and I revelled in Sally's suffering, knowing that she was hurting like I was. Shaking herself, Hazel straightened and brushed her free hand across her cheeks, wiping away a stray tear. It was a brief moment, before anyone knew the extent of her injuries, yet that maliciousness burned inside me, dark and angry. And at that moment, I saw the monster I was becoming, the monster I was, and I do not think I can describe just how much I loathed myself. Mr. Ashbrook's brows rose. "I fear you are trying to compare apples to oranges, Miss Potts. What you did was wrong, horrible, and certainly loathsome. But you hurt one person, whilst I left a wake of destruction behind me. Even still, I continue to bungle things, causing my family anguish." Firstly, Miss Butler's injuries were just the most egregious and obvious example I can share, but I left many in my wake as well. Miserable people spread misery. Secondly, do you think I had that moment of awakening and was suddenly angelic? She asked with a tone that conveyed the absurdity of that question. "Mr. Ashbrook, I am not trying to compare our situations, for they are different, just as every human existence is. But you lie there, holding tight to your self-loathing, whilst refusing to see the incredible changes you have wrought in yourself." Reaching forward, Hazel placed her hand over his mouth when he moved to interrupt. It took years to quash those malicious instincts, and even longer before I was able to find any semblance of true contentment within myself. That you struggle to believe my sad history is merely a sign of how hard I've worked to overcome it. Hazel lowered her hand and took hold of his. "It has only been a short time since you had your epiphany, and though you were in a darker place than I, you've made far greater strides." "I find that difficult to believe." Miss Potts huffed. "Believe what you wish, Mr. Ashbrook, but though my scars made it difficult for me to catch a bow,
I assure you my personality was the cause of my spinsterhood. By the time I finally found peace, it was too late for me. You, on the other hand, had that epiphany and immediately altered everything in your life. If you expect yourself to be perfect, you are setting too high a standard for yourself." His dark brows drew together, and though there was still disbelief shining in those blue eyes, Hazel's heart thumped at the flash of hope that made him look young and vulnerable. "You had a moment of weakness and wished to abandon Milo. That is no great failing, Mr. Ashbrook," she whispered. "You were alone and without family or funds to care for a child, not to mention nursing your own heartache at having lost your dearest friends in such a gruesome manner. Anyone in your position would have felt overwhelmed and frightened. In fact, many would have embraced the feelings and dropped Milo at the nearest church. You, on the other hand, uprooted your entire life in the hopes that he will have a better one." Firmly holding his gaze, she asked, "Now, Mr. Ashbrook, what about that is selfish, evil, or unforgivable?" Chapter 24. Darkness swallowed the bedchamber, with only the flickering lamp and candle on the nightstand to fight back the shadows. Yet propped on the edge of the mattress sat a light, or the living embodiment of one, the antithesis of the dark void Lucas had seen. His chest squeezed, though he couldn't tell if it was constricting, or if the heart and soul inside him were expanding beyond their capacity. But the pressure built as he held Miss Potts's gaze, and felt her words burrow into his bones, lending him her strength and certainty. "Mr. Ashbrook," she began, her voice as firm and steady as her gaze. "Are you better now than you were before?"
"Yes."
Regardless of any other uncertainty, that answer came readily to his lips. Miss Potts looked unsurprised. "And, Mr. Ashbrook, are you committed to remaining true to that change and improving upon the man you are?"
"Yes."
A smile brightened her expression, her eyes warming as she held fast to his hand. "Then you needn't continue to flog yourself."
"That is easier said than done,"
muttered Lucas. "Of course it is. Just because something is simply worded doesn't mean it is simple to do. Nor does it negate the wisdom in the advice," said Miss Potts with a wry laugh. "You returned home from Philadelphia for Milo's sake. That is a simple thing to say, yet to carry it out, you had to set aside the pride and fears that drove you to avoid your home. You had to settle the Costas' affairs. You had to sort out passage for you and Milo to England and then to Greater Edgerton. A simple statement, yet not so simple to follow through with it." Throat tightening, Lucas considered the advice he'd so quickly brushed aside moments ago. There was wisdom there, to be certain.
"And what is the first step one takes towards forgiveness?" he asked.
"I cannot say for certain, but accepting that progress isn't a consistent upward climb would be a good start. Stop deeming yourself a failure every time you misstep." Drawing in a breath that stuttered and shook, Lucas brushed his thumb against the back of her hand.
"You may have a point."
Miss Potts straightened, her grin growing. "Good, for I must say, I do not care for this sullen version of you, Mr. Ashbrook."
"It is me," he said with a frown.
"It is a part of you, but not who you are, and I fear you've held too tightly to this aspect of yourself. I prefer the one I've come to know of late," she said, leaning closer, her brows knitted together. The pressure grew inside Lucas, threatening to burst him wide open as he considered that. In a low voice, he whispered,
"I don't think I care for this version of me either."
"Then change it," she said, her tone all determination and fire. "The Mr. Ashbrook I know cares deeply about his responsibilities, desires more than anything to be a good man. He is thoughtful and kind, wishing never to be a burden on others, whilst doing what he can to lift theirs. Though he pretends to be somber,
He is quick to laugh and has a witty comment at the ready. He sees to the heart of people, believing what he witnesses over gossip and hearsay. He's so stalwart and determined that he inspires me to do and be better. Each word was like a burning coal dropped into his chest, flooding him with heat as she described a man who felt like an utter stranger, yet also familiar. Like always, Miss Potts spoke with her whole heart, infusing every word with the bright feelings woven through every fibre of her being. "You are so good to me," he whispered, and though he cringed inwardly at the emotion quivering in his words, Lucas couldn't banish it entirely. "As I said, Mr. Ashbrook, you are a dear friend, in many ways the dearest I've ever had. You may not view yourself highly, but I am exceptionally blessed to know you." For all that the amount of ale and spirits he had consumed tonight had pickled his brain, Lucas didn't think himself so far gone as to have hallucinated the words. Despite meeting his gaze in such a bold fashion time and time again, Miss Potts's eyes fell away, and Lucas longed for a dozen more candles to see if she was blushing. The one comfort was that she still held his hand. He didn't know if she even realized their fingers were entwined, but once the impulse had taken hold, Lucas hadn't been able to fight it. Any more than he had been able to keep from touching her neck. The drink was eroding his good sense, for Lucas hadn't intended to say or do any of those things, but like so many other times, trying to keep secrets from Miss Potts was a difficult endeavour. The very brightness of her soul begged him to revel in her presence and dive deeper into her world. Miss Potts peeked up, and though Lucas couldn't see for certain, he would swear that her cheeks pinked at that moment. Good heavens, the lamplight suited her. It sparkled off the warm brown of her eyes. Lucas had seen many a lady turn such an expression on him, but never had it been so inviting, luring him closer with promises of a happier world, of rightness, belonging. And before Lucas could think about what he was doing, his lips found hers, and he drew her into his embrace. Miss Potts squeaked in surprise, her muscles rigid, but just as he was about to release her, the lady relaxed into his hold, her arms wrapping around his neck. Like in so many other aspects of his life, Lucas felt a tinge of sorrow as he considered his past. He had shared such intimacies with far too many women, treating these tender moments callously and robbing them of their true power. But as much as he wanted to brush the thought aside, he couldn't help but linger on it a moment or two. Despite all the lips he had kissed and all the bodies he had swept into his arms, none of them stirred him in such a manner. Miss Potts, the unassuming antithesis of a seductress, had woven her way into his heart with her blunt questions and teasing witticisms. Why she thought him so worthy of her affection, he didn't know, but Lucas revelled in it and poured his heart into his touches. Hazel's eyes grew wide, and her wits sputtered and tangled in an attempt to understand what precisely was happening. Of course, she knew what it was. Even her uneducated lips knew a kiss when they felt it, but the shift from heartfelt discussion to impassioned embrace was startling. Even if she'd been praying Mr. Ashbrook would do just that. Granted, she hadn't anticipated anything coming from it, as that thought popped into her head whenever he was about. And though she had wished for it, Hazel couldn't help but think it might be a touch better if he didn't taste so heavily of spirits. After their first minutes together, she hadn't noticed just how thickly the stench permeated the air around him, but now it filled her nostrils and coated her mouth. Casting the thought away, Hazel ignored that imperfection and focused on the electricity zipping through her veins. But in the same breath, she wondered what she ought to do. Shift her arms from around his neck? Touch him? And though Mr. Ashbrook moved determinedly, their noses collided and his teeth nipped at her lips before he jerked to the side, though she had no idea what he intended with the movement. The disjointed motion made it impossible to lose herself in the embrace, but despite it falling very short of her hopes for that all-important moment, Hazel didn't care. They had a life to perfect the art of kissing. All that mattered was that they shared this moment. Mr. Ashbrook was kissing her. Lucas? Hazel nearly laughed at the absurdity of calling a gentleman by his given name. But surely this was a declaration, a beginning. No gentleman would dare embrace a lady in such a fashion if courtship or marriage was not foremost in his thoughts. And no matter his self-doubts and past, Hazel knew Lucas Ashbrook was too honourable a man to mean anything less. Lucas cared for her. Dare she hope that he loved her? Hazel couldn't say where her heart lay precisely, but she was adjacent enough to the sentiment that she hoped she stirred his affection. He pulled away, his breaths coming in heavy pants as he blinked rapidly. "We must stop." There was a determined edge to his tone, as though he were speaking more to himself than her, and Hazel saw the desire burning there as his eyes lingered on her lips. But whatever he believed himself to be, Lucas Ashbrook was a good man, and he released her. That hesitant smile graced his lips as he met her gaze. Hazel. Her breath caught at the sound of her name, and she took his hands in hers once more, allowing herself that liberty. "Yes, Lucas?" But he paused, his expression falling, and even in the dim lamplight, Hazel saw his complexion grow ashen. His hand rose to his mouth, and she leapt from her seat and dashed to the corner. Snatching up the chamber pot, she shoved it under his chin just as his body convulsed, casting up everything inside him. Hazel's stomach clenched in response, and though she winced and instinctively flinched away, she held the pot steady. The last thing they needed was to drop it all over the mattress. "That was not how I imagined this happening," he mumbled as he settled back onto the pillows. "At least you got all the sick in the pot," she said with a faint smile. A single huff of laughter shook him, his voice growing fuzzy as he mumbled something incoherent and his eyes closed. Straightening, Hazel raised her brows as he slipped into insensibility. Still holding the pot in her arms, she stared at him. And, heaven help her, she couldn't help but snort with laughter. "Precisely the romantic fairy tale all young ladies hope to have one day," she mumbled to herself as she set the pot on the nightstand. Plucking her handkerchief from her pocket, Hazel cleaned his face. Lucas's eyes opened a fraction, and upon seeing her, he drew his lips into a smile before he let out a sigh and slipped back into his dreams. Hazel rested a hand on his cheek, brushing a thumb across the skin as she settled onto the edge of the mattress. Like so many aspects of her life, this was far from what she had anticipated, but it had happened, and everything would be different now. Chapter 25. A traitorous shaft of light speared Lucas's eyelids, announcing the day with unwelcome cheer. Groaning, he threw an arm over his face, but the curtains hadn't been drawn last night, and there was no hiding as the sun rose higher in the sky. His head felt like a poorly packed valise tossed from a moving carriage, and pain pulsed in time with a relentless sound of hoofbeats and cartwheels clattering against the cobblestones outside. Wincing, Lucas burrowed into the pillows as he tried to dispel the fog in his head. His throat felt like sandpaper, his tongue a leaden weight. Memories, fragmented and blurry, flickered at the edges of his mind like dust motes in a golden spear of dawn. What had he done? What had he said? The details remained stubbornly out of reach, submerged in the murky depths of a nail-sodden oblivion. And that was when he realized the bedclothes weren't his own. As quick and painful as lightning, recollections of the previous evening struck Lucas's mind at once, sizzling through his nerves as his eyes snapped open to find Hazel in a chair beside the bed, her head resting on the mattress. The chamber pot full of sick sat on the nightstand beside her, and Lucas stifled a groan, scrubbing at his face as though that might erase the past 24 hours. The fight with Conrad, his snapping at father, drinks with Hamstall, and his conversation with Hazel all swept through his thoughts at once, forming a whirlpool that threatened to drown him. When the last moment emerged, strong and bright, Lucas stilled and stared at the sleeping lady. The memory of her lips set his veins burning once more, flooding him with a longing he'd never felt for any woman before. The flames threatened to consume him as they begged him to snatch her up once more, to make her his in every fashion possible, bind her tight until she could never leave his side. Yet buried in those sentiments was an old and unwanted friend. Lucas knew its voice all too well. It wasn't as though he'd been without a conscience throughout his life. It had simply been drowned out by that deep, alluring instinct that called for him to do as he pleased. For the past year and a half, he'd managed to strengthen the former and weaken the latter, yet here those selfish thoughts were again, pressing him to ignore the whisper that told him to be good. Hazel believed in his righteousness, so much so that Lucas couldn't help but believe in it too. Could he be the man he wished to be? Not if he gave in to the desires thrumming through him. With another quiet groan, fueled by both physical and emotional discomfort, Lucas forced himself upright and swung his legs over the opposite side of the bed. The world tilted precariously, and he grabbed the bedpost for support. A grimace twisted his features as he snatched his coat and cap from the chair. Casting a look about, he found his shoes propped up before the low fire to dry. Lucas stiffened and stared at them. Such a little thing, inconsequential, yet it was so indicative of his dear Hazel's character to think of such a thing. Hazel shifted and moaned, and he stilled, the sound both startling and intriguing in equal measure. A flash of memory brought with it the feel of her lips, the eager noises she'd made as they'd kissed, the flush of her skin when they'd parted. He squeezed his eyes shut again, the image both tantalizing and unsettling. An old instinct, honed over the years, had told him how welcoming she'd be if he'd wished to press the issue last night. With Hazel swept up in the moment and her feelings, the possibility had been there, lurking in her eager kisses, and that knowledge called to him, whispering of all the delights to be found lost in her embrace. Sneaking across the floor, he slipped his feet into his shoes, only to hear her stirring. Turning from the door, Lucas's breath caught as he found her rising to her elbows and rubbing at her neck, her hair dishevelled and falling free of her plait. Her lips stretched into a timid smile, her gaze brightening as she straightened. "Good morning," she whispered as her cheeks pinked. Lucas's stomach churned for an entirely new reason, though the damage it had taken last night meant there was nothing left to give. His throat knotted tight as he tried to think what to say, but what could he do? Once more, he had created a mess, yet he would not bear the pain alone. Affection was stamped in Hazel's expression, and he knew their embrace had meant much to her, just as it did to him. Once more, he had acted without thinking, only doing as he desired without considering the future. The Lucas of last night might have been eager to embrace his dear Hazel, but in the light of day, truth rang through his pounding head. The temptation she presented pulled at him, drawing him in like a moth to a flame, and it would end in their mutual destruction. Lucas Ashbrook was in no position to court a lady. Whether or not things were improving in his life, there was so much at odds. His family was fracturing apart. His ward was struggling with his lessons. He needed to find himself a proper profession and home. The only solid thing he had to cling to was his friend, Miss Hazel Potts, whose heart and home had become a haven for him in the past month. Lucas Ashbrook had nothing to offer her but his tattered heart and soul, which were only just beginning to mend. Did he truly wish to drag her into such chaos? Could a courtship survive long amidst such turmoil? The answer was clear enough, for Lucas was barely managing his life at present, even with the assistance of his family. No matter how much he wished to take her into his arms and his heart, Lucas knew to do so would be selfish. It would only end in sorrow for her. And Milo. The poor lad was beginning to thrive once more, which was due in large part to her efforts. If, or rather when, Lucas bungled everything, it wouldn't be only him who lost Miss Potts. "You look confused," she said, her brows furrowing. And in that moment, Lucas realized the escape he had at hand. Though his heart shuddered at the thought, as it was precisely the sort of thing old Lucas would do to escape the consequences, new Lucas recognized that telling her the truth would only ease his conscience at the expense of her pride. Guilt swelled in his heart, regardless of what happened, but at least he might spare her the pain of feeling rejected, even if it was his own weakness he was rejecting and not her. Shifting from foot to foot, Lucas forced the words out. "My memories are rather foggy, and I'm afraid I do not recall how I ended up in your home." Miss Potts straightened, her eyes widening as she stared at him for several long moments. "Ah, yes, you were quite incapacitated." Lucas's gaze dropped to his toes, heat stealing across his cheeks. "It was a rough evening, and I fear I did not manage it well." "It was a misstep, Mr. Ashbrook, that is all," she said, her words firmer than before. "You will do better next time." "Thank you for taking care of me last night. I hope I wasn't an inconvenience." Turning his cap about in his hand, Lucas nodded toward the door. "I didn't mean to wake you, but I really should go. My parents will be worried sick about me." And that was the precise minute that two very important facts struck Lucas in quick succession. The first being that he had abandoned Milo to his parents' care without a second thought. Though his mother wouldn't begrudge the assumption, it settled heavily in his heart that he hadn't considered the boy until this very moment. The second being that he'd placed Miss Potts in a very precarious position. Lucas could have slept in the street. It wouldn't have been the first time, and no matter how chilly it was, the temperature hadn't dipped to freezing. He could have survived. But if anyone discovered that he and Miss Potts had spent the night together, her reputation would not. What had he been thinking? The answer was clear, for he hadn't been thinking when he'd arrived on her doorstep, nor when he had kissed her. The action had been genuine but misplaced, and with each passing minute, it was clearer and clearer why pursuing anything more than friendship would be a disaster for everyone involved. "I am a fool," he mumbled. "Often," Miss Potts replied in her usual teasing manner, "but usually not as great a one as you think." "I shouldn't have come here. If anyone were to discover me—" "You called on a friend in a time of need, Mr. Ashbrook. I welcomed you in, fully knowing the risks, so if there is any trouble, it was my choice. Do not take that on yourself," she said, her brows rising in challenge. "Yes, madam," he said with a dip of the head. "But I really must go. I didn't tell my parents I would be gone all night, and it's still early enough that I might be able to slip out the back without anyone seeing." Miss Potts rose from her seat. "Yes, of course." 3 little words, yet the lady spoke them with the graciousness that was woven through her very core. Yet there was a tinge of sadness to the words, and Lucas didn't dare look into her eyes, for he knew he would see the disappointment there, just as she would easily see it in his. "My thanks, Miss Potts. You are a true friend." That he managed to speak the words evenly was a testament to his acting abilities and his self-destructive tendencies. for the wiser route would be to leave, immediately. Yet last night she'd offered him a balm, giving him strength when he was at his weakest. To step out that door would be to leave this moment and return to a world full of conflict and self-doubt, where every day felt like living in a forge, being constantly placed in the fire and reshaped. Lucas clung to her belief that one day that tempering would ease, but the work to be done was still so very great, and there was no end in sight. When one described miracles, often the Bible stories of old rose to the forefront, with the parting of the seas, raising people from the dead, and any number of fantastic and inexplicable moments. With those examples clinging to the word, it was easy to overlook all the smaller examples, the day-to-day moments that seemed rather commonplace, yet were miraculous nonetheless. That Hazel sat there with a placid expression, as everything inside her dissolved into tears, was nothing short of a miracle. Clenching her jaw to keep them from slipping out, she drew in a deep breath as her lips remained fixed in a small but lifeless smile. He didn't remember their embrace, their conversation, everything that had happened between them. What ought to have been a momentous occasion was a memory that only she possessed. Drawing on every ounce of fortitude within her, Hazel said in a clear voice, "I count you as my dearest friend, Mr. Ashbrook, and you are always welcome here. Anything you require, simply say the word, and I will do what I can to help. Never forget that." Lucas, Mr. Ashbrook, nodded, his brow creasing as he crushed his cap in his hand, his gaze fixed to the floorboards, his shoulders tight but stooped, and Hazel's heart melted anew for the gentleman who boasted such strength and fortitude, but with an edge of fragility, as though he expected himself to break apart at any moment. With a sharp bow of the head, Mr. Ashbrook turned and strode through the door, leaving Hazel sitting there, considering the man. Something in that posture called out to her, begging her to draw him into her arms again, to shield him from his self-doubts and grief. And in that swell of emotion, her pain ebbed, allowing her to see the truth beneath it. Mr. Ashbrook may not recall their kiss, but the desire that had inspired it last night was still there somewhere. Some part of him had wished for that embrace, and though the spirits had loosened his tongue, they hadn't created feelings that didn't exist, and they would surface again. Chapter 26. The maid was attending to her work downstairs, but Lucas slipped silently past the stairwell, down to her domain and out the back door. Sneaking through the alleyways that edged the backs of the houses, Lucas settled his cap on his head and strode into the roadway, stepping into the flow of people as they moved along the pavement to their work. Pain banged against Lucas's skull like a child's drum. The light pierced his eyes, and his toes felt every uneven step. But his heart hurt most, constricting and crumpling as the distance grew between him and Miss Potts's home. Fool! Great lump of a man! Selfish creature! Were their curses enough for Lucas Ashbrook? Head hung low, he stalked along, his thoughts playing through all those moments and wishing he'd made other choices. Why was it so difficult to simply choose the good path? It made him happier. Whatever his old friends believed about the joy of drink, women, and gambling, Lucas had seen and felt the difference between that and the quiet life they dreaded so very much. Living in excess could never compare, yet he hadn't been able to turn aside Hanstel. In that moment, Lucas had wanted nothing more than to forget everything. Instead, he'd found a whole new set of troubles. Letting out a groan, he dug his fingers into his neck, but no amount of scratching could alleviate the unease skittering up and down his spine. A passing woman looked askance at him, and Lucas winced to himself before tipping his cap at her, though it did little to alleviate the concern in her expression. At least he wasn't staggering, or not much at any rate. Coming to a halt on his parents' doorstep, Lucas gazed up at Oak Hall, feeling every bit as anxious as he had when he'd arrived there 6 weeks ago. Habits, formed over years and ingrained into his very blood and bones, surfaced and dragged into his thoughts all the excuses that might paint his disappearance in a better light. Though it would be difficult to hide what he'd been doing if his parents came upon him immediately, it was easy enough to sneak through the house and clean himself up before he presented himself. Lucas had plenty of practice doing so. Banishing these thoughts, he felt that all-too-familiar, hot and heavy weight settle in his chest. But even as Lucas embraced the guilt he knew he deserved, Miss Potts's spirit settled at his elbow, her hand taking his with all the tenacity of her heart. The feel of her fingers entwined with his was imprinted on his memory, and her words gathered in his thoughts once more, bringing with them a new question. What if she were right? Lucas still could not believe the lady he knew was the miserable one she described, but perhaps that was the point. And the first step in that journey was to accept fault when necessary. Stepping through the door, he strode down the hall and followed the sound of conversation coming from the dining room. Mother and father sat at the table, with Milo just beside them, the three talking animatedly, without noticing Lucas in the doorway.
"I'm certain a bit goes in the rider's mouth," said father with a puzzled frown.
"No, it goes in the horse's mouth," said Milo, gaping at the fellow.
"Nonsense, my good sir. How else is the rider to lead the horse? The bit goes in his mouth, and when he turns his head, so does the horse."
Milo frowned and turned puzzled eyes to Mother. "Mr. Ambrose is funning me, isn't he?" The lady paused a moment, likely trying to decipher the child's American vocabulary, but there was only a quick pause before she leaned closer to Milo and whispered conspiratorially, "Mr. Ambrose is only happy when he's funning people." Turning a knowing gaze at the gentleman, Milo scrunched his nose. But that was when the lad's gaze finally caught sight of Lucas standing there. Stilling, Milo stared at him, his eyes hard and cold, and he slouched into his chair, crossing his arms. Clearing his throat, Lucas managed a quiet, "Good morning." Milo leaned over his plate, picking at the food, and Lucas drew in a deep breath. "Are you ready to go to Miss Potts?" The question was silly. She deserved a rest today, and Mother and the maids could manage Milo for a few hours, but Lucas couldn't think what else to say to the boy. "I need to clean myself up, but we'll be on our way in a few minutes." But the boy didn't move. He poked at his plate until Mother leaned close and prodded him. "Go up and get your things, dear heart." It was as though she'd fired the starting pistol at the races, for Milo leapt from his seat and hurried for the door, pausing just long enough to plant a kiss on Mother's cheek before he sped past Lucas without a passing look or word. He watched the boy take the stairs in a jumble of limbs, using both hands and feet to scurry up them. Striding to a chair, Lucas dropped down with a sigh. "He was rather upset last night when you weren't there to put him to bed," said Mother. "I found him asleep in your bed this morning." Lucas's brows rose. "It seems with each passing day he increasingly prefers your company to mine. He's surly and disobedient whenever I ask him to do anything, so I don't know why it would make a difference if I'm here or not." "Children mourn in their own way, and acting out is common," she said. "And I think he may be having nightmares, the poor dear. Understandable, given the circumstances." Dropping his cap on the table, Lucas leaned over and scratched at his head and neck, though it did nothing to alleviate the itching along his spine. "I owe you all an apology," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the tablecloth, following the white embroidery that gave texture to the fabric. "I had a difficult night, and I fear I wasn't as strong as I had hoped to be." Mother rose from her chair and came to his side, enfolding him in her arms. Lucas flinched at first, not wanting her to smell the spirit still clinging to him, but there was no hiding the truth, and he welcomed the tenderness, even if he couldn't bear to return the embrace. Hazarding a look at his father, he found the gentleman watching him, unblinking and steady. In that gaze, Lucas felt the condemnation he deserved. Could he not have simply walked away from Hampstall, or stopped before he was fully soused?
I didn't want to return home last night, because I didn't want you to see me like that, but I realize now it was useless. It certainly didn't make anything better, said Lucas with a heavy sigh. It certainly hadn't done Miss Potts any favours. I am ashamed that I was so weak and proved Conrad right yet again, but I swear I am not trying to manipulate you. I do not wish to trample on your generosity. I was just so lost last night, and the offer of a drink was too alluring.
Lucas paused and pulled away from his mother, though she remained at his side. Shaking his head, he amended,
I will not offer a heap of excuses. I made a poor choice, and I know I have broken your confidence yet again. I don't know what I can say or do to earn your trust back again, but I will try. I promise to do better, I swear it.
Rising to his feet, Father came to that side of the table and took the chair beside his son. The man's expression was as grave as ever, and Lucas braced himself.
We cannot expect change to come without setbacks, said Father, his brows furrowing. Sometimes we make great strides, taking leaps and bounds down the right path. But no matter how much progress we make, we all regress at times. It happens, but do not give up.
Lucas let out a heavy breath, his shoulders loosening the moment Father's opinion on the matter was clear. Yet that small dose of comfort skittered down Lucas's spine as he considered the situation. Their words and actions echoed Miss Potts's last night, but where hers brought brightness to his heart, this made him almost giddy. However, that was not the proper word. Not comfort, precisely. Relief. Shaking his head, Lucas rose from his seat, striding to the wall. He scratched at his jaw, digging into the skin as he tried to sort out the feelings, for they sat adjacent to what was right and good. Touching, but not overlapping. Clarity struck, and Lucas straightened, turning to face his parents.
Please don't make excuses for me. Please stop forgiving and comforting me. Yell, shout, rail at me. Condemn me or punish me, anything, but do not act as though it is nothing.
You are a grown man, said Father with a frown, well beyond the age where we can punish you, though I do not know why you think we need to. You made a mistake. You are clearly remorseful.
I cannot fall into this pattern again, he said, whilst his feet longed to move. They never seemed to recall the damage done to them in such moments. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to sit across from them. I didn't decide to come home lightly, and though I expected it to be difficult to find my footing in the family again and earn your trust, I didn't understand the strain it would place on me.
Mother moved as though to draw nearer, but Father caught her hand and pulled her into the seat beside him, and they waited as Lucas gathered his thoughts, though they were in such a sorry state that he wasn't certain he understood them well enough to explain them. Feeling his heartbeat in his temple wasn't helping matters.
In Philadelphia, I was unknown. I was merely another man among many, unnoticed and with no history. No expectations tied to me or my name.
Lucas's gaze fell to the tabletop, his fingers drumming along the linen.
Here, everyone knows me and expects me to behave like the man I was. Old friends are quick to entice me with temptations I am not yet strong enough to withstand when I am at my lowest. And though I appreciate your support, I feel the lure of old habits, and though Conrad is wrong about me, he is right about one thing." Forcing himself to swallow, Lucas cleared his throat. "I know how to manipulate you, and it is so enticing to slip back into those familiar patterns. You always treated me cautiously, afraid that any wrong word would push me away. But I do not need accommodating parents. I need the ones from my last day in Greater Edgerton, who set firm rules and guidelines, unwilling to accept or excuse my behaviour any longer." "But this is different," said Mother with a shake of her head. "It is. I am different. But I am already too surrounded by the past, and it is making it far more difficult for me to remain true to the path I've set for myself," said Lucas, then quickly added, "Not that I am laying the blame of my actions on others, but I am beginning to wonder if I made a mistake coming here. The mill cannot afford to keep me on, and I cannot stay on indefinitely as a labourer, yet neither can I find a better position. I am causing strife in my family by simply being here, and I do not know if I can remain the person I wish to be when everyone expects me to be the man I was. Milo is faring better with you and Miss Potts around, but at what cost? What future do we have here?" Silence fell, and Lucas couldn't bring himself to look at his parents. He felt their attention on him and the weight of the air that fell heavy on his shoulders. "We are disappointed," said Father, his voice quiet, drawing Lucas's gaze to his. "After what happened last night, I wasn't certain if I would ever see you again. With how you've lived, we accepted long ago that you might die in an alleyway somewhere, and we both feared that perhaps last night would be your breaking point." Father's words stuttered, and Lucas's throat tightened as his father struggled beneath his emotions. Mother didn't bother to hide it, allowing her tears to slip down her cheeks. "We are angry that you disappeared without a word and sought comfort in a bottle," he continued. "We feared the worst, and your mother spent the majority of the night crying whilst we mourned that possibility. After seeing you so altered, it is even more painful to see you regress. You broke our hearts last night, so if you need that truth, take it, Lucas." The anguish in his father's gaze faded, and he leaned forward, his expression hardening, as though daring his son to argue as he said, "But know that we are also proud of you." Mother nodded and echoed those words, her tears flowing freely. "We know you far better than you believe we do. We have watched over you and cared for you, and we know the man you were and what you are capable of being. And no matter how many times you stumble, it fills us with unutterable joy to see you dust yourself off and try again," said Father, his finger poking the table. "We see the change in you, we feel the difference, and we will do whatever we can to help you. We love you." And at that, Mother pulled free of Father's hold and returned to Lucas's side, drawing him into her arms once more. For all that he was a grown man of 39, he welcomed it and burrowed into her hold. "I wish I knew what I could do to make this easier on you, Lucas. I have spent countless hours pondering and praying that I might know how to help you, but these are your demons to battle. Just know you aren't alone," she whispered, "and we truly are proud of you." Chapter 27. Patience was a virtue. Granted, stating such was guaranteed to eradicate the trait, for that trite phrase was trotted out only when patience was in short supply. Regrettably, Hazel's capacity for tolerance and forbearance was equal to her beauty and natural allure. Thankfully, one could alter one's personality. The same could not be said of a plain visage or scarred skin. And when one embarked on a journey of self-improvement, developing greater long-suffering was inevitable, for such mighty transformations rarely happened quickly. Yet, regardless of how much Hazel had changed from the bitter harpy she'd been, she was far from perfecting patience, and she struggled to hold on to her last threads, though they were quickly slipping from her grasp as she and Milo stood in the bookshop, staring at yet another novel. "What do you think of this one?" asked Hazel, turning her latest find toward the boy, flipping to an illustration of Perseus displaying the Gorgon's head. "My nephew assured me this was topping." Milo's lip curled, his nose wrinkling. "Topping?" Hazel smiled to herself. The slang is ridiculous, I know, but he insisted that he and his cousins adored the stories, which are all from Greek mythology. I believe there is a sequel to it as well. Her eyes traced the spines, searching for the mate to this book, though it didn't seem to be amongst the collection. "My brother can order it for you if you wish," she said, whilst silently begging him to choose it, or the previous one they'd examined, or any of the others they'd considered. They'd combed through every children's title in the shop, and Hazel was a few minutes away from throwing a tantrum worthy of a toddler if Milo didn't choose. Flipping through the pages, Hazel pointed out all the illustrations that showed the various battles, though most were far too insipid to catch the child's eye. She paused on an epic drawing of Bellerophon astride Pegasus, swooping in to battle a chimera. "Doesn't that look fascinating?" she said, shoving it under his nose. Milo made a vague noise, his eyes drifting about the shop. "Miss Potts?" Straightening, Hazel turned to see Mrs. Bredmore step around the corner. "I thought that was you. How good to see you again," said the lady with a bob. "I feel as though it has been ages." Hazel's brows rose as she considered just how long it had been since the Bredmore's party. "Heavens, you are correct. Time has passed in a flash." Mrs. Bredmore sighed and shook her head. "I do apologize. I keep meaning to pay a call on you, but I have been run off my feet lately. I had thought that once our midsummer ball was over, I would finally have some time to myself, but I've been busier than ever. I've watched for you during my afternoon calls, but our paths haven't crossed. I fear it is difficult for me to leave the house, as my grandparents require so much assistance, and I have been quite occupied of late as well." With a delicate smile, Mrs. Bredmore turned her gaze to Milo. "I see you are. Is this one of your nephews? I know between your mother and father you have quite a bit of family in town." "I do," said Hazel, taking the boy's hand in hers. "However, he is the son of a friend." Milo's gaze darted to her, but thankfully he remained silent. There was no need to hide the connection to Mr. Ashbrook or the boy's true parentage, but they needn't broadcast the full tale or invite more questions. Besides, it was true enough. "You are always welcome to visit, Mrs. Bredmore," continued Hazel. "As I said, it is not easy for me to do so myself, but I am home most days and always eager for company. This afternoon, if you like." "Oh, you are a dear, but I fear I am on my way to another appointment," she said with a frown. "But I do hope you are planning on attending the village fete next week. As I helped to organize it, my husband and I will be there the whole day, and we would love to steal some time away with you. And Mr. Micklethwaite will be attending as well. I know he is eager to speak with you again, as your introduction was cut short at our ball." Hazel straightened. "He is?" "Quite so," said Mrs. Bredmore with a nod. "He and my husband have worked together on many business ventures and speculations, and he was visiting the other day and mentioned you in particular." Sunlight filtered through the shop window, warming Hazel and helping to hide the blush that stole across her cheeks. Surely his interest couldn't be romantic. The gentleman had seemed keen to speak with her, but he would have called if he wished to further the acquaintance. However, Hazel didn't host formal at-home days, as her social circle had been too small to warrant it before the inheritance, and grandfather couldn't bear the fuss and fluster. Did she wish for Mr. Micklethwaite to call? Having exchanged all of 5 words, Hazel didn't know one way or another. Of course, it was flattering. Her experience with men was limited enough that having one pay her special attention was thrilling. Yet her thoughts lingered on Mr. Ashbrook. Just because the gentleman hadn't recalled their kiss, nor done anything of a romantic nature since that night, didn't mean all hope was lost. Clearly, the feelings were there somewhere, and it had only been a se'night after all. One mustn't rush things. Hazel jerked herself from her thoughts, nodding at Mrs. Breadmore as though she had been listening as the lady spoke of Mr. Micklethwaite. "You must come. Surely your grandparents can spare you for an hour or two," said Mrs. Breadmore. Then, leaning down, she tapped Milo's cap. "And you can bring this handsome fellow too." The boy turned his gaze to Hazel, the faint green in his dark eyes catching the light from the window as his brows pulled together, though he didn't go as far as to sneer or jerk away from Mrs. Breadmore. Taking Milo by the hand, Hazel smiled and searched for a politic way to extricate herself from the commitment, without ever denying or accepting it. "I shall try." "Do," said Mrs. Breadmore. Then, turning away, she raised her hand in farewell and swept from the bookshop. "I don't like her," muttered Milo. "She was being cordial." The boy's brows rose at that, and Hazel amended. "Cordial means friendly. Mrs. Breadmore was trying to be kind, but I do not think she has spent much time around little boys." Milo's frown deepened. "I'm not little." "I don't think she has experience with grown-up boys either," she added, which appeased the child, and he returned to staring at the bookshelves. Good heavens, Hazel had entirely forgotten the battle from before the interruption, and as much as she adored this shop and its contents, she was ready to gouge out her own eyes if she had to remain here another half an hour. "You must choose," said Hazel, forcing the whine from her tone. With a shrug, Milo nodded at the book of mythology in her hand, though he looked as pleased with the purchase as Hazel had been in the choosing of it, but at least it was done. Turning to the counter, she placed their selections before the assistant. "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith," she said with a smile, but the fellow grabbed the open ledger before him and moved it to the counter at his back, turning away from her. Hazel stared at him. "Mr. Smith?" But the fellow ignored her entirely, scribbling away as he went about his work as though she did not exist. Standing there, mute and blinking, Hazel was considering this snub and what to do about it when her brother came from the back of the shop. "Mr. Smith, see to the deliveries," snapped Arnold. The assistant abandoned his current task and hurried from view, looking all too pleased to handle that menial work. "We are here for the Morning Post, not the Guardian," said Milo, affecting a rather passable imitation of grandfather's demanding tone, and Hazel couldn't help but smile, though Arnold's cool gaze travelled from the boy to her. "Grandfather wishes for his paper, and we have a few purchases of our own," said Hazel, pushing the books forward on the counter as Arnold snatched them up and examined the spines. "And it mustn't be that liberal claptrap," added Milo, in such a blustering manner that Hazel had to cover a laugh, especially when her brother glanced up from his work with narrowed eyes. "He is teasing, Arnold," said Hazel. "What is the matter with you today? You seem out of sorts." Slamming down the books, he glared at her. "My shop is empty, and you wonder if I am out of sorts?" The moment the words were spoken, Arnold let out a sharp breath, the anger seeping from him as he winced. "I apologize, Hazel. None of this is your doing, and it isn't right to lash out at you. I'm just afraid, that is all." Hazel's brows rose. "I know times are difficult, but we will weather it. Many of the papers speculate the war in America will not last long. It might be over any day now, and once the cotton is flowing back into town, things will settle again." "Yes, of course," said Arnold, but his hands remained fisted. Straightening, Hazel lowered her voice. "This isn't about the famine, is it?" Arnold swiped a hand, batting that away, and returned to his work, making notes in the ledger. "This town is full of bored busybodies who have nothing better to do than gossip. It's nothing but a game to them, and the shop is but one more piece on the board." His words rose in volume at the end, and Arnold lifted his gaze to glare behind her. Following that movement, Hazel glanced over her shoulder to see Mr. Smith in the corner with a crate of books, but the clerk's attention was fixed on her. He jerked back to his work, though not before she spied the sneer on his lips. "I ought to let him go for this impertinence," muttered Arnold, though the tone in his voice made it clear that he would do nothing of the sort. "Don't you dare," said Hazel, still feeling the need to speak the words. Then, gathering the very best of her compassion and equanimity close, she added, "He is a good employee, and as much as I hate the whispers and despise the harm it is doing to the people I love, I cannot blame them for speculating. Surely things will calm eventually. With families like the Breadmores accepting me into their social circle, the antagonism is bound to calm soon." Arnold nodded, though his eyes turned back to her purchases without truly seeing them. The silence was deafening, growing all the more unbearable when he finally turned to fetch Grandfather's newspapers. Milo's curious gaze watched her, and Hazel held on to her smile and pretended that this was just like any of their other trips to the shop. When her brother returned, he set the newspaper on the counter, the Morning Post, thankfully, as Hazel couldn't bear to face that battle when she returned home. Staring at the pile, Arnold cleared his throat. "Might I—" He paused, shifting the purchases about, straightening and lining them up. "Father and I had discussed the possibility—" Hazel's brows lowered as she watched her brother tiptoe about the subject. "What is it?" Straightening, Arnold met her gaze again. "We think it might be best if we deliver Grandfather's newspapers to you." Chapter 28. Hazel froze in place, staring at her brother, and his gaze remained fixed on the counter as he explained. "Julian wants to take up deliveries after school, and having him deliver your purchases would be an easy way to train him up. And you have so much to do. It is ridiculous that you waste your time coming into the shop when Grandfather and Grandmother have need of you. Besides, then Julian can spend some time visiting them as well, which would be a great help to you." Despite his careful wordsmithing, it wasn't difficult to parse out the meaning beneath his petition. While having her nephew occupy his great-grandparents' attention might be of some value, coming to the bookshop was one of the few outings Hazel could undertake without Grandmother and Grandfather causing a fuss, and Arnold knew it. "If you think it is best," said Hazel, forcing her tone to remain even. The relief was so palpable on his face that it was as though a breeze swept through the shop, ridding every corner of the stale scent of dust and paper, breathing new life into the very pages of the books at her back. But Hazel refused to allow anything more than a pinprick of disappointment to torment her heart. If the family was suffering for her sake, this was a little sacrifice she could make to ease their discomfort. In addition to sacrificing her life and freedom to care for their ailing and ungrateful grandparents. Arnold moved about his business, marking the ledger and wrapping the purchases up in a trice before handing them over with a smile. "I will have Julian begin his deliveries immediately." Taking Hazel's hand, Milo tugged her toward the exit, and they stepped into the street. She attempted a smile when he glanced at her, but even she knew how lifeless it was. His eyes searched her face, his brows pinching together as the silence stretched out. "I don't like him either," he muttered. "He's my brother," said Hazel. "I don't always like my brother," replied Milo quickly, seemingly without thought. For once he spoke the words, he stiffened,
his expression falling even more. Now it was Hazel's turn to tug him along. That is all part of being a sibling. There are times I detest Arnold, and my other brothers and sisters, but no matter how much they irritate me, I adore each and every one of them, and they feel the same about me. That eased some of the strain at the edges of his features, and Hazel swung their hands between them, hoping to erase the last vestiges of his worry. "Now we must away, good sir, for you have lessons to learn and books to read," she said in a lofty tone. Milo's nose wrinkled. "Everyone here talks strangely." Hazel tucked up her chin. "Oh no, dear Milo, for I am most certainly far stranger than anyone else here." A smile cracked his expression. "That's for certain." And with that, they walked hand in hand down the street. Less than 2 years ago, the word domesticity had been like poison in Lucas's ear. Despite the good example provided by his parents and his aunts and uncles, it evoked images of boredom and wasted opportunities. Nothing could ever be as beautiful as a world filled with self-indulgence and excess, though only now did he realize just how much of his view had been warped by liquor's ability to twist reality into something unrecognizable. Everything was more amusing, more beautiful, more fascinating, and simply more when one's wits were topsy-turvy and unable to recognize that in truth. It was simply more senseless, more raucous, and more false. Standing in the doorway to Miss Potts's sitting room, Lucas gazed upon the epitome of domesticity. She sat at her writing desk, positioned beneath the window, and scribbled away at her work, whilst Milo lay spread across the rug, his toys strewn about as he read aloud the grand stories of Greek heroes. The words were halting and disjointed, coming too slowly for a boy of his age, but they were coming, and Miss Potts gave encouragement and correction as he worked his way across the page. Such a little moment, completely unremarkable, yet it was far more appealing than any memory Lucas possessed of his former life. Milo paused, glancing up from his book, and spied his guardian in the doorway. Lucas smiled at the boy in greeting, and though the boy's expression lightened in return, it was only because it signalled the end of his lesson, and he set aside the book and turned his attention to his toys, giving his guardian his back. Heart sinking to his toes, Lucas reminded himself that he couldn't expect to regain the lad's trust after less than a sennight since his misstep. But the shift drew Miss Potts's attention, and her hands jerked, quickly turning her papers away as she rose to her feet, before she seemed to recognize the intruder. "Oh, Mr. Ashbrook, I didn't realize the hour was so late," she said with a smile, motioning for him to take his seat, which was already prepared with the sheet laid over the edge of the sofa. Lucas did as bidden, but he gave her a half-smile. "And are we going to ignore the fact that you jumped like a child caught stealing from the larder?" Miss Potts sighed and settled in her seat, quickly preparing a cup of tea for him. "After a certain gentleman insisted I needed to do more with myself, I have been attempting to sort out what that might be precisely. Unfortunately, my grandparents grow agitated if the subject is broached, so I am doing my best to keep it from them until I've settled on a course of action." Handing him the cup, Miss Potts sighed and shifted in her seat. "It is ridiculous that I am a grown woman having to sneak about, but that is the unfortunate state of things." "I do hope it won't stop you." Lucas took a sip, revelling in the perfect blend of tea, milk, and sugar. "I know how much they depend on you, but that doesn't mean you must be tethered here forever, unable to venture even to London without being called home." Miss Potts paused as she poured milk into her own cup. "May I be honest with you?" "Are you ever not?" he asked, his brows furrowing at that thought, though Lucas knew he had no right to be concerned, as he hadn't been forthright about that night they'd shared. But that earned him a laugh. Yes, I suppose I am quite eager to blurt out all sorts of absurdities, but I'm afraid that I've reached an impasse, and I'm uncertain what to do." There was such a heavy quality to her tone, and though the biscuits Miss Potts served him looked quite delectable, Lucas set the saucer aside and turned his full attention on her. "My solicitor is searching for properties to let, but I cannot decide if I wish to remain in Greater Edgerton or visit other corners of the country. Travelling seems the proper thing, allowing me to explore a bit before I decide where to settle. But I cannot sort the whole business out. There are so many choices and mistakes to make, and though I spend countless hours combing travel books, the truth is that I don't know if I am brave enough to venture out of Greater Edgerton on my own." "That is nothing to be ashamed of," said Lucas. "Travel can be a daunting prospect, especially when one has done so little of it. But I assure you that most troubles are easily overcome when one has the funds to adapt to unforeseen circumstances." "That may be true in many regards, but I fear even my vast funds aren't enough to overcome my cowardice." Her fingers brushed along the embroidery on the sofa's arm. "As I've told you before, I attempted London once, and my trip was a disaster. I took the wrong trains and got horribly lost. The lodgings I'd chosen were disgusting and entirely unsuitable, and the city was overwhelming. So much chaos and noise. It was so terrifying to face it all alone." Lucas's brows rose as she spoke, and when Miss Potts finally met his gaze, there was a rueful smile on her lips. "The whole thing was wretched, and when word came that they needed me at home, I was all too grateful for the excuse to retreat." Then, with a huff, she added, "And somehow I ended up halfway to Lincolnshire before I realised I had boarded the wrong train, and it was quicker for me to return to London and try again than crisscross across the counties." Considering that, Lucas asked, "Do you wish to travel? Not everyone is built for it." "It would appear I am not," said Miss Potts with a frown. "But I fear it might be better for me to leave than remain and allow my friends and family to pay for my supposed sins." Brow furrowed, Lucas straightened. "What has happened?" But Miss Potts waved it away, turning her gaze to the window as her shoulders slumped. The urge to draw her into his arms took hold, and Lucas fought to keep himself in his seat. This was not some quiet discussion in the dead of night, between just the two of them. More's the pity. Chapter 29. Glancing at Milo, Lucas cleared his throat and turned back to his original question. "I didn't ask what your family wishes. I asked what you desire." Miss Potts huffed and shook her head. "Isn't that the precise trouble? Money opened up a world of possibilities, but I feel frozen by indecision." Pausing, she considered that and amended, "I do wish to see more. I love my home, but I read books about faraway shores and try to imagine the author's words, yet my experience is too limited to do so." There was such sadness in her tone, and Lucas forced his hands to take up his cup and saucer again, lest they choose to do something entirely inappropriate. "I wish I could tell you precisely what you ought to do, Miss Potts, but I fear the only thing I can say is that you mustn't surrender to your fears. You are capable and intelligent, and I know you will sort out a solution in time." Miss Potts's brows twisted together. "You think so?" "Most definitely," he said with a nod as he put the cup and saucer down. "I am not afraid of you failing. I am afraid you will allow others, or even your fears, to divert you from your course, and you mustn't let them. You cannot spend your life hiding at number 12 Friargate. Even if you were to remain here until your grandparents pass, then what?" "I do not know," she whispered, her spine straightening. "Are they willing it to you? It has been your home for many years, after all." Miss Potts's hands settled in her lap, clenching her skirts, and that was answer enough, though she did say softly, "They are giving it to my aunt, as she is their eldest." "They've already given her husband their business. What is left for you?" "I do not need their money." "True, but you need a home, Miss Potts." Lucas watched her closely, though she did not meet his gaze. Her skirts crumpled beneath her grip, her eyes boring a hole into the fabric. "From what you've said of your aunt and uncle, I would hazard to say that if they choose not to live here, they will want tenants, and you will be forced to either pay them rent or leave." "I do not wish to remain here after my grandparents are gone at any rate," she said in a quiet tone. The sound made Lucas wish to pull her into his arms again, or hold her hand at the very least. Though Miss Potts did not expound on the subject, he could well imagine the conflicting sentiments that surfaced at the thought of their passing. It was clear that she had fond memories of her grandparents and cared for them deeply, but the last few years had made a deep impact on her feelings for them, and was it any wonder when they treated her like a drudge? This home held the memories of her youth, but also her imprisonment. Lucas couldn't imagine wishing to remain here either. "So you will be without a place to live," he said. "Or do you wish to return to your parents' home? Eventually, they will require assistance as well, and what better nurse than the daughter who took such diligent care of her grandparents?" Miss Potts's gaze jerked upward, her eyes wide. "I hadn't considered that." "From where I sit, I see it clear as day," Lucas said with a frown. "You will be pressed into being your family's servant again, and though you might have been trapped by that future before, Mr. Vogel gave you the means to forge your own path, if you will take the leap." Lucas's heart seized at the sheen gathering in her gaze. Emotions swirled there, though Miss Potts didn't allow them to overtake her. "My deepest thanks, Mr. Ashbrook. I do believe that is precisely what I needed to hear," she said with a weak smile, and the tremor in her voice drew Milo's attention. His expression scrunched as he watched her. Smiling at him, she handed the boy a biscuit, which he readily took and returned to his previous play. Turning her attention back to him, she added, "Thank you for being such a good friend to me." "I could say the same of you, Miss Potts," he said, forcing more tea down his dry throat. "But I don't think I deserve such heartfelt gratitude for a few words of advice. It is nothing compared to the efforts you've made on Milo's behalf. I wish I'd had as good a teacher when I was his age."
"Hazel, where is my book?" called her grandfather.
"On the table beside you," she replied.
"I do not see it."
Miss Potts sagged with a sigh. "One moment, grandfather," she called before returning her attention to Lucas. "You didn't care for school?" Before he could say a word, Miss Potts placed more cake on his saucer, and Lucas shifted in his seat. There was little point in dissembling. "I struggled with my letters much as Milo does. The teachers all thought me lazy or simple, and though I sorted out my reading eventually, I was left with a strong dislike for school. I only attended university as an excuse to live in London, and I spent more time in society than on my studies." "Did your parents never guess the truth?" Drawing in a sharp breath, he considered that. "No, and I was so angry about that for the longest time. I felt as though they doted on my brothers and only ever sighed and shook their heads at their indolent eldest son." Lucas straightened and hurried to add, "It was nothing overt, mind you. My parents are kind and generous people, and they did their best for me, but my jealousy made it impossible to see it. My brother Vincent and I started schooling around the same time, and though I was 2 years older, he outpaced me at every turn." Shaking his head, he continued, "Conrad joined the throng a little while later, and it only made matters worse. I learned how to manage my shortcomings,
But where I slogged through my lessons, he absorbed them with ease. Even as a young man, I recognised he had a natural talent for managing Newland Mills that I would never possess, and he was 5 years my junior.
"You were expected to be something you are not," said Miss Potts, with a tone of understanding that sank deep into his heart and warmed him through.
For a long time, I resented my brothers for their talents and our parents for not recognising my struggles, especially when I was old enough to realise that my father suffers from a similar affliction.
Miss Potts straightened. "He does?"
"Yes." Lucas considered that. "And no. For him, it is debilitating. He's never spoken of it to me, but I do not think he can read much of anything. Mother always managed the ledgers, and despite his love of books, I've never seen him open one. Ever. He and my mother spend hours in the library or his study reading together, but it's always she who reads aloud, never the other way round. I don't know if I would have believed a gentleman was unable to read if I hadn't struggled with it myself."
His brows drew together as he considered that time when the darkness had faded enough from his life to see his childhood in a new light.
"I do not blame them for never guessing my struggles. I couldn't keep pace with the others, but I could read and write well enough, unlike him." "Hazel!" called her grandfather yet again.
"1 moment, please," she called in return.
Miss Potts angled herself toward Lucas, her expression falling.
"Have you never spoken to them about it?"
"No," he replied with a shrug. "When I was younger, I was ashamed. As an adult, I was resentful that they didn't see the truth. Now, I cannot bear the thought of telling them, for it would only add to their guilt."
Miss Potts let out a ponderous sigh and said in an absent tone, as though to herself, "No wonder you acted out. Hurt souls cry out for attention, but never in ways that others understand."
Lucas shook his head with a sad smile. "Do not think to excuse my poor behaviour. I certainly don't, just as you do not excuse what you did to Sally Butler."
Straightening, Miss Potts widened her eyes, her muscles tightening as she stared at him. Lucas sent a condemnation inward as he glanced over at Milo and his little ears, but the lad was occupied with his toys, unaware of anything the adults were saying.
"I apologise. I didn't mean to throw that story about," he began, before realization crashed down on him with all the care of a crumbling building. It had been almost 7 days since that night. 7 days in which they'd spoken at length about a good many things, never once straying close to revealing his memories. Lucas's thoughts sped through their conversations, searching for any sign that they'd discussed Miss Potts's past before or since, but it wasn't something the lady tossed about lightly. As much as he prayed that Miss Potts hadn't noticed the slip, her ashen complexion was like a witness standing in the box, its finger pointing to him from across the courts, shouting his guilt to all and sundry. Lucas had lied, and she knew it. Chapter 30. Ice struck Hazel's heart, sending cold shivers through her until she was covered in frost, frozen in place. Yet it continued to beat, making itself known with every painful thump. The world around her stilled, focusing on this moment, on her. Milo remained entirely unaware of their conversation, yet it felt as though everything was focused on her, watching as this great fool of a woman realized the truth. Pain bit into her palms, and Hazel forced her hands to relax, though her nails left indents in her skin. Her thoughts scoured through the past few days, looking for a way to view his words in a different light, and though Mr. Ashbrook managed to keep his expression wiped of emotion, he was not so good an actor that he could hide the truth in his eyes. And they stared at her with such embarrassment and horror that even her silly little heart couldn't deny the truth. Mr. Ashbrook had lied to her.
He remembered that night and their kiss. Hazel's thoughts swirled with all the reactions one might have in such a moment. Tears, shouting, tossing things about, anything to release the pain that throbbed through her. Yet not one of those reactions allowed her dignity to remain intact, and she refused to allow her emotions to run rampant as they'd so often done in the past. Grandfather bellowed again, and as much as she had hated the interruption before, Hazel was grateful for it now. Despite wishing to rage against Mr. Ashbrook's lies, she yearned more for solitude. It was impossible to lick one's wounds with an audience. "I must see to him," she said, shooting up from her seat. Mr. Ashbrook rose as well, but Hazel waved him away, mumbling something about the tea and cakes, whilst unable to meet his gaze, and scurried to the door. But his footsteps followed her. Hazel drew in a sharp breath and moved faster, though she didn't know why she thought that would do any good. A hand came to her elbow, pulling her to a stop in the corridor. Jerking free, she imagined bringing her heel down on Mr. Ashbrook's foot, but she smothered the impulse and forced herself to breathe. But without anger driving her forward, the ice inside her melted away to leave her heart a sodden mess that was liable to spill out in an embarrassing manner. Why couldn't she simply flee? "Please, Hazel," he whispered, and her gaze jerked up to meet his. "You lost the right to call me that, Mr. Ashbrook," she whispered in return, glancing toward the parlour where her grandparents waited, though they could hardly hear what was happening in their own room, let alone outside it. Mr. Ashbrook winced at that. "Please allow me to explain, Miss Potts." "There is no need," she said with a shake of her head, whilst she inched down the corridor. "You have made yourself perfectly clear, and there is no need to discuss it. We needn't revisit the incident." "Clearly we do," he whispered. "Please, sir," she said, glancing about. No one else was there to see them, yet she felt as though she was standing in the middle of a market square with naught but her shift on. "Someone might hear us." "Maggie is busy downstairs. Milo is more interested in his horses, and we both know your grandparents cannot hear a thing." "Hazel!" called Grandfather. And with far too much pleasure, she turned away from Mr. Ashbrook, but the gentleman grasped her elbow again, firmly holding her in place. "Please, Miss Potts," he murmured, and there was so much pleading in his tone that Hazel stopped pulling away and paused. Lowering her gaze to the floor, she sighed. "What is there to say, Mr. Ashbrook? I am no fool. No doubt you are sparing my feelings, and I cannot fault you for that. Spirits cause men to act out of character, and though I might have hoped—" Shaking her head, Hazel brushed that thought away. "Never mind that. Whatever I wished or believed is immaterial. You were in a poor way that night, and I understand the urge to find solace at such a time." "Stop that," he said with a frown. "Stop excusing my behaviour and brushing it off as though it was nothing. That night was one of the most significant of my life, and it means everything to me. Not just your words, which were a balm to my wounded heart, soothing me as nothing else could, but those kisses." Mr. Ashbrook's eyes closed, his breath releasing in a sharp sigh. "The drink did not put that desire into my heart. It simply stripped away the good sense that kept me from pursuing you before. And when my lips touched yours, you stirred my blood as no woman ever has, Miss Potts. No other kiss has ever compared. It took every ounce of my control to stop." Hazel's breath caught in her throat as she watched him, that same desire flaring as his eyes found hers, burning through those blue depths and drawing her in. Hands held her in place, and she didn't even realize she was leaning closer. "I cannot tell you how often I think of you and that evening we shared. The memory of your kisses haunts my dreams and drives me to distraction," he murmured, his thumbs brushing along her bare wrist. Mr. Ashbrook's eyes fell to that touch, and he released her, stepping away. But I am in no position to woo you, Miss Potts." Head bowed, he rubbed at his forehead. "I returned home to care for Milo and mend things with my family, and both of those are taking all my strength. I knew it would be difficult, but I feel as though I'm walking on a cliff's edge and you are my tether. Without you, I know I would fall. I know it." Hazel stilled, watching him as her own heart broke beneath the heavy certainty in his tone. Though she thought him stronger than that, the doubt running through him was palpable and real, and it could easily cause him to fail. "Even if I were in a place where I could consider marriage and a family of my own, which I am not, I cannot risk putting myself in an even more precarious situation. And I cannot risk you. I do not have it in me to give you anything more than friendship at present." Mr. Ashbrook stepped closer, taking her hand in his. "I apologize, Miss Potts. I shouldn't have lied, but I thought it was the kinder course." "You didn't think me capable of understanding your reasons?" she asked with a huff. "It was cowardly of me, I know, but I didn't want to risk hurting the only friend I have in this world." A very strong part of her heart longed to despise the man, to cast him aside and reject his affection as readily as he had hers. But, like Mr. Ashbrook, Hazel didn't want to be that spiteful version of herself, and when that impulse was brushed aside, she knew she couldn't condemn him. His behaviour hadn't been malicious or selfish. Drawing in a sharp breath, Hazel turned away with a hand on her hip and stood thusly for several long moments before facing him again. "Here I was, prepared to hate you, but you make it quite difficult, Mr. Ashbrook." For all that she spoke lightly, anguish hardened the gentleman's features, twisting his brows and darkening his eyes, and Hazel tried again. "I do not want to make matters more difficult for you, not when you've worked so hard." Leaning in, she bussed him on the cheek and whispered, "I will accept anything you are willing to give me, Mr. Ashbrook." The tightness in his body eased, and the gentleman sagged with relief. Hazel drew her arms around him, and Mr. Ashbrook welcomed the friendly embrace, holding her fast to him. The movement was so tender and earnest that her residual anger vanished. A flicker of pain still lingered there, but there was no ridding herself of that when Hazel still longed to call him her own. Friendship was better than nothing, but having something more just beyond her reach was torturous. Which was why, when they finally parted, she couldn't help but give him a hint of an impish smile. "If we are friends, then I feel it my duty to tell you that, though I appreciated the sentiment behind the act, the kisses themselves—" Hazel paused, scrunching her nose as she considered how to convey the sentiment properly whilst lightening the sombre mood. "They left much to be desired. You are an atrocious kisser when inebriated." Then, with an arched brow, she added, "Or at least, I hope it was the drink." Mr. Ashbrook stood there, staring at her in silent stupor before the edge of his despair softened and that faint smile graced his lips. "I've never had complaints before." "Then those ladies mustn't have been discerning, for it was far and away my worst," Hazel replied with a lift of her chin, though she refrained from saying that it was also her best, sadly enough. The gentleman opened his mouth, but grandfather bellowed out, "Hazel!" "Coming," she called, and turning on her heel, Hazel scurried away. Chapter 31. After days, weeks and months of grey skies and sodden earth, even glimpsing the sun was worth noting, and seeing a vast swath of blue was simply miraculous, doubly so when such a joyful moment aligned in perfect unison with the plans of man, which was why Lucas wasn't the slightest bit surprised that the one perfect day Lancashire had boasted this summer season had happened the day before the village fete. Clouds had gathered the moment people dared to hope the weather would hold out,
Though not a single drop of rain fell, many looked to the wall of grey above and bemoaned their terrible luck. The single glorious day had been a gift, but it had only whetted their appetites, proving just how greedy humans could be. Despite the veiled sky, the field pulsed in cheerful defiance of the dim world. Children, with faces flushed not from the sun but from laughter, shrieked with delight as they chased each other through the crowd and around the games and vendors. Bunting hung from every corner of the fairgrounds, and the rainbow of colours fluttered on the slight breeze. Wood smoke hung in the air with the faint tang of onions and pork pies, blending with a wave of warm sugar and rich butter from freshly made caramels and toffee. Beneath it all, the earthy scent of damp grass added a note of vitality to the gathering. Stalls of foodstuff surrounded the area with jars of jams and jellies stacked beside mountains of cheese and ropes of glistening sausages, all plump and inviting. A gaggle of women crowded around a stall overflowing with hand-stitched handkerchiefs and embroidered tea towels, whilst vendors bellowed out to other passers-by, drawing them in to examine their handiwork, which was guaranteed to be the finest in all of Lancashire. On a makeshift stage, the rhythmic stomp and jingling bells of Morris dancers added to the glee, their colourful ribbons a blur against the emerald grass. The open stretch of field beyond them would eventually host races, but for now it served as prime picnicking for families lounging about on blankets and feasting on the treats they'd procured. The air vibrated with a hum of shared laughter, a testament to the enduring spirit of community woven together by simple, though still slightly damp, pleasures. Lucas stood at the edge, watching the whole scene as it overlapped with the memories of other such events that had marked the passing years of their town. Fire had claimed much of Greater Egerton some years ago, but it had been rebuilt and doubled since that time, the town shifting and changing with far more speed than Lucas had believed possible. Yet these moments hadn't altered since his childhood. More people might be in attendance, but the food, goods, decorations, and entertainment remained constant, unchangeable. Weaving through the crowd, he followed a string of Ashbrooks as they meandered around the entertainments. Father stopped to give a coin to the little girl selling posies and handed the offering to his wife, who took it with a broad smile, and Lucas couldn't help but grin at the token. For so long he had ignored and overlooked such simple things, but they were the punctuation to a happy life, scattered here and there, to improve upon the adoration woven through their hearts. Vincent and his wife walked just ahead of their parents, with their two eldest children on either side, and Lucas's attention drifted toward that family more often than not. Raising a hand to point at something in the distance, his younger brother called to their father from over his shoulder, a beaming smile on his lips. Long-forgotten memories crept out of the darkness. With Lucas, Vincent and Conrad close enough in years, they'd grown up one atop the other. These were just the sort of events that would find the three running havey-cavey through the crowds, whilst their harried mother tried to keep them, and Nathaniel, who so often tried to rush after them, despite being so much younger, in hand. Father would sneak them pennies so they could indulge in freshly fried fritters and play games until they were stuffed and fatigued, guaranteed to fall asleep on the journey home, only to find their second wind when it was time for bed. Now, Vincent did the same, secreting his children more sweets than was good for them, especially as their grandfather was doing so in equal measure. Attending a village fete with his family felt like stepping into a dream. His life had taken so many twists and turns before bringing him to this moment that Lucas could hardly believe this was his reality. Despite the chaos surrounding him, quiet settled into his heart, filling him with the sort of happiness he'd chased after for so many years. In all that time, enjoyment and pleasure had been companions at times, but never had they brought such contentment, such rightness. Yet a pang pricked at his heart at Conrad's conspicuous absence. It wasn't as though all his siblings were in town, for Dotty and Nathaniel were both settled in other parts of the country, but knowing a branch of the Ashbrook family was close yet so distant troubled Lucas. Vincent wasn't as welcoming as his parents, but neither was he bothered by his elder brother's reappearance. For all that Conrad was the youngest of the three, the mill had always stood between the boy who'd been destined to inherit by nature of his birth and the one better suited to succeed at the endeavour. Having pursued the law, Vincent had avoided those battles. To say nothing of the troubles Lucas had dropped on Conrad's lap the moment he'd seduced and abandoned Ruby. How was one to erase so much justly earned animosity? Milo darted into the crowd, chasing after a pack of young boys, and Lucas's chest tightened as he disappeared from view. Oak Hall was not far, and Milo could manage the journey on foot if needed, so there was no need to fret, yet Lucas couldn't breathe. "It is hard to see them wander off, isn't it?" asked Mother in a low voice, just loud enough to carry to him. "It is a wonderful and difficult responsibility, but holding him too close to your side will do him no favours in the future." "I don't know how you manage it with so many of your children scattered far and wide," murmured Lucas. "The Costas entrusted him to me, and I feel like every scrape and bruise is my fault." "You are doing your best, Lucas. I am certain they are pleased with your efforts," she replied. Lucas nodded, though he couldn't help his eyes from drifting to where the boy had disappeared. And as fate would have it, Conrad drifted into view with Ruby at his side. A babe rested in her mother's arms, and an older one toddled alongside her father, her hand fixed in his as the elder three fluttered about them like bees surrounding their hive. Despite having spied bits and pieces of his brother's family over the past few weeks, Lucas had never seen them all together thusly. It was somehow both strange and so very right to see Conrad encircled by such domestic bliss. Even in their youngest years, he'd been a responsible lad, honourable, upright, loyal, loving. Yet seeing the change those missing years had wrought in his brother was startling. Conrad was an entirely different person from before, but then so was Lucas. Turning his attention to the fete, he followed along with Vincent and their parents, the group weaving between the offerings big and small. The children were enamoured with the puppet show, though they were quickly distracted by ring tosses and fritters smothered in honey. Occasionally, Lucas spied Milo in the distance, having joined a few other boys his age who were running to and fro, eager to participate in the three-legged races and tug-of-war. And just as often, Lucas's gaze found his brother in the throng, though Conrad firmly ignored him in return. They ought to be with mother and father, but he and Ruby kept their distance, and with each passing minute, Lucas felt the distance growing. Where so many of the others had left home in search of new worlds and possibilities, Conrad had remained at home. Whether it was the nature of his personality, or due to his working so closely with father at Newland Mill, Conrad had always been close to Ambrose and Mary Ashbrook. Yet now he stood apart. It wasn't right. Yet what could Lucas do? The question pricked at him, lingering in his thoughts, even as they clapped and cheered as a juggler took up yet another ball. Conrad had made it clear he didn't wish to speak to his brother, but they couldn't hope to improve things if they avoided each other. For all that Lucas had lectured mother and father about not pressing the issue, ignoring each other wasn't the solution either. Lucas spied Conrad once more, queued up for some refreshments, whilst Ruby led the children toward the picnic grounds. And before he knew what he was about, Lucas slipped away from his group and wove his way to his brother. If this was a mistake, then so be it. But some things needed saying, and Lucas doubted another chance would present itself. A tap on the shoulder drew Conrad's attention, though his brother's expression soured the moment he realized who had disturbed him. "Might I have a word?" asked Lucas. Silly question, really, for he knew what the answer would be, but it was the only thing he could think to say. "I do not wish to speak to you,"
came the curt reply as Conrad turned away with his arms folded. Lucas scratched his jaw as his pulse quickened. You may not, but I have something I have long wished to say to you, and so you ambush me in public to get your 2 words in. As much as he hated the accusation in Conrad's tone, there was truth to it. Where else can I do it? Asked Lucas. You refuse to come to Oak Hall when I am there. You do not want to acknowledge me at the mill, and I will not pay a call on you, for I know you do not wish me near Ruby and your children. At that, Conrad's gaze darted to where his family sat, though the lady was occupied with the little ones climbing over one another. Please, said Lucas, nodding to the space between 2 stalls, out of sight and sound of the others. Conrad's posture didn't loosen, but he moved there as bidden, his expression as disinterested and apathetic as before. Out with it. I have many plans for this afternoon. Lucas drew in a deep breath, and despite being as secluded as they could hope for in this setting, it felt as though every eye was on him at that moment. I am sorry, Conrad. His brother's expression remained unchanged. I've heard such words before, Lucas. And I do not blame you for not believing me when I speak them now, but I need you to know it. With a frown, Lucas shifted in place. I am sorry, and not just for being a terrible brother and all the troubles I brought down on you in the past. I'm sorry for breaking my word and returning home again. I swear I didn't mean to cause so much upheaval, but for Milo's sake, I needed to be near family. I promised his mother I would do my best by the lad, and I was failing them both in America. You made no promise to stay away. But it was implied when you bribed me to leave Greater Edgerton and emigrate to America. You never wanted to see me again. We both know that. Conrad's brows rose at that. And is this the time when you threaten to reveal that to mother and father? Lucas's brows shot upward, his hands rising to ward off that assumption. No, I swear it. I have never said a word to anyone about it, and I never will. I simply wanted to apologize for the trouble I am causing by being here. I know it has been difficult for you, but I didn't make the decision lightly. I had a responsibility to Milo and his parents. Conrad stilled, the tightness in his shoulders easing as he stared at his brother. Forcing his throat to swallow, Lucas worked through the dryness in his mouth. And I am grateful you are my brother and that you drove me to leave. If not for your actions, I would have continued on my path, content to be the selfish and wretched creature I was. Because of you, I am a better man, and I don't know if I could have done so without your actions or your stalwart example for all those years. I didn't appreciate it then, but I assure you, I appreciate it now. The 2 stood there for several long moments as the fate raged around them. All the laughter, music and shouts faded to nothing as Lucas watched his brother. Conrad's expression altered not one jot, his features seemingly carved from stone, but his eyes spoke volumes, burning with anger, confusion and denial. Yet in those stormy depths, Lucas saw a spark of possibility, a flicker of doubt. Something inside his brother was considering the words, and it took all of Lucas's strength not to react to it. And what am I supposed to do with that confession? Conrad's voice was no gentler than before, but the question in his tone spoke of genuine surprise. Whatever you wish to do with it. I said it in the hopes that you might find some comfort, but I foster no expectations. Conrad frowned. Am I to throw my arms around you and beg us to be brothers? Lucas held up his hands in placation once more. As I said, I have no expectations, though I do hope someday we might be friends once more. Once more? Brows raised, his brother huffed. Lucas, I know our parents hope for us to mend the breach between us or some such nonsense,
But there is nothing to heal. For as long as I can remember, you have tormented me. You may be my brother, but you destroyed any tenderness I felt for you long ago, so there is nothing to mend or fix, because there has never been anything good between us." The noise around them rose in pitch, filling Lucas's ears with such ringing that he didn't know what to say. Not that Conrad required any response, for he continued in the same dismissive tone. "If you have changed, then I'm glad to hear it, for your sake as much as for our parents'. But at this juncture, I cannot say I will ever trust you to be near me or my family, and I am done with doing so simply to please our parents." And with a tip of his hat, Conrad stepped around Lucas, leaving his brother there, staring at the grass and mud at his feet. Chapter 32. Lucas's chest ached, his ribs constricting until they threatened to burst his heart, and his legs struggled to keep him upright. Perhaps there was nothing to feel on Conrad's side, but the same could not be said of his brother. 5 years separated them, which was a great many in some aspects, and not much in others. Lucas didn't recall Conrad's birth, but he remembered a great many times they'd played together as children, the little boy struggling to keep up with Vincent and Lucas as they ran about the garden, their wood swords swinging wide as they battled invisible enemies. A hand came down on Lucas's shoulder, and he whipped around to see Father standing there, his eyes dimmed with regret. "I saw you and Conrad speaking." The gentleman's words drifted off, the unspoken hopes filling the silence with a great weight that settled onto Lucas's shoulders. "He only needs time, Father," he replied, offering the first lie he'd spoken to either of his parents since returning home. Clearing his throat, Lucas straightened his jacket. "I should leave. If not for Mother's insistence, I wouldn't have come. I ought to be at work." Kicking at the ground, he hurried to add, "It seems strange to hold a party on behalf of the mill workers. Those without work cannot afford to attend, and those still gainfully employed are working, as I should be." "At least we are trying to do something to raise money for those impacted by the famine," said Father, turning to place his arm around his son's shoulders. "But please stay. It will make your mother happy." If Lucas left, then perhaps Conrad would join the rest of the family, which would make Mother equally happy, but he wasn't going to tell his father that. "There is work to be done. I ought not to have taken the afternoon off." "Surely there must be some benefits to being the owner's kin," said Father with a smile, which Lucas weakly mimicked in return. "But it isn't fair to the others. It is wrong to take such liberties." Father's brow furrowed. "You work so hard, my boy. We worry that you are working yourself into an early grave." "How else am I to secure enough income to take care of Milo and myself? We cannot live off your charity forever." "It isn't charity." Squeezing his son's shoulder, Father turned him toward the fate. "Come now, a few hours won't do any harm. At the very least, you ought to get some food. Vincent is off purchasing some pies, and your mother fetched some lemonade to go with it." Lucas took a deep breath, holding fast to all those assurances. He did work hard after all. Between the mill and Milo, he hardly had a minute to himself. And the fete was so much more enjoyable than tossing bales about. He could practically feel the cotton gathering in his lungs and the bits of fluff lodging themselves into every nook and cranny, itching his neck, ears, eyes, and more. With a nod, Lucas allowed himself to be led back to the family, though Conrad lingered in the back of his thoughts. Time was a precious thing. More specifically, time away from home was exceptionally precious to Hazel Potts. When every step through the front door brought with it grandmother's guilt and grandfather's grumbles, Hazel's freedom exacted a heavy toll, but when it came to the village fete, she was quite willing to pay it. Spices wafted through the air, and each sight and smell called to her, pricking her curiosity and pulling her toward it, But with so many choices to make, Hazel felt unable to begin. Which was most enticing? The press of people surrounded her, the noise growing exponentially as she glanced this way and that. What to do? Hazel preferred attending in the morning, for the crowds were smaller then. But grandmother had demanded her company, and then grandfather had insisted she organise his books in the library. And Maggie's work had needed overseeing. Then the household accounts to review. By the time she had readied herself to leave and extricated herself from her grandparents' clutches, the fate was in full swing, leaving her lost in a sea of people. And despite her determination to enjoy the opportunity, for it would be some months before they had another such event, Hazel couldn't help but feel as though she'd made a mistake. Scouring the faces, she searched for any friend or companion to serve as an anchor and keep her from being blown off course. Her lips pinched, her expression scrunching as she looked about, quite ready to embrace the coward she was and admit defeat when a hand reached above the crowd and waved at her. "Miss Potts!" called Mrs. Bredmore, her gloved fingers fluttering above her as she called out with as much decorum as one could employ while still being heard and seen amidst the crowd. "There you are, my dear," said the lady, leaning in to greet Hazel with a kiss on each cheek. "I had almost despaired that you would attend, hadn't I, Mr. Bredmore?" Her husband quickly appeared at the lady's elbow. "True enough, and the fete wouldn't have been complete without you. When my wife said you would be attending today, I was quite thrilled. It seems an age since our paths crossed." Mrs. Bredmore nodded, the rim of her bonnet bobbing about with fervour. "An absolute shame." "I am here now," replied Hazel with a grin, "and I am quite desperate for company. These are always more enjoyable with friends on hand." "That they are," said Mrs. Bredmore, turning her husband so that she could take Hazel's arm as well. "And heaven knows I'm eager to have you at my side, Miss Potts. I spied Mr. Micklethwaite earlier." Mr. Bredmore leaned around his wife to give Hazel a nod. "He is a fine gentleman, trustworthy and intelligent, just the sort one wishes to know." Hazel was pleased her steps didn't falter at that mention as they meandered about the stalls. She didn't know what to say to that declaration, but thankfully, the determined manner in which husband and wife spoke didn't invite further discussion. "These sorts of functions are so important to a community," said Mrs. Bredmore as she turned Hazel towards the wares and examined a stack of handkerchiefs. "People in our position have an obligation to invest in our local community." "And our country," added Mr. Bredmore, his gaze flitting about the crowd. "There is much good to be done for both." "That is certainly true," replied his wife. "We have a responsibility, don't you think?" Hazel examined the goods round about, but she didn't require another handkerchief. With the amount of time she spent knitting and sewing with grandmother, their household didn't need more linens. However, the Bredmore's point was sound, and just because she didn't require such things didn't mean that she needn't spend the money. And the broad smile the vendor gave Hazel when she handed over a stack of coins was well worth it. Mrs. Bredmore seemed equally delighted as they ventured forth into the stalls, though Hazel was somewhat limited in what she could purchase, as she only had 2 hands to carry it all. But then another vendor was quite willing to sell her a basket. That was when she spied a familiar face. Rising to her toes, much as Mrs. Bredmore had done, Hazel raised a hand in greeting. "Fern!" It truly was a difficult thing to seize another's attention without shrieking like a banshee, but her friend paused. Hazel tried to extricate herself from the lady's hold, but Mrs. Bredmore followed as they crossed the grounds. "I had hoped to cross paths with you," said Hazel, leaning in to buss her friend's cheek. And when she pulled back, Fern's husband appeared at her side, taking her arm. Glancing between the pair, Hazel motioned to the Bredmores. "Might I introduce my dearest friend, Mrs. Fern Richards, and her husband, Mr. Albert Richards?" Mrs. Bredmore's smile tightened, but she and her husband exchanged greetings with the Richards, and Hazel tried to give Fern a covert look that conveyed all the joy she felt at seeing her friend brushing elbows with higher social circles. "Mr. Richards is one of the finest accountants in town," said Hazel as greetings were exchanged. Though she didn't go so far as to push her friend's husband at the Breadmores and beg them to spread the word, it was a near thing. They were just the sort of connection, and dare she hope, client, that could be of great use to Mr. Richards. "I have no doubt he is quite skilled," said Mrs. Breadmore in a tone of polite disinterest. "But we must be on our way, Miss Potts. The races are set to begin soon." Turning to Fern, Hazel hurried to add, "Mrs. Breadmore was integral in organising the fete today." "And you've done a splendid job of it," said Fern with a smile. "You are too kind," came the far too polite response. "I fear we cannot linger either," said Mr. Richards. "Our children have wandered off." "Oh, is Freddie on the mend then?" asked Hazel, but the gentleman was already backing them away. "Yes, thank you for your inquiry," he replied in a wooden tone, giving her a curt nod before dragging Fern off whilst the Breadmores pulled Hazel in the opposite direction. Glancing over her shoulder, Fern called, "I will speak with you later." Hazel tried to respond, but her attention was snatched away when Mr. Breadmore called out, "Ah, there you are, Mr. Micklethwaite. We've been searching high and low for you." "You have found me at last," replied the gentleman, his warm smile turning to Hazel as he bowed. "Miss Potts, how good to see you again. I fear our previous introduction was cut short." "That it was, sir," she replied with a curtsy. Relinquishing her place at Hazel's side, Mrs. Breadmore motioned for Mr. Micklethwaite to take her place, causing Hazel's cheeks to heat. Apparently, high social standing did not guarantee one was blessed with subtlety, and she couldn't bring herself to look at Mr. Micklethwaite as he took the spot beside her. Chapter 33. "The ground is unsteady here," said Mr. Micklethwaite, offering his arm to her, and though Hazel rather wished the ground would swallow her whole, she accepted the assistance. Not that she required it, but neither could she turn away the possibility before she knew for certain whether or not she wished to encourage the gentleman's marked attention. Mr. Ashbrook may only require time before he was ready to pursue anything, but that didn't mean she ought to brush aside good prospects in the hopes that another might come to fruition. Surely that was the sensible course of action. "I understand you are connected to the Potts of Potts bookshop, a fine establishment, if I may say so." "You may," replied Hazel. The gentleman chuckled. "I admit that a significant portion of my income has been frittered away there since I moved to Greater Edgerton." "I know precisely what you mean. I may be family, but I pay for my purchases just like any other customer, and I'm certain I could feed a family or four on what I spend there regularly." His grin grew. "It shouldn't surprise me that you are an avid reader." "To be otherwise is heresy in my family." That earned her another chuckle, and Hazel relaxed into her position at his side. The music grew louder as they moved through the wall of people, and Hazel spied a clearing for a makeshift dance floor, with people moving quickly about the grass to the musician's lively tone as those round about clapped in time. The bright grins of the dancers and the rainbow-coloured bunting fluttering on the breeze chased away the gloom of the heavy sky above, and Hazel's toes tapped in time with the music. Mr. Micklethwaite nodded toward it. "Might I be so bold?" "That is kind of you." "Kindness nothing," he replied with a spark of laughter. "When a lady gazes as longingly as you just did at a dance, a gentleman must take her out for a spin or two. So, what say you?" Hazel's cheeks certainly were a hair's breadth from bursting into flames, but she smiled and slanted a teasing look at her new friend. "You'd best ask Mrs. Breadmore. She has commandeered my time this afternoon, and I'm not certain she will allow me to wander from her side." But rather than laugh, the lady winced. "I fear I've worn the poor dear to a thread."
"I was teasing," said Hazel, her expression matching Mrs. Bredmore's. "You've been so generous with your time." "No, you were right. I ought not to steal away all your attention," she said, nodding toward the dancing and ushering the pair forward as she took Hazel's basket of goods from her hand. Oh yes, it would be far better to simply vanish into a puff of vapour, for Hazel hadn't meant to offend. Clearly, she had spent far too much time with Mr. Ashbrook, who enjoyed teasing and twitting her whilst hiding behind a stoic expression. But no amount of assurances assuaged Mrs. Bredmore's feelings, so Hazel did as told, and Mr. Micklethwaite ushered her into the throng. Though the ground was a tad uneven and the grass a touch slippery, Hazel threw herself into the dance as they inserted themselves into the polka. With his dark hair and pale complexion, he was precisely what one expected of an English gentleman. Not handsome per se, but there was a spark in his eyes that showed a jovial personality, which was far more important than piercing gazes. He spoke of novels and publications, and Hazel longed for pencil and paper, for he was as well read as he claimed to be, and the recommendations he offered were quite intriguing, forcing her to repeat the authors' names again and again in her head, lest she forget them. And when they completed their second turn about the makeshift dance floor, Hazel caught sight of a particularly fine set of eyes. Craning her head about, she searched the crowd just beyond and spied Mr. Ashbrook wandering the stalls, his family gathered near. His attention never wavered from his companions, which was right and proper, though she longed to call out to him. Forcing her attention to her partner, Hazel focused on what was most important at present. But even as she nodded and smiled at Mr. Micklethwaite, her thoughts strayed to Mr. Ashbrook. They couldn't help it. As engaging a partner as Mr. Micklethwaite was, Hazel couldn't deny the power her friend possessed. A friend who decidedly did not wish to be her beau, despite their having shared such a stirring embrace. One that stirred his blood as no other had. One that haunted his dreams and drove him to distraction if he were to be believed. And Hazel certainly wanted to. "And what has inspired such a warm smile, Miss Potts?" asked Mr. Micklethwaite. Despite her best efforts, Hazel's cheeks flushed hot. "I fear my thoughts have wandered, which is monstrously rude of me." What sort of a goose was she? To be dancing with a gentleman who very well might wish to court her whilst dreaming of another? Grasping on to the first question that came to mind, she asked, "You mentioned you are new to the area. How long have you been in Greater Edgerton?" 2 years. My wife's family is from the area." Silly woman. Silly, silly woman. Uncertain or not of Mr. Micklethwaite and his attentions, that ridiculous organ had wandered, hoped even. Hazel didn't know the fellow well enough to say her interest was genuine, but that hadn't kept her from wishing to attract male interest. Which was silly, so Hazel shook herself and sent a laugh inward. Mr. Micklethwaite was an eager friend and ally, which was blessing enough. Thank you very much. Forcing her thoughts back to the conversation, she pieced together what she had missed. Her family owns Trask and Tool, and they were kind enough to extend me an invitation to join their prestigious bank after we married. "I know of them," said Hazel. "They have a very good reputation, from what I've been told." Mr. Micklethwaite grinned and guided them between 2 pairs of dancers. "I'm glad to hear that. I understand you use York & Sons." "Yes, they managed Mr. Vogel's money for some time, and I thought it best to continue my patronage." Habit and tradition often keep people tied to banks far longer than they ought. Something in his tone caused a furrow to gather between Hazel's brows. "Mr. Biller is quite confident in the institution, so I see no need to change things." "I understand. Bradshaw, Biller and Snow are excellent solicitors, and I hold them in high regard." Mr. Micklethwaite paused, and Hazel felt the hesitant "but" at the end of his statement. She waited only a heartbeat before he continued, "However, The economy in Greater Edgerton has shifted significantly with this famine business. To maintain what has worked in the past is folly. Trask and Toole are eager to expand into new ventures so we might thrive during these changing times. York & Sons is a fine institution, but they are far too conservative in their speculations. Without risk, one cannot gain great rewards. Nor will one lose the shirt off their back, replied Hazel, her brows pulled tight together. Such matters are only of concern when one takes uneducated risks, he countered, which is why Trask and Toole is such a great institution. I appreciate your confidence, but I assure you I am quite content with my current bank, said Hazel. What other books have you read of late? Ah, but I assure you that Trask and Toole are far better suited for growing capital, he replied, turning back to the previous topic as readily as he turned her about the dance. We have many investments at present that are yielding high returns. As you are unaccustomed to having such large amounts at your disposal, you may feel uncertain of what to do, but you'd be a fool to rely solely on Mr. Biller's guidance, who has a vested interest in keeping your money at York & Sons. Just as you have a vested interest in securing my money for Trask and Toole, replied Hazel in a dry tone. I do believe there are some very strong proverbs that warn against hypocrisy, Mr. Micklethwaite. The gentleman looked no more impressed with her comment than she had been when he'd subtly called her intelligence into question. With the same humour and good-natured smile, Mr. Micklethwaite outlined his bank's merits, and with each passing moment, Hazel's heart sank. The gentleman, for all his eagerness, was only interested in securing her capital. Hazel turned her attention to the crowds once more, her eyes drifting across the faces for one in particular. There he was, but this time Mr. Ashbrook's eyes lit with recognition. As both of them were occupied, Hazel couldn't do as she pleased and go to his side, but she lifted her hand from Mr. Micklethwaite's shoulder and raised it in greeting. Mr. Ashbrook did the same, his eyes warming her through. Surely that was not an unaffected man. The music came to a close, and Hazel gave a quick farewell before returning to Mrs. Breadmore. The gentleman mumbled his farewell to her companions, though Hazel hardly noticed, her eyes trying to find Mr. Ashbrook once more, but the crowd had swallowed him up. "Is something the matter, Miss Potts?" asked Mrs. Breadmore, her brows so very furrowed as she took hold of Hazel's arm. "Did you not enjoy the dance with Mr. Micklethwaite?" "He mostly spoke of business, which is a tedious subject," she replied. "Entirely understandable," said Mr. Breadmore with a nod. "No doubt you are overwhelmed with the great responsibility of managing so much. Though Mr. Micklethwaite is a good man to have on your side on such matters, and Trask and Toole is such a fine establishment, by far the best in the area, and, dare I say it, in all of Lancashire." "I am glad to hear it, but as I told him, I am quite happy with York & Sons," replied Hazel, her smile growing brittle. Mrs. Breadmore gave a tittering laugh. "But, my dear, I am sure you will agree that it can be difficult for a lady to know what to do in such circumstances. I can manage the household accounts beautifully, but we aren't made to understand investments and speculations." Hazel's brows rose at that, and she didn't know how to respond to such a statement. Like any subject, learning to manage money was merely a matter of time and effort, and she certainly could sort it out if she wished. However, beyond understanding the general state of her finances, Hazel had no interest in such things, which was the entire point of having solicitors and bankers to assist one in such matters, just as Mr. Vogel, and most gentlemen for that matter, had done before her. "I appreciate your concern, but I am confident in the path I've chosen," said Hazel, freeing her arm from Mrs. Breadmore's grasp. "But Mr. Micklethwaite is quite a dab hand at such things," said Mr. Breadmore. "I have invested heavily in a canal scheme of his, and I'm certain that if you lend your strength behind it, the venture is bound to succeed." Realization struck Hazel like a clapper colliding with the side of a church bell.
It reverberated through her and rang out, clear and sure. The Breadmores cared only about her money and investment capabilities. Casting her thoughts through the week since they'd met, Hazel considered their acquaintance in that new light, finally seeing the overtures of friendship with clarity. Every encounter had revolved around Mr. Micklethwaite in some fashion, but they hadn't been matchmaking, not in the manner Hazel had assumed.
"Perhaps it is time to consider a new man of business," said Mrs. Breadmore, trying to insert her arm through Hazel's once again. "Mr. Timms has been an absolute godsend to our family."
"Quite right, my dear," said Mr. Breadmore with a nod. "He was the one who introduced me to Mr. Micklethwaite, and they've doubled my money, and should this latest venture prove to be the success we know it will be, all investors are guaranteed to see triple or even quadruple returns. However, we have been struggling to raise the capital required to make a proper go of it."
Hazel's brows rose at that, and she tugged free of Mrs. Breadmore. Giving them a speculative look, she nodded. "My thanks for your advice, for it has convinced me that my course of action is the right one. I heard Mr. Vogel speak often of such matters, and if there was one thing he said most of all, it was, 'Be wary of anyone who guarantees massive returns.'" The Breadmores gaped, giving her time to bob a farewell and hurry away into the crowd. No doubt they followed her, but Hazel wove through the people, slipping out of sight before they could stop her. Only then did she remember that Mrs. Breadmore was holding on to her purchases, but there wasn't a single one of them that was worth returning for. Let them keep the lot. Slipping between two stools, she ducked behind the back, away from the prying eyes watching her. Chapter 34. Hazel Potts was no fool, or at least not a complete one. She was well aware that her money had enticed the Breadmores to accept her into their social circle. They certainly hadn't paid her any attention before the inheritance. Yet during the last few months, she had hoped their marked acceptance was a sign that their feelings ran deeper than her pocketbook. Granted, they hadn't ever called on her, but that had more to do with the difficulties surrounding grandfather and grandmother. The same could be said of the limited invitations they granted her. But when they crossed paths, the Breadmores and their ilk had been all warmth and light, embracing her as readily as any of their rank. Hadn't they? That little question slipped into her thoughts, darkening the memories of those social triumphs, few though they may be, and a weight settled on Hazel, pushing down on her shoulders until she struggled to keep them upright. Apparently, there were those willing to ignore her past to save her from her sin, and there were those willing to do so for the right price. Hazel drew her arms around herself, and it felt as though the world around her vanished, leaving her all alone and set adrift in the vast nothingness that was her life. Her vision blurred, and she forced herself to straighten. She would not cry. She would not. Good heavens, she was a grown woman with nearly 40 years to her name. She needn't make a fool of herself over the likes of the Breadmores. Turning her gaze about, Hazel spied the pair strolling off into the distance, and she slid into the crowd that moved in the opposite direction. Tugging at the rim of her bonnet, she tried to block as much of her face as she could, but there was little point in attempting it, for she'd always fancied wider frames. She needed to return home, but Hazel paused at that thought and quickly changed her trajectory. Forcing her gaze from the ground at her feet, she searched the crowds. There were at least 2 people here who knew her and cared about her, and more than anything, she needed a friend at that moment, and there was no doubt which of them she most longed to see. Whatever else had happened between them, Mr. Ashbrook was a balm and a comfort. He always knew the right words to offer, the best advice to give. He would tease her back into good humour, and they could enjoy the fete together. But when her gaze fell to Fern, Hazel didn't pause as she turned her feet in that direction. Hurrying around the crowds, she swept toward her friend, throwing her arms around Fern in a manner that was far more familiar than seemly, but was precisely what Hazel needed.
It certainly couldn't hurt her standing in town. Fern squeaked in surprise, and Hazel murmured, "I know I am making a scene, but I've had a trying day. Wretched, in fact." "The Breadmores weren't the social saviours you expected them to be?" asked Fern with a wan smile as they separated. Hazel huffed and shook her head. "I believed their overtures were born of genuine interest in me and ignored any signs otherwise. I am a fool." "You have a hopeful disposition. That is not a bad thing. I have often admired that about you." As often as she felt the very world crumbling around her, Hazel didn't feel very hopeful, but she smiled at the kindness. "Might I join you for a bit?" But her friend paused and straightened. Glancing around them, Fern pulled her brows tight together. "What is the matter?" asked Hazel. Fern's hands twisted together, clenching her skirts as her eyes darted around her. "I am afraid you cannot." Her friend's chest heaved, her eyes pleading with Hazel, and the weight doubled in size, pressing down on her. Fern's eyes fell to the ground, her chin quivering. "I've been meaning to speak with you, Hazel, but I was avoiding it, and now I fear I must be blunt, though I do not wish to. You have been so very good to me since we came to Greater Edgerton, and are such a dear friend, better than I had ever hoped to find. I care deeply for you, and the thought of hurting you makes me ill." All feeling seeped from Hazel, draining into the muddy ground at her feet. "But you cannot be my friend any more." Fern's gaze snapped up, her eyes pleading for understanding. "I do not wish it. Please forgive me. If it were simply Bert being pedantic, I could ignore it. But his clients heartily disapprove of our connection. Even the parish is threatening to remove him as the church warden. No matter that the rumours are false, and I know you are innocent. He and his wife cannot be seen socialising with a fallen woman. Far too much of his income is dependent on public opinion." Drawing in a heaving breath through her nose, Fern hurried to add, "If it were just me who was ostracized, I wouldn't give it a second thought. But if he is forced out of his position, we would be ruined. I cannot allow our children to suffer and starve. I cannot." Hazel shook her head, forcing her throat to work. "Of course not, Fern. I do not blame you for it. Your family is more important than our friendship, and I wouldn't dream of condemning you for doing what you must to protect them." A low sob broke from Fern, her lips pulling into a fierce frown. "You are a good woman, Hazel Potts, and I am honoured to have been your friend." The last word broke, and she drew in a sharp breath, tears hanging in her eyes, though they did not fall. For all that Fern looked liable to crumble, Hazel felt empty, as though something deep inside her had shattered, leaving behind a void in her chest. Fern stood there, her arms jerking forward as though to embrace her, but they fell away. Her gaze darted around them, as though searching for some explanation or insight. But what more was there to say? There was nothing to be done. "I am grateful to have been your friend as well," said Hazel, her words thick and slow. She knew this moment would live in her head for days, months, and even years to come, and there would be plenty she wished to say or do. "You are the one who taught me how to be a proper friend." But that seemed only to hurt Fern more. Her children called for her, and in the distance, her husband strode toward them, but Fern's eyes pleaded with her. "Go, your family needs you," whispered Hazel. And with that, the lady turned and hurried away, gathering her children close as she took Bert's arm and led him away. Hazel watched them as they disappeared from view, her eyes remaining there long after they were gone. Was this a temporary measure? Surely, when the gossip settled, they could restore the relationship. All hope was not lost. Hazel paused at that.
Though she hadn't considered herself an overly optimistic person, how often did she face the future, fully expecting things to get better? She remained at her grandparents' home, hopeful that they would come to their senses eventually. She asked her family about nurses, always eager to believe that this time the answer would be different. The Breadmores showed her a little kindness, and she quickly assumed her troubles would soon be over. And now she watched Fern walking away, fully imagining a reunion in the future. Could she truly think that life would return to what it once was? That her standing and reputation would be healed with time? Scandals may subside, but they never died. Standing there for several long minutes, Hazel didn't know what to do with herself. She only knew she couldn't remain there another moment. Turning on her heel, she strode across the grounds. Holding still, Lucas forced his head not to swivel about as he searched the crowd. The last thing either he or Miss Potts needed was his family misconstruing their friendship as marked interest, yet his eyes couldn't help but pass over the faces, hoping for that spark of contentment that came whenever his gaze landed on hers. Lucas refused to focus on the meaning behind the sentiment, merely welcoming the joy to be found there. Heaven knew he needed a dose of her humour at present. He could almost imagine what she would say and do to make him smile once more. How easily she could silence Conrad's words, which played ad infinitum in the back of his thoughts. But when he scoured the crowd once more, it wasn't a lovely pair of dark brown eyes that met him, but a smirking pair of blue ones. Raising a hand in his direction, Mooney bellowed a greeting above the ruckus. Lucas's smile grew strained as the fellow came up beside him, settling an arm around his shoulder. "There you are, Ashbrook. I was hoping to spy one of the lads. Some donkey races are starting soon, and I'm hoping to get a round of wagers going. It may not be as exciting as a proper race, but it should be diverting." Reaching with his other hand, Mooney offered a mug of ale, but Lucas waved it off. "My thanks, but I'd rather not. I'm here with my family and my ward. I cannot abandon them." Mooney laughed. "Then your family can watch over the boy. It won't take long." From a few stalls over, his parents glanced over at him, and Lucas cleared his throat. "That is kind of you to invite me, but I cannot." Straightening, Mooney dropped his arm and watched his friend with a furrowed brow. Lowering his voice, he added, "Come now, you needn't wager or drink or anything else. Just join us. Today is a day for merriment, and you're just wandering about." An itch started at the back of his neck, travelling across his skin and settling deep inside him. Lucas could well imagine the scene. Having attended many races in the past, he knew precisely what it would be like, even if the local offering was a pittance compared to what one found at the grand events. The laughter and jesting, the camaraderie, the picture was so very tempting. And if Mooney wasn't going to press the issue, then Lucas could easily avoid anything unsavoury. Just some time with friends, away from Conrad's accusatory glances, to lay down the weight of the past for a few minutes and lose himself in a bit of entertainment. Nothing untoward. A giddy shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Enjoyment, but without indulging. That was all. To surround himself with such things was not the wisest of decisions, but if he were to slip, what of it? People made mistakes after all. Lucas need only try again. That was all. Hadn't Father preached that very thing? Progress wasn't a consistent upward climb after all. And after weeks of back-breaking labour and little to show for the effort, didn't he deserve a rest? He was so very tired. The battle to remain strong against the constant onslaught felt like poor Sisyphus, condemned to forever roll a boulder up the hill, straining and struggling to maintain his forward momentum, but never able to set aside his burden. If he deserved a day off of work, then... Ice flowed down his body, covering the length of him as awareness dropped on him, sudden and strong. Was he truly standing here? debating the merit of allowing himself to return to his old ways, even if only for an hour or two. Justification, such a poisonous word. Though it had merit at times, more often it was the means by which people called good bad and bad good. Few believed themselves to be a villain after all, and they used excuses to ignore the truth of their actions and set aside that prick of conscience in favour of acting as they pleased. The ends justify the means, after all. In the heat of the moment, every person thought their choice was the right one. Lucas had never met a person who did evil for evil's sake. No, they twisted the world about and formed it into something new, allowing them to wrap themselves in the blanket of false righteousness, which was simply entitlement in sheep's clothing, believing they deserved to behave in whatever manner they pleased without consequence. And Lucas had just embraced it wholeheartedly once more, not just now, but when his family had first suggested he attend the fete instead of going to the mill. People of means were allowed to shirk their work, but no matter his surname, Lucas Ashbrook was no gentleman. He was a labourer. "Thank you for the invitation, Mooney, but I must decline. I hadn't meant to stay so long as I have other business to see to." Mooney opened his mouth to protest, but Lucas gave a quick farewell and strode away. Each step echoed with recrimination as he considered just how easily and readily he'd longed to abandon good sense in favour of things he knew would not make him happy. It was such a strange dichotomy to desire behaviours and substances that provided a jolt of pleasure in the moment, yet exacted a far worse price later. Perhaps that was the true test of character. If immediate gratification came with each honourable but difficult decision, then it would be easy to choose the better course. Instead, good choices often exacted a harder price in the moment and paid off with greater dividends later. And yet again, Lucas found himself tried, tested, and failed. Though he had rejected Mooney's enticements, he ought never to have come to the fete in the first place. Chapter 35. Gaze travelling across the gathering, Lucas spied Milo and called out to the boy, who promptly fled in the other direction. Heat burned in Lucas's chest, and he tried to contain it. Milo may be doing his best to fan the flames, but Lucas had laid the kindling and struck the match, and he refused to allow the lad to get burned. Quickening his pace, he chased after Milo and caught hold of the boy, though the lad did his best to wriggle free. "We've had our fun, Milo, but now we must leave."
"I don't want to go. I want to stay and play with my new friends."
That statement gave Lucas pause, causing him to straighten. Friends? Thank the heavens. The boy pointed over his shoulder with a thumb, and Lucas's gaze travelled to the pack of boys and the one standing closest to Milo. Stomach sinking to his toes, Lucas stared at the mirror image of himself, those bright blue eyes gazing back at him.
"His name is Alexander, and he says Mrs. Mary and Mr. Ambrose are his grandma and grandpa," said Milo, his nose wrinkling. "He didn't believe me when I said that we live with them, but he's fun anyway."
"Oh," said Lucas, glancing between the boys. "I am glad you've met a friend, but we must leave." Taking Milo by the shoulder, he nudged him away from Alexander, and Lucas cast his gaze about, only to discover Conrad quickly coming toward them. "Come now, Milo, we must go," said Lucas, but the boy pulled away from him.
"I want to stay."
"We must go." Lucas took him by the hand and tugged him away from the other boys, but as he turned around, he found Mr. Joshua Staveley standing just behind him with a lady on his arm. "Lucas Ashbrook, I thought that was you," said Staveley. "I had heard you were back in town, but you've been so very quiet I hardly dared to believe it."
"The years have treated you kindly," said the lady, and Lucas stared at her for several heartbeats before his memory supplied her name.
"Miss Tilda Fowler?" he asked.
The lady grinned and patted Staveley's arm. "I haven't been Miss Fowler for some time now." Glancing to Milo, Staveley's brows rose. "Is that your boy?" "A friend's boy. I am his guardian." Lucas nodded at them and added, "But I fear I must be going. It is good to see you again." "Dear heavens," said Mrs. Staveley, her brows raised as her gaze turned to Alexander. "Now, he must be in Ashbrook." At that inopportune moment, Conrad arrived at his son's side, his arm coming around the lad as solidly as Lucas had his around Milo. "This is my eldest," he offered. Staveley's brows rose at that. "He is the spitting image of his uncle." "Yes, he is," added his wife. "Quite uncanny. He has his uncle's eyes, that is for certain." Lucas's muscles tightened, though he refused to allow that discomfort to show. For his part, Conrad looked as stormy as the clouds overhead, and Lucas silently begged his brother not to make matters worse. "Aren't bloodlines the strangest thing?" asked Lucas, forcing a jovial smile. "Despite the rest of the family having brown eyes, my uncle and grandfather on my mother's side both have the same colouring." Which wasn't true in the slightest, but justification or not, Lucas couldn't think the fib was worthy of condemnation. It wasn't for his benefit. "But I can say it is lucky for Alexander," he added with a laugh, "for I have heard many say it is my best feature. Hopefully it will serve him well." Mrs. Staveley glanced between Conrad and his son, her eyes sparking with all the eagerness of a bloodhound scenting a fox. Despite the years apart, he hadn't forgotten how insufferable Miss Tilda Fowler's insinuations could be. Lucas's explanation was entirely logical, but gossip-mongers like her didn't require plausibility to start dripping poison into people's ears. "I've enjoyed being home, though it is strange to see both my brothers married with passels of children. When I saw them last, they were still proud bachelors. But then, I suppose much is bound to change when I haven't been home in a decade," said Lucas, knowing full well that whatever they may or may not suspect, there was no way they could recall the timing of his leaving in conjunction with Conrad and Ruby's marriage. As she didn't hail from Greater Edgerton, Lucas had met and seduced Ruby out of sight of the townsfolk, and though he had returned home for short stints before and after the wedding, none had been long enough for anyone to know he'd been there. Even if the townsfolk had a perfect memory of that time, neither of the Staveleys could claim Lucas had ever met Ruby until 2 months ago. Lucas forced himself not to look at his brother, for even a hint of apprehension would easily undo that calm and clear delivery. Thankfully, Conrad was doing an excellent job of feigning indifference, even though the fellow must be thrumming with anxiety for his family. "Yes, I imagine that must be quite the change," said Staveley. "But a happy one, to be certain," replied Lucas. "They are both excellent husbands and fathers." "That is quite high praise," said Mrs. Staveley, "given that one of them usurped your role as master of Newland Mills." Lucas scoffed and bestowed a wry smile. "I was never suited for that work, and thankfully, my family chose to follow logic over convention and gave the responsibility to the more qualified son. And thank goodness they did, else Newland Mills would have failed long before the famine. Under his guidance, it has kept its doors open and its workers employed." When he hazarded a glance at the man in question, Lucas's mask almost slipped at the raised brows he spied there. Conrad covered his shock quickly, but he couldn't hide the emotion entirely from his brother. Despite all the assertions concerning their relationship, Lucas knew Conrad well enough to see the confusion. And, dare he say it, gratitude? The sight lit a fire in Lucas's chest, and he forced his gaze away. He didn't know what more he could say or do to prove he wasn't a threat to Conrad or his beloved family, but he hoped the fellow was finally starting to glimpse that truth. "Ah, well, that is good of you. I certainly do not think I would be so magnanimous in your situation," said Staveley, "but I cannot help wondering what your plans are for the future. Have you settled on a different profession?" I am still weighing my options, said Lucas, his smile straining as he considered just what those were. Namely, nothing. Keeping his arm around Milo's shoulder, he nodded at the boy. Do excuse me, I was about to leave. Of course, but I do hope our paths will cross again soon, said Staveley, waggling his brows at him, and though the gentleman did not say a word beyond that, Lucas knew the meaning well enough. Though Staveley rarely visited London, he'd been a fixture in the pubs and seedier corners of Greater Edgerton when Lucas had deigned to return home for another infusion of capital from the bank of mother and father. Apparently, marriage hadn't altered his habits. And with that, the gentleman wandered off with his wife on his arm, leaving Lucas staring at Conrad. Forgive me, said Lucas with a nod of the head. We were leaving.
I don't want to, whined Milo.
Mother appeared at Lucas's elbow, though he didn't know when or how she had snuck up on him. Leaning close, she lowered her voice. Surely you do not have to leave so soon. I should return to work, Mother, said Lucas. She smiled and shook her head.
A day off is not a terrible sin.
No. Lucas forced himself not to shout the word, but heaven help him, if he had to battle his temptations and his parents, he wouldn't survive. Drawing in a breath, he softened his tone. I do not mean to be short with you, but please do not argue. I cannot bear it. Mother's expression fell, and it felt as though another dagger plunged into his heart. Would there be no end to the misery this day inflicted upon him? I am sorry, my dear, she whispered. I didn't mean to make it more difficult for you. I know. Straightening, Mother glanced down at Milo. But can you not leave him with us? He's enjoying himself so much. That drew his gaze to Conrad, who remained fixed in place, his attention never wavering from Lucas. Though there had been a glimmer of something hopeful in his brother's gaze, their conversation from before flooded his heart. Even if Conrad were softening, it was foolish to think he would be amenable to anything more. Clearing his throat, Lucas tore his eyes from his brother and returned them to his mother. I don't know if that is wise.
What else will you do with him? We are here, and I spied Miss Potts not long ago.
Please, Brooks, said Milo, his expression the very picture of pleading. Lucas stood there for a long moment, though there was no use in denying the truth. He had no other place to leave Milo, and he wasn't going to bring him to the mill. And as in every other aspect of their lives, the boy was happier with them than him. In the past 2 months, the boy had grown from a sullen, quiet child to one who was thriving under mother's affection, father's guidance, and Miss Potts's tutelage. Nodding, Lucas pulled a coin from his pocket and pressed it into Milo's palm. Enjoy yourself. The boy perked, his expression brightening. I will! At least he could make Milo happy, even if it was buying his affection. Giving the others a nod, Lucas turned and strode away. A fete was supposed to be a happy thing, yet his footsteps were heavy as he crossed the grounds. Forcing himself to focus on the purpose of his life in Greater Edgerton, Lucas clung to the knowledge that Milo was thriving here. Smiling, laughing, playing, a family of sorts, friends. After Matteo and Holly's passing, Philadelphia had held little joy for them, and coming to England had been the proper choice for the lad. But was it the proper place for Lucas? Passing several stalls selling ale and other spirits, several acquaintances lifted their mugs, and Lucas quickened his steps, trying to move past them, but one of the fellows caught him by the shoulder, pulling him to a stop.
Don't hurry off, Ashbrook, said Mr. Matthews. For all that you returned some weeks ago, you've hardly been seen anywhere. Have a drink with us, added Mr. Kent. We were just telling Oakley here about that time we snuck into your servants' quarters and mucked about with their things. I only wish we could have seen their expressions when they arrived in their bedchambers, to discover their clothes stacked on the floor and their furniture shifted about."
Lucas's cheeks gave a strong and immediate response, heating until he felt as though they had poured hot tar over him. His insides twisted in knots as he recalled that long-forgotten moment and watched as the great buffoons about him guffawed as though tormenting those poor servants was the best of fun. "I see nothing amusing about that, and I'm ashamed to have ever carried out such cruelty," he said with a frown. But the few who bothered to hear it over their boisterous conversation merely stared at him with puzzled frowns and slight smirks, as though he were speaking in a foreign tongue. Lucas opened his mouth to offer another scathing rebuke, but paused when he spied a familiar figure standing between two stalls with a few gentlemen at her side.
"Ah, I see the rumours are true," said Mr. Kent, his gaze following Lucas's. "You are quite distracted by Miss Potts, aren't you?"
"We are friends," he replied. Oakley laughed, his tone dripping with insinuation as he said, "I hear she's a very good friend to have. Treats her friends very nicely, in fact." Lucas scowled, but before he could speak, Matthews scoffed.
"There's plenty of barmaids who will treat you just as nice, but they're worth looking at."
Scratching at his neck with clear emphasis, Mr. Kent offered a wry smile.
"If she was willing to be nice to an old bag of bones like Vogel for a bit of cash, perhaps she might return the favour. Now that Ashbrook isn't the heir, he needs a bit of work, and that would be easy money."
"But topping that prune wouldn't be easy," muttered Matthews. Shoving off Kent's arm, Lucas glared at them. "Do not say another word about her." But the fools merely laughed, holding their hands up in surrender as though it was naught but a little jest, and Lucas knew that in their minds it was. He couldn't recall the many times he had said such vulgar things, for people dismissed such disgusting comments as the idle conversation amongst men at a pub. Lucas's fist flexed at his side, and he inched closer, longing to teach them some manners. It was so tempting. The feel of knuckles connecting with a jaw was not a pleasant one, but it certainly would relieve some of the pressure in his chest. Before he could think what more to say or do, a jerking movement drew his gaze, and he spied Miss Potts in the distance, pushing away a man. She was too far to hear what was happening, but the stiffness in her posture and the jerkiness of her movements spoke clearly of her distress. Lucas didn't know the group surrounding her, but that detail mattered not in the slightest when one of them reached for her, grabbing her close and bringing his lips to hers as she fought to free herself of his hold. His pulse raced, the world around him fading to black until all he could see was Miss Potts. Strength flowed through him, filling his muscles with a desperate need to move, and Lucas shoved past his former friends. Chapter 36. "Aren't you a minx?" murmured one of the men, leaning over Hazel's shoulder to press his mouth so close to her ear that she felt his putrid breath on her skin. She jerked away, twisting to face him, but the others circled her, one of them seizing the opportunity to pinch her backside. "Leave me be," she said, spinning about and shoving him away. Her bonnet hung from the ribbons gripped in her hand, and she swung the silly thing at him on instinct. He batted it aside, causing it to fly some feet away. "Won't give us a little sugar unless we grease your palm, is it?" said the third, his hand moving to graze her neck. Slapping it away, Hazel turned about, trying to keep them all in her sights, but there was little she could do with the three circling her like vultures. Quickly, she tugged her gloves from her hands and stuffed them in her pocket. She knew she could do little damage to them, but having her nails free would help. Another pinch had her spinning, drawing in sharp breaths as her gaze flew between the three. The first lunged forward, slipping his hands around her waist and forcing her flush to him. Jerking his head close, he moved his mouth to hers, filling her nose with the scent of stale beer and fetid meat. Hazel drew her arm back, letting her hand fly with all the strength at her disposal, connecting with his cheek with a loud crack. Momentum threw the man's head back before she could drag her nails across his skin, but his hands fell away from her and he staggered. Hazel felt like cheering, though she didn't pause as she spun around to face the others. But the first only stumbled a touch before he righted himself once more, his hand to his face as he glared at her. "You want to do this the hard way, whore?" he asked in a low voice that had her limbs trembling. Grabbing her arm, he wrenched it, his fingers digging into her skin with bruising force. Hazel struggled to pull free, but there was no fighting his strength. Kicking out, she struck his shins, though he hardly flinched when her heel connected. His other arm drew back, the fist cocked and ready to fly. Then the man jerked backward, his eyes widening as his hands reflexively released her and knocked her to the ground. Mr. Ashbrook had him by the collar, his hands twisting the fabric taut, and icy fury emanated from his gaze as he held the fellow. "What do you think you are doing?" he asked, though there was no real question in Mr. Ashbrook's tone. It was calm and dark, but as unforgiving as a winter wind. For all that he raised no hand nor raged about, there was such menace in his voice and eyes, a fury that threatened to destroy anyone who dared defy him. If Hazel didn't know the goodness of his heart, she would be just as afraid of him as her attackers, for the violence brewing inside him begged to be released. Mr. Ashbrook made no other move, said nothing else, and simply stood there holding her attacker as the man struggled to get air in his lungs. Turning that fury onto the others, Mr. Ashbrook jerked his head, motioning for them to leave, and they scurried off, abandoning their friend in his grasp. "You do not touch her. You do not talk to her. Not ever." And Mr. Ashbrook needn't elaborate on what would happen if these commands were disobeyed, for the threats were rife in his expression and tone. Forcing his hand open, Mr. Ashbrook released his hold, and the man stumbled back, only just managing to keep his feet as his gaze darted between Hazel and her rescuer. Straightening his shoulders, the man, coward that he was, spat at her. Before it even struck, Mr. Ashbrook lunged for him, but the man leapt away and sprinted into the crowd. "Please don't," Hazel called when he moved to follow. Mr. Ashbrook paused at her words, though his chest heaved as though he'd run a great distance, and the ice in his gaze held firm as he glared after the man. Turning, Mr. Ashbrook hurried to her side, helping her to her feet and brushing off her skirts. He said not a word as he worked, and Hazel found she couldn't speak either. Her hands shook, fully unwilling to obey her command, so she left him to the task. Her gaze drifted to the crowd just beyond the stalls, and though she had been tucked somewhat out of sight, it was easy enough to spy the passers-by. A few glances passed over her, but they jerked away just as readily, giving no more thought to her distress than one gave a fly caught in a spider's web. Dozens of people were within sight and sound of her, yet only Mr. Ashbrook had lifted a finger to assist her. Hazel's chin trembled, her heart crumpling beneath the weight of that realization, and when her rescuer turned his attention to her face, he straightened at the sight of her gathering tears. She tried so very hard to brush them aside, to hide her distress, for those wretched onlookers did not deserve to see her fall to pieces. Mr. Ashbrook shifted so that he was between her and the crowds, and his brows pulled low. "Did they hurt you?" For all that he showed true concern, she felt his anger hovering beneath the surface. Hazel couldn't speak, so she shook her head, which was entirely untrue, yet the proper answer to give. There was no physical damage to see to. "I need to return home," she managed to whisper. Lifting his arm to her, Mr. Ashbrook nodded toward the road, and Hazel took it and his unspoken offer. Some part of her recognized that he likely had other things to do than escort her home, but she couldn't bear the thought of turning his assistance aside. She looked about for her bonnet for a brief moment, but she couldn't find it, nor did she care enough to hunt it down. Leave the wretched thing be. For all that they had ignored her moments ago, she felt the eyes of Greater Edgerton following her as they strode from the fete. Having no proper village green in the town, at least not one that served their purpose, the festivities were some distance from Greater Edgerton proper, and Hazel thanked Providence for that. The road wove through a copse of trees, and they were swallowed up by the beauty of Lancashire. The scent of leaves and soil filled her lungs, and the trill of birdsong helped to calm her racing pulse. Only then did she allow her tears to seize control. Hazel Potts had lived in Greater Edgerton all her life. Unimportant she may have been, but people had known her, trusted her. Now, they wouldn't show her even the barest hint of decency. "Distract me," ordered Mr. Ashbrook. The words were so strange that Hazel couldn't make sense of them. "Pardon?" "I need you to distract me. Talk about something, anything, that will keep me from hunting down those pathetic creatures and beating them into a bloody mess." Her brows furrowed, and she held tighter to his arm as she took a sniffling breath. "To be entirely honest, I do not know if I would mind you doing so." But Mr. Ashbrook's expression only hardened. "Please, Miss Potts, I didn't do anything more because brawling in public would only bring more scandal down upon your head, but if I allowed myself even a single blow, I do not think I would be able to stop." With each word, that fury built again, his muscles tensing beneath her touch, and though some might foolishly believe he was embellishing his words, Hazel felt the truth of them. His anger was a palpable thing, thrumming in the air around them, and she could well imagine him making good on the threat. "Please, Miss Potts." Not bothering to consider her action, Hazel turned to him, putting her arms around his neck and pulling him close. Mr. Ashbrook gave a start, his posture remaining stiff as she clung to him. "If someone were to see us, Miss Potts—" "I do not care," she whispered. "They all think me a harlot, and couldn't be bothered to come to my aid. Hang them all." Resting her head on his shoulder, Hazel sighed as his arms came around her. The strain in his muscles eased as he ran a hand up and down her back, which did little to help her stem the tears. With a shuddering breath, she relaxed into his hold and revelled in the certainty she felt there. All but her family had turned their backs on her, but this dear man had come to her aid and seemed ready to tear the world apart to protect her. "Thank you," she whispered. Mr. Ashbrook's arms tightened around her. "I wish I had been there sooner." "You were there soon enough." Lifting her head, she didn't release him, but she met his gaze. "I don't know what might have happened otherwise." That hardness entered his gaze once more, and a shudder seized hold of her as she considered just how precarious her position had been. Surely with so many people about, nothing too terrible would have happened, but the fact that Hazel couldn't say for certain gave her pause. Mr. Ashbrook's hand rested on her back, holding her in place. "As you've rescued me before, it is only fair." "Tit for tat, is it?" she asked with a weak smile. Hazel's eyes held his, and though she had known his eyes to be the bluest of blues, she could see the subtle shifts in shade. Flecks of light and dark blended in perfect harmony, and she couldn't help but lose herself in their beauty and the comfort in his embrace. In the quiet of the country road, away from prying eyes and encircled in his arms, peace filled her, washing away the disappointment she'd suffered. And though Hazel didn't dare to hope, she felt the shift in his eyes from concern to awareness. Her hand shifted, drawing to his chest of its own accord, and the movement gave him a start. Clearing his throat, Mr. Ashbrook nodded down the road and stepped away as he offered his arm once more. Drawing in a deep breath, Hazel took hold of it, though she consoled herself by holding him nearer than was necessary. They walked in silence for quite some distance, and her thoughts churned over all that had happened. "Today has made it clear that my reputation is beyond saving," she murmured. "Only you and my family are willing to show your faith in my good name. Those who feign friendship only desire something from me, and even my dearest friends are unable to pay the price of associating with me any longer. I fear I am in the unenviable position of choosing between the proverbial fire or frying pan." Mr. Ashbrook's brows rose as he turned a questioning gaze to her. "I do not know if I can remain here any longer, yet it is clear that I am unsuited to living on my own," she said. "How so?" "I would be a woman alone in the world. Whether I remain in Lancashire, move to another part of the country, or travel to distant lands, I would be on my own, without assistance or aid of any sort. I am bound to fall afoul of some danger." Mr. Ashbrook halted in his steps. "That is nonsense." "I do not wish to mention what just happened, but I think it proves that I cannot protect myself. Had you not arrived—" Hazel's voice broke, and she felt his arm tense beneath her hand. "I know it was frightening, but you cannot allow it to paralyze you," he said, turning to face her. "Having spent much of my adult life travelling on my own, I am aware of the dangers that can befall someone, but most can be mitigated." "There was no way for me to mitigate what just happened, Mr. Ashbrook, unless I lock myself away in my home." The truth of that statement rested heavily on her heart, and Hazel's gaze fell to the ground. With a gentle but firm touch, he nudged her chin up to meet his eyes. "It's an unfortunate fact of the world that there are always those who attack the weak. Not only have I been the victim of such actions, but I am sorry to say I have been the perpetrator too. And believe me when I say I have every faith that just as you learn to protect your heart from the barbs of your youth, you can learn to protect yourself from physical harm as well, Miss Potts." His hand remained at her chin, his fingers resting lightly against her skin as his eyes held hers. "Do not allow fear to hold you hostage, or your life will slip away before you know it, and I cannot bear the thought," he whispered. "I know you can do it, Miss Potts." More than the words themselves, the utter conviction in his tone filled her, flowing through her to wipe away the shadows clinging to her thoughts. When Mr. Ashbrook spoke, it felt as though anything was possible, as though she was more than the frightened little girl hiding in her grandparents' home. Mr. Ashbrook's hand fell away from her face to take hold of hers. Lifting it so that her thumb was on display, that simmering anger bubbled to life once more, his eyes blazing as steel threaded through his tone. "And if it ever happens again, do not bother with a slap. Force your thumb into their eye, and do not stop until you feel the back of their skull." The shift was so sudden and dark that Hazel couldn't help but blink at the gentleman, and she couldn't decide if she was horrified at the thought or touched that he was determined to see her capable of protecting herself. "If anyone dares lay a finger on you, leave them weeping at your feet," he said without a hint of remorse. Yes, it was most certainly the latter. Chapter 37. The women in Lucas's life had shown him that the fairer sex were far stronger and more determined than many believed. Mary Ashbrook was not one to tremble and faint at such a declaration, nor could he imagine his elder sister being revolted by his grisly instructions. Yet he was all too aware that many ladies possessed delicate sensibilities. Lucas cared not one jot if it was improper or vulgar to speak thusly. The image of his dear Miss Potts facing down those blackguards sent shocks of ice flowing through his veins. He'd been there this time, but what of the future? Perhaps he could train her to use a pistol. He'd seen one small enough that ladies carried them in their reticules. Miss Potts held his gaze without flinching or demurring, and he couldn't help but notice how the sunlight brought out the richness of her brown eyes. Even with the clouds dimming the world around them, her heart shone in those depths, sending a pulse of heat through his veins. The lady was so beautiful, and Lucas felt himself leaning toward her, as though her very soul lured him closer. Her cheeks pinked, and he forced himself to straighten as he cleared his throat. "I will say that you underestimate how fine a job you did. Whether or not it was as effective as you wanted it to be, you fought with all your strength," he said. "I have seen many a lady slap a blackguard, but you had the fellow spinning in place. He likely still has an indent of your palm in his cheek." Though the cad deserved far more, it was comforting to know that he hadn't left the altercation unscathed. Her blow might not have stopped him, but the man would not be forgetting it for some days. Lucas couldn't help but smile at the thought, though he quickly offered his arm and nodded for them to continue on their way. But Miss Potts remained where she was. "Why do you do that?" she asked. "Do what?" "Smile only halfway," she said with a frown. "I have seen it time and time again, and for the life of me, I cannot ascertain why you are determined to do it improperly." Lucas's brow scrunched. "I didn't know there was an improper way to smile." Shaking her head, Miss Potts studied him. "I have seen you jest and tease, and though you allow yourself the faintest of grins, you rarely embrace the expression. It's as though you are afraid to laugh or revel in the joy of the moment." In truth, he had no response to that, and Lucas told her so. Miss Potts took his arm once more, and they moved down the road, coming around the bend and spying the edge of the city proper just beyond. Stone walls lined either side as they walked along, their grey surfaces mottled with lichen and moss. "Are you afraid of yourself?" she asked. Lucas hazarded a glance at her, though her gaze was turned to the greenery beyond the stone barriers. Swaths of grass dotted the hills, sliced into a verdant patchwork by walls and hedgerows. "We have spoken much of your past and who you wish to be," she continued, "and there are times when I feel as though you are so afraid of the man you were that you wish to be the exact opposite of him." "That is a good thing," replied Lucas. "He was a terrible person." "Much of him might have been, but no one is wholly wicked. Whether you wish to acknowledge it or not, there were good aspects of yourself that are well worth maintaining. It is clear you are charismatic and good with people, and you may have used those abilities in poor ways before, but that doesn't negate the good you can do with such skills." Drawing in a deep breath, she added, "And you are so very optimistic." "Optimistic?" he said, barely keeping the scoff from his tone. "Not all the time, of course," she amended. "You are far too hard on yourself and often seem discouraged. However, despite thinking yourself the vilest of villains, you continue to try to do better. Whatever you believe about your present, you think it possible to improve and have a brighter future, else you would have surrendered long ago. Isn't that the very definition of optimistic?" Lucas straightened, his eyes drifting to the houses drawing ever closer. "I suppose I hadn't thought of it that way." "You keep trying, Mr. Ashbrook, because you have hope, no matter the frustrations and setbacks." Clearing his throat, Lucas focused on the ground before him. "I doubt my brother would say there is anything worth salvaging in me." "I do not believe that for 1 minute," she said with a shake of her head. "And before you argue with me, let me point out that the opposite of love is not hatred, but apathy. I doubt he would be so angry if he felt nothing for you. Even if he despises you for many justifiable reasons, I believe some part of him is just as hopelessly optimistic as you. He is simply afraid to believe it." "That would make perfect sense. But Conrad's anger is tied to his fears for his family and the threat he thinks I pose to them." "Perhaps." Miss Potts spoke the word, though it held not a note of acquiescence to it. Could such a thing be possible? Lucas may have hoped to salvage some sort of relationship with his family,
But deep in his heart, he hadn't been entirely optimistic regarding Conrad.
"I tried to apologize to him, but I think I made matters worse," he said, but considering how things ended between them, Lucas couldn't help but add, "However, I think he is softening some." In quick order, he related the scene to her before adding, "There was something there, an understanding or comprehension. I think he finally realized that I intend him and his family no harm."
"That is wonderful, Mr. Ashbrook. As I have said, you simply need to keep trying and improving, and I am certain all will be set right in the end."
Miss Potts jerked him to a stop, her bright expression dimming a touch as she met his gaze with determination and took his hand in hers.
"You are a good man, Lucas Ashbrook, one I greatly admire. You are determined and hard-working, and you needn't raze your old self to the ground and start anew, but rather find a balance between that version of yourself and the one you wish to be. There is nothing wrong with laughing and jesting. It is good for you to enjoy life. You can do so and still be a good person."
A smile graced her face once more as she added,
"That is the version of you I like best, and that is the Lucas Ashbrook who will win over his brother."
Oh, how Miss Potts shone! Her goodness blazed like a bonfire, warming his skin. Lucas didn't know when he'd removed his gloves, but he felt her hand in his, the touch making his heart flutter in his chest, as though he were some young schoolboy hoping to catch the eye of his first love. For all his determination to keep himself apart from her, Lucas felt drawn in. It was impossible to fight the pull, no matter how terrible an idea it was to indulge in that desire. His mind conjured the image, reveling in the possibility that lay upon her lips. Miss Potts may claim their kiss to have been a poor example, but it still burned in his heart as the finest he'd ever experienced, and he was certain their second would prove just as entrancing. Lucas knew the reasons this was unwise. He knew what dangerous ground it was, but after so many temptations laid before him, this one was beyond his strength to fight. He wanted Hazel in his arms, in his life. In a world so often lost in shadow, he wanted to bask in her light. Once more, Hazel stood frozen in his gaze. Lucas Ashbrook truly had the finest eyes in all of creation, but more than that, he was one of the finest men in all creation. Flawed and hurting, to be certain, but could she ask for a truer heart to love? For all that Hazel didn't fault Fern for choosing family over friendship, she couldn't deny the pain throbbing in her soul because of it. Mr. Ashbrook was now the only friend she had in the world, yet the thought didn't dishearten her, for it was Mr. Ashbrook, the man who inspired her to greater heights and fought harder for her happiness than she. To close the distance between them would be so simple, so easy. Nothing was clouding his judgment at present, and she longed to toss aside good sense and seize the moment. Hazel inched closer, her lips nearly touching his, and his eyes caressed her skin, his desire burning bright in his gaze. But a flash of uncertainty doused the fire burning in her chest. Hazel studied him, feeling the longing thrumming through him as eagerly as it did through her. They both wanted something more, yet she couldn't help but see the conflict brewing inside him. Her pulse quickened, her breath catching as she considered the man before her. The man she loved. The words struck her heart, burrowing deep inside it until she was certain she could not work it free, even if she wished to. Hazel loved Lucas Ashbrook, and she felt his heart beating in time with hers, and she knew her love could help him in ways he didn't understand. Yet she couldn't deny the wisdom in caution, and she felt the faint whisper of fear as his gaze turned to her lips. She wouldn't rush things. She couldn't. Their first kiss had been a harried, inebriated moment, tinged by regret when morning arrived. Their second couldn't be marred by such disappointment. They would kiss again, but only when they both wished it,
irrevocably and without caveat. Hazel loved Lucas enough to wait. Shifting, she drew her arms around him once more. "Thank you for being my friend, Mr. Ashbrook." He let out a sigh that held more relief than Hazel wished to hear, though it lightened her heart to know that her choice, however disappointing, was the right one. Mr. Ashbrook accepted the embrace, his arms encircling her as well, his head resting against hers. "No, thank you, Miss Potts," he whispered. Chapter 38. Emerging from the labyrinthine alleyways behind the mills, Lucas blinked at the sudden expanse of the old town square. The cobbles, slick with coal dust and rain, reflected the fading sun, casting long shadows from the towering red brick buildings that dominated the area. With the work done for the day, the businesses stood silent, and the air seemed empty without the rhythmic groans of the gears and the hiss of the steam engines that drove Greater Edgerton's economy. Lucas crossed the bustling marketplace, dodging the cries of hawkers and the jostle of menfolk eager to join their friends at the pub. The air thrummed with life, a chaotic symphony of bartering, laughter, and the clip-clop of horses pulling laden carts. The scent of fresh bread mingled with the acrid tang of coal smoke, an olfactory signature of the town he called home. Reaching the weathered stone bridge that spanned the River Dennick and connected the two halves of town, Lucas paused, leaning against the worn railing. Below, the dark water churned, reflecting the fiery hues of the dying sun, and he studied the swirls and eddies as though they might provide the solutions to his troubles. The day's labour had left him spent, due not just to demanding labour, but to the relentless monotony that left his mind free to ruminate on unanswerable questions. Unlike the grimy machinery, his thoughts whirred in restless circles whilst producing nothing. Casting his gaze back to the old town section of Greater Edgerton, Lucas considered the cityscape pressing up against the edge of the water. The great buildings stretched upward like red rock cliffs, and nestled amongst them was the grey bell tower of Our Lady. Before he knew what he was about, Lucas straightened and turned his feet in that direction. He ought to be on his way, but solitude was such a rare commodity that Lucas couldn't surrender his yet. His parents awaited him at home, which was a blessing, to be certain, but between them and Milo, he rarely had a moment to himself. Of course, the hour with Miss Potts was always to be treasured, but after the cacophony and chaos of the mill, he needed some quiet. Lucas pushed open the wrought-iron gate of the churchyard, the hinges moaning a rusty welcome. The cobblestones led into the church proper, but he turned toward the brown line that wove through the graveyard, cutting a path through the grass. The air grew heavy with a scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a stark contrast to the industrial grit that clung to his skin. Trees edged the property, giving the hallowed ground protection from the sights and sounds pressing in around them, and the late afternoon sun filtered through the high canopy, casting long skeletal shadows across the uneven gravestones. He navigated the labyrinth, their weathered inscriptions whispering of forgotten stories. Some were grand and ornate, boasting cherubs and angels, while others were simple slabs, etched with names and dates worn smooth by time. Despite his exhaustion, Lucas's steps quickened as he spied the gnarled oak in the back corner, with a lone stone bench beneath it. Lucas jerked to a stop as a lady rose from behind a row of headstones and brushed off her skirts. Before he could apologize for intruding, the lady turned away from the grave, and his heart stopped. Ruby spied him at the same time, and the two stood there, frozen in place as the clocks ceased their ticking. Spinning like a water wheel, Lucas's mind churned up so many thoughts and words. Though he'd imagined speaking with Ruby at some point, he hadn't intended to burst into her life like this. He'd caused enough damage, and if Conrad's reaction were any indication at the fete last week, Lucas doubted anything he said or did would do any good. yet he couldn't allow the moment to lapse. Words slipped through his fingers, tumbling out of his grasp. What could he say to the lady he had treated so poorly? What apologies would suffice? What actions could convey his sorrow? Lucas tried to cobble something together of significance, but only 3 words pulled free of the jumble. "I am sorry," he whispered. The pair continued to silently watch each other, the minutes stretching on without word or movement. "I do not think I ever expected to hear those words from you." Ruby's brows knitted tightly together, her eyes studying him. "I wanted to say it earlier, but I didn't wish to force my company upon you." Casting a look about the churchyard, he hurried to add, "I suppose that is precisely what I've done now, but I swear I did not know you were here. I didn't mean to intrude. I was only looking for a bit of peace." "As was I," she replied, as a hint of the wariness left her gaze. "I apologize for disturbing your peace. I know I have caused you so much pain, and I do not wish to add to your burdens yet again." The words settled on his own spirit, weighing it down as he considered why he thought a simple apology would do any good. Ruby's brows rose at that. "I assure you, Lucas Ashbrook, you are not the author of all my heartaches and troubles." "Just far too many of them." That was met by more silence, and Lucas let out a low breath, shifting in place once more as he glanced between the bench and the gate. Yet he couldn't move in either direction. "In the past year and a half, I have often wondered what I would say to you if given the opportunity, but I was never able to gather the proper words." Pulling his cap from his head, Lucas twisted it about in his hands, his feet shuffling in place as he tried to do what countless hours of pondering hadn't been able to. "I have many regrets in my life, but what I did to you remains among the worst. I am ashamed of my behavior." Ruby's brows remained high on her forehead. "It was only one of the worst?" "To compare all the evil I have committed is impossible, but there are many moments that vie for the unenviable title of worst." Lucas cleared his throat, his gaze drifting to the ground. "I do not expect forgiveness, but I would do or say anything to ease the pain I've caused you. What I did haunts me. I cannot think of my last words to you without shuddering, and that memory in particular often rises to my thoughts to condemn me. I am a cad." In perfect clarity, the memory played in his mind as this courageous woman had defended her husband from Lucas's wrath, stepping between them without fear or hesitation. And his anger had snapped back at her, cracking through the air like a whip. "I was not speaking to you, whore." Ruby was a lady of the highest order, yet he'd spoken as though she were filth beneath his foot. To trick, ruin, and abandon her was disgusting on its own, but Lucas had known what words would cause the most harm, and hadn't hesitated to unleash them upon her. Ruby straightened, her hands clasped before her as she stared off at the headstones. "I have often wondered what I would say or do if you ever apologized. I never expected to receive one, but I imagined the moment. And, truthfully, your words were not far from what I always hoped to hear." Yet there was a hollowness to her tone that had Lucas's ribs tightening. Returning her gaze to him, Ruby's eyes shone with surprise. "But I feel nothing." Lucas dropped his head with a sharp nod. "As I said, I did not say the words expecting anything." "No, you do not understand," she said, holding up her hands to forestall him. "I feel no relief because I forgave you long ago." Her brows wrinkled once more, her eyes growing distant as Ruby considered that. Forgiveness is such an odd word, isn't it? So often we speak as though it is given from the victim to a perpetrator, contingent on their remorse. But I cannot erase your sins any more than your apology heals my pain. In truth, forgiveness is simply cleansing ourselves of the fear, anger, and resentment poisoning our lives, and that is dependent solely on ourselves." Ruby's eyes met his once more, her sharp features softening as she gave him the faintest of smiles. "Even if a perpetrator prostrates themselves, showing true remorse, it cannot heal the damage on its own, and a victim's broken heart can be made whole, regardless of whether any wrongdoing is ever acknowledged or amends are made, just as a perpetrator may find redemption even if their victim refuses to grant it." Lifting her chin, Ruby's eyes brightened. "You caused me great pain, Lucas Ashbrook, but from that agony I built a beautiful life with the dearest of men. I gained a family of my own with parents who love me and children who bring me more joy than I'd ever thought to receive, and I refuse to allow anything to taint that, even myself." With a sigh, Ruby lowered her head once more. "Your actions wounded me, but I allowed it to fester for far too long because I believed my heart would never heal until you saw justice or acknowledged your guilt. But then I saw the error of my ways, and now I am the mistress of my joy, not a slave to others' misery." Lucas's heart burned as she spoke, the truth in those words ringing through the graveyard as clearly as the bell in the tower above them, echoing through him with each pulse, and whispering of the things he had long thought were beyond his reach. Peace and happiness radiated from Ruby, testifying as readily as her words, and the sentiment filled him, overwhelming his senses with a power that flowed through his veins and settled into his bones. "Thank you," he whispered with a bow. "You are a good lady, and it is a relief to know you are happy." But as Lucas turned, Ruby hurried to add, "I hope you are happy as well." He paused in place, his muscles tightening. "That is far more generous than I deserve." Ruby's brows lowered at that once more. "Your confession may change nothing for me, but I am grateful to hear it for your sake. I do not know what circumstances led you to this moment, but it is clear to me that you meant those words, and I am happy to know you are on a better path." Knocking his cap against his thigh, Lucas shifted in place. "You are kind, but I am certain your husband would warn you not to believe my contrition. I was quite talented at acting the part." "I am well aware of Conrad's feelings on the subject," she said in a heavy tone that had Lucas's stomach sinking. Surely his being in town wasn't causing trouble between Conrad and his wife, as it had with his parents. But Ruby lifted her chin once again, meeting his gaze with confidence. "Regardless of what my husband believes, I know what I see before me. You mentioned the last words you spoke to me." Lucas's gaze jerked away from her, and she held up a staying hand. "Though they disturbed you, I do not recall them. No doubt they were nasty, for that was a wretched business, but they left no impression on me. However, they clearly left their mark on you, and that tells me more than you realize." "How so?" "You spoke them years before your change of heart, Lucas. I didn't think you were capable of caring one jot about hurling ugly words at me in the heat of the moment. Yet even then, you had a conscience of some sort. Else why would you hold on to such an inconsequential moment for so long?" Straightening, Lucas felt his very pulse stall as he considered that. "You give me too much credit." Ruby drew in a deep breath and held his gaze, searching his eyes in a way that had Lucas's skin itching, the cotton and wool of his clothes scratching until he was ready to rip off his jacket. Then, in a quiet voice, she said, "I have watched you these past months from afar, and I see the difference, but Conrad is too afraid to trust it. I fear you are both clinging to the past, unwilling to let go of that pain." Lifting her hand to rest on the gravestone, she added,
Do not allow the darkness to snuff out the light, Lucas. Life is peppered with disappointments and heartaches. We cannot avoid it, and we cannot undo the mistakes we've made. All we can do is cling to the goodness that is found even in the blackest of moments. Though her attention drifted from the graveyard, her fingers absently caressed the top of the headstone, drawing Lucas's gaze to the inscription. Ambrose Ashbrook. A jolt shot through Lucas at seeing his father's name carved into the granite slab, but when his eyes drifted to the date etched beneath it and the flowers she'd set at the base, understanding dawned. 1855 to 1855. Beloved son. Conrad and Ruby had lost a child, and the year placed the babe's birth early in their marriage, not long after Alexander, in fact. Had they lost the first child they conceived together? Lucas's eyes rose and met Ruby's, her own slightly red and bright as she gazed back at him.
I am sorry. I didn't know,
he whispered. His throat tightened, and he searched for something to say. Shaking his head, he turned.
I didn't mean to intrude.
And with that, Lucas hurried across the graveyard and out the gate. Chapter 39. Lucas's feet pounded a steady rhythm against the cobblestones, each step echoing the dull ache in his bones. Moving quickly, he wove through the crowds, ignoring the chaos around him as he fled Old Town and escaped over the river. Across the bridge, a different world awaited, the water serving as the boundary between the industrial heart of Greater Edgerton and the genteel charm of Newtown. Quaint cottages lined the cobbled streets, and the air carried a lilting song from a nearby pub. Lucas paused, leaning against a lamppost, the gaslight casting a warm, distorted glow on his tired face. The distant melody faded, replaced by the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversation. Lucas sucked in a breath, but his lungs refused to work. His thoughts proved equally stubborn, leaping about in a manner that was entirely pointless. Too many surprises, too much to consider. Conrad and Ruby had lost a child. That missing piece snapped into place, allowing Lucas to see the past 2 months in new ways. A father who had already lost one child would be doubly afraid of losing another, and no matter that Lucas didn't wish to exercise it, he had a claim on Alexander, threatening that family once more. And Ruby was right. No reassurance would change Conrad's mind, as Lucas could do nothing to bring his brother peace. The choice to forgive was Conrad's. Yet as his mind sifted through Ruby's words, his heart stuttered and skipped, as Lucas wondered if that wisdom truly applied to himself as well. Could he find peace? Was it within his power? Guilt had racked his soul for so long that the burden felt welded to him. Was it possible for him to be free of it? Forcing air into his lungs, Lucas stood there, staring out at the street as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon. Milo. He needed to fetch the boy, but his lagging wits remembered that the lad had remained at Oak Hall today. Shoulders lowering, Lucas forced his feet home. Miss Potts was just the sort of person to help him sort out everything, but he was already late. He couldn't afford a detour. Pushing off the post, he forced himself down the familiar path, weaving through the streets and alleyways. As he arrived at Oak Hall, he hesitated on the doorstep, looking up at the building that had played such a key role in his life. Lucas rested a hand on the door, wanting neither to cross the threshold nor to turn away. His feet were rooted to the ground, holding him captive, forever stuck. Shaking off that thought, Lucas strode through, calling out to his parents and Milo. The latter was nowhere to be seen, but he discovered the former sitting in the library, with father bent over a table littered with gears and mechanisms, whilst mother sat on the sofa, her skirts cascading to the side as her legs stretched across the cushions.
Pausing mid-sentence, she glanced from her book. "Ah, there you are. We were starting to worry."
"I apologize, and I do hope Milo hasn't been a handful," replied Lucas as he stopped at the armchair beside her.
Straightening, Father polished a gear on his apron.
"Not at all. We spent a good deal of the afternoon fixing his wind-up train, which he seemed to enjoy."
"He's been an angel," said Mother, setting the novel on the side table as Lucas lifted the throw cushion to sit. Lucas paused, casting a frown at his mother.
"Milo is many things, but I don't think even his mother would call him that."
Taking his seat, he held the cushion on his lap, his fingers fiddling with the fringe along the edge.
"But then, he is always quick to do your bidding."
"Of course," said Mother. "We are the grandparents." Father gave a halting chuckle.
"Children always behave better for the amusing people in their lives. We have the benefit of spoiling them rotten, unlike his guardian, who must ensure that he is a well-behaved boy who grows into an honourable man."
As Lucas glanced up, he found Mother's attention fixed on his face, her grey eyes studying him with the sort of scrutiny that had made him wriggle and squirm when he was Milo's age. "What has happened?" she asked, proving that she was indeed a touch clairvoyant. Lucas opened his mouth to reply, but he couldn't think how to describe his day. Trying at times, odd throughout, and disconcerting at others. Yet there was a note of contentment to find in it. All in all, it felt as though so many of his days of late were that grand, confusing mixture, leaving him entirely lost and uncertain if his life was heading in the proper direction.
"I received word from your friend, Mr. Porter," said Lucas.
Father stopped and set the gear aside.
"Does he have any positions?"
Like all the rest, he has more applicants than opportunities, and as I am nearing 40 and without training or skills, I am not suited for an office, he said with a sigh.
Do not fret, said Mother, dropping her legs to the floor so she could turn toward him and place a hand on his knee as Father took a seat on the sofa beside her. I am certain we will find a solution. Do not give up hope.
I haven't, said Lucas, the words coming slowly as all the confusion of the past few weeks coalesced into one true and unassailable course of action. But it is time to acknowledge that returning home hasn't produced the possibilities I'd hoped to find. I must leave.
Mother leaned back, her hand moving blindly to Father as he took hold of it, their gazes never leaving their son. You mean to go to Manchester or London? Asked Mother, though her anxious tone revealed she knew the answer before he spoke it.
I mean to leave England altogether.
Though she kept her expression impassive, a tiny noise emerged, which drew forth a trembling in her lips.
You do?
Asked Father.
I cannot remain here any longer, said Lucas with a shake of his head. I do not wish to seem ungrateful for all you've done, and my time here has been a blessing for me, but it is hurting others.
It will take time for Conrad to acclimate, began Mother.
But Lucas met that with narrowed eyes. The fact that you know precisely who I meant is answer enough, Mother. I love being here, but I spent too many years being the wedge between Conrad and the family, and I cannot bear to see it happen again. What sort of man would I be if I remained for my own sake at the sacrifice of my brother's happiness?
Dropping his gaze, Lucas's eyes traced the patterns of the rug at his feet as his concerns, which had been swirling about his mind since the fete, coalesced into a revelation.
More than that, I need to leave for my own sake. I want to be better, I do, and I know I can, but not when I am surrounded by old temptations. I am not strong enough for that. Not yet.
You underestimate yourself, said Father with a frown, which was echoed in Mother's pained eyes.
With each passing week, I find it harder to toss about cotton bales when it is so much more alluring to lay about at home or lose myself at pubs and parties, replied Lucas.
To say nothing of the fact that my old friends know precisely how to lure me into old habits. I may be strong, but it is foolish to remain in a place where I am tempted day in and out. Even the stoutest of hearts will fail in time. "And where will you go?" asked Father as Mother squeezed his hand. "I have done what I can to find a position here, but the possibilities are too limited," said Lucas with a sigh. "I think returning to America would be best." Mother gaped at him. "With the war on? Everyone says it will be over soon, but we cannot be certain." Lucas couldn't help but smile at that. "You do not understand just how large that country is, and it is expanding more and more. During your childhood, Napoleon wasn't fighting on your doorstep, was he? The distance between where I was and the fighting is about the same as Essex from France." Mother straightened, her brows rising. "Truly?" Nodding, he added, "And I will likely be even farther away than that, for I've been reading of late that the government is giving land away in the West. Though it would be some time before I can afford to do anything with it, I could secure myself a parcel and work until I can afford to build a farm or a ranch. That is an opportunity I will never find here." Silence met that declaration, and Father turned his gaze to his wife, the pair sharing a silent conversation. Mother's eyes glistened, and her throat strained as she sat there, her hands gripping her husband until her knuckles were white. Father nodded and turned his attention back to Lucas. "We had worried that it might come to this, and though we do not want you to leave, neither do we wish to hold you here, especially if it is to your detriment." Drawing in a sharp breath, Mother added, "And if you mean to make a go of this, we mean to give you the money to start the enterprise." "We haven't much at present," continued Father, "but surely we can assist you in purchasing the material to build yourself a house." "No!" Lucas shot to his feet, pacing to the far end of the library. He stared sightlessly at the stacks of books lining the walls. "I do not want your money. I did not tell you this to stir your sympathy or elicit donations. I have trespassed upon your charity for too long." "So, you are to wander off into the world with the meagre money you've saved since arriving here, though heaven knows it is not as much as it ought to be, as you refuse to take more than the absolute necessities from us. Build a new life for yourself all on your own?" asked Mother in a hard tone. "Is that it?" "I have taken far too much from you already." "No," said Father, his voice unyielding as he stared at his son. "We have done our best to assist you in whatever way will help, and it was you who begged us to be firm when needed, and it is needed now." "We cannot allow you to make such a massive mistake and remain silent," added Mother with a frown. "We do not want you to go, but we see how much you are struggling, and as much as it pains us to agree, we know your leaving is likely the best course, but not if you do so entirely on your own." Father cleared his throat. "We will pay for your passage and a little money to help you get established." "And a small stipend so you can write to us," said Mother, a hint of tears in her tone. "I do not know what mail costs to and from America, but if you are going so very far away, I expect regular letters so we can know how you are faring, weekly at the least." Turning to face them again, Lucas felt his heart squeeze at the quiver in her chin. She sat so straight, her nose tipped up determinedly as though warning herself not to fall to pieces, and her gaze blazed, daring him to deny their offer. A faint smile curved Father's lips as he glanced at her, his fingers brushing tenderly across her hand. "Heaven knows we cannot afford to give you much, but it will keep you from penury as you establish yourself. You may think of it as a loan if you wish, and pay back every cent when you can afford to do so, but you will take it." Lucas's breath stilled in his lungs, his mind swirling about like a spring storm as he considered what they were saying. "You are strong and capable, son," said Father, his eyes bright with emotion as his voice wavered. "You've shown how hard you can work, and we have no doubt you can eke out a living on your own, but even with our assistance, building a business into a thriving venture will take everything you have to give it. Uncle Simon's financial assistance is the only reason Newland Mills has survived at times, so do not make the mistake of thinking you must do it all on your own out of some misguided desire for penance. Do not let your pride get the better of you." Swiping at his nose, Lucas breathed in deeply, though it came shakily. "As you wish." The tension in his parents eased, the pair of them seeming to sag with relief, and something inside Lucas untwisted as well, easing a pressure he hadn't known was straining against his ribs. "I hate to ask it, but there is one more thing I am hoping you might do for me," said Lucas, his heart sinking as he forced the words free. "Anything, dearest. Name it," said Mother, her brows twisting together. "Take care of Milo." Chapter 40. All three sat there, staring at one another as Lucas's words ushered in a length of silence. "What do you mean?" asked Father. "Surely you wish to take the boy with you?" "What I wish has no bearing on this," said Lucas, his gaze falling to the tips of his shoes. Not wanting to scuff the floorboards, he forced himself not to nudge the ground, though he desperately longed to move. "Since arriving here, Milo has thrived. To uproot him again would be cruel." "But he adores you," said Mother. Lucas huffed, his ribs constricting as he voiced the sad truth that had haunted him for some time now. "I wish that were true. In the beginning, he seemed eager enough to stay by my side, but now he is thriving under your care as he never did in mine. Perhaps I remind him too much of the life he lost, or perhaps he simply doesn't respect me. But Milo fights me at every turn." "Which isn't unusual for a lad his age," said Father. "Do not take his behaviour as a sign of failure. Children often test limits and boundaries, especially with those they love." "And after they have suffered such a great loss," added Mother. "And because of that loss, I cannot bear the thought of pulling him away from the people he is happiest with," said Lucas, though his stomach soured at the thought. This was for the best. It was. "If that is what you wish, it would be our honour," said Father, drawing an arm around Mother. And in the silence that followed, she asked a question that Lucas wasn't ready to answer. "What of Miss Potts?" "What of her?" asked Lucas, turning back to the shelves, though seeing books purchased at Potts's bookshop hardly helped matters. Shifting, he glanced out the window. "You care for her, Lucas. It is clear as day," said Mother. It felt like stones were settling in his chest as he considered that. "I do, but just like with Milo, caring for another is not reason enough to keep them with me when I am venturing into a harsh and untamed land with no guarantee that I will succeed in building a new life. One cannot love and be selfish at the same time." Mother gaped. "But surely, if she wishes to join you—" "Miss Potts has the means to do whatever she wishes in this world, and she'd be wise not to waste her life on a poor reprobate." "Lucas!" Turning about, Lucas gave them a sharp bow. "My thanks, but I must be off if I am to start planning my voyage." And without pausing to hear their response, he hurried from the library. A strangled gasp ripped through Lucas's throat, tearing him from the stifling darkness. He shot upright in bed, heart hammering against his ribs like a frantic bird in a cage. The familiar surroundings of his bedchamber did little to ease the cold sweat clinging to his skin. His chest heaved, desperate for air that felt oddly thin. The nightmare, still clinging to him like cobwebs, refused to loosen its grip. That oppressive, endless darkness had consumed him once more.
He had clawed and screamed at the void, but the blackness had only pressed closer, suffocating him, erasing him inch by inch. Even now, hell's chilling touch lingered, sending shivers down his spine despite the warmth of the covers. He glanced around the room, searching for something familiar, something solid to anchor him back to reality. The moonlight spilling through the window offered scant comfort. Its silvery glow only highlighted the shadows dancing menacingly at the edges of his vision. His breaths came in ragged pants, each one carrying the phantom echo of his silent screams. The sheets felt rough against his clammy skin, the normally calming scent of lavender replaced by a metallic tang of sweat. It took a conscious effort to unclench his fists, the nails leaving crescent moon indents in his palms. He forced himself to focus on the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, willing his panic to recede. But the darkness lingered, a presence just beyond the edge of his vision, waiting. Lucas knew it was just a dream, a figment of his own mind, yet the terror felt so real, so tangible. He had seen it before, and even though it might have been naught but a fevered hallucination conjured by his dying mind, it had felt real then, just as it felt real now. Closing his eyes, Lucas squeezed them shut, willing the fear to dissipate. Slowly, painstakingly, the remnants of the nightmare retreated, leaving behind a tremor of disquiet. Falling back against the pillows, Lucas stared at the canopy as his pulse slowed. But even as those feelings subsided, thoughts took their place, whispering of all that required his attention. He had made great strides in his first day of planning, but there were so many steps involved in any voyage, and with his coach to Liverpool leaving in 3 days, and his ship departing the day after that, his mind churned with all that needed doing. Miss Potts had every reason to find travel intimidating, for even having made the journey before, he felt unease burbling in his gut, driving the last vestiges of sleep from him. What of Miss Potts? Mother's question pierced his heart, and Lucas kicked off the bedcovers and rose from his bed. It may be the middle of the night, but surely there was something better to do than lie about, thinking of things that were best left unthought. Mother and Father didn't keep grand stables by any means, but there was always something to do there. Lighting a candle, Lucas pulled on his trousers and slipped on his shoes before moving to the door, only to find a bundle of blankets deposited in the hallway, blocking his way. Reaching down, he grabbed at them, and they shifted to reveal Milo cocooned inside them, asleep. "Milo?" he whispered, but the lad didn't move. Setting the candle on a side table, Lucas crouched down and lifted the lad. Thankfully, countless hours of hauling cotton bales made the job easy. The boy's eyes fluttered open, dazedly staring at Lucas as he carried Milo to the bed. "What are you doing here?" asked Lucas. Despite the innocuous question, Milo's expression crumpled, his lungs heaving as he curled into the blankets, and sobs broke the silence of the night. Setting him on the mattress, Lucas hurried back to the door and shut it before returning to the boy. "What is the matter, Milo?" But before the words were out, little arms drew around Lucas's neck, clinging to him as Milo's tears dampened Lucas's shoulder. The boy was beyond words, so Lucas held the boy close and stared off at the distant wall. "Please, speak to me," he whispered, rubbing the lad's back as Lucas instinctively rocked him. But Milo shook his head, the tears making his breathing jerk. Lucas let out a sigh, his brows twisting together as he considered what to do. No doubt, Mother would sort out the troubles in a trice, but she was asleep. He could wake her, and he knew she wouldn't begrudge the sacrifice. Yet Lucas couldn't move. His heart sank to the ground, refusing to move as he held on to the only physical connection he had to Matteo. Of all the people the Costas could have asked to care for their child, Lucas couldn't think of anyone less suited for the duty, even if he had been the only one present at the time. He only hoped that knowing Milo was safe and cared for had brought Holly some comfort in her last moments, and surely she and Matteo would be pleased with their son's new home. Oak Hall was a fine place, and his parents were far better guardians.
Please.
But Milo's words were cut short. Lucas's arms tightened around him. What is it? What do you need? It was several long moments before Milo attempted again.
Please, don't.
He sucked in a shaking breath.
Please don't leave me.
Insides fluttering, Lucas clung to the child, trying to sort out the words, though they were comprehensible enough. Milo. Leaning back, the boy swiped at his eyes and cheeks.
I heard you talking to Mrs. Mary and Mr. Ambrose when you got home from work. I know you're going away.
I'm doing what is best for you.
I'm sorry for not listening. I promise I'll be good,
he whimpered, his words broken and halting.
I won't disobey ever again. Just please don't leave me.
The desperation in the lad's tone made Lucas's vision blur. It was the pleading of a man facing the gallows, hoping for a stay of execution, and his heart crumpled at the agony he had caused. Yet somehow, Milo's grief also brought a burning warmth to Lucas's abused organ. The boy wanted to be with him. Pulling Milo into his arms again, he rocked the boy. I thought you wouldn't want to go with me. You like it here.
You're all I have left. They're all gone now, and it makes me sad and mad and...
Milo's words broke, his breath shuddering.
You remind me of them, and I hate it, but I like it too, and that makes me mad again, and I just miss them all so much.
Letting out another guttural sob, the boy dissolved into tears that made it impossible to speak. Holding him fast, Lucas rocked Milo and wished there was something to say or do to ease away his tears. But when Lucas's own joined in, there was no hope.
Why didn't God want me too?
Asked Milo as he fought for breath. Lucas stiffened, his own lungs struggling as he clung to the boy.
Everyone says that God took them home, and I don't know why he didn't want me too.
Milo's voice was so fragile, yet the words stabbed deep into Lucas's heart, piercing him in a way he hadn't thought possible. I've often wondered why I was spared, when your parents were so much better than me, whispered Lucas. And sometimes I get really mad that they're gone instead of me.
You do?
All the time. Lucas rubbed his hand up and down the lad's back, and he swayed with the movement as Milo's breaths shuddered. People like to say it is part of some grand plan, to make themselves feel better, but it doesn't make me miss them any less. I can't say whether or not God willed it or the disease simply snatched them away, but I am glad you survived, Milo. Whenever I'm really sad and missing your parents, it helps to know I have you. It's like a piece of them is still here.
Me too. I like hearing you talk about them.
Milo squeezed his arms around Lucas, and it was as though a piece of his fractured heart mended back together.
I miss them.
Lucas held fast to the boy, and a few tears slipped down his cheeks. I miss them too.
Please don't leave me, repeated Milo.
I won't. Not ever. Chapter 41. I will only be gone an hour, perhaps 2, said Hazel for the 10th time as grandmother stood beside the door, her hands wringing the shawl around her shoulders.
But I wish you would take me with you. Your grandfather is in a mood today.
Drawing in a sharp breath, Hazel didn't bother correcting her. As the fellow had spent the majority of the day in the library, fully ignoring everyone, neither of them could say what mood Grandfather was in, and Hazel was not going to be badgered into changing her mind. You know you cannot walk that distance. The last time we attempted it, you swore you would never do it again." Grandmother's expression fell, and her shoulders drooped, which caused her shawl to dangle precariously. "I don't know how you can be so unfeeling. You are always eager to abandon me." Hazel caught the article and draped it once more around her grandmother whilst searching for what to say. Neither truth nor lie would appease the lady. After suffering her grandparents' displeasure for over a sennight because she had the audacity to leave them in favour of the village fete, eager was too little a word to describe Hazel's determination to have a moment to herself. For all their sakes, she needed time away. Curse that Mr. Ashbrook. Before he had arrived in town, Hazel had often spent weeks alone entertaining grandmother and fetching grandfather's things. But after 2 months of visits, she'd grown accustomed to having him and Milo about, yet the bounder hadn't visited in days, and now she was desperate to be free of this house. "I'm sorry you feel I am abandoning you, but I cannot throw Mamma over to please you. That wouldn't be kind, would it?" But the lady didn't answer, merely turning away and shuffling to the parlour. Tucking her bonnet on her head and tying the bow under her chin, Hazel turned to the front door and swung it open, to find a man on the doorstep. She jerked backward with a gasp and tried not to topple over from the sudden movement. Mr. David Vogel held his hands up. "Apologies, madam. I didn't mean to startle you." Hazel's eyes widened, and she held a hand to her chest, though it did little to calm her racing heart. At least it wasn't Mr. Vogel's wretched son. "And I apologize for the reaction," she said. "I didn't hear you ring the doorbell." The gentleman cleared his throat, his eyes darting about. "I hadn't yet. I was gathering the courage to do so." As Hazel knew not what to say, she stood there with her hand on the door, waiting for him to arrive at the point. She certainly didn't wish to invite him in, not that he'd accept if she did. Shifting in place, the gentleman looked everywhere but her, which was rather an odd look on a man nearly as old as her grandparents. "My family owes you an apology, or rather my son does," he said. Hazel's chin lifted. "Yes, he does." Mr. Vogel's jaw clenched, his eyes finally meeting hers, though there was no anger at her bluntness. Reaching forward, he handed her a small package wrapped in brown paper. "I wish I could trust my son to deliver this and an apology, but after everything he has done, I thought it best I do so myself." Drawing in a sharp breath, Mr. Vogel hurried to add, "My brother and I had a strained relationship for most of our lives, and though he never said so, I know he chose to spend his remaining years in Greater Edgerton in the hopes that it would repair things between us. And it did. Unfortunately, it also raised my son's expectations that he would be named heir to his uncle's fortune. Though I have heard him complain heartily about it since Peter's death, I never believed Eustace would be so cruel and malicious as to slander both you and his grandfather's memory." Old Mr. Vogel drew in a deep breath, his expression pinched. "My wife and I had nothing to do with the rumours circulating about you and my brother, and we never imagined our son was the author of most of them. Had I known, I would have acted sooner." As he lowered his gaze once more, Mr. Vogel's jaw tightened, the muscles straining as he added, "We heard about the incident at the fete, and he was gleeful, laughing like it was some great joke, and crowing as though ruining your reputation was a victory. It sickens me." Hazel's brows rose. They couldn't help but do so at such an admission. Having only met this gentleman in passing, it had been all too easy to believe him a villain like his son, yet the anguish in his gaze was very real. "I am heartily ashamed of him and anyone who treats you poorly. I cannot do anything about the rest of Greater Edgerton,
but I give you my word that my son will never speak ill of you again." He made that vow with such determination that she couldn't help but believe him. Mr. Vogel nodded at the package, and Hazel opened it to find the hinged frame that held the miniatures of his brother and sister-in-law. With wide eyes, she turned her gaze back to him, though his attention was on the small paintings. "There is no other object in the world that reminds me more of my brother," said Mr. Vogel in a quiet voice, the sorrow and regret etched in every syllable. "It was forever propped up beside him or tucked in his chest pocket." "It is why I had hoped to have it," replied Hazel. "Of everything he owned, this means more to me than anything, but I cannot take it from you." Mr. Vogel's gaze snapped up to hers, a reluctant smile on his lips. "Which is precisely why you deserve to have it, Miss Potts. I had a copy made, which I shall treasure, but the original belongs with you. I cannot undo what my son has done, and for that I am very sorry. I know this doesn't atone for the wrongs committed against you, but I do hope you will take it with my deepest sympathies. I wish I could do more." Hazel's gaze fell to the small paintings. The Peter Vogel pictured there was someone she hardly recognized, nor had she known his dear wife, who graced the other half of the hinged frame. But holding it was like having a piece of her friend restored. "Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I know you didn't need to give me this, nor apologize." "I could do no less," he corrected, his eyes dimming. "I wish I could do more, but I fear rumors have a life of their own." "Knowing you had no hand in them brings me a degree of comfort," she said. With sharp movements, Mr. Vogel swept into a low bow and strode away, leaving her standing on the doorstep, staring at the miniature. Hazel didn't know what to think about the interlude, but her heart was determined to feel lighter. Her allies were few and far between, and too weak to be of much use, but having another person acknowledge the truth about her past was a blessing. Staring at her friend's smiling face, she couldn't help but wish that he were there to advise her once more, though Hazel supposed she knew precisely what the gentleman would say. "Build the life you wish to have." Even with his last words, Mr. Vogel had echoed that sentiment whilst handing her the means to do so. Yet what did that life look like? What did it entail? The distant peal of the church bell forced her to move, and tucking the miniature into her reticule, Hazel shut the door behind her and strode off down the street. Sunlight, a rare and unexpected visitor this summer, bathed the city in a golden glow, bringing out the red of the brick buildings. Gone was the incessant rain of the past few months, giving way to a glorious day, which Hazel knew she ought to enjoy, but she couldn't help but wish this summer might show a bit of moderation. Waving a handkerchief at her face did little to fan off the humidity hanging thick in the air as the sun baked the mud and puddles. One needn't be freezing one moment and sweltering the next, after all. Terribly indecorous. It wouldn't do to arrive at her mother's doorstep, looking as red as a strawberry. The bakery's window displayed plump pastries dusted with sugar, their sweet aroma competing with the scent of lemonade being poured at the cafe next door, whilst the dressmaker's window boasted colourful summer dresses, tempting ladies with a promise of a breezy new outfit. Hazel paused at the florist's shop, captivated by the riot of colours spilling from overflowing baskets. Such life and vitality. Arriving at the bookshop, Hazel smiled at the familiar smell of books that greeted her, but the expression faded when Mr. Smith glanced her way and turned a firm back to her. Taking a fortifying breath, she ignored him and slipped to the back, taking the stairs up to the family's quarters. "There you are," said Mamma when Hazel swept in and cast off her bonnet, gloves and shawl. "We were about to send Arnold to look for you," added Sybil. "You are a full half-hour later than we'd planned." "I was waylaid by a visitor." Fern, guessed Mamma, and Hazel's already weak smile faltered as she took the seat beside her sister-in-law. A tea service awaited them, but Hazel couldn't bring herself to indulge. No, she is remaining firm to her resolution. She passed me in front of the house yesterday, and though she met my gaze for a moment, she didn't acknowledge me in any significant manner. Just the memory of it set Hazel's heart twisting in her chest. I know she is protecting her family, but I cannot help but wish things were different. As much as she usually enjoyed a good cause with her mother and sister-in-law, Hazel wondered if it hadn't been foolhardy to come. Between the various upsets of late and the strange discussion with Mr. Vogel, her thoughts were far too muddled to be good company. "I know it must be difficult," said Mamma, handing Sybil a cup of tea. "Unfortunately, we cannot choose the consequences of our actions." Chapter 42. Sybil stiffened, her eyes flashing wide at her mother-in-law, and Hazel's forehead wrinkled as she glanced between the two, though Mamma did not meet her eyes, focusing entirely on the selection of treats the maid-of-all-work had prepared. "What do you mean by that?" asked Hazel, not taking the proffered cup from her mother. "It is nothing important," said Sybil before biting a biscuit. "Oh, Mother Potts, that is quite divine shortbread. I must get the recipe." "My maid-of-all-work is such a dream when it comes to biscuits," said Mamma with a smile. "Her family hails from Scotland. Thankfully, she is entirely English in all other ways. I cannot understand the accent to save my life, and I can only imagine how difficult it would be to employ someone who cannot communicate." The pair laughed, but Hazel wasn't deterred in the slightest. "What did you mean by that comment, Mamma?" "I have nothing against the Scots," she began with a dismissive flick of her hand. "Not that," said Hazel with a frown. "About the consequences of my actions." "It is nothing." "Clearly not, else you wouldn't have spoken it." Mamma set down her teacup with a delicate clink and clasped her hands in her lap. "Only that it is unfortunate that this has caused you and your friend pain. But we cannot choose how our actions hurt the ones around us. And as much as it grieves me to see you suffering, your family and friends have been made to bear quite the brunt of your relationship with Mr. Vogel." That pause, so small and slight, yet it spoke far more than all the words preceding it. "You believe the rumours?" whispered Hazel, her wide eyes turning between her mother and sister-in-law. "We know you are a good person," said Sybil with compassionate eyes, "and we know how much you struggle beneath the burden that has been placed upon you." Hazel's brows rose at that. "If you do, then why do you not help me with it, rather than leaving me to manage it all on my own?" But Mamma seemed to ignore that question, turning back to the subject of Mr. Vogel. "We do not blame you for being lonely and longing for something more in your life." "You believe I hoard myself out to a man who was my grandfather's age?" asked Hazel, her voice rising. "Language!" gasped Mamma. "But it is accurate, isn't it?" replied Hazel. "You think I shared my bed with a man and was compensated with money for my troubles. That is the very definition of a whore, Mamma." Sybil's cheeks blazed red at the bald word, but Hazel didn't care in the slightest. If they could accuse her of such a thing, then they could very well bear hearing it described without the social niceties and euphemisms. "Don't be ridiculous," said Mamma with a frown. "You would never do such a calculated thing. But for you to find comfort in your loneliness is understandable, and times have changed since I was a lass." Sybil nodded. "A single mistake does not make you a horrible person, and I cannot countenance those who would choose to ostracize others when we are all weak at times." Hazel gaped at them, and she couldn't help but wonder if Sybil had spoken to Mrs. Davy concerning her sister-in-law's redemption. "I cannot believe it," Hazel murmured, shaking her head. "I cannot believe you would doubt me. I have told you the truth. Mr. Vogel and I were friends, nothing more."
"So you say," said Mamma, the doubt rife in her tone.
"Yes, I do," said Hazel with more force. "How can you doubt me? From the very beginning, you have said you believed me when I proclaimed my innocence." "And we do," said Sybil in careful tones. "You are not a liar, and you would never say such a thing if it weren't. However, either I am telling the truth about my relationship with Mr. Vogel, or I am lying, Sybil. You cannot accept my claims whilst also believing the gossip," replied Hazel, her gaze darting between the pair. "But how can we ignore something that everyone claims to have happened?" continued Sybil. "Surely we would be foolish not to question your story when public opinion is so set against it. And the evidence—" "What evidence?" demanded Hazel. "There is nothing but speculation." The pair shared a look, and her heart sank as her sister-in-law dared to speak. "What gentleman would turn his back on his family obligations and grant such a vast fortune to a lady who was only a friend?" asked Sybil. "Anyone with sense would wish to bolster his family's position and standing. They are his flesh and blood. They bear his name." "And then there was the business at the fete," murmured Mamma, her eyes cast down to the rugs. "You were seen in a compromising position with a gentleman." "He was no gentleman, and that was no embrace," said Hazel through clenched teeth. Mamma waved that aside. "Not that unpleasantness, but a gentleman of Mr. Lucas Ashbrook's standing isn't the sort to step into a brawl for no reason at all." "Those men were accosting me. Peace, Hazel," said Sybil, setting aside her cup to take her sister-in-law's hands. "We do not mean to upset you, but it does no good to ignore the truth. We are your family, and we love you no matter what has passed." "But you do not believe me," said Hazel, her tone as cold as a Yorkshire winter. "If you say nothing happened between you and Mr. Vogel, then we believe it," said Mamma with a tone of finality, as though that settled the matter. However, there was no true acquiescence in those words. Hazel could not comprehend how it was possible to hold such contrary beliefs, but then human nature wasn't often logical. Her family may believe her, but they wouldn't disbelieve the rumours. Jerking to her feet, Hazel strode across the parlour whilst Mamma and Sybil called after her. She slammed the door behind her and took her anger out on the steps as she flew down them. Mr. Smith's aloofness couldn't withstand her sudden appearance, and he stared at her as she swept through the bookshop and out into the street. Hazel didn't know when she had begun crying, but the tears blurred her vision as she wove through the crowd, making an absolute spectacle of herself. But what did it matter any more? They all thought her devoid of any decency, so let them stare. There was nothing left of her reputation and dignity to salvage, and there was no point in pretending otherwise. Hazel Potts was a fallen woman. Her own family believed the rumours. Perhaps she ought to take some comfort in the fact that it didn't matter to them, but all Hazel could hear was the doubt in Mamma's voice and Sybil's justifications. Did no one trust her word and wish to stand beside her? Apparently, her only vocal supporters were a man desperate to keep her at arm's length, and the father of the one who stirred up all this dreadful business in the first place. Arriving at number 12 Friargate, Hazel burst through the door and took not 2 steps before Grandfather began bellowing for something that was so direly important that it couldn't wait until she'd rid herself of her bonnet and gloves. Then Grandmother was there, begging to be entertained as though Hazel had been away the entire afternoon, rather than a mere half-hour. The complaints filled the air, swirling about her, and certainty settled on Hazel with absolute clarity. She was finished with Greater Egerton. Taking the steps 2 at a time, Hazel slammed her bedchamber door and sat down at her desk, retrieving the notes she had made. Mr. Biller's letters remained tucked between the pages of the notebook, and Hazel considered the ideas she had gathered. Even a single town over would be a relief,
yet still close enough to see her family when she wished to, if she wished to. She shook off that thought. Frustrated though she may be at present, they were family, and their disbelief stung, as did Mamma's casual dismissal of the incident at the fete. But they cared for her. Straightening, Hazel considered that. Did they truly love her for herself? Or did they love her for being the family's nurse and housekeeper? That she couldn't answer that question with any certainty said far more than she was willing to consider at present. Sifting through her things, she wondered if she mightn't go to Devon or Cornwall, somewhere near the ocean. That would be lovely. Yet she couldn't find the letter about the properties Mr. Biller had located. Hazel paused at the sight of a letter written in an unfamiliar hand lying on her desk. There was no stamp, just her name scrawled across the front. Dear Miss Potts, I apologize for avoiding you of late, but I knew my resolve would crumble if I laid eyes on you again. I am bound for America once more, and by the time you read this, I will be on a coach to Liverpool. If I were a better man, I would have told you in person, but my feelings for you are no secret. Your friendship has meant the world to me. It helped to pull me out of darkness and into the light, but you deserve someone far better. Indeed, it would be difficult for you to do worse than me. Thank you for all you have done for me and Milo, and I wish you the best in life. Do not allow it to slip past you any longer. You have so much to offer others. Please, do not let your family trap you away. Forever yours, L. Ashbrook. Rising to her feet, Hazel paced her bedchamber as she reread the missive, though it revealed nothing more than Mr. Ashbrook's stupidity. She glanced at the mirror above her dressing table and stared at the red eyes peering back at her. Slowly, her chin lifted, and she considered the path before her. No, she would not allow life to slip by. Not again. Chapter 43. Liverpool, Merseyside. Boats and ships of every size filled the port, carefully navigating around one another as they made their way to and from their moors, their great masts shooting upward into the air, their height matched by the warehouses that pressed up to the edge of the water. Captains and officers bellowed out orders to the teeming mass of dock workers and porters as they hurried to ready their ships for departure. The smell of coal, tar, and sweat hung thick in the air, accented by the sharp tang of salt and sea life and the bright calls of the gulls, which glided through the air above them. Amidst the controlled chaos, families clustered together, sharing the last words they might ever speak to those they left behind. Anticipation and apprehension lay over the dockyard, as palpable as the thickest London fog. Here, at the gateway to a new world, they awaited their turn to step aboard and set sail towards an unknown future. Bless his mother. She was doing her best to keep from making the moment more difficult than need be. Lucas wished there was some perfect solution that allowed him to remain with his family, but this was necessary. It was. Despite the way his stomach sank as he faced them, Lucas felt to his bones that this was the proper course for all of them. Mother drew her arms around him yet again, something she'd done every quarter of an hour since the plans had been decided, and when she released him, she held him by the hands, her smile both broad and stiff. "When you are settled, we will come for a visit," she said, her eyes glistening with tears she wouldn't allow to fall. "Of course," said Lucas, allowing that lie to settle between them. Travelling to America was hardly an easy jaunt, and his parents were of an age that made it nigh on impossible for them to venture into the untamed West. Yet Mother had said it as often as she embraced him, and they all clung to the words that made the farewell feel less final, despite knowing they would likely never see each other again in this life. Father drew up next, pulling his son roughly into his arms. In a low voice, he whispered for only Lucas to hear.
"We are proud of you, son. Never doubt it. Never forget it."
"Yes," was all the reply Lucas could offer as his throat tightened. Mother crouched in front of Milo and embraced him just as readily and completely. "You must write to me often, dear. I want to hear all about what you've gotten yourself up to. You are my newest grandson, after all." Milo held fast to her for a moment before releasing her to take his place beside his guardian. Lucas placed an arm around his shoulder as Vincent came to their parents' side and shook his brother's hand. "Good luck to you," he said with an expression and tone that was far more genuine than Lucas had expected from his generally apathetic brother. His sister-in-law echoed the sentiment before giving Milo an embrace as well. Lucas's heart thumped painfully against his ribs, and he drew in a deep breath, his eyes stinging from more than the mix of coal dust and salt in the air. Father drew his arm around his wife and gave him an understanding smile.
"Farewells are always difficult, but you are making the right decision, Lucas," he said. "You two have a better future awaiting you there, and we are all so very happy for you."
And bless her heart, Mother nodded. The tears hovered just beneath the surface, but that didn't dim the confidence glowing there as she gazed upon her formerly wayward son. As much as that set his chest ablaze, lifting his spirits as though he were a hot air balloon, Lucas couldn't help the regret anchoring him to the floor. But he supposed that was the way of change. One could not hold on to the past whilst building a new future, and the path lying before him would lead to far better places. Lucas's thoughts strayed to a lovely lady who had managed to help him discover that course, but he banished her to the back recesses of his mind. Miss Potts would not leave him entirely. Likely she never would, but this was for the best. She may wish to see more of the world, but she didn't want to be separated from her family so completely, nor live in the primitive wilds of America. If he reminded himself of that fact enough times, perhaps the ache in his heart would ease. One of the ship's officers stood on the deck, bellowing out to all and sundry, "Last call to board!" Mother drew in a sharp breath, and they all tensed, looking at one another, hoping for something more to draw out the moment, yet knowing there was nothing more to be done. Their bags were aboard and waiting for them in their cabin. Their farewells were given. All was settled. Yet it felt incomplete. Not enough. Lucas wished there was something more to say or do, but just as he could never fully convey to them his gratitude for their love and assistance, he couldn't make this parting any less painful. Drawing an arm around Milo, he turned to the gangplank, to see Conrad and Ruby standing there. His brother held fast to his wife's hand, clinging to it like a lifeline, and the brothers stared at one another. Lucas's thoughts stumbled at the sight, and he remained locked in place as his brother drew near. "Mother and Father told us you were leaving," said Conrad, his brows low. A desperate part of his heart had hoped for a chance to bid farewell to his brother, but Lucas hadn't thought it would happen, and he couldn't think what to say. The pair stood there for a long moment before Lucas extended his hand to his brother, and Conrad stared at it for even longer before taking hold of it.
"I hope you find peace," said Lucas.
With a frown, Conrad glanced between him and their parents. "Whatever I may have said, I do hope you're not leaving on my account." Lucas's heart stuttered as he stared at his brother. "I do hope it will make it easier on you and the family, but I am leaving because I have no future here. I cannot be the man I wish to be whilst surrounded by the past." Conrad sucked in a breath, holding it as he studied his brother. "You have changed, haven't you?"
"I certainly hope so," whispered Lucas.
Ruby's hand tightened around her husband's, and her eyes sparkled in the morning sunlight as her smile grew. "Good." The first mate called again, ripping Lucas's attention away. His brows pulled tight together, and he turned his gaze back to his brother. "May I write to you?" asked Lucas. Conrad stiffened a touch, his hand gripping tight to his wife. "I am happy to see you doing better, but I stand by my previous statement. I do not wish you ill, but there is nothing to salvage between us." "But perhaps we might build something new." "For what purpose?" asked Conrad. "We are both grown, and you will be halfway across the world. There is little point in making the effort." Lucas's gaze fell away, his hand rising to scratch at his jaw. "In truth, I am asking for entirely selfish reasons. You are one of the best men I know, and I need as many of them in my life as I can find." Conrad's shoulders fell, his expression slackening as he stared at his brother. "Gangway is coming up," bellowed the officers, and Lucas waved for them to wait, but the dock workers were already pulling the ropes free. "I don't mean to force the issue. You may write," said Conrad, "but I cannot promise I will reply." "That is enough for me," said Lucas, shaking his brother's hand one more time. Some part of him longed to embrace him, just as he had their parents, but with the gangplank ready to come up, Lucas couldn't wait any longer, nor could he press his luck with his brother. He nudged Milo to the ship, and they ran across the dock and stepped up, just before the sailor hauled it back. Racing up it, the pair chose a place along the deck that faced his family. Many others stood there, waving their final farewells to their loved ones, and despite the heaviness of their parting, Lucas's heart lightened at the sight of his brothers and parents waving to him, gathered together once more. Just as they ought to be. Lucas stood there as the sailors raced about, pulling up lines and making ready. The engine rumbled to life, the great turbine shifting the water to pull them away from the docks until the sails could catch a proper wind. And though it was silly to wait here as they slowly crept away, neither he nor his family moved. Other passengers drifted off to explore the ship, but he remained there with Milo at his side, waving until he was certain his arm would fall clean off. This was the right choice. It was. Lucas clung to that certainty, even as doubt ate away at him, warning him it was not too late to change course, though short of leaping off the side, there was no possibility of remaining in England now that the ship was far from the shore. "Can we explore?" asked Milo as he gazed up at Lucas. "Perhaps later. Would you like to see our quarters?" he asked, nodding toward the hatch that led below deck. The boy's nose wrinkled, his expression screwing into utter distaste before relaxing once more as he pasted on an angelic smile that had Lucas's heart breaking. No matter that his decision to leave Milo behind had been made with the lad's well-being in mind, he'd broken a bit of the trust the boy had placed in him, and Milo was still doing his utmost to hold true to the promises he believed had earned him the right to remain at his guardian's side, no matter how Lucas tried to assure him. Only time would allow Milo to relax once more, and though Lucas knew he would likely be dismayed when the boy returned to his natural and somewhat naughty behaviour, he couldn't wait to see the trust restored. "As I said, we're not staying in steerage or with the sailors this time," said Lucas, herding him toward the ladder. "We have a proper cabin." The portholes were spaced evenly enough around the ship to allow a fair amount of light in the tight confines, though lamps hung at various intervals to add a touch more illumination. The metal beams above leaned low, though far higher than the ship they'd travelled to England on, and Lucas could manage to navigate through the narrow halls without having to duck with each one. The ship was a blend of the old and the new, with metal and timber used in harmony, just as the great mast and oily engine room allowed for either wind or steam power. Trunks, crates and bundles filled every free space, adding to the chaotic feel as passengers settled into their cabins. People nodded as the pair wove deeper into the ship, and Lucas smiled in return, though they all bore the signs of difficult farewells in their eyes. As they passed through the steerage quarters, children sprinted past, and Milo's eyes widened, his pleading gaze turning to Lucas and asking for permission before he could voice the words. The thought of letting him wander away had Lucas's pulse quickening, but the boy couldn't get lost here. Not truly. And after their previous journey, Milo knew better than to wander the deck without Lucas at his side. But he couldn't help but reiterate the rules. No going up top without me. To which Milo nodded vigorously. Do not run through the corridors. The passengers and sailors won't thank you for causing a ruckus. Another nod. Don't wander past the engine room. Milo nodded once more, though his eyes were drifting to the other children, who were quickly gathering into games, and Lucas knew there was little hope of him hearing much more. Forcing the boy to look at him, he gave one last instruction. Our cabin is down that corridor, he said, nodding in the direction. I will come fetch you when it's time for luncheon. And before the period was placed on his sentence, Milo sped away, leaping into the fray with all the vigour of a child, certain of his welcome. Lucas watched as they began chasing back and forth, running around the wooden stalls that served as the steerage cabins. He knew all the instructions were likely already erased from the boy's memory, but they were no different from those all the other parents had given, and there were enough adults about to enforce them. Lucas made his way down the corridor, glancing at the paper notices plastered outside the second-class cabins, announcing the occupants within. Seeing his, he pushed the door open and slid through the narrow opening before spying a lady sitting on the lower bunk. "My apologies, madam," he began. "It appears there's been a mistake." But when she rose to her feet and faced him, Lucas finally saw beyond the skirts to spy Miss Hazel Potts standing with her hands on her hips, a scowl pulling at her features. "Did you think a note would suffice?" asked Hazel, holding up the bit of offending paper. Chapter 44. Lucas stood there, mute and staring at the lady, which brought a hint of a smile to her lips, though there was more than a touch of mockery to it. "You underestimated how quickly I can pack, and how many coaches there are to Liverpool. It isn't as though there are that many passenger ships sailing from Liverpool to America, and a few bribes ascertained which was yours, and secured me passage, sir." Miss Potts straightened, her expression hardening once more. "But then, you are so certain I would be better off without you that you didn't expect me to follow, did you? Well, we are out of port now, and you cannot be rid of me so easily, Lucas Ashbrook." Holding up his hands, he struggled to know what to say, for he still couldn't believe she stood before him. "You know why it is not a good idea." "I know why you think so, but that doesn't mean I agree with you." Drawing herself up as much as she could, Miss Potts glared at him. "I was willing to accept that you felt too weak to venture into a relationship while struggling with your family and being home, but you have left those troubles behind." Lucas opened his mouth to argue, but she held up a finger in warning. "You told me you love me, and heaven knows I love you. Did you think you could simply disappear and I wouldn't follow? That I wouldn't move heaven and earth, fight tooth and nail, to be with the one person in this world who makes me happy?" But before he could think what to say about that, she continued, "You leave me a pathetic little letter saying you can do better, and think I will leave it at that? You haven't the right to decide what my future is and who is good enough to be part of it. That isn't your decision to make." It was one thing to suspect her feelings, and another to hear it stated unequivocally. Lucas could hardly believe her words, hardly dared to at any rate, even with her standing there as undeniable proof. "You love me?" whispered Lucas, the question drawing forth a burning fire in his chest that hurt and healed at the same time.
The lady scoffed, clearly not impressed with his lagging wits. "Of course I do, just as you love me." "I haven't said I love you. Do not try to deny it. You may claim our kiss was an inebriated mistake, but alcohol only stripped away your resolve. You kissed me because you wanted to." Holding his gaze, Miss Potts drew near with a determined glint, standing so close that if either breathed deeply, they would bump into the other. "The man who wrote that note said he was leaving for my good, not because he didn't care. Quite the opposite, in fact." Lucas's heart picked up its pace as he stared into her eyes, his lungs struggling to work. "Tell me you do not love me, Mr. Ashbrook," she dared, though her voice was little more than a whisper. "Love is not the issue, Miss Potts," he said, struggling to gather all the many reasons they had parted in the first place. But it was so difficult when her lavender perfume filled his nose, blending with her natural scent in a way that tied his insides into knots. "You can do better than me." Jerking backward, the lady held her hands up as though warding off those words. "I cannot do better than a husband who loves me more than himself, who inspires me to be better, who makes me smile even amidst my sorrows, who cares so deeply about doing the right thing that he willingly subjects himself to a life of solitude and loneliness rather than risk hurting another." Miss Potts's temper ebbed as she held his gaze, and her eyes grew distressingly bright. "You called me your tether, so how can you cut me from your life and leave me behind? A tether only works if you hold fast to it." Turning away, the lady brushed a hand across her cheek and cleared her throat, though her expression lightened a touch when she slanted him a look and added, "And I will have you know that I am every bit as flawed. I have a terrible temper that you've yet to see. If left to my own devices, I will remain in my daily rut no matter how miserable I am. I blurt out thoughts that are best left unspoken, and I am a coward of the highest order." Lucas's arms came around her, and he forced his hand over her mouth. Miss Potts's eyes narrowed at him, though she didn't move to free herself. "Do not speak of yourself so harshly," he said. But that was met with a challenging raise of her brow, and Lucas was all too aware of the hypocrisy in his statement. He didn't care. Miss Potts was too precious to be spoken of in such a manner, even by her own lips. Lifting her hands to his, she tugged it free of her mouth before resting it upon his chest. "I do not like to hear you speak of yourself so harshly either. There is nothing you can say that will persuade me to change my opinion, Lucas Ashbrook. I love the man you are and the man you are fashioning yourself into. I adore both versions of you, and I want to be at your side to see what you will become, and—" Her voice faltered, her cheeks pinking enough that he could see the change, despite the lower light of the ship. "And I love that you have inspired me to be better. I wouldn't have had the courage to leave home on my own, but you make me stronger." Another denial rested heavily on his lips, but he felt the way she trembled in his hold. For all that her expression was determined, and her eyes dared him to deny her, Miss Potts shook with the fear of all that she had undertaken. Lucas tried to loosen his arms, for he was certain they were too tight, but they clung to her. Gently, she raised a hand and brushed back a lock of his hair that had fallen across his forehead, her fingers tickling the skin. "My life is no longer in Greater Edgerton. I decided that even before your letter. It simply sped up my timetable, that is all," she whispered. "I packed everything I could in a single trunk and abandoned everything else. I gave my farewells and will not return, regardless of what you say or do now. My path is leading away from home, and the only question is whether or not you will join me on that journey." "You wish to live in the wilds of America?" "As long as you are there with me." I haven't the money to set up a proper home, even with my parents' assistance. It will be some time before I can afford—" But this time Miss Potts placed her hand over his mouth, stopping those words. In a wry tone, she said, "Need I remind you, sir, that I am the notorious Hazel Potts, who inherited quite a large fortune. I have spent hardly a penny, and I can think of nothing better to do with it than build a home with you. I know nothing about horses, but I am eager to learn." Lucas's heart ached, truly ached, not because of the sorrows of the last few days, but because it could not withstand all the joy filling him. It flowed from the lady in his arms, coursing through his veins until he felt ready to burst from it all. He didn't know why fortune had placed Hazel Potts in his path, but he knew to turn her away now would be to spit in the face of that blessing. Not able to withstand the pull, Lucas pressed his lips to hers, pouring all his heart and soul into the touch, trying to explain the depth of his gratitude and love for this dear lady. Fire burned through him, threatening to consume them both, but he tempered it, filling each touch with a tenderness and care due to such a precious lady. Unequal footing or not, nothing was going to stand between them. Lucas wouldn't let her go. He couldn't. 1.5 years ago, the Costas had been placed in his path to help guide him in a new direction, and now Miss Potts was here to finish that journey alongside him. His Hazel. Forcing himself to slow the kiss, Lucas struggled to breathe as he met her gaze, those warm brown eyes looking more than a little dazed as she clung to him. "That was much better than our first kiss," she whispered, her cheeks pinking. "I should hope so," he replied with a hint of a laugh. "After that, you are stuck, sir. You must marry me now. My reputation cannot handle another scandal." Lucas chuckled, his forehead lowering to rest against hers. "I suppose I must, then." But Hazel brightened, her grin growing as a spark of mischief lit in her eyes. "Let us speak to the captain." "Now? If you think I'm going to wait until we arrive in America, you are a fool, Lucas Ashbrook." Taking him by the hand, she pulled him to the corridor. "We are settling this here, now." "You cannot be serious," said Hazel. "Entirely," said the captain as he crossed the upper deck, and his gaze drifted across the horizon. "If you wish your marriage to be legal and binding, I cannot perform it." "But I've read about marriages at sea," the captain scoffed. "And I've read about genies who grant wishes and sailors who discover buried treasure. Life is full of disappointments, madam." Shouting a few orders to the sailors, who scurried to do his bidding, the captain stepped around Hazel and Lucas, his attention hardly resting on them. Then, with a great yell, he called out to Milo, who was leaning precariously through the railing. The boy jerked backward and sped off toward the forecastle. "Slower, Milo!" called Lucas. "But is there a clergyman on board? A man of the cloth? Any cloth?" she asked. The captain laughed, turning to lean against the railing as he crossed his arms. Giving her a quick perusal, he turned his attention to Lucas. "Quite the eager one, isn't she?" Rather than be affronted at the cheek, her husband-to-be merely chuckled. "This isn't amusing," she said with a frown. "This isn't possible," amended the captain, shoving off the railing. "I am loath to inform you that whatever grand romantic moment you might have imagined is not to be. Both America and Britain are very clear on the issue. Neither country guarantees to recognize a marriage at sea, and the company has given me strict and specific instructions for this very reason. If you want a true legal wedding, you'll have to wait till we reach shore." Tipping his hat to them, he added, "Now, please excuse me. I have quite a lot of work to attend to." And without a backward glance, he strode away, leaving Hazel gaping at the open ocean.
2 weeks. They had to wait 2 weeks. That mightn't be a great length of time for some, but the moment she had decided on this course of action, Hazel had imagined how it would play out, and a 2-week wait hadn't factored into the plan. Arms snaked around her waist, pulling her against Lucas's firm chest, and he whispered into her ear, with more than a hint of mirth in his tone. "Not quite what you expected, was it?" Shaking her head, she added, "So much for my grand gesture." "You mean your grand manipulation," he said, not bothering to smother a laugh. "Hoping to trap me into marriage before I come to my senses." "Trying to save you from yourself, in fact. No doubt you'll convince yourself again that I am better off without you, no matter how strongly I object," she grumbled, and he placed a kiss on her temple. Turning in place, Hazel drew her arms around his neck. "If there is a clergyman aboard, then our nuptials would be blessed by God. That is enough." But Lucas silenced her with a quick kiss on the lips. "Do not even consider it, my love. It is 2 weeks, and I will not do anything to jeopardize you in the eyes of God or the eyes of man. We can wait until our marriage is legal and binding." Hazel slanted him a frown. "You mean I have 2 weeks to come to my senses?" Drawing in a deep breath that shifted her in place, Lucas rubbed his hands along her lower back, his brows pulled together. "I am done with denying my feelings, Hazel Potts. I have wanted you for so very long, and though I know I will never deserve you, leaving you in Greater Edgerton nearly broke me. I cannot do it again. I am well and truly caught and cannot wriggle free. I do not want to." "Good. I don't know why you would think I would want anyone else when I am the best version of myself with you." Hazel watched him carefully, her full attention on his eyes as her words slowly sunk into his thoughts, which were all too often poisoned with self-doubt. Lucas's bright gaze was always something of a marvel, but seeing the light grow as he accepted her words filled her with so much joy that she felt as though she were flying to America. "I love you, Hazel," he whispered. "I know you do, Lucas," she replied with an arch of her brow. And with that, he leaned in again, showing her just how thoroughly he could kiss her. As disappointing as their first embrace had been, these new ones more than made up for it. But then, Hazel did not doubt his feelings. They were rife in every delicate touch, every longing gaze as though she were more precious than gold. And when he ended it, which he seemed determined to do before Hazel had her fill, there was something different to his expression. She studied Lucas, trying to sort out just what it was, for she couldn't recall a time when she'd ever seen it before. Raising a hand to his cheek, she stroked the skin, brushing against the edge of where the new growth of his beard was beginning to make itself known. It was then that she knew what it was. Lucas Ashbrook was content. Hazel's eyes pricked with tears, and though his brows rose in surprise, she waved it away and turned in his arms to stare out at the land in the distance. England was fading away, disappearing into the ether, and with it, her old life vanished, replaced by something far better. "Careful," she called as Milo ran past when he spied a few new friends. "I am," he replied without slowing. Turning back to Lucas, she sighed. "That boy is going to turn me grey before this voyage is over." "No doubt about it," he replied. Leaning close, Hazel brushed her lips against his, and her stomach shivered at the thought that she was free to kiss him whenever she pleased. He was hers now, just as much as she was his. "You'd best be careful, or people will talk," he said with a laugh, and Hazel couldn't help but grin at the sight of his unabashed joy. "You'd best be careful, or people will talk." "Let them," she whispered, pressing her lips to his.
Epilogue. Dear Conrad, no matter how many times I've seen New York, the city never ceases to amaze me. I am eager to set off for the West, but I'm enjoying our time here before we decide where we are going to settle. A bit of a wedding trip, so to speak. Hazel and I are taking our time to research homesteads before making a decision and using the time to explore the East. Hazel has seen so little of the world that I cannot deny her impulse to travel before we settle into our new life. And, as it is so late in the year, we think it best to wait until spring. As much as I've enjoyed our explorations, I dream of that homestead. A chance to build something new, something honest. A herd of horses in our paddocks, dust on my boots, and sweat on my brows. Building a life together. Something far different than what I imagined as a young man, but far grander in every way that matters. It's hard to believe just how far my path has veered from what it once was, but I am eternally grateful for it. Your brother, Lucas. P.S. Milo asked me to pass on a message to Alexander. He saw a pigeon the size of a cat at the docks when we arrived. He has enclosed a drawing. It was strange how quickly one could acclimate to new surroundings. Lucas had spent most of his life in the restrictive suits required of a gentleman. Yet after spending a couple of years in a labourer's uniform, he felt like his cravat and jacket were strangling him. But even more incredible was how quickly having Hazel by his side felt entirely natural, as though she had always been there. He didn't know how he had managed without her. Of course, the answer was clear. He hadn't. He had drifted along, tossed and turned by every wind, and it was a miracle that he had lasted as long as he had without her influence. Now, Hazel was in every nook and cranny of his world, permeating the whole of it. Yet as familiar as it felt to have her around, when he watched her working with Milo at his lessons, Lucas was struck by the sight. 2 months of marriage, and seeing her still pierced him to the core. He hoped it always would, for she was a blessing, no doubt about it, and one should never take such things for granted. His dearest Hazel. "What about Nebraska?" she asked, pointing to the atlas sitting on the table before them. Milo looked at the illustrations and read through the description of that faraway land. Though he still struggled with the words, they flowed faster than before, and he worked his way through the paragraphs. "It might be too dry," said Milo. "Horses need lots of water, but it has lots of space to run around. They like that. I don't think horses like Philadelphia. They can't move." "That is a good point," she said, flipping through the pages as she stopped at another location. "What about Iowa?" With all the studiousness of a grand scholar, he examined the option, and the pair continued to debate the good and bad of each location. Lucas's thoughts strayed as he glanced at his book lying open on his lap, but it couldn't hold his attention, not when his family was gathered round. Hazel's gaze rose to meet his, and Lucas's hand tightened around the book. Such a look! It was warm with silent promises lingering beneath the surface, and he wondered if they could secure some time alone this afternoon. A hint of a smile tugged at her lips, testifying that she knew precisely what power she held over him. But the pinking of her cheeks also revealed just how startling she still found it. Chuckling to himself, Lucas turned his eyes to the page, forcing himself to pick up the story once more. Tomorrow they had a full schedule of sightseeing, and he ought to enjoy the time in their hotel suite while he could. But a knock on the door drew their attention. Hazel called to the person, and a maid entered with a bob. "Letter for you, sir," she said, holding out a salver with the promised item sitting atop. Lucas stared at the unfamiliar writing as the maid left the way she came. He broke the seal, and his breath caught as his gaze fell to the signature. Eyes widening, he stared at the scraggly letters
and Hazel straightened, coming to his side. Lucas's heart felt as though it were drumming against his ribs, and he could hardly discern the letters. "What is it?" she asked, leaning over his shoulder. Lucas glanced up at his dear wife, his vision blurring, and he cleared his throat, though the words still struggled to come out. With a broad smile, he whispered, "It's from Conrad." This has been A Light in the Dark, the Ashbrooks, Book 5, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Copyright 2024 by M.A. Nichols. Production copyright 2025 by M.A. Nichols.
If you enjoyed this video, check out M.A. Nichols' channel for more romance audiobooks and behind-the-scenes information. And don't forget to click subscribe to be notified when more become available. All of M.A. Nichols' romances take place in the Generations of Love universe. Each book is a standalone story and can be read in any order, with the titles being grouped together into family sagas, which span the Regency and Victorian eras. For more information about the rest of the series, check out the links below. All her books are available to purchase on Amazon and Audible.